In the middle of the barren, shattered stone desert, three female explorers were running for their lives, hotly pursued by a pack of demon wolves. The situation grew even more desperate when one of the girls suddenly tripped, falling face first onto the scorching sand. The desert demon wolves wasted no time closing in. In a split second, one lunged forward, baring its fangs and claws, ready to tear its prey apart. The young girl was completely engulfed in despair. There was no escape, and fighting back was futile. But at that life-and-death moment, a sharp flash of light slashed through the air. No one had time to comprehend what had just happened. They only knew that when their vision cleared, a demon wolf was lying dead on the ground. It had been taken down with a single strike. A cold blade was pierced directly into the beast's throat. Immediately after, a mysterious figure, fully concealed in a cloak from head to toe, slowly emerged. The female mage was certain this was her savior. She breathed a sigh of relief, yet the system panel indicated that this guy was only level 1. Her newly kindled hope was instantly extinguished. At this moment, the young man slowly pulled down his hood. A handsome face with eyes as sharp and cold as daggers, radiating an intense killing intent, was revealed. He whispered, "Level 3 monsters, their strength is only so-so." The pack of desert demon wolves only paused briefly upon sensing the threat, but their ferocious nature quickly took over, and they growled, charging forward once more. The young man did not hesitate for a second. He immediately drew his sword and plunged straight into the beast pack. The two sides clashed like two bolts of lightning. And then, in the blink of an eye, the young man had neatly dispatched them, the entire pack. The group of 3 level 3 girls was completely stunned. They had almost become dinner for these desert demon wolves. Yet, a level 1 rookie like that young man was able to wipe them out. It was even a 1 versus 4 fight, and his strikes were extremely decisive. This combat style absolutely did not belong to a novice. "Watch out, look over there," the female mage suddenly screamed in terror. All eyes turned to where she was pointing. To their horror, they realized that, at some unknown point, dozens more desert demon wolves had gathered here. All 3 girls immediately took to their heels. Before leaving, the female captain didn't forget to shout back at the young man, "Run, buddy. This pack is enough to flatten the entire beginner village, it's no joke. If you just stand there, they'll tear you into 100 pieces right now." But the strange young man merely glanced back, his lips curling into a defiant and arrogant smile. "Really?" As soon as he spoke, he reached out his hand. A few cards materialized in his palm, accompanied by a system notification. Player Lin Yuan confirmed the summoning of skeleton warriors. Lin Yuan, expressionless, uttered a single word, "Confirm," to agree. The cards in his hand instantly flew out. As soon as they hit the ground, a massive magic circle appeared, radiating an eerie blue light. And then, the ground began to tremble and crack open. From beneath, stark white skeletons began to grotesquely claw their way up. These were level 3 skeleton warriors, with 100 HP, 35 attack, 5 defense, and a single active skill, Execute. The skeletal army that Lin Yuan had just summoned looked even more ferocious, more so than the pack of desert demon wolves. He was completely confident in that. Now, let's see which side will be the one, torn into 100 pieces. And then, the two armies immediately clashed wildly, like ravenous beasts that had been starved for days. 15 minutes passed. The entire pack of desert demon wolves, exactly 16 of them, had been completely wiped out by Lin Yuan's skeleton legion, leaving not a single one alive. He received 160 experience points, along with 16 wolf fangs and 16 of their pelts. The group of 3 girls hiding nearby witnessed the entire event with their mouths wide open in shock. Even in their wildest dreams, they couldn't have imagined a single person achieving something so extraordinary, especially when his level was merely 1. Once the danger had passed, the female mage in the group timidly stepped forward to strike up a conversation. "Hey, are you a mage? That move just now looked like a summoning spell, right? I'm a mage too, but I've never seen anyone use a spell as bizarre as yours." "Who said I was a mage?" Lin Yuan replied bluntly. The girl wanted to ask more about his true class, but Lin Yuan only gave a mysterious smile, not bothering to explain. Because his class was Undead Hunter, a taboo class possessing an SSS-ranked talent named Dark Summoning Spell. Lin Yuan's background was also extremely special. He was a transmigrator from Earth. 3 years ago, a scientist discovered a massive, mysterious celestial body named Martin slowly approaching Earth. 3 months later, an unknown corporation suddenly released a virtual reality game called Immortal World, featuring technology far beyond its era, shocking the globe. To participate, players had to use a special VR helmet provided by the publisher. Subsequently, they would be transported to a completely different world with astonishingly realistic sensations. Here, humans were divided into various classes, and through continuous leveling up, they could acquire the power to fight against the monsters in the game. Initially, few paid it much mind, thinking it was just a game. But then one day, several individuals in the real world began possessing the exact same abilities they had in the game, and they became known as the Chosen Ones. It was also from that moment that an organization calling themselves the Cultists of the Starry Sky Evil God stepped out from the game into the real world. They carried out countless bloody massacres targeting humanity. Lin Yuan's parents did not survive, right in the early days of the tragedy. To combat the threat, humanity gathered the full strength of the Chosen Ones worldwide to launch a counterattack. But ironically, they faced repeated defeats against the Cultists of the Starry Sky Evil God, forced into bitter retreats. Lin Yuan, too, fell in the final battle of life and death. But unexpectedly, just an hour ago, he was reborn, returning to the exact moment he first logged into the immortal world. Moreover, this time the system had bestowed upon him a unique, taboo class along with an SSS-rank talent. This led Lin Yuan to believe that his return carried a mission to protect his family and the entire planet. It urged him to quickly become stronger. Back in reality, standing before the pile of wolf corpses, Lin Yuan had no intention of wasting such an abundant resource. He immediately activated the dark summoning spell on the corpses of the desert demon wolves. Instantly, the wolf pack seemed to be resurrected. They stood up, looking even more ferocious than when they were alive. The most special aspect of this taboo class is that it grants Lin Yuan the physique of a warrior, while simultaneously allowing him to use the dark summoning spell to turn monster corpses into undead warriors that serve him. Not only that, these undead monsters inherited their full level and skills from when they were alive. They even gained a new skill called Undead Body, granting immunity to certain debuffs in battle. Lin Yuan also possessed another talent called the Gate of the Underworld. It allowed him to store the monsters revived by the dark summoning spell in a separate space, and the storage capacity would increase along with the user's level. In other words, as long as Lin Yuan's level was high enough, he would hold in his hands an invincible undead legion, witnessing the process of Lin Yuan effortlessly resurrecting and storing the corpses of the desert demon wolves. The three girls couldn't help but frown in disgust. The female captain spoke up. "This is summoning the souls of the dead to turn them into undead. Good heavens, what the hell are you?" "There isn't much time left," Lin Yuan replied irrelevantly. Because he knew the boss Death Direwolf was about to descend upon this shattered stone desert. But instead of worrying, Lin Yuan appeared extremely excited. It was time for him to hunt the boss. Shortly after, the previously clear desert sky suddenly swirled with countless bolts of lightning. Then space itself seemed to be ripped apart. The tier grew larger by the second, signaling the arrival of the Death Direwolf. A few players recalled information from the game's homepage that this boss's attack range reached up to 50 meters. Therefore, other players frantically began searching for an escape route. But not everyone was fast enough. The Death Direwolf was indeed as terrifying as its name implied. Massive, powerful, and ferocious, the moment it appeared, it sent countless players back to the city to respawn. Despite its aggression, no one dared to step forward and confront it. Because this lower-tier boss was level 6, its HP, attack, and defense were all on a completely different level. A solo player absolutely could not defeat it. Without gathering forces and employing proper tactics, everyone would share the same fate of lying dead on the ground. In the immortal world, all sensations were incredibly realistic, so when facing the Death Direwolf, every player felt suffocated. They even believed that such a terrifying monster was invincible, but that sentiment did not apply to Lin Yuan. Because while everyone else was panicking and looking for cover, he stepped out alone, sword in hand. The other players watched Lin Yuan's solitary back, not understanding what crazy stunt he was about to pull. Although his eyes were filled with determination, Lin Yuan was still just a beginner. They didn't believe he could even scratch that monster. In the immortal world, monster tiers were ranked from weakest to strongest, normal, elite chieftain, lord, king, sovereign, and finally deity. Among them, even though a lord tier monster was only one of the lower boss tiers. To new players, it was still a deadly nightmare, and yet, at this moment, Lin Yuan halted his steps right in front of the Death Direwolf. The other players were scared out of their wits seeing this scene. Someone couldn't help but yell, "Is that guy crazy? Come back. You're just a total newbie, rushing up there is no different from suicide." Lin Yuan heard it but paid it no mind. Because in his eyes, this level 6 world boss that once sowed terror was now nothing out of the ordinary, and Lin Yuan was absolutely certain he could handle it. Seeing a tiny human daring to block its path, the Death Direwolf roared in fury. Its jaws, still dripping with the blood of unfortunate players, suddenly snapped wide open. The boss had activated its active skill, Direwolf Howl. Under its roar, the ground shook violently, as if about to shatter. Lin Yuan remained standing firm amidst the tremor. Not stopping there, the Death Direwolf swiftly lunged towards him. It intended to finish off its opponent with another skill, Death Claw. Everyone's hearts tightened, thinking that this time Lin Yuan would definitely die a miserable death, but he himself was unusually calm. Lin Yuan recalled from his past life that this level 6 Death Direwolf, buffed by boss effects, had an actual HP pool of 3,400 points and an attack power of 510. For the explorers in the Shattered Stone Desert at that time, the highest level was only 3. Therefore, they could only rely on numbers to even hope for a chance of winning. Lin Yuan himself in his past life had narrowly escaped death in that group battle. But his present self, after countless bloody battles, was no longer the Lin Yuan of the past. As the monster's razor-sharp claws were about to strike down, Lin Yuan dodged to the side with lightning speed. Many players were left in awe at this sight, for Lin Yuan's speed was truly astonishing. Missing its attack, the Death Direwolf became even more enraged. It officially entered a berserk state, becoming exponentially more violent. Yet Lin Yuan showed no sign of faltering. He pressed one hand against the ground, opening a summoning magic circle, his very own gate of the underworld. When that gate opened, it was also the moment the Legion, Lin Yuan's mighty, undead legion appeared. This scene once again left the crowd dead silent. It was their first time seeing something so bizarre, and when the horde of undead monsters swarmed out, they grew even more bewildered. How on earth could Lin Yuan single-handedly turn so many level 3 desert demon wolves into his subordinates? On the way here, Lin Yuan had relentlessly farmed small mobs and smoothly reached level 3, while the capacity of his gate of the underworld also increased to 30. Although this caused him to arrive at the boss spawn point slightly later than the others, it didn't affect his plans. According to the aggro mechanics in the immortal world, if the summoner is stronger than the summons, when both appear, monsters will prioritize attacking the summoner. Unless it is actively attacked by the summon first, the target will not change. At this moment, the pack of undead direwolves belonging to Lin Yuan was surrounding the Death Direwolf, attacking it relentlessly. This kept the Lord tier boss busy defending itself. This was precisely the opportunity Lin Yuan had been waiting for to strike. He thoroughly exploited the aggro mechanics. Just as the boss prepared to attack his summons, he would dash in to draw its attention, preventing losses to his undead army. Lin Yuan's sharp blade carved a long gash across the monster's body, causing it to throw its head back and let out a howl of agony. Immediately after, the Death Direwolf's attention shifted back to Lin Yuan. It began ignoring the undead pack and frantically chased after him. But right then, Lin Yuan commanded his legion to attack it once more, reactivating the aggro mechanic. Just like that, many a little makes a mickle. Even though each undead demon wolf only dealt 15 damage per strike, against a 3,400 HP health bar, the Death Direwolf couldn't hold out for long. From the very beginning, the flow of battle was completely in Lin Yuan's hands. Everyone could see the Death Direwolf's health bar steadily dropping, while he remained calm and at ease. They couldn't stop praising him. Lin Yuan is truly powerful. But at the same time, a few suspicious figures were glaring at him, wearing cryptic smiles, secretly plotting who knows what. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan had whittled the Death Direwolf's health bar almost to 0. At this point, the boss's HP was a mere 500. He immediately seized the opportunity, launching a vicious strike with his sword. Upon taking this hit, the Death Direwolf instantly collapsed, falling into a dying state with only 10 HP left. Right at that moment, those suspicious figures lunged from behind. Since Lin Yuan's undead legion had been wiped out by the boss, they had waited for exactly this moment to rush in and steal the kill, aiming to snatch the fruits of Lin Yuan's labor. A few players in the back couldn't just stand by and watch, loudly warning him to be careful. But unfortunately for those scoundrels, Lin Yuan was not someone easily bullied. He turned his head, his eyes cold as ice, and swung a razor-sharp sword arc. The three scoundrels were instantly sent flying. Overestimating yourselves. Lin Yuan moved his lips, dropping a few icy words, even though those three entirely deserved their fate. The onlookers were still inevitably shocked, unable to believe that Lin Yuan could take down 3 level 3 thieves with just one move. At this moment, the Death Direwolf, clinging to a sliver of health, staggered to its feet behind Lin Yuan. But its fate had already been sealed. He swung his sword, delivering one final slash. This time it was a true finishing blow. The Death Direwolf was slain. Lin Yuan received 480 experience points and a Star Soul Jade. He was genuinely curious as to what items the very first world boss of the entire server would drop. A moment later, a Star Soul Jade and a silver chest dropped from the monster's corpse. The Star Soul Jade is a gemstone containing the power of the soul. Once enough are collected, they can be exchanged for legendary tier equipment at the Eternal Council. However, players must reach level 60 to access the Eternal Council, the dwelling of the Elven race, to continue leveling up. Currently, that was still too far off for Lin Yuan. Nevertheless, the Star Soul Jade was the shortest path to acquiring legendary tier gear. In the Immortal world, equipment tiers were classified from lowest to highest: white normal, black iron, bronze silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythic. New players typically only had white equipment, and it was exceedingly rare to obtain black iron gear. 2 hours ago, relying on his past life's experience, Lin Yuan had used 2 skeleton warriors to lure an elite black sand salamander away from its post. Afterwards, he luckily picked up a bronze chest it was guarding, which contained the black stone magic cloak, a bronze tier item that increased defense by 30 points, spirit by 10 points, and agility by 10 points. And now, by being the first to defeat a world boss, Lin Yuan received the title Hunter. Its effect increased attack power by 10%, critical hit rate by 10%, and magic damage by 10% when equipped. In the Immortal world, each title provided different attributes, and the effects of this Hunter title were truly not bad. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. Finally, he opened the silver chest, inside of which lay an entire treasure trove. First was the Silver Moon Sword, silver quality, a blade infused with moonlight energy, increasing attack by 100 points and agility by 10 points. Next was a ring named Eye of Death, also silver quality, which increased spirit by 40 points when worn. Furthermore, it came with the skill Corrosive Ray, which at level 1 could deal magic damage equal to 200% of attack power to a target. Then came the consumables, Recovery Potions restoring 20% HP and mana, a level 1 skill scroll granting 100 skill proficiency points upon use, and Monster Essence used for crafting potions or consumed directly. Consuming it would increase one of the core stats, Strength, Constitution, Agility, or Spirit, by 10 points. Lin Yuan maintained a cold expression, but inwardly he was overjoyed. This harvest was truly a massive steal. The game's first world boss indeed offered extremely generous rewards. Soon after, the experience notification panel tallied up. Lin Yuan's data was completely refreshed by the system. From level 3, he officially advanced to level 4. With every level up, players gained 5 attribute points to freely allocate and increase their strength. This time, he decided to put 3 points into Spirit and the remaining 2 into Strength. Following this level up, Lin Yuan's stats had surged to the very top among all players in the Shattered Stone Desert. Along with that, the capacity of the Gate of the Underworld also expanded to 40 slots. Even though during the fierce battle just now, the entire pack of undead demon wolves under Lin Yuan's command was reduced to ashes. In return, he obtained a far more precious spoil of war, the corpse of the Death Direwolf. Therefore, counting his gains, it was still a huge profit. Under Lin Yuan's power, the giant direwolf sprang up once again. Besides inheriting all its innate skills, It also acquired a brand new ultimate skill named Wrath of the Immortal. This skill boosted the attack power by 10% and critical hit rate by 20% for all allied units. The Death Direwolf truly lived up to its name as a world boss, possessing both area of effect, AoE damage skills, and formidable crowd control abilities. After becoming an undead, it not only gained the undead effects, but was also granted an extra new skill. With the powerful assistance of this undead direwolf, Lin Yuan believed that it wouldn't be long before his gate of the underworld's army was fully packed again. Witnessing Lin Yuan casually subjugate a world boss and then herd it into a portal like a duck, the crowd of onlookers could only gulp hard. In their eyes, this guy was 10,000 times more terrifying than a world boss. And when met with his bone-chilling gaze, everyone hastily parted to the sides, forming a pathway, trying their best to act like invisible specks of dust in the desert. The three unfortunate thieves also managed to tribute a black iron tier longsword. This was a pretty decent weapon for a novice, but for Lin Yuan, who already had the Silver Moon sword, it was no different from trash. Thus he picked up the sword and walked toward the group of lucky surviving players hiding behind some rocks. The atmosphere thickened, tense as a drawn bowstring. They were convinced that Lin Yuan was bringing the sword over to silence them all, but fear locked their feet in place. Lin Yuan walked straight up to one player, the very guy who had shouted a warning when he was ambushed by the three thieves. He asked, "You shouted to warn me earlier, right?" Yeah, well," the guy stammered, so scared he couldn't form a complete sentence. Losing his patience, Lin Yuan didn't bother waiting for the other party to finish and shoved the sword right into his hands. The guy was dumbfounded, completely failing to understand what was going on. "Consider it a thank you gift. You can use it." After saying that, he turned on his heel and walked away without looking back. The guy gripped the sword tightly, staring blankly as Lin Yuan's back faded into the distance. Meanwhile, the other players immediately swarmed around him, marveling endlessly. "Good lord, that guy came over just to give you a sword. Look at it, it really is a black iron item. This thing has got to be worth tens of thousands of yuan right now." 10 minutes later, while traveling alone in the desert, Lin Yuan suddenly paused due to a strange sensation. If he guessed correctly, this was the signal. Damn it, the VR helmet was running out of battery. Having no other choice, Lin Yuan had to log out of the immortal world, temporarily returning to reality. On the computer screen in front of him remained the interface of this blockbuster game. Immortal World was a fully immersive virtual reality game, divided into login regions by country. Each region contained various virtual nations for players to freely choose from. For instance, the Elpad region where Lin Yuan was adventuring was divided into 4 major nations, including the ancient Western Desert Kingdom, the Southern Turtle Empire, the Northern Dark Empire, and the Tidal Archipelago. After being reborn, Lin Yuan stuck to the same decision as in his past life. That was choosing to start in the ancient Western Desert Kingdom. Because in his past life, right before he died, he discovered an earth-shattering secret. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered the gemstone on that guy's chest he had once seen. A yellow gemstone. Wasn't that the emblem of a guild belonging to the ancient Western Desert Kingdom? The very first cultist of the Starry Sky Evil God was actually a player from the human faction. Lin Yuan sat in his chair, his fingers subconsciously tapping his chin, his eyes sinking deep in thought. If I remember correctly, that initial cultist was the crucial link in summoning the evil god to descend upon the blue planet. As that thought flashed by, his pupils immediately contracted, and a gleam of cold killing intent passed through them. There were currently 3 years left before the evil god's appearance. If he could eliminate that guy within this time frame, perhaps the tragedy would not repeat itself. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Was that emblem truly the only clue? Under the dim light, he gently rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Only the guilds in the Western Desert's main city used yellow gemstones. The requirement to enter the main city was reaching level 10. To unmask that old rat, I have to power level as fast as possible. Suddenly, Lin Yuan froze as if he had just remembered something. That's right. He opened the virtual system panel before him, and the blue strings of characters immediately flickered. A faint blue aura flared up, enveloping the space in front of Lin Yuan. A real skeleton had actually been summoned into the real world. In the palm of his hand, that object was crushed. Some players in the immortal world possessed the ability to bring their in-game powers into the real world right from the start. These special individuals were called the Chosen Ones, or bore the beautiful title of Children of Destiny. Every Chosen One held an incredibly overpowered hidden class, along with astronomically high luck stats. They were the core fighting force against the evil god in the later stages. Lin Yuan recalled from his past life. He himself could only synchronize his in-game abilities when the disaster on the blue planet had already erupted, but this time, that ability came much earlier. He pressed his lips tightly together, his facial muscles tense, trying to suppress the shock welling up in his chest. It seems this taboo, Undead Hunter class holds more secrets than I thought. It's just unclear how it differs from the other Chosen Ones who possess hidden classes. Suddenly, a knock on the door rang out, interrupting Lin Yuan's train of thought. He walked over and stopped in front of the door. That's right at this time. Before Lin's parents was a lavish, steaming dinner table. Lin Fu was utterly astounded. Yuan, what's with all this food? Lin Yuan placed the final plate of chicken in the center of the table, saying happily, "It's all done, please eat, Mom and Dad." Lin Mu picked up her chopsticks, joyfully nudging her husband. "You really are something. Your precious son rarely shows off his cooking skills and you can't even tell. This is Yuan's heart for us, hurry up and eat." Lin Fu nodded. All right. He stood there, quietly watching his parents' happy smiles. Humans often have a strange trait. Only when they lose something do they realize its value and frantically seek ways to compensate for it. Lin Yuan thought back to the past days when he would just hole up in his room playing games. In my previous life, I lived too superficially, ignoring these warm family moments, letting arguments echo instead. If this kid keeps obsessing over games like this, he'll ruin himself completely. Can you keep your voice down? You'll upset Yuan later. Lin Yuan had been forced to witness his parents' deaths with his own eyes, and only when the disaster stripped everything away did he agonizingly realize his past ignorance. He stood there, his pupils contracting, tears welling up in his eyes. Returning to reality, Lin Yuan sat down and served food for his parents. Today is Sunday. Is Xiao Dan not coming home for dinner? Lin Mu picked up a piece of meat, beaming widely. Dan has to prepare for mock exams lately. She took her food to school to study. Oh right, whenever you're free, take some food to your sister. A boxed lunch can never be as good as home-cooked meals. Taking a bite, she immediately praised. I didn't expect our Yuan to know how to cook. These chicken wings are delicious. Hey Lin Fu, don't you fight me for them. Lin Fu indulged her. All right, they are all yours. Lin Fu observed his son's actions, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Lin Yuan served him food, smiling. I will learn to cook more dishes in the future. Hearing this, both of them were stunned and stopped their chopsticks in unison. Lin Mu was moved to tears, while Lin Fu merely smiled kindly and nodded. Over the following days, he threw himself into a grueling physical training schedule. To properly control the power brought from the game into reality in the future, he needed a solid physical foundation. Lin Yuan punched the sandbag until exhaustion, striving to push his physical condition to the limit. In the days after that, he switched to running. Lin Yuan raised his watch to check. 50 meters in 5.5 seconds. Not bad, but it could be better. His face was drenched in sweat, but he seemed entirely tireless. It was time to go home. Instantly, the system panel lit up, opening a mystical spatial portal. A beam of light enveloped him, slowly transporting Lin Yuan across space. You have entered the Shattered Stone Desert. Under the dim light of dusk, the shadows of giant birds glided close to the ground. They flew past his head, accompanied by mournful, spine-chilling cries. Lin Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows, his sharp gaze sweeping across the sky. A wailing bird swooped down swiftly, like a black arrow tearing through the air, aiming straight at him. It opened its serrated beak wide, and at the same time the system displayed its information. Wailing bird normal, level 2 HP, 40 attack, 20 defense, 2 skill, peck. Lin Yuan nonchalantly swung his sword. With one clean motion, the bird was sliced in half before it could even utter a second cry. Wailing bird slain X3, gained 15 EXP. He turned his head, his cold eyes revealing clear disdain. Only 15 experience points. Suddenly, the corner of Lin Yuan's eye caught a strange flash of light. A deep blue aura radiated from the bird's corpse. Right after, a giant foot with razor-sharp claws emerged from the shadows. A pack of desert demon wolves slowly approached, their eyes glowing like red-hot coals amidst the golden sand screen. He quietly hid behind the cliff, observing the movements. It truly lived up to its reputation as the desert ghost wolf's favorite food. The scent of fresh blood had instantly lured out such a massive pack. Reaching into his coat, Lin Yuan pulled out a potion and swiftly popped the cap. Facing them, he downed it without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan's silhouette flashed, his speed as fast as a tornado. Monster essence used, all stats +10. He had to seize this opportunity. A desert ghost wolf swiped its claws, lunging viciously. Let's keep the warm-up going. Lin Yuan dashed forward, his sharp blade drawing a silver arc, cleanly severing their heads from their necks. You have successfully slain 4 desert ghost wolves. Before he could even catch his breath, 2 more desert ghost wolves suddenly ambushed him from both sides. His silhouette blurred, and another clean strike finished them off. You have successfully slain 10 desert ghost wolves. Lin Yuan's feet touched the ground, shifting his weight to stand firm. Incessant, furious growls echoed from the wolf pack. The desert ghost wolves changed their tactics, beginning to spread out and surround him from all sides. Lin Yuan's breathing grew heavy, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. His eyes glinted with a cold, imposing aura, perfect timing. Lin Yuan took the initiative to attack. His blade flashed relentlessly, fresh blood splattering with every slash. You have successfully slain 20 desert ghost wolves. You have successfully slain 30 desert ghost wolves. You have successfully slain 40 desert ghost wolves. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV 5. The recently slain ghost wolves stood up in unison, silently stepping into the open gate of the underworld. After 2 battles, his undead legion had been fully replenished. System notification, player Lin Yuan, level 5 class Undead Hunter Taboo, talent Dark Summoning Art, Gate of the Underworld 50/50, Strength 22, Constitution 20, Agility 45, Spirit 48, Experience 38-12-52. He quickly glanced down at the stat panel. Coupled with the effect of the monster essence, his current combat power was probably enough to solo an elite monster of the same level. As the dust settled, Lin Yuan looked toward the distant city. Well then, it's time to go find that person next. In Black Sand Town, the streets were bustling with crowds of people. Lin Yuan, with an impassive expression, quietly walked among the crowd. He stopped in front of a small house. The door creaked open, allowing the outside light to spill in and illuminate the dark interior. Inside, a red-faced man holding a wine cup slurred, "Who is it?" It was Guishi, the mage instructor of Black Sand Town. Lin Yuan walked straight in and spoke, "Master Guishi, your disciple has come to seek guidance." In Immortal World, players typically learn skills via skill books dropped by monsters or found in treasure chests. However, every class had its own novice instructor responsible for teaching the basic skills. He silently recalled that this was the very person who had guided him in his past life when he was a mage. Guishi muttered in a drunken slur, Here comes my wine money for the next half-month." Lin Yuan reminisced about the past. In his previous life, he was a mage, whereas the Undead Hunter was a taboo class. Unfortunately, information about this class was extremely scarce. However, judging by its combat style, it could still be classified under the magic system. Lin Yuan calculated, "Before finding the specialized skills for the Undead Hunter, I can probably still learn the common mage skills." Thinking this, he took out a small coin pouch. "I want to learn Soul Fire, Heal, and Stealth." The moment the pouch left Lin Yuan's hand, it instantly appeared in Guishi's. With money, everything is negotiable. Looking at the bulging pouch, the old man couldn't hide his joy. Guishi reached out, and a green energy orb manifested in his palm. "Work hard, young man. The glory of the mage shall light your path." As soon as Guishi imparted the skills to him, the system continuously prompted, "Congratulations. The player has learned 3 skills. Soul Fire Black Iron LV1 deals magic damage equal to 100% of attack power to the target. Cost 10 MP. Cooldown 10 seconds. Proficiency 0-100. Heal Black Iron LV1 restores 10 HP to the target. Cost 10 MP. Cooldown 3 minutes. Proficiency 0-100. Stealth Black Iron LV1 enters an invisible state for 5 seconds. Cost 10 MP. Cooldown 3 minutes. Proficiency 0-100. Looking at the info on the system panel, Lin Yuan rubbed his chin in thought. Soul Fire ensured ranged attack capability, while Heal could be used on both himself and his undead. But these were all basic moves. To learn higher-level skills, he had to find a way to gather more resources. Time to hit the road and grind. At Black Sand Mountain, at the eastern foot of the hill. Just as he stepped in, the system chimed. Congratulations! The player has discovered the Kobold Mine. Lin Yuan searched his memories. Kobolds were level 5 monsters that usually lived in caves and mines. Their sense of smell was extremely sharp. They could detect enemies in the dark, excelled at ambushing, and were incredibly cunning. They often gathered in packs of around 100. He slightly furrowed his brows. Considering both their numbers and level, the kobolds were the absolute perfect targets for his undead legion to power level on right now. Lin Yuan took out a potion he had bought from an NPC merchant half an hour ago. The system displayed, Night Vision Potion. Effect, provides a vision radius of 3 meters in dark environments. Duration, 30 minutes. Standing next to the portal, he sequentially summoned the massive undead desert ghost wolves. Besides leveling up, I can use these kobolds to max out the proficiency of stealth and soul fire, and maybe open a few treasure chests along the way. Lin Yuan pointed a torch forward, ordering them to lead the way and clear the path. System notification, torch common. Effect, vision radius of 5 meters. He and his undead desert ghost wolf army slowly advanced deep into the heart of the mountain. 15 minutes later, Lin Yuan and the undead pack were still moving through a seemingly endless tunnel. Suddenly he halted. His eyes grew vigilant. There was movement. Immediately after, Lin Yuan decisively threw the torch deep into the cavern. The flame instantly flared up, illuminating the space ahead. The system chimed again. Kobold Miner Common LV 5, HP 120, Attack 30, Defense 6, Skills Mine Smash. He muttered to himself, there they are, Kobold Miners. The flame from the torch suddenly blazed fiercely, casting a glowing red light all around. The undead desert ghost wolves roared, charging forward like a storm. Lin Yuan commanded, charge, kill them all, leave no one alive. The kobold miners gripped their weapons, baring their hideous fangs as they shrieked and rushed into the fray. He dashed straight into the middle of the monster pack, his blade swinging continuously, tearing through the air. Kobold Miner X2 slain. They roared in unison, swinging their weapons to strike at the ghost wolf pack, activating the skill smash. On the other side, Lin Yuan struck decisively, taking down several of them in the blink of an eye. Kobold Miner X8 slain. Their individual combat power isn't intimidating, the key is dodging their pickaxes. Even though he had killed an unknown number, they kept swarming out. The horde of miners raised their weapons simultaneously, screeching as they charged. A smirk crept onto his lips, whispering faintly, stealth. Their axes cleaved through the air and embedded deeply into the ground, cracking open a large patch of earth. From behind, Lin Yuan abruptly materialized, his entire body exuding a bone-chilling aura. Hey dummies, I'm right here. Before they could even turn around, the blade flashed. Their limbs were instantly severed, blood spraying everywhere. Kobold Miner X20 slain. He leaped and landed lightly on a large boulder, his cold eyes looking down at the battlefield. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Yuan merely gave a faint smile. Stealth Black Iron LV 1. Proficiency 5100. He thought to himself, stealth's proficiency has already gone up. For a moment, Lin Yuan's deep red eyes flashed. But the stats of these common tier kobolds are too weak. Grinding with them is way too slow. In front of him, the corpses emitted a dark aura, silently awaiting his command. The system instantly scanned their information. Undead Kobold Miner Common LV 5, HP 120, Attack 30, Defense 6, Skills Mine Smash Undead Body. Smash, when attacking, deals damage not exceeding 5% of the target's max HP. The tip of the sword in Lin Yuan's hand slowly rose, pointing straight ahead. Then let's have you replace the ghost wolves. Go, we need to quickly find the boss here. He and his new army slowly stepped through the mist, venturing deeper into the mountain. As he walked, Lin Yuan's footsteps suddenly halted in the dead silent passage. Before him lay an intricate web of diverging paths like a profound labyrinth, a crossroad. From the corner of his eye, Lin Yuan glanced to the side. On the rock wall, something was slightly wriggling, emitting an annoying rustling sound. His lips moved slightly, and an azure flame instantly flared in his hand. Gotcha. Lin Yuan launched the flame like a lightning bolt, leaving a blue trail in the air. Slime X2 slain, experience +4. Behind him, a pair of glowing red eyes flashed in the darkness, locking tightly onto his back. Several dark figures suddenly darted out from the shadows. It was a kobold overseer, its eyes bloodshot, its hand swinging a leather whip with brutal force. Kobold Overseer Elite LV6, HP 350, Attack 100, Defense 10, Skills Mind Whiplash. The wolf roared and lunged, snapping its jaws shut around the struggling bird. Since ancient times, the strong preying on the weak had always been the immutable law of nature's survival. As a link in the food chain, the hunter was simultaneously the prey. However, from a blind spot, a creature slithered out soundlessly, its lifeless eyes glued to its target. It unhinged its wide jaws, revealing a pair of gleaming white fangs that tore through the air like two daggers. Danger always lurked in the most unexpected places. The whistling sound of a cracking whip echoed through the air. The kobold overseer violently jerked its beastly head up and lashed its whip, instantly kicking up a blinding dust cloud. The thick cloud of dust billowed up, completely swallowing the human figure within. Instantly, the wolf spun around to counterattack, its sharp fangs sinking deep into the snake's neck. Even so, the hunter sometimes hides silently under the guise of the prey. Lin Yuan's crimson pupils suddenly flashed with a gleam, radiating a killing intent as cold as millennial ice. Piercing through the thick dust, he reached out and grabbed the incoming whip, gripping it tightly so it couldn't move an inch. Lin Yuan's 5 fingers tightened, creating a crisp cracking sound. Caught you, toy. He abruptly yanked the whip back, a terrifying pulling force throwing the kobold overseer off balance, sending it flying face first. The very next moment, its body was hurled away, slamming heavily into the hard ground. The kobold overseer scrambled to its feet and let out an ear-piercing roar, its eyes streaked red with fury. But immediately after, a cold streak of light swept past its eyes. The sword in Lin Yuan's hand swung up, delivering a fatal cleave to its body. The flash of steel amidst the smoke ended the life of Kobold Overseer number 1. It bore the brunt of a flurry of slashes, its body torn apart before collapsing to the ground. The bulky corpse crashed down, lying motionless, producing a heavy thud that echoed throughout the cavern. He slightly tilted his head, quickly glancing backward from the corner of his eye. From the darkness, an entire horde suddenly swarmed out. Their numbers had to be close to 100. A chorus of growls rang out as they raised their heads and shrieked in frenzy. The overseers had activated their skill, plunging the entire work site into a state of madness. Fury State increases attack speed by 40%, increases movement speed by 25%, lasts for 60 seconds. Amidst the deafening roars, Long Yuan remained perfectly calm, his pupils devoid of a single ripple. Around 40 at most 50, not a bad number. He calculated, but my troops are no pushovers either. He raised his hand, his lips mouthing obscure incantations amidst the ethereal blue mist. My undead legion, arise. Long Yuan smirked slightly, his icy gaze sweeping over the monster pack. The hunt. He waved his hand to signal, begins. Both sides immediately clashed. A fierce battle officially erupted. Every attack, every roar turned this place into a chaotic battlefield. The undead death wolf raised its head and let out a resounding howl. The pack of wild wolves also roared in response. The kobold overseers suddenly felt the world spin. They had been hit with a stun effect, their HP bars plummeting. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a blazing crimson. Now's the time. He raised his sword high, the steel reflecting a deadly gaze. Kill. System notifications rang out incessantly amidst the scattered corpses. You have successfully slain Kobold Overseer X5. You have successfully slain Kobold Overseer X20. You have successfully slain Kobold Overseer X10. You have successfully slain Kobold Overseer X40. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV6. They growled, pressing in aggressively. Undead Kobold Overseer Elite Grade LV. 6 HP, 350 Attack, 100 Defense, 10 Skills, Mind Whiplash Undead Body. The horde of Kobold Overseers fell into chaos, pushing and shoving each other to find an escape route. From a distance, Lin Yuan darted over as fast as a flash of lightning, running away. The sword in his hand swung up, drawing a deadly arc through their bodies. Please negotiate with my blade first. Abruptly, an object plummeted from above, smashing straight toward Long Yuan. The next attack aimed right at him. Lin Yuan hastily vaulted backward to dodge. The boss had activated the heavy strike skill. The Kobold Chieftain bellowed, a sound brimming with absolute rage. Kobold Chieftain boss grade LV. 7 HP, 1000 attack, 150 defense, 80 skills, mine heavy strike. He let out a cold snort. Why are you only showing your face now, honored guest? The two weapons collided, sparking blinding flashes. Their crimson glow illuminated the entire space. The hammer slammed into the rock wall with terrifying force, shattering the boulders. The Kobold Chieftain was stunned, its eyes glued to its hammer that was tightly wedged in the rock face. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan rushed in, sword in hand, as fast as a phantom. It's time. The sharp blade slashed directly onto its body, but only produced a futile clank. The impact was so severe that the sword in his hand bounced back. Long Yuan leaped backward, maintaining a safe distance while his eyes never left the target, readying for the next strike. Wow, such thick armor, truly fitting for a boss. It can't be cut, he muttered to himself. In a fit of rage, the Kobold Chieftain roared and used all its might to yank the hammer out. He suddenly stood frozen, his eyes wide open, staring straight ahead. Lin Yuan's gaze was locked onto the giant hammer, preparing to crash down on his head. At the exact moment the hammer fell, he abruptly leaped back. The dirt under his feet was blown away by the impact into a blinding dust cloud. Lin Yuan dug his feet firmly into the ground, to keep his body from being blown away by the shockwave. He hunched slightly, his eyes carefully analyzing the opponent. Just as I thought, a boss-grade monster's attack pattern is not as simple as an elite's. This strength must be at least 2 or 3 times greater than theirs. An eerie blue flame ignited at the tip of Lin Yuan's finger. First, I need to widen the distance to ensure continuous DPS. The undead gradually approached, encircling the target. Go whip them, attack, wolves pin it down. The whole pack struck simultaneously. The boss quickly counterattacked, unleashing an immensely powerful blow. The heavy strike skill was activated, dealing a lethal double damage. He pointed his hand forward, issuing a decisive command. Go. The undead immediately lunged to tear into the Kobold Chieftain. The undead death wolf roared, activating its pack skill Wrath of the Undying. Attack plus 10%, critical rate plus 20%. Despite being continuously swatted away, the undead stubbornly hurled themselves forward to bite and tear at the Kobold Chieftain. Wrath of the Undying. Attack plus 10%, critical rate plus 20%. Its eyes burned red, and lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. Streaks of lightning tore through the air, blasting the undead, but they still resolutely clung to the Kobold Chieftain, refusing to let go. A blazing fireball manifested in Lin Yuan's palm. He activated the skill Soul Fire. The fireball in his hand shot out, splitting into dozens of smaller flames flying toward it. If I remember correctly, the Kobold Chieftain's magic resistance is very low. -20, -30. The Kobold Chieftain took the hit, roaring in agony. Its mouth wide open, saliva spraying everywhere, its bloodshot eyes filled with utter fury. The Kobold Chieftain hurtled forward, its powerful arm swinging, aiming directly at Lin Yuan. He smirked, his sharp gaze brimming with confidence as he activated the skill Stealth. Lin Yuan's figure flickered and abruptly materialized right behind its back. Since you delivered yourself right to my mouth, then I won't hold back. With a sharp glance, he immediately spotted the weak point on the back of the Kobold Chieftain's neck. That's it, the exposed flesh without armor plating. Lin Yuan instantly swung his sword, aiming precisely at the fatal weak point. With a resounding squelch, fresh blood gushed profusely from its nape. The Kobold Chieftain was in so much pain that its eyes rolled back, -100. It swung its hammer backward in a frenzy, launching an attack with terrifying power straight at him. Lin Yuan lightly leaped back and snapped his fingers. A bony leg shot up into the air from beneath the ground. He sprang upward, one hand gripping its thick fur tightly. The undead death wolf lunged up and crashed down. Its dry, raspy howl seemingly tearing the space apart. The undead mob rushed in to attack the Kobold Chieftain, but a single swing of its hammer was enough to counter them. The armor has been broken. Lin Yuan focused his power, conjuring a series of eerie blue rings of fire. Next strike. They flew simultaneously toward the Kobold Chieftain, creating a small explosion. Die. -30, -40, -40. Staggering, it raised its head high and let out an earth-shattering roar. Suddenly, the Kobold Chieftain's subordinates charged out from the shadows. Lin Yuan gave a cold snort, his sharp eyes observing. A final struggle before death. Both sides plunged into a chaotic melee. The clash of weapons and incessant growls rang out, mixed with a stream of continuous system notifications. You have successfully slain Kobold Miner X-15. You have successfully slain Kobold Overseer X-10. You have successfully slain Kobold Miner X-20. You have successfully slain Kobold Miner X-35. Realizing the disadvantageous situation, the Kobold Chieftain turned to flee. But he appeared right in front of it, blocking its path. Lin Yuan's body flickered with streaks of blue lightning, his hand tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. Still trying to run. Lin Yuan slowly drew his sword from its sheath, accompanied by a cold snort. Why the rush? Leave your life behind first. He vaulted into the air, his blade tracing a powerful arc, cleaving straight into the Kobold Chieftain. With just one strike, its head was severed from its neck, and fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. The massive body of the Kobold Chieftain collapsed to the ground, and simultaneously, the system notification chimed. You have successfully slain the Kobold Chieftain, experience plus 50. Lin Yuan smiled and opened the system panel to check. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV 7. He frowned slightly in contemplation, his eyes flashing with satisfaction. Level 7, very good, player, Long Yuan. Level LV 7 class Undead Hunter Taboo. Talent, Dark Summoning Art, Gate of the Underworld 2070. Stats, Strength 27, Constitution 23, Agility 45, Spirit 50. Experience, 168,27451. He couldn't help but ponder. Just one more step to reach level 10 to enter the main city of Zymo. Long Yuan glanced at the two skill panels in front of him. Stealth and Soulfire have both leveled up to level 2, their effects have doubled, not bad. Soulfire Black Iron level 2, effect, deals 200% magic damage to the target, cost 10 MP. Cooldown 10 seconds, proficiency 2200, Stealth Black Iron level 2 effect, enters an invisible state for 10 seconds, cost 10 MP. Cooldown 3 minutes, proficiency 10200. His gaze suddenly darted to the side, as if having just discovered something. Long Yuan walked closer. On the boss's corpse lay a rather peculiar-looking chest. Bronze chest. He stepped forward, paused for a moment, then reached out and slowly opened the lid. As soon as the chest was opened, a blinding light burst out. Right after, countless gold coins flew out. The system immediately notified. Received Dog Skin Pouch, Undying Candle, Shadow Fist Gauntlets. Opening item Dog Skin Pouch. Received 20 gold coins. If I remember correctly, it won't be long before the major banks open trading channels between the game world and real life. 20 gold coins exchanged into cash would be 200,000. A massive profit. The system immediately appraised the acquired items. Undying Candle provides the player with a vision radius of 3 meters in dark environments, unlimited usage time. Bone Skull Mask Bronze Weapon, when equipped, reduces physical damage by 5%, Constitution plus 10, Strength plus 10. Lin Yuan reached out and picked up the glowing Shadow Fist Gauntlets. The system instantly displayed the information. Shadow Fist Gauntlets Silver Weapon. Effect. The gauntlets possess a hardness equivalent to the Kobold Chieftain's body. Defense plus 30, attack plus 30. He put them on immediately. My luck isn't bad at all. A bronze chest actually dropped a silver tier weapon. The gauntlets have the same hardness as the Kobold Chieftain's body. Really makes me want to test them out. Outside near the Kobold's lair, their corpses littered the ground everywhere. Bloodcrow Guild Leader Huang Fei Long Class, Warrior Level, LV 8. He stood on a high boulder, raising his weapon to the sky. It seems our recent training has been quite effective. In just 1 minute, we took down 30 desert ghost wolves. The guy beside him sneered. As long as we brothers join forces, nothing is impossible. Bloodcrow Guild Vice Leader Huang Fei Hu Class, Rogue Level, LV 5. The crowd below showered them with endless flattery, as expected of the guild leader and vice leader, wiping out the ghost wolf pack in one strike, truly extraordinary strength. That's right, next time we encounter those small fries from the Thunder Guild, we can definitely crush them. Exactly. Fei Hu snorted coldly. If it wasn't for that damned Lin Yuan showing up, we would have taken the world boss's life early on. What guild would dare swagger in front of us then? On the giant virtual screen amidst the desert, the system announcement rang out. World boss Giant Death Wolf has been slain by player Lin Yuan. Hearing that, everyone was dumbfounded. What? He smirked, his eyes revealing clear disdain. Who knows what kind of dumb luck that bastard had. If I run into him, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Fei Long glanced at Fei Hu, reminding him, how many times have I told you, don't act rashly. He frowned, assessing the situation. Lin Yuan's strength is by no means ordinary. Rather than making an enemy out of him, it's better to recruit him to work for us. After speaking, Fei Long slowly walked away. I remember there's a kobold dungeon nearby. I'll go confirm the location first. You all stay here, await orders, and recover your stamina. A lackey nearby nodded. Yes, sir. In contrast, Fei Hu's face darkened, glaring resentfully at his back. Big Boss scolded me 3 times over some nameless bastard. Damn it, how frustrating. Unable to hold back anymore, Fei Hu pointed at the empty air and bellowed, Lin Yuan, just you wait. One day, I'll knock out all your teeth right in front of Big Boss, chop your head to pieces to let Big Boss see who the real powerhouse is. Hu Chen, with flushed cheeks, seemed somewhat sheepish. Vice leader, don't get angry over some unworthy nobody. Look, what's that over there? He looked blankly in the direction he pointed. What? Fei Hu saw a figure approaching from a distance. The person who appeared was a blonde girl, wearing clothes that looked like a mage's outfit. The eyes of him and his lackeys behind immediately turned lustful, accompanied by a sick smile. Elsewhere, Long Yuan was walking aimlessly, his gaze fixed on a distant place. After taking just a few steps, the system notification chimed again. Undead Kobold Chieftain level LV 7. HP 1000, attack 150, defense 80, skills mine undead body heavy strike. Heavy strike, upon hitting, deals 200% of attack stat as damage, 10% chance to cause critical hit. He nodded in satisfaction. Another boss grade undead with formidable combat power. The number of summons in the underworld has also been replenished to 70. I must keep up this momentum. Long Yuan glanced coldly when he heard a voice crying for help. You guys, don't come any closer. On this side, the girl's bruised body was trembling. Don't come any closer, or else I won't hold back. He smirked, laughing sinisterly as he stepped forward. Quite the tough talker, aren't you? Didn't expect to run into such a pretty little thing today. Fei Hu stood by, laughing in agreement. Don't worry, we just want to play with you a bit. Instead of suffering, why not just relax and enjoy it? Hu Chen nodded. That's right, as long as you satisfy our vice leader, the benefits you get won't be small. Amei raised her weapon to the sky, screaming, If you dare come any closer, I really won't hold back. Without any hesitation, he dashed forward like the wind and delivered a flying kick to her body, making Amei groan in pain. Let me see who's not holding back. Fei Hu grabbed her hair, laughing contemptuously. A lowly mage actually thinks she can hurt us. He pinned Amei hard to the ground, his eyes full of lust. Stop being so naive. If you still refuse to submit, then keep trying. Fei Hu opened his mouth wide, gripping her head tightly, forcing Amei to look straight into his face. Come on, keep going. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Fei Hu ripped Amei's clothes, causing her to scream in terror, her body shrinking back. Suddenly, a powerful punch smashed straight into his face. The shadow fist gauntlets had been clenched into a tight fist. Immediately after, it threw another devastating punch, sending Fei Hu flying backward. His body was launched without a stopping point, leaving behind a thick trail of dust. The lackeys witnessing the scene turned pale with sheer terror. Vice leader. Fei Hu was sent flying, plowing a long and deep trench into the ground. His face was struck so hard it caved in, his body pinned tightly against a boulder. The one who struck was Lin Yuan. He looked at his fist, his gaze razor-sharp. Not a bad effect, it's handier than I thought. One of the lackeys panicked, turning to run while muttering, This is bad, I have to go inform the guild leader. The other two gradually regained their composure, nervously pointing straight at Lin Yuan's face. Who are you? You dared to offend the Blood Crow Guild, you're dead meat. He pulled down the hood of his cloak, staring back at them coldly. Lin Yuan's eyes swept over the badges on their chests. The Blood Crow Guild, the top guild in the novice village of Black Sand Town during the early days. He stood silently, deep in thought. The members of this guild were mostly red-named players. Specializing in dirty deeds, so-called red-named players were those who, due to malicious actions like unprovoked PKs, stealing, and looting, were identified by the system as dangerous players, having an evilness score of 10 or more. Long Yuan pursed his lips. Although the demon gods haven't invaded yet, and players killed here won't actually die in real life, Losing equipment and dropping levels is still a massive loss. Only then did he slowly speak, his voice as cold as ice. Are you guys from the Blood Crow Guild? In my past life, you rats caused me quite a bit of trouble. Hu Chen, standing behind the other guy, raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Hu Chen confidently puffed out his chest, pointing at himself. That's right, it's the #1 guild famous throughout Black Sand Town. You've offended our vice leader. Scared now, aren't you? He paused for a moment, rolling up his sleeves, ready to rush in. It's too late, but if you don't want to die too miserable a death then. Both of them broke into contemptuous smiles, seemingly convinced they could easily take down Lin Yuan. Break your own arms, kneel down like a dog and call us grandpa a few times. In just a split second, he decisively dashed forward. His blade swung up, slashing straight toward the two arrogant fools. Their two arms were completely severed just like that. They collapsed spread eagle on the ground in agony, screaming like maniacs. I've collected your arms for you, he said. As for the dog barking, save it for the underworld. Amei was finally able to stand up, her eyes wide with shock. So strong. On the other side, Fei, who was still lying sprawled on the ground, unable to move. His hand trembled slightly as a potion bottle dropped out. You have used a health recovery potion, restoring 20% health and mana. Fei, who gritted his teeth, his face twisted in agony. You little brat. After drinking the potion, his body surged with an imposing aura, and he abruptly stood up. You're dead. Fei Long was slowly walking toward them. I want to see which fool ate a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, having a death wish. A subordinate immediately ran up to snitch. Guild Master, right ahead. Hearing the commotion, the two of them were startled and turned their heads. He pointed at Lin Yuan and bawled, It's this little punk, he almost killed the Vice Guild Master. Fei Long spoke in an authoritative voice, Who? Fei Long was about to throw his weight around when he suddenly froze. Wait a minute. He noticed his gaze. A pair of cold, tranquil eyes that harbored an oppressive might, just like the rumors, like frozen moonlight, glinting with the chilling light of a blade that could sever all things. In Fei Long's eyes at this moment, he was no different from a monster. The imposing aura radiating from him made people feel suffocated just by him standing there. While he was still frozen in shock, the underling, like a fearless fool, continued to yell, Guild Master, teach this brat a lesson. You blind dog daring to mess with us. Damn it, do you have a death wish? Go to hell. Fei Long gritted his teeth, feeling a bit of hesitation in his heart. Damn it. This aura, plus that sword, which is very likely a drop from a boss. This guy is 9 times out of 10 Lin Yuan. He was torn at this moment, not daring to act rashly. These idiots, of all people to provoke, they had to mess with him. They really can't accomplish anything, but they're more than capable of ruining everything. Meanwhile, the lackeys behind him kept clamoring. You're dead meat. Go to hell. His voice rang out, neither fast nor slow, cutting straight to the point. You are the leader of the Blood Crow Guild, right? Fei Long was caught in inner turmoil, his words caught in his throat. Responding at this moment would be no different from lowering his own dignity. After a few seconds of deliberation, a decisive gleam flashed in his eyes. It seemed that bloodshed today was inevitable. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot forward from behind Lin Yuan like an arrow. Amei was terrified, dashing out in a split second to shield him, shouting, Watch your back. Fei Hu roared, his knuckles turning white as he gripped his twin swords. Go to hell, let me send you on your way. He charged forward with crazed killing intent, his mind boiling with only one thought of revenge. At the same time, Fei Long opposite him smiled triumphantly, twirling a double-edged axe in his hand. He cursed inwardly, Kid, messing with the Blood Crow Guild is the biggest mistake of your life. A flash of realization hit him. The opportunity was here. Instantly, Fei Long and Fei Hu attacked simultaneously from 2 directions, aiming straight for the two of them. The moment his blade drew near, Fei Long suddenly froze. What the hell was this? Where Amei had just stood now loomed another figure, the dog-headed zombie chieftain. As soon as it identified the enemy, it bared its fangs and growled, aggressively swinging its weapon. The giant warhammer in its hand swung up, delivering an earth-shattering blow straight to Fei Hu's ribs. Fei Hu was unable to defend himself. His entire body was sent flying several meters away by the impact, like a puppet with cut strings. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity, his figure vanishing and instantly closing in on Fei Long. Under Fei Long's terrified gaze, Lin Yuan coldly delivered his verdict. Next is you. Fei Long was dead silent, his whole body frozen like a stone statue. Before Fei Long could even move his lips, a razor-sharp sword trail drew a flash of light in the air. Right after, Fei Long's life ended tragically on the cold ground. He glanced at the corpse with an emotionless face. The number 1 guild, still not qualified to make me go all out. The system interface suddenly popped up a warning. Player has been detected killing a fellow human. Sin value +2. Lin Yuan skimmed through it and looked up. 2 points. He didn't seem bothered at all, already calculating in his mind. As long as he didn't accumulate any more within a week, this number would probably disappear automatically. From a distance, Mei yelled in panic. "Oh no, the rest of them ran away. Should we chase them?" Lin Yuan just replied indifferently to reassure her. "Just a bunch of small fries, not worth worrying about." With that said, he turned around and walked toward Fei Hu's corpse. The loot dropped from the battle just now was quite diverse. First was Fei Long's double-edged axe, explosive battle axe silver. When this weapon hits a target, it releases a small explosion, causing AoE damage. Stats: attack +40, strength +30. Next were Fei Hu's twin swords, Dragon Fang Cross Blade Silver. This weapon had a special effect. Upon striking a target, it leaves a flame that continuously burns them. Stats: speed +30, attack +40. And finally, a small dagger, Thorn Dagger Bronze, a simple weapon. Stats: attack +15, speed +20. Lin Yuan rubbed his chin in thought. These items have decent stats. Even if he didn't use them, selling them would net a handsome sum. When the situation was truly safe, Mei cautiously dared to approach him. Her voice was full of gratitude. "Boss, I truly thank you for saving my life today." Mei seemed quite sincere. "By the way, I still don't know your name." Her sudden approach took Lin Yuan slightly aback. He slightly turned away, muttering, "Name." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "One day, you will see my name reigning at the top of the global leaderboards." Hearing that answer, Mei was so shocked she froze on the spot. What the heck? She quickly snapped out of it and scrambled to chase after him. "Who cares about that stupid leaderboard? Boss, let me follow you." Not long after, Lin Yuan's journey brought him to the Wailing Desert. Right at this moment, from behind him, the hard scales of some creature suddenly breached the sand's surface. They were Wailing Scorpions normal, level 6 with stats. HP 400, attack 110, defense 20, and the skill Paralyzing Lightning Strike. Now, in front of Lin Yuan was not just one, but 3 of them. He reacted extremely fast, immediately lowering his center of gravity and entering a battle-ready stance. With just a few elegant sword strikes, Lin Yuan effortlessly sent all 3 scorpions to the afterlife. His brows furrowed slightly as his sharp gaze swept around, radiating a surging killing intent. Lin Yuan executed a flawless spin, his blade sweeping horizontally, cleanly wiping out the remaining scorpions. The system displayed a notification. "You have slain a total of 60 Wailing Scorpions in this area. Your level has increased to level 8. He glanced at the notification panel and smirked in satisfaction. Straight to level 8. Although finding the paralyzing grass took a bit of effort, this result can be considered a pleasant surprise. Going back in time to 2 days ago, Lin Yuan had an encounter with an old man. The old man had a stern face and proactively reached out his hand. "Warrior, I have finally waited for you." The system immediately popped up a notification. Commission quest detected from Alchemist IMO. Do you wish to accept quest IMO's request? Description: go to the Wailing Desert, gather 100 stalks of paralyzing grass and deliver them to IMO. Time limit: 1 day. Difficulty: hardcore. Paralyzing grass is a rare herb with lightning attributes, growing only in deserts. Lin Yuan finished reading the notification and pondered for a few minutes. He knew that not long from now, a special dungeon would open in the main city. Inside that dungeon were entirely lightning element monsters. To conquer it, players needed an extremely high lightning resistance stat. Because of this, high-level lightning resistance potions would become extremely scarce commodities, and their value could be pushed to tens of thousands of gold coins. In his past life, someone had gotten rich quick off this very opportunity. And the key to obtaining it was completing this quest, as the reward would be the recipe for brewing highly effective lightning resistance potions. He glanced at the old man again. Today was the first day IMO appeared in Black Sand Town. After handing out this quest, he would disappear forever. In other words, this was the one and only chance for players to possess that precious recipe. Having thought things through, Lin Yuan chose accept without hesitation. Back in the present, after clearing the scorpions, he casually kicked a carcass. Wailing scorpions, level 6 lightning beasts, guarding the paralyzing grass. With my current strength, they can't pose any trouble for me. Lin Yuan easily approached the patch of herbs, completing the quest while having the chance to practice the newly learned gathering skill, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As he started harvesting, the system panel also displayed the skill info. Gathering skill Black Iron level 2. Effect: increases gathering speed. 5% chance to obtain rare quality herbs. Cost: 1 spirit. Cooldown 3 seconds. Proficiency 120-200. Finishing the task, Lin Yuan stood up straight and observed his surroundings. Let's try heading deeper inside to see what's there. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to shake violently. Lin Yuan was astonished, not understanding what was happening. This is. Right after, a massive monster breached out from underground. It immediately attacked him with its razor-sharp tail. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Lin Yuan managed to dodge the fatal thrust. Silver Slash. He stepped back a few paces, keeping a safe distance from the monster. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly filled with panic and sheer astonishment. In front of him was a mutated magical beast, Crystal Killer Scorpion. Its appearance was accompanied by a series of danger warnings from the system. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel terrified. Unbelievable, a mutant-tier magical beast spawned in this place. Above its head was a series of detailed information. Crystal Killer Scorpion level 10. HP 2800. Attack 400. Defense 55. Skills: Crystal Rending Lightning Strike, Piercing Venom, Earth-Shattering Pincer, Lightning Crystal Explosion. After a moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure, the corner of his mouth curling up into a smirk. Although it's a bit tough. With that said, Lin Yuan excitedly charged forward. But today, I'll use you to draw first blood with my Silver Slash. With lightning-fast speed, he successfully closed the distance to the Crystal Killer Scorpion. Lin Yuan's sword continuously clashed against its hard shell, but only produced sparks without dealing any damage. Seeing this, he pondered. The armor is too tight, not a single gap. There are absolutely no weak points to attack. Right at this moment, the Crystal Killer Scorpion's entire body suddenly emitted a blue light. System warning: boss is casting a skill, Paralyzing Lightning Strike. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into the tip of his sword, trying to pierce through the shell. Lightning Strike, huh? However, the monster didn't give him a chance. It swung its sharp tail to stab at him. Boss is casting a skill, Piercing Venom. Thanks to his sharp reflexes, Lin Yuan managed to dodge this treacherous attack. He backed up a distance, swinging his sword to maintain a defensive stance. Lin Yuan frowned as he assessed the situation. Its strength exceeds my expectations. First, I need to find a way to distract it. Just then, the Crystal Killer Scorpion was charging at him again. He immediately activated his ability, summoning his minions, Dogheads. As he spoke, an army of dog-headed zombies appeared out of thin air, rushing straight at the monster. One of the dog-headed zombies swung a sledgehammer, dealing a heavy blow to the scorpion and causing it to lose 200 HP. Lin Yuan pursed his lips as he observed. Still hasn't triggered the double crit effect. The monster suddenly went berserk, struggling violently and flinging away the surrounding dog-headed zombies. Boss is casting a skill, Electrifying Pincers. Not giving it time to run rampant, he had already summoned a barrage of fireballs. The fireballs shot straight towards it, causing the scorpion agony before it could dodge. Lin Yuan felt thrilled, continuously unleashing attacks. Taste the power of high-level fire magic. The Crystal Killer Scorpion's HP bar began to drop steadily, -40, -50. He smirked coldly, his hands never ceasing to channel mana. A dark chain quickly materialized, tightly binding one of its pincers. The Crystal Killer Scorpion roared in despair, as it was pulled taut from all sides by the mob of dog-headed zombies. Seizing the opportunity, a hammer-wielding dog-headed zombie charged straight at it. It brought down a heaven-shaking strike on the Crystal Killer Scorpion's head. The damage numbers popped up, -200 heavy strike, double crit activated. Even Lin Yuan was surprised. It finally appeared. Suffering an excruciating blow, the Crystal Killer Scorpion let out an earth-shattering roar, breaking free from all its restraints. It was smart enough to realize that the main target was Lin Yuan, but when it was about to attack, he had vanished. To the Scorpion's bewilderment, Lin Yuan was hovering in midair. Lin Yuan clenched his fists, a surging wave of mana overflowing. since there is no way to break your armor. The system simultaneously prompted, detected player equipping the title Slayer, increases attack power by 10%, critical hit rate by 10%, and magic damage by 10%. He didn't hesitate, gripping his fists tightly as he dived down. Then I will smash you into pieces. The Crystal Killer Scorpion had no idea death was approaching. It kept its head raised, roaring defiantly. In the very next moment, it was punched straight into the ground by Lin Yuan, shattered to dust. Pinned firmly to the ground by an extreme force, the Crystal Killer Scorpion opened its maw, howling in miserable agony. Without a sliver of hesitation, he drew his sword and finished it off. You have successfully slain the mutated magical beast, Crystal Killer Scorpion. The system quickly displayed the information. Obtained 560 EXP. The corpse of the Crystal Killer Scorpion has been collected. Level 10, HP, 2800 attack, 400 defense, 55. Skills: Paralyzing Lightning Strike, Piercing Venom, Electrifying Pincers, Lightning Crystal Explosion. The skill info of the new undead minion popped up. Paralyzing Lightning Strike. Attacks with lightning, causing a paralyzing effect for 1 second. Piercing Venom. Tail attack, inflicts 10 poison damage. Electrifying Pincers. Deals 250% attack power as damage. Lightning Crystal Explosion. Shoots out crystal shards in a 360-degree radius, dealing 100% attack power as damage. Suddenly, the noise of a swarm of scorpions rushing over echoed from afar, startling Lin Yuan into turning back. He saw a pack of wailing scorpions, frantically, running toward his direction. They were aiming straight at his position, charging over. Lin Yuan slowly swept his eyes over them. You came at the perfect time. He activated his skill, controlling the newly acquired Crystal Killer Scorpion. Let my new pet play with you guys for a bit. System notification, casting skill, Lightning Crystal Explosion. A barrage of lightning crystals shot out, causing the wailing scorpion's HP bars to drop visibly. -50. Lin Yuan seized the moment, maneuvering behind their backs. He only needed a few sword strikes to tear the pack of scorpions into pieces, aiming squarely at their weak points. Very quickly, the last scorpion fell beneath Lin Yuan's blade. The ground was now littered with scorpion corpses. The system continuously notified, your level has increased. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. The personal stats panel was also updated. Player, Lin Yuan. Level 10, Class Taboo Undead Hunter. Talent, Dark Summoning, Gate of the Underworld 2100. Attributes: Strength 32, Constitution 28, Agility 47, Spirit 53. Exp: 152, 51, 59. He finished reading the information, feeling extremely satisfied. The feeling of leveling up twice in a row is really not bad. The system began distributing rewards. Obtained Silver Tier weapons, Lightning Spear, Guardian's Greaves. Paralyzing Ring, Phantom Crossbow. He calculated internally. The loot this time is entirely Silver Tier equipment. Selling a few pieces should be enough to improve life for my parents. Lin Yuan turned again to look at the pile of scorpion carcasses on the ground. The system displayed a notification. All magical beasts in the area have been eliminated. Congratulations, you have received a Gold Tier class exclusive skill book. A brilliant light began to radiate around his body. Lin Yuan looked at the book slowly materializing in his hand. This is... As the thought flashed by, the system introduced it, Dark Curse Gold. Learning requirement, exclusive to undead hunters. He placed his hand on the book, feeling its power. My luck today isn't bad. As soon as Lin Yuan channeled his mana to use it, the system also announced. The skill book has been automatically memorized into the player's brain. Congratulations to the player for acquiring an undead hunter's exclusive skill. A blinding pillar of light enveloped him. Inside the interface, the new skill information appeared. Dark Curse Gold Level 1. Effect: deals 20% of target's max HP as damage or restores 20% of an undead's HP. Cost: 100 mana. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Proficiency: 0-100. Lin Yuan curiously looked at the dark flame in his hand. Restores 20% HP for an undead. A new idea flashed in his mind, and he turned back to look at the scorpion. In front of him, the Crystal Killer Scorpion was at 60% HP. He made up his mind to test it out immediately without hesitation. The dark flame flew straight toward the Crystal Killer Scorpion. Instantly, its health was restored. It roared excitedly, and the HP bar above its head had increased to 80%. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction at this point. The beginning phase is done. It's time to head to the main city and find my first believer. Suddenly, from behind, an unidentified object silently touched his shoulder. Lin Yuan turned his head in slight shock. Wait, could it be? The scene abruptly shifted. The unidentified object from earlier was actually Lin Mu. She frantically patted his shoulder. Oh no, Lin Yuan. Your father sprained his back. Hurry downstairs and give me a hand. Lin Yuan hurriedly ran downstairs, helping Lin Fu sit down on a chair. Dad, take it easy. Lin Mu, feeling both pained and angry, chided him. We are getting old, don't force yourself. Wouldn't it be better to just call a repairman for the AC? See, now you've thrown out your back, are you happy now? Meanwhile, Lin Fu was in so much pain he was breaking a sweat. Although his face was pale from the pain, he still tried to act tough. A penny saved is a penny earned. Last week when the washing machine broke down, didn't I just tinker with it a bit and fix it? Lin Fu continued. This minor injury is nothing. I'll be fine after a night's sleep. Tomorrow I still have to go to the school to pick up Xiao Dan. Lin Yuan didn't say anything, just quietly walked outside. Lin Yuan pursed his lips tightly, not uttering a word. Time passed, and soon it was the next day. While Lin Fu was still fast asleep, Lin Mu was awakened by a loud noise. She helped Lin Fu out of the room. Lin Yuan, is that you? What are you making such a racket for so early in the morning? Before their eyes were two workers installing a brand new TV on the wall. One of the workers approached, startling Lin Fu and Lin Mu. Excuse me, are you Mr. and Mrs. Lin? This is the product that Mr. Lin Yuan ordered. We brought it over for installation. Please sign here to confirm receipt. Lin Mu was dumbfounded, pinching her own cheek. Old man, am I dreaming? What is going on? At the same time at the gym, Lin Yuan was passionately working out. While he was engrossed on the treadmill, a voice rang out. Excuse me, sorry to bother you for a moment. The gym staff approached. May I ask if you'd like to sign up for our VIP package? We require a 1-year advance payment. Hearing that, he immediately took out a bank card. Here is my card, he thought to himself. Selling those unused items gave me enough to not only renovate the house, but also casually get a gym membership for the whole family. Thinking of this, his expression darkened slightly. After all, Mom, Dad, and my sister should build up their physical fitness early on, so that later when they enter the immortal world, they can adapt more easily. The staff girl was still staring blankly at Lin Yuan, thinking to herself, this guy has been working out for so long, yet his face isn't red, he's not panting, and his physique is so good. Truly admirable. Another staff member suddenly held her back, pointing at the card. This is. She looked at the card in her hand in panic. It was a Supreme VIP card, only issued to customers with a bank balance of over 5 million yuan. Lin Yuan seemingly didn't pay attention to their stares. He turned away to answer his phone. Hello? Yes, it's prize money from a recent gaming tournament. The two of you just stay home and rest today. I'll take care of Xiao Dan's matters. Hearing this, the staff girl's eyes became even more infatuated. This customer is so young yet so capable. The scene shifted to Zhu Shui Yizhang. The dismissal bell had just rung and a crowd of students swarmed out. School's out, let's go. Let's hit the internet cafe next door and team up for a match. Wait for me. A slender figure slowly walked out of the school gates. It was Lin Dan, who was constantly looking around. Behind her were two friends chattering away. Hold on, come over to my house today, I'm throwing a birthday party. My brother bought me a huge strawberry cake. Wow, having a brother is so nice. I'm so jealous, I want a brother too. Hearing this, Lin Dan's eyes darkened. Is having a brother really that enviable? The memory of a slovenly, unkempt Lin Yuan suddenly surfaced in her mind. Thinking of that, Lin Dan felt annoyed and quickened her pace. I don't need a brother. Before taking a few steps, she was blocked by a boy. School beauty Lin, why in such a hurry? 4 delinquent-looking thugs appeared. My bros have asked you out so many times to no avail. Isn't that right? This time I'm personally inviting you. Surely you'll give me some face, won't you? Lin Dan frowned, asking in annoyance, what do you want? Her two friends also timidly approached. Class rep, who are they? The leader, Ying Yang, took an inch and wanted a mile, teasing her. Looking at this tender skin, let me see if I can pinch out some water, eh? The girl immediately got angry and slapped his hand away. Bastard, don't touch me, get lost. Lin Dan pointed right at their faces, threatening. If you keep following me, I'll call the police. Seeing this, Ying Yang flew into a rage, swinging his hand and heavily smacking her back. Damn it, you ungrateful bitch. Lin Dan couldn't react in time and fell hard onto the ground. The two friends cried out in panic, "Class rep." Still unsatisfied, he was about to lunge forward, spewing dirty words from his mouth. "Me touching you is me thinking highly of you. What are you playing hard to get for?" Completely at a disadvantage, she could only instinctively raise her arms to hopelessly shield herself. At that hair-raising moment, a hand reached out from nowhere, tightly gripping Yin Yang's wrist. Lin Dan was stunned, her eyes widening to their limits in shock. Lin Yuan shot a piercing glare at the guy, his killing intent almost solidifying. He gritted out every word, "Are you guys tired of living? Who allowed you to touch my sister?" She gasped his name in astonishment, Lin Yuan. His gaze swept over the scratch on Lin Dan's cheek, and his expression instantly became many times gloomier. Being stopped, Yin Yang was infuriated and wanted to throw down. "Damn it, what little punk from what rock crawled out to ruin my fun?" The remaining goons also rushed up to back him up. "If I don't send your entire row of teeth to their resting place today, I'll take your last name. Itching for a beating, huh? Enough talk, cripple his arm first." But Lin Yuan was a step faster. He dodged to the side and threw a devastating punch straight into the leader's face. Before anyone could gather their wits, the second guy became his next target, followed by a clean spin, ending with a kick to the temple of the third guy. And finally, an absolutely merciless stomp from Lin Yuan landed squarely on Yin Yang's face. His fury compelled him to add a few more heavy stomps on his face to vent his anger. Under the witness of the crowd, the four boys were now just rolling on the ground, groaning in agony. Lin Yuan turned around, jerking his chin to signal his sister to leave. Meanwhile, Lin Dan and her friends were still completely frozen in shock. As the two of them walked out the gates, Lin Dan was the one to break the silence with a hesitant question. "Why did you come here today?" She couldn't make sense of it. This gaming addict who was glued to his screen all day suddenly showed up at her school to pick her up. Truth is stranger than fiction. Lin Yuan's face remained impassive as he explained. "Dad hurt his back. Mom has to stay home to take care of him." Hearing this, she was startled. Lin Dan panicked and completely turned toward him. "Hurt his back? Is it serious?" He calmly replied, "It's nothing serious." After Lin Yuan's answer, the space between the two fell into its familiar silence. Her gaze began to waver at this moment. It seemed like it had been a very long time since the two siblings had a normal conversation like this. It felt so awkward. As for him, his face still did not reveal any emotion. Suddenly from behind, the voices of her two friends called out, "Class rep." The two girls quickly caught up, leaning in close to Lin Dan and whispering, "Class rep, your brother is amazing. He even came all the way here to pick you up. Not like my lazy bone of a brother." "That's right, so you had such a handsome and cool brother. How come we never heard you mention him before?" Only now was she truly bewildered, turning to observe Lin Yuan more carefully. "Handsome, this guy." At the same time, a few passers-by couldn't help but whisper, "Who is that guy? He looks so dashing." "Spot on, maybe an alumnus visiting the school. His aura is way above the boys in our school." Lin Dan fell into deep thought facing everyone's reactions. Is his popularity really that high? Suddenly, a girl boldly ran over to strike up a conversation. "Hello there." Lin Yuan politely nodded. "Hello." The girl suddenly pouted, thinking to herself, "His height is also really impressive. I've never noticed before, probably because I've never stood close enough to realize." Lin Dan stood in a daze, lost in her own train of thought. Maybe he had started going to the gym a long time ago. Look at those clearly defined muscles, and he just single-handedly took care of 4 thugs. It really was unbelievable. She unwittingly recalled his image from the past. It was clearly still the same person. The Lin Yuan of that time was a slovenly, sloppy person. His entire world shrunk down to a game screen. Thinking of this, Lin Dan fell into contemplation again. Why did he have such a sudden and massive change? The two friends waved goodbye. "Well, we're heading back first. See you tomorrow." She also smiled in response. "Yeah, see you tomorrow." But just as she turned to leave, Lin Dan suddenly froze, her eyes widening in shock. Before her eyes, Lin Yuan was slowly kneeling down, gesturing that he wanted to give her a piggyback ride. This action instantly caused the crowd of friends behind to squeal in excitement. Lin Dan's face flushed bright red, awkwardly waving her hands in refusal. "No need, I can walk myself." What the heck was going on? She absolutely didn't want to be carried on his back in front of everyone like this. However, before she could even take a step, a strong force suddenly yanked her back, making her entirely lose her balance. Lin Yuan decisively bent down, pulling her in with one hand and hoisting her onto his back, ignoring Lin Dan, who was struggling with all her might. "Hey, you." Lin Yuan stood straight up, his tone still calm. "Your friends are all gone. If you can't walk, don't be stubborn." His gaze lightly swept down to her ankle, where a wound was still bleeding. "You sprained your ankle when you were pushed down earlier, right?" Lin Dan instantly fell silent, no longer struggling, just quietly lowering her head. When did he figure that out? Lin Yuan just silently carried her all the way home. "Dad, Mom, we're back." The parents looked at each other, their eyes full of perplexity. Lin Fu shot a quick glance at his wife, then unhurriedly turned to the two children. "It's good that you're back." He walked straight into the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves and starting to wash the pile of dishes stacked in the sink. Lin Mu sat nearby, resting her chin on her hands and looking at her son with a face full of pride. Dan, do you see your brother? Doesn't he look like a completely different person now?" Lin Fu nodded in agreement. "Indeed. He not only knows how to cook and wash dishes, but he can even replace the electrical appliances in the house himself." Hearing this, Lin Dan could only twitch the corners of her mouth. Lin Mu leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "What's more, the sibling bond between you two seems to have returned to how it was when you were kids, maybe even better." Lin Dan, who was holding a glass of water, almost choked. "No way." She gently blew on the glass of water to cool it down, her eyes unconsciously becoming pensive. This guy is truly too weird. Has he really changed? Lin Yuan stood in the kitchen, neatly wearing an apron. "I'm done cleaning up." Saying so, he casually took off the apron. "I'll head back to my room first." As the door to Lin Yuan's room closed, Lin Dan's gaze subconsciously drifted over. She suddenly felt a bit disappointed. What was she expecting anyway? Just as predicted, he was still just an otaku gaming addict, someone who shirked responsibility. While lost in her endless stream of thoughts, Lin Dan suddenly saw a bottle of medicine placed right in front of her. After handing over the medicine bottle, he turned around to leave, not forgetting to instruct, "Apply this after showering. This stuff is very effective for treating wounds." Having said that, Lin Yuan walked into his room, his voice echoing out before the door slammed shut. "I'm going to play games. If it's not important, don't bother me." She didn't reply, just gently tightened her grip on the medicine bottle in her hand. Lin Dan's cheeks flushed pink and she smiled softly. "I know. No one wants to go into your room anyway." Her gaze rested on the medicine bottle, a gentle smile flashing across her lips. Inside the room, he sighed upon hearing the conversation between his mother and Lin Dan. "See, Mom, I told you, your relationship is getting better. Did something happen at school today?" "Nothing happened, Mom. I'm going to take a shower." Lin Yuan let out a breath and leaned back in his chair. The family troubles from the past were probably coming to an end soon. He turned his head, his gaze falling on the virtual reality helmet resting beside him. Without a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan put it on his head. "All right, time to get back to the game." The moment he logged into the game, a thick cloud of dust rose from the Feng Shui Sha main city area. Lin Yuan smirked. "Well then, it's about time to drag that little mouse out." A system notification suddenly popped up before his eyes. "You have entered Feng Shui Sha." Elsewhere, a man was kicked hard to the ground, pleading, "Respected officer, I swear to the heavens, this is just a misunderstanding." A hoarse roar cut him off. "Shut up. Take your filthy lies to the dungeon and repent." Lin Yuan's figure gradually emerged amidst the hazy smoke. The officer glanced suspiciously behind him, but didn't spot anyone. He narrowed his eyes, a flash of doubt crossing his mind. "Strange, am I hallucinating?" Hidden behind a wall, he observed calmly, not rushing to make a move. Lin Yuan's face remained expressionless, but his deep eyes were full of calculation. The patrolling guards on the streets were extremely sensitive to criminals. To let his crime value return to zero, he would have to lay low for at least 3 days. He quietly turned and left. It was time to retrieve that item. "It's been a while, old friend." The scene shifted to a magnificent, grandiose church. From the highest podium, Father Lawrence spread his arms in blessing. "In the name of the Lord, I shall cleanse the fog of your past. From here on, your soul will be as pure as the first snow, and your path will be illuminated by the holy light. Now, the purification ceremony shall begin." Just as the ceremony was about to commence, Lin Yuan's figure slowly walked in. "I am from the hospice." The priest's gaze slowly shifted over, harboring suspicion and vigilance. Seeing Laurent remain silent, he continued in a deep voice. "I heard this place took in a severely ill patient, so I have come to treat him." From behind a slightly ajar wooden door in the corner, Sir Victor's weak voice echoed. "Regarding my condition, I will have to trouble you." He replied, "All right." On the bed lay a motionless man, his face bizarrely gaunt, with a green liquid seeping from the center of his chest. Dewey, formerly a member of the Manticore Knight Order, one of the strongest warriors of the ancient West Desert Kingdom. Lin Yuan recalled his memories of Dewey. In his previous life, it was thanks to him that right upon reaching level 15, he was able to acquire a gold-tier weapon. He frowned, looking at the pale face. "Mr. Dewey, I came here specifically to cure the toxin in your body." Underneath the pallid skin, blue veins bulged prominently on Dewey's forehead. He observed Lin Yuan intently, assessing his strength. Level 10. Dewey struggled to sit up, a self-deprecating smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Relying purely on you, a level 10 mage, even the street patrol guards have a higher level than you." As soon as he finished speaking, a violent fit of coughing struck, causing him to double over, spewing out mouthfuls of thick black blood. Mixed within the black blood, a strange object also spilled out. "The poison has already begun to corrode your internal organs, unless you accept my treatment." He brushed past, his deep voice sounding out, "Otherwise, you won't survive another month." After a moment of silent consideration, Dewey raised his head and whispered, "To cure the toxin in my body, 1,000 grams of rot-gill fish fat is required. If you aren't afraid of death, go ahead and try your luck at the Gobi Mud Swamp." The moment he stopped speaking, the system's chime rang out. "You have triggered the quest Dewey's request. Do you accept?" Quest name: Dewey's request. Grade: Gold. Objective: collect 1,000 g of rot-gill fish oil to cure Dewey's poison. Facing the challenge, Lin Yuan didn't flinch at all, merely smirking. "Of course I accept." The scenery changed, revealing the Gobi Mud Swamp. Rot-gill fish slowly surfaced from the murky water, where a few pale white skulls were floating. Its glowing red eyes darted back and forth slowly, its gaze as sharp as a razor. Right after, the rot-gill fish opened its mouth wide, revealing jagged teeth, and lunged toward the group of adventurers. Rot-gill fish, elite level 15 HP, 3,500 attack, 500 defense, 45 skills, wave-surging tail, calamity resonance. Su Ming gripped his weapon tightly, charging to the front and shouting, "Hold the formation. These beasts have extremely sharp jaws, absolutely do not let them bite you. Charge." His subordinates lay rolling on the ground, groaning, "My waist." The monster's spike-covered tail whipped through the air, lashing fiercely toward him, creating a howling gust of wind. Su Ming's group couldn't react in time. All of them were hit except for him, who was quick on his feet and managed to dodge to the side. Two unfortunate people fell into the water and were instantly surrounded by the school of fish. "Help!" It raised its tail high, preparing to unleash its move. Skill activated, wave-surging tail. On this side, another rot-gill fish let out a roar and charged straight at Su Ming. He could only grit his teeth, staring blankly at the approaching monster. The rot-gill fish flicked its long tongue out to lick its lips, emitting a terrifying hiss. Su Ming's eyes widened in horror, his entire body stiffening. He was dead for sure this time. Right at that moment, a chilling aura of killing intent swept in from behind, and a figure glided forward like a gust of wind. It was him. Lin Yuan grabbed Su Ming by the collar with lightning speed and yanked him back. He tossed Su Ming forcefully behind him, a blue energy orb gathering in the palm of his hand. "Don't get in the way." The surge of power from Lin Yuan's hand blasted straight toward the rot-gill fish. The attack struck the monster square on the head, causing a massive explosion. He tossed Su Ming, who landed heavily on the ground. The man was still dazed, completely clueless as to what had just happened. Su Ming clutched his throat, coughing violently as he knelt on the ground with a look of sheer disbelief. I was saved." As the black cloak swept past, Su Ming hurriedly scrambled to his feet and called out, "Wait a minute." Along the path Lin Yuan had just walked, trails of green energy still lingered. Su Ming was astounded. It's that great master from before. Lin Yuan leaped high into the air, power converging in his hand to form a dazzling magic orb. He unleashed the skill upon the school of rot-gill fish, causing them to continuously lose health. -320, -320, -320. The fish shrieked in agony, frantically thrashing their tails in an attempt to escape the swamp. The pack of rot-gill fish roared, synchronously shifting their attack toward a single target, Lin Yuan. Witnessing the scene, Su Ming shouted in a panic, "Master, watch out." The monsters lunged forward, using their razor-sharp teeth to attack. But Lin Yuan merely hopped lightly, dodging all the strikes with ease. "Is this all you've got?" He landed on the ground, kneeling on one leg, propping himself up with one hand, while the other had already clenched into a tight fist. Lin Yuan summoned a sword from his inventory. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he coldly stared down the monster pack. A bunch of trash fish grouping together is still just trash fish. He moved at an astonishing speed, continuously taking down the rot-gill fish one by one. Su Ming and his companions were dumbfounded by the sight. He exclaimed in shock, "Damn, where did this big shot come from? Just now, the 8 of us joined forces and were almost wiped out, yet he handled 5 of them all by himself. What kind of strength is this? It's just a pity that fighting solo can never completely eradicate the rot-gill fish." Hearing Yin Xuan, his accompanying friend, chime in, he grew even more worried. Regardless, these monsters' most terrifying finishing move is still their Ao-E skill. Beneath the swamp, the rot-gill fish growled, arcs of lightning beginning to link them together. A cloud of green smoke suddenly erupted, completely obscuring Lin Yuan's vision and preventing him from assessing the situation below. His face darkened, but a glint of amusement shone in his eyes. "Oh." As the green smoke enveloped his body, the system sounded a warning. Rot-gill fish activated Ao-E skill, Calamity Resonance. Enemies within range will be afflicted by poisonous mist, triggering negative status effects such as confusion, hallucinations, and auditory illusions. Lin Yuan sneered, a magic circle having already appeared in his hand at some point. "This petty trick, I won't fall for it again in this world." He summoned the zombie dire wolf and ordered, "Zombie dire wolf, use the skill Hungry Wolf's Howl." The wolf stood on the cliff and let out a heaven-shaking howl. A massive vortex of wind slammed directly into the school of rot-gill fish. System notification: Rot-gill fish has been hit, entering a stunned state. Lin Yuan raised a hand to cover half of his face. "Well then, now." On the system screen, lines of code ran continuously, displaying information. Sobering mask item effect. Single-use gas mask. A mask appeared, covering the lower half of his face. Lin Yuan gripped his sword firmly, moving as fast as lightning, with the zombie dire wolf providing cover from behind. He charged straight down into the swamp. "Lie down and accept your death." Every time Lin Yuan dashed past a rot-gill fish, the system would chime. Weak point struck. One by one, they fell under his blade. Accompanied by the continuous system notifications, Lin Yuan leaped onto a monster's head and drove his sword down forcefully. "Die." The system screen once again displayed the text "Weak point struck," along with the fish's final shriek. Su Ming pointed at Lin Yuan, his jaw dropping in amazement. "Too incredible," Jun Xuan hastily reminded him. "It's still too early to let your guard down." From beneath the swamp, countless other rot-gill fish surfaced again. "Look, more fish are coming." He issued a command to another undead, Starkiller Scorpion, use Zombie Lightning Core. It growled as surges of purple energy began to gather, skill activated, Crystal Lightning Storm. From the Starkiller Scorpion's head, a barrage of purple magic orbs was fired. Those magic orbs rained straight down onto the school of rot-gill fish like a barrage of bombs, forcing them to thrash their tails and dive deep into the swamp. But the sharp magic meteors still pierced through the thick layer of mud. The rot-gill fish had their bodies punctured, opening their mouths wide to let out meaningless cries. Yizhang clutched his head, unable to believe his eyes. "This is bad. The gap in level and numbers is too huge. It's absolutely impossible to wipe out the whole school in one go." Lin Yuan vaulted high off the head of a rot-gill fish. He landed on the cliff opposite Yizhang's group, his cold voice ringing out. "Who said we can't wipe them all out?" He pulled his hood lower over his head, adding to his mysterious aura. Su Ming widened his eyes, looking down at the swamp. "Wait, this is," Li screamed in terror. "That scorpion seems to be aiming for the bellies of the female fish." Beneath the swamp, glowing eyes watched the defeated rot-gill fish. "Look everyone, it seems the fish are starting to." His eyes bulged in horror as he witnessed their next action, attacking each other. The surviving rot-gill fish began to devour the dead ones, producing gruesome chewing sounds. Lin Yuan calculated inwardly. When female fish die or spawn, they secrete a massive amount of musk, driving the male fish into a frenzied state to protect the eggs, simultaneously triggering a berserk attack mode that indiscriminately targets anything. From high up on the cliff, he looked down. His plan to exploit this species trait to make them slaughter each other was a success. A rotgill fish suddenly dove beneath the mud. It unexpectedly shot up, opening its jaws wide to attack Lin Yuan. Su Ming screamed in panic, "Master, watch out." He remained rooted to the spot, calmly watching the lunging monster. Yin Xuan took a step back. "What's that? Is this a female fish too? Why is its body almost as big as a male's?" Lin Yuan lowered his head, his voice turning gloomy. Perfect timing. He summoned a pack of desert ghost wolves and ordered, "Zombie ghost wolves, attack." The wolf pack lunged in, frantically tearing into the unfortunate rotgill fish. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. As expected of a level 15 elite monster, he stood before its razor-sharp jaws without trembling in the slightest. Mobilizing 6 ghost wolves still couldn't deal a lethal blow. Lin Yuan drew his sword. But as long as you're immobilized, things become much easier to handle. With just one decisive slash, he took it down. The system immediately announced, "Elite rotgill fish X1 slain." Lin Yuan ordered a dog-headed undead to step forward. Obeying the command, it grabbed an axe and chopped into its head. Yizhang looked on in sheer suspicion. This is the green poison sac inside the male fish's body. He didn't leave him wondering for long. Exactly. This poison sac grows inside the male fish, acting like a biological signal. The toxic gas and scent it releases will force the entire school to perceive a danger signal. The rotgill fish that could still swim hastily dove deep into the water to escape. As for the others, they are still thrashing in the green water. They open their mouths to gasp for air, trying to stay at least 5 meters away from the contaminated area. Furthermore, they aren't completely immune to their own kind's toxins. Once poisoned, they can only lie still and wait for death. Su Ming jumped for joy. They're gone. The school of fish is really all gone. Lin Yuan leaped from the cliff down into the swamp. Next is just cleaning up the loot. Li was still standing there dumbfounded, unable to believe what he had just seen. One person managing to clear out an entire monster zone, it's truly unbelievable. Su Ming, with eyes full of admiration, retorted, "It really is unbelievable. I wish I could be an accessory clinging to his leg." Down in the swamp, with just a few sword strokes, Lin Yuan finished off the remaining fish, all done. Less than 30 seconds later, he reappeared on the cliff, to the astonishment of Su Ming's group. The system popped up a notification. Gained 12,000 experience points, level increased to 11. Lin Yuan stood firm, thinking to himself that it was thanks to grinding this dungeon hundreds of times in his previous life that he could clear it so swiftly this time. He closed his eyes and took off the mask. In this battle, it had also made a significant contribution. The vial in Lin Yuan's hand collected all the loot dropped by the fish. He felt a tinge of regret. Spending 5 gold coins to buy a single-use item is a bit of a loss, but it was well worth the money. The item's detailed information was displayed on the system screen. Rotgill fish oil, 1,000 grams, refined from the mucus glands of the rotgill fish native to the Gobi mud swamp. This is one of the core ingredients for concocting high-tier healing potions, possessing miraculous restorative properties for necrotic wounds caused by toxins, and capable of stimulating dead tissue regeneration, restoring the damaged area to healthy flesh. Long Yuan suddenly smacked his forehead, blurting out, "I almost forgot about this nuisance." From the palm of his hand, a glowing red sphere suddenly appeared. The system continued to display its data. Wavebreaker's nose, silver tier armor type, crafted from rotgill fish skin. It is a stretchy, spherical fake nose. If squeezed lightly, it squeaks like a baby chick, while also vibrating and glowing. Its primary function is to release the characteristic pheromones of the rotgill fish, creating an area of effect that terrifies small and medium-sized aquatic creatures. Lin Yuan's eyes showed clear disgust as he looked at the object floating before him. He envisioned the scenario of having to wear this thing on his face, looking no different from a circus clown, and his expression instantly darkened. He cursed inwardly, unsure if this was an appropriate reward for the quest's difficulty or just the freakish aesthetic taste of the game development team to produce such a bizarre item. Su Ming, who had popped up out of nowhere, was practically glued to Lin Yuan's side, both hands covering his mouth in awe. "Oh my god, that's so badass, and it even glows." He stared at the Wavebreaker's nose with shining, fascinated eyes. "Good lord, it even wiggles." Long Yuan asked skeptically, "You like this thing?" Su Ming grinned from ear to ear. "It's so unique. Boss, sell it to me, price is not an issue." His overzealous enthusiasm made Long Yuan break out in a cold sweat. Yizhang heavily placed a hand on Su Ming's shoulder, wanting nothing more than to dig a hole and hide out of second-hand embarrassment. He explained awkwardly, "Sorry about that, my friend is a bit hyperactive." Long Yuan didn't give it a second thought, decisively tossing the toy to Su Ming. "It's yours." The other guy hastily waved his hands. "Wait, at least let me pay you something." Long Yuan cut him off, "No need." In Su Ming's mind, Lin Yuan's image suddenly sprouted pure white angel wings. Tears welled up in his eyes from emotion. Master is truly an angel descended from heaven. The other two standing behind were rendered speechless. What the hell is this? People actually want to spend money to buy that useless junk. A while later at the church, two soldiers stood on strict guard outside a room. Inside, Lin Yuan carefully poured a green solution from the vial onto Dewey. His eyes went wide with shock. "What?" Dewey sat bolt upright, looking at him with eyes full of astonishment. "Unbelievable, you actually found it." The system's notification chime rang out. "You have successfully completed the Gold Tier quest Dewey's request. Reward received, Gold Tier weapon Cyan Soul Blade." Lin Yuan admired the sword with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "I finally got you back, Cyan Soul Blade, the very first Gold Tier weapon I owned in my previous life." The detailed stat panel appeared. Cyan Soul Blade Gold Tier Type, Weapon, Effects, Physical Attack plus 150, Magic Damage plus 150, Spirit plus 100. Attached Skill, Cyan Soul Cursed Seal. Cyan Soul Cursed Seal, range 100-150 meters, deals spiritual damage equal to 150% to the target. No cooldown, consumes 10 mana. The sword was enveloped in a layer of dark green magical aura. Its base stats were only average, but the accompanying Cyan Soul Cursed Seal skill harbored an extremely terrifying combat mechanic, especially its hidden effect. A cold, sharp glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as he imagined fighting with this sword. Every successful strike would accumulate a stack of Cyan Soul energy within the enemy's body. Upon reaching 3 stacks, it would detonate, dealing an additional 250% spiritual damage. He recalled the scene of standing atop a cliff with this blade. Below him lay countless defeated foes. Back then, it was this very Cyan Soul Blade that accompanied me in sweeping across the West Desert, elevating me to the throne of the #1 mage. Long Yuan lightly ran his finger along the icy blade. The system chimed in his mind again. Reputation reward received. Main City Reputation plus 1,000, Manticore Knight Order Reputation plus 500. Long Yuan calculated silently. The amount of reputation received was no different from his previous life, just enough to reach a neutral status, but that was adequate enough to allow free movement within the main city. He glanced at the system panel. There's still more. The system continued. As your character has completed the quest, you receive an NPC favorability reward. Favorability with Dewey plus 10. Dewey looked at his hands with joy, while Long Yuan frowned in thought, feeling that something wasn't quite right this time. He looked at him with sincere eyes. "I truly thank you, little brother. If it weren't for you, I would probably have passed away on my sickbed by next month." Long Yuan merely replied politely, "Don't mention it." Dewey continued, "To show my gratitude, there is a matter I must warn you about." He wondered inwardly, could the 10 favorability points he just received have triggered a hidden storyline? He lowered his voice, his expression full of caution as he warned, "If you happen to run into someone named Gui Fei, then you must stay away from him at all costs." Long Yuan asked, "Gui Fei is my instructor, why do you say that?" Dewey exclaimed in horror, "What, he is your instructor?" He staggered out of bed. "Even though you have hidden your class, the truth is." Dewey stood up straight, staring intently at him. "You are an undead hunter, aren't you?" Lin Yuan's face darkened. How did he know I'm an undead hunter? He wondered in bewilderment. After hiding my information, theoretically, not even Quincy should be able to recognize my true identity. He explained with a stern face, "I was once a member of the Manticore Knight Order, a force directly under the king specializing in executing secret missions, which included hunting down undead hunters. Because of this, I learned a unique skill called Darkness Perception." Lin Yuan was skeptical. "Darkness Perception?" Not letting him wait long, Dewey answered, "Darkness Perception is an exclusive skill of the Manticore Knight Order. Once an undead hunter appears within sensing range, the skill will automatically trigger. The closer the distance, the clearer my perception becomes." Long Yuan looked straight at him. So you knew my identity from the very beginning. A wave of shock surged in his heart. He hadn't expected that a skill specifically designed to counter undead hunters actually existed. Dewey looked at his palms in disbelief. No, at first I was poisoned too deeply. My senses were dulled, so I didn't notice a thing. Now that the poison has been cured, the signature aura of the Dark Lord emanating from your body naturally cannot escape my eyes. Long Yuan asked vaguely, "The Dark Lord?" He nodded solemnly. "This story goes back a very long time." Dewey began to recount one of the most widespread legends among the immortals. This world was originally ruled by 5 deities. The god of light, the moon shadow monarch, the goddess of nature, the tide lord, and the faceless soul king. But in truth, at the dawn of time there was a 6th deity. The image of a figure cloaked in black, wearing a raven mask, appeared. The Dark Lord, the one also known as the King of the Undead. He was the most powerful existence among the 6 gods. It was precisely because of his overwhelming power that the Dark Lord acted tyrannically, fearing absolutely no one. Countless subordinates prostrated at the Dark Lord's feet. He bestowed upon his most loyal followers a fraction of his terrifying dark power, causing them to change their class to undead hunters, executing his divine edicts across the world in his stead. Dewey's voice was laced with hatred. Under the Dark Lord's brutal reign, the undead hunters didn't just spread plagues and claim the lives of tens of millions. His voice grew lower and lower. They also turned the departed souls into zombies, bringing untold calamities upon humanity. Then, the major nations rose up together against the Dark Lord. The temples once erected to worship him were destroyed one after another, and all related records were burned to ashes. As for the undead hunters once discovered, they would be executed on the spot. Since then, this class has been listed as taboo, becoming the target of the whole world's hatred and persecution. Dewey clutched the lapel of his shirt. Many years ago, in a battle, I was hit by the poison magic of an undead hunter, and subsequently endured the torment of illness for 10 long years. I thought I had no choice but to lie here and await death, until you appeared. Hearing the story, Lin Yuan frowned, his eyes exuding a cold, killing intent. In my previous life, I was just a normal mage, who knew such an earth-shattering secret was hidden behind those legends. He glanced at his status panel. Player, Long Yuan, level 6, class, Undead Hunter Taboo, talent, Dark Summoning, Gate of the Underworld 35-100, Strength, 32, Constitution, 28, Agility, 49, Spirit, 156, Experience, 527, 87, 26. It makes sense. No wonder the Undead Hunter is considered a taboo class. Good thing I've always kept my information hidden. Lin Yuan silently stroked his chin, his thoughts churning. Things were starting to get troublesome. I thought that after clearing my crime points, I could peacefully investigate the clues about the medallion in the main city. His eyes turned razor-sharp. But given the current situation, if I don't find a way to conceal this aura of the Dark Lord, I'm afraid my identity could be exposed at any moment. Lin Yuan spoke up. Dewey, is there any way to neutralize the Manticore Knight Order's darkness perception? Dewey's expression grew tense, his hands clenching tightly. Unless Gui Fei is willing to help you, but once he finds out your true identity, he definitely won't hesitate to kill you on the spot. He revealed another shocking piece of information, because many years ago, it was an undead hunter who murdered his beloved wife. Lin Yuan's expression turned even gloomier. Dewey sincerely advised, "Therefore, that is why I said you must stay away from him at all costs." Sometime later, his solitary figure walked across the vast shattered stone desert. In Long Yuan's ear, the system's notification chimed. You have returned to the shattered stone desert. Backtracking 10 minutes earlier, when he saw Lin Yuan leaving with a murderous aura, Dewey hurriedly tried to stop him. Are you crazy? Are you really going to find Gui Fei? He hates undead hunters so much he wishes he could chop every single one in this world into 100 pieces. He paused his steps, merely glancing at him before replying, I have no other choice. Back to the present, Long Yuan clenched his fists, his mind racing. If I keep carrying this dark aura around, let alone entering the main city, I'll probably run into huge trouble on any other map as well. This problem must be resolved at its root. From afar, ice arrows carrying freezing magic shot toward him. He glanced up in high alert. What's that? A barrage of ice magic rained down. Lin Yuan hastily retreated to dodge. What kind of surprise attack is this? He landed safely, in a kneeling posture on one leg. In Lin Yuan's line of sight, a large crowd was charging from afar with ferocious momentum. Fei Long, the leader, growled out, "After wading through this middle-of-nowhere hellhole for the past few days, we finally caught you, you little punk." He stood among his subordinates, laughing viciously. "Last time I let you escape, but this time your granddaddy brought over 30 brothers." Fei Hu stood behind Fei Long, carrying a saber on his shoulder, and smirked. "Let's see how you die." The corners of his mouth curled up disgustingly. "Later, when your head hits the ground, make sure to scream a bit louder. I really love hearing that sound." In the sky, recording bugs fluttered their wings, capturing the entire crowded scene on the desert. The Ultra HD cameras attached to them were active. At the same time, a notification rang out on countless phones. "The Blood Crow Guild you follow is now live streaming." On a subway train, many people were glued to their screens. Fei Hu's voice rang out from the phones, for the lucky viewers who tuned in to today's broadcast. He rubbed his chin, smiling sinisterly. "Coming up next, we will demonstrate the art of dismantling a person into spare parts." The number of viewers on the stream leaped from 88 to 123, then quickly hit 212. In an office, 4 employees curiously gathered around a computer monitor. The person sitting in the middle exclaimed in surprise, "What? Is the Blood Crow Guild live-streaming themselves bullying newbies again?" On the streets, everyone was focused on their phones. A young man wearing a black baseball cap remarked, "Over 30 guys beating up one. Which unlucky kid provoked these thugs?" At another company, a man sitting in the middle muttered while moving his mouse, "He looks familiar." The girl sitting next to him sighed, "This bro is pretty handsome. What a pity he's about to be a goner." At the same time out in the desert, Long Yuan coldly rolled his wrists. "You think just a few of you are enough to even serve as a warm-up for me? Since you've delivered your lives right to my doorstep, I'll accept them once again." Immediately after, the chat box exploded. "Wu Shu, this guy is so arrogant. Blood Crow Guild. Say that again, I dare you. Why do I find this kinda cool? Front row seats prepared, popcorn and soda ready to watch the massacre." Fei Long roared furiously, "Everyone attack him." The 30 men obeyed obediently, charging forward in unison. A mage raised his staff, chanting a lightning magic spell. An archer stood on a high rock outcropping, drawing his bow to aim and shoot. Die. The rest of the crowd, some wielding axes, others carrying swords and even dual blades, lunged to attack Lin Yuan simultaneously. A notification from the system popped up. "Malicious siege attack detected. Valid counterattack duration, 15 minutes. During this period, killing the attackers will not accumulate crime points." He was waiting for exactly this. A triumphant smile bloomed on his lips as his sword materialized from the void. 15 minutes, enough time to send away 30 lives. Lin Yuan summoned a swarm of undead. They growled and charged into Fei Long's group. "Zombie army, time to go out for a stroll." He looked disdainfully at the purple lightning orb flying toward him. "Just a tiny spark, and you dare call it lightning." On another side, the elite scorpion zombie struck down a soldier with its venomous tail. The lightning scorpion zombie had been poisoned. Fei Long saw the disadvantageous situation and hastily ordered, "Everyone, pay attention. Warriors fall back and set up a defensive shield wall. Mages, focus your firepower on the main target. Rogues and archers, harass them from a distance." The crowd immediately fell back, quickly deploying their formation according to his plan. The shield-bearing warriors stood at the very front, forming a solid wall. The mages simultaneously slammed their staffs hard into the sand. 3 of them combined their power to create an enhancement array. The leader tightly gripped his staff, condensing a massive sphere of lightning. He shouted loudly, swinging his staff toward Lin Yuan. Countless bolts of lightning shot out from the sphere, aiming straight for the elite zombies. In another direction, 2 archers also coordinated with each other, opening fire simultaneously. The arrows whistled through the air, piercing the bodies of the Houndhead zombies, causing them to continuously lose health. On the livestream screen, the viewer count dropped from 212 to 168. The crowd was getting bored. These summoned pets are basically free gifts against a level 7 or 8 formation. Let's disperse, just another loudmouth with no bite. Open the bets, let's see how many minutes this kid can last. Fei Long sneered, so what if you can summon zombies? Even if you call out the one from last time under our continuous firepower, it will just turn into a pile of minced meat. Fei Hu said arrogantly, "You have nowhere to run today." Lin Yuan showed no fear, only smiling coldly. "Is that so?" He was confused. What is that guy smiling about? The chat box scrolled as fast as a flood, but one comment still stood out. Holy shit, what's going on? Beneath the feet of Fei Long's group, the sand suddenly shook violently. Yellow sand erupted like a tornado, striking directly at the squishy backline of mages. They were sucked into an unexpected sinkhole, panicking and crying for help under the dumbfounded gazes of their teammates. Help, save me. Struggling against the quicksand while being besieged by the Houndhead zombies, one mage was scared speechless. The zombies moved in a bizarrely eerie manner, continuously taking down the heavily guarded mages. The remaining survivors screamed in panic, just one move and retreat quickly. The frontline was also bracing themselves against the terrifying onslaught of the zombies. Heart-wrenching cries for help echoed continuously through the air. Fei Long and Fei Hu's faces turned pale. What the hell is this? Because of this scene, the live viewer count skyrocketed from 168 to 302. The bewildered crowd commented, "Holy crap, what's happening? An underground ambush. Since when do zombies know how to fight as a coordinated team? Tell those noobs to come out and take their beating. Where's the guy who said he'd tear him to pieces? Now there are spare parts all over the ground." The surviving mages hurriedly yelled, "Stay alert. Watch out for poisoned wounds, you must cleanse first before healing." Before they could finish speaking, a desperately devastating skill crashed into them. And the attacker was none other than Lin Yuan. Behind Lin Yuan, a faint movement suddenly appeared. He coldly swung his sword in that direction, without even bothering to turn his head. The assassin was impaled through the stomach by the blade, asking in disbelief, "How? How did you know?" Long Yuan glanced at him, replying disdainfully, "At the very least, I'm not stupid enough to use stealth right on an open patch of sand." The undead he summoned were still slaughtering the members of the Blood Crow Guild. Desperate screams rang out, "He's too strong, the captain is dead, everyone run." Fei Hu tightly gripped his blade, panting heavily in rage. He ground his teeth, veins bulging on his face, his eyes bloodshot. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. Fei Hu swung his blade, leaping into the air. "I will personally hack you to death." Long Yuan furrowed his brows, his lips pressing slightly together. He secretly curled his lips into a smile, as magic began to condense around his sword. A surge of dark energy carrying countless skeletons flew out. "Then come and try." Innumerable skeletal skulls opened their jaws wide, as if waiting to swallow Fei Hu's flesh whole. Soul-cleansing seal. He froze in midair, hastily retreating backward in sheer terror. Fei Hu's jaw dropped, his eyes widening as he watched the rushing skulls. This is... Lin Yuan moved as fast as the wind, brushing past Fei Hu. Touch. The suspended feet of his opponent hit the ground heavily. He also completed his move, landing softly. His hair concealed Lin Yuan's expression, revealing only a mysterious smile as he stood with his back facing Fei Hu. He slightly opened his mouth, beginning a slow countdown. 3. Fei Hu's face twitched, sweating profusely, while Lin Yuan's voice continued echoing in his ears. 2. When he counted down to the final number, Fei Hu's entire body exploded into countless pieces, blending into the blinding dust. 1. Long Yuan rested his sword on the ground, voicing his satisfaction. As expected, this old friend is still the most comfortable to use. On the livestream screen, the viewer count surged from 302 to 558. Astonished comments poured in like a waterfall. "Oh my god, did he have to pay to win for these special effects?" Fei Hu says, "Are you trying to scare me? Is the big boss setting off fireworks in celebration?" A certain incident involving a guy threatening to hack someone, only to end up getting hacked into scattered flower petals himself. "Big boss, do you need an errand boy?" "I'll spam 666 peak performance for you." System. Player Huang Fei, who has been kicked from the livestream physically. At the scene, Fei Long stood frozen amidst the tragic screams and desperate pleas for help. He stood dumbfounded as if struck by a psychic blow. Was he hallucinating? In Fei Long's eyes, Lin Yuan's image right now was no different from a demon, slaughtering everyone one by one. It had clearly only been a few days since they last met, yet that kid had. From deep within his heart, a primal fear awakened. It felt as though he was facing a true monster straight out of hell. After taking care of the grunts, Lin Yuan shot a gaze as sharp as a knife behind him. Fei Long's entire body trembled uncontrollably, unable to stand firm, his voice frantic. Don't kill me. Help." He coldly pulled his sword out of the back of the last soldier. Lin Yuan slowly walked toward him. "Now." He controlled the sword, stabbing it straight into Fei Long's head. It's your turn to enjoy the taste of despair." He fell backward, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Watching Fei Long collapse to the ground, his body emitting a blue light before dissipating, Lin Yuan said indifferently, "It's over." His dark red eyes narrowed slightly as he heard a buzzing sound in his ears. A recording bug was hovering nearby. Lin Yuan nonchalantly reached out his hand. "I almost forgot." He unleashed a magic orb, blowing the bug to pieces. Lin Yuan remained standing there calmly, letting the debris rain down around him. And then, everything fell into silence. Under a starry night sky at a luxurious mansion on the blue planet, a netizen exclaimed in shock, "Good heavens, how did that big boss just blow up the livestream drone?" Another comment immediately popped up. "Does anyone know the identity of the big boss?" The answer appeared shortly after. "I know. It's the one who killed the Death Direwolf. I was there for that battle." This entire lively conversation was quietly observed by a young man with two attendants standing behind him. On the screen, the comments kept rolling. "Where is the big boss? I want to meet him." Looking at the scenery, it seems to be a rocky wasteland. The Mercenary Guild just sent out an S-rank invitation. The mysterious young man tightened his grip on his wine glass, his eyes glued to the name Lin Yuan on the nearby wall. At the same time in the Immortal City, inside the Dark Wagon Tavern, Guishi was sleeping soundly next to a wooden barrel. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate at all and pushed the door open to enter. Awakened by the noise, Guishi snapped his eyes open, grumbling, "It's you again." Guishi waved his hand lazily, his tone as limp as soggy noodles. "Give it up, don't even think about it. My pockets are full of money, the laziness god has possessed me today, I'm not seeing any guests." Lin Yuan paid it no mind, his voice as cold as ice. "I need to talk." A line of text flashed on the system screen, "Cancel class concealment." His status panel immediately appeared. Player. Lin Yuan, level 11 class, Taboo Undead Hunter talent, Dark Summoning Art, Gate of the Underworld, 3100 Strength, 32 Constitution, 28 Agility, 49 Spirit, 156 Experience, 527 AD 726. The wine jug slipped from Guishi's hand, crashing to the floor and shattering into pieces. Bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes as he growled, "You are an undead hunter." The air thickened in a suffocating silence as their eyes locked onto each other. Guishi broke the silence, hissing through his teeth, "How many years has it been?" He immediately activated his ability, releasing the power of an undead hunter. Guishi's body glowed with blue light as violent lightning wrapped around him. "Yet you still dare to show your face here." All the resentment suppressed for so long was transformed by Guishi into pure, explosive power. The surrounding wine barrels were also smashed to pieces by the force. Lightning condensed into energy spheres, crashing down like meteors and fracturing the ground. However, every attack brushed past Lin Yuan harmlessly. Guishi stared in astonishment. Too fast. Guishi ground his teeth, helplessly watching Lin Yuan's dark silhouette move as nimbly as a tornado. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan appeared right in front of him, the sharp, cold tip of his sword pressed against Guishi's throat. Feeling the deadly chill from the blade, Guishi's entire body stiffened. Lin Yuan's eyes were as sharp as knives, his voice carrying an undeniable command. "Now, can we talk like civilized people?" He secretly clenched his fists, finally submitting. "What the hell do you want?" Lin Yuan's memories came flooding back. Guishi sighed, showing a sign of concession. "All right, if you're determined to go, consider this clue as my repayment." Under the enveloping darkness of the Lord of Darkness, the immortal world was plunged into endless despair. To defend justice, Guishi and his wife launched a war against the undead hunters, the right-hand minions of the Lord of Darkness. After a bloody battle, although they managed to destroy the enemy, Guishi's wife was struck by a death curse while saving him. Her soul was invaded by dark forces, turning her into a soulless creature, forever unable to find peace. He had to watch with his own eyes as his beloved wife turned into a hideous monster, screaming in absolute agony. No. To break the curse and free his wife, the only way was to personally destroy her tainted soul. But after that fateful battle, Guishi was so severely injured that he couldn't even hold a sword steady. People thought he would bury his life in alcohol, until one day, he announced a mysterious quest. This quest promised to free his wife. Those on the side of justice who completed it would receive all the treasures he had accumulated over his lifetime. As for the undead hunters, if they succeeded, They would receive the method to neutralize the dark perception, a secret artifact he had seized from the corpse of another undead hunter. Guishi intended to use his enemy's loot as bait, both to save his wife and to make the remaining undead hunters pay with their lives. However, out of the 158 people who accepted the quest, not a single one had returned alive so far. Back in reality, Lin Yuan pressed the blade closer to Guishi's neck, his voice full of threat. "Tell me your quest." He slightly lowered his head, letting out a long breath. "Very well, coming straight to my door. I was just worrying about having no one to keep my beloved wife company." Immediately the system screen popped up, detected a commission quest from Guishi. Accept, quest name, the wife's soul objective. Help Guishi's wife find release so she can rest in peace, time limit, 10 days, rank silver. He quickly glanced over the information, replying with a single word, accept. Lin Yuan turned around, leaving decisively. Guishi hurriedly stood up, calling out after him, "Then I wish you luck. Who knows, you might just be the one to complete my quest." When Lin Yuan's figure was out of sight, he cracked a sinister smile, thinking to himself, "Of course, provided you make it back in one piece." A while later, at the Sanctuary of the Departed, located in the north of Harka Town, Lin Yuan's footsteps echoed rhythmically, solitary in the desolate corridor. His glowing red eyes flashed in the darkness after using a night vision potion. Escorting Lin Yuan were 2 alpha wolves leading the way, and a giant scorpion guarding the rear. He moved with extreme caution. This sanctuary had 5 floors and was the burial ground for all NPCs who had died in Harka Town. Suddenly, a mutated monster lunged out of a coffin, charging straight at Lin Yuan with a savage growl. Before it could even get close, the monster was impaled by the venomous tail of the undead scorpion. He coldly looked at the corpse, thinking to himself, "Besides the mutants, this place occasionally spawns undead monsters like zombies, skeletons, and specters." The level of these monsters increased with each floor of the sanctuary. The first floor only had level 1 to 3 zombies, basically small fry. The second floor was the territory of level 4 to 6 skeletons. The monsters on the third floor were specters, with levels ranging from 7 to 9. And the fourth floor was the dwelling place of level 10 ghouls. The torch-bearing, undead wolf stopped in front of a spatial portal. Lin Yuan's eyes glinted with unconcealed excitement, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. "Well then, let's clear these 4 floors in one breath." Lin Yuan bypassed the floors easily and quickly set foot on the 4th floor, a quiet and dark space. He carefully scanned his surroundings. Finally, Lin Yuan stopped in front of the door of the 4th floor's funeral parlor. He pressed himself against the door, vigilantly assessing the situation inside. Noticing dozens of blood-red eyes glowing in the dark, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. "Seems like there are strange noises." A ghoul suddenly appeared, activating its wall-crawling skill. From another corner, 3 more lunged out, using their inverted tier skill. Lin Yuan roughly counted over a dozen of them. The system panel popped up. Ghoul Elite, level 10, HP 2000, attack 400, defense 40, skills, poisonous bite, wall-crawling, inverted tier. The monsters simultaneously activated their poisonous bite skill. His eyes turned razor-sharp, giving a stern command, "Charge." As soon as he spoke, the elite scorpion rushed forward, unleashing its earth-shattering pincer skill, crushing the first ghoul. It let out a roar, the orb at the end of its tail beginning to accumulate lightning. The elite scorpion violently whipped its lightning tail at the pack of ghouls, sending them flying. Lin Yuan also entered the fray sword in hand, a loud clang echoing as weapons clashed. He moved elusively like a phantom, and before the ghouls could react, their heads were severed from their necks. He stopped amidst a chaotic battlefield. Some were cleaved in half, others were pinned straight to the ground. One ghoul stubbornly crawled forward, struggling desperately. Lin Yuan coldly stomped on its head, crushing it. "Almost missed you." When the monsters were lying dead at his feet, the system rang out a notification. "Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 12. He muttered to himself, "Even faster than I expected." Looking at the houndhead zombies whose eyes lit up at the ghoul corpses, Lin Yuan thought in annoyance, "Damn it, the dark corpse control art only works on zombies. It's completely useless on these undead creatures." Suddenly, a surge of dark purple energy coiled up from behind his back. Lin Yuan was startled, casting a highly vigilant glance backward. A pillar of purple magic shot straight at him from out of nowhere. Lin Yuan leaped up, fortunately managing to split the energy beam with his sword. What the hell is this? Sensing imminent danger, he gritted his teeth and blurted out, "Damn it." Lin Yuan was enveloped by a powerful suction force, completely losing his ability to resist. In an unfamiliar place, illuminated by flickering green flames, a stone demon statue with its mouth wide open sat on a staircase. That dark purple energy was fired from an unknown void. Lin Yuan was dragged along by the dark energy, forced to stab his sword into the ground to keep his balance. He looked up, quickly assessing his surroundings. Hanging suspended above Lin Yuan's head was a coffin, tightly bound by countless black iron chains to a magic circle on the ceiling. A look of astonishment appeared on his face, teleported to another area. Inside the coffin sat a woman with brown hair and glowing red claws. She licked her lips, flashing an eerie smile. "You've finally arrived." An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The female demon smashed the coffin to pieces, the iron chains snapping apart. She took a deep, smug breath. What a fresh scent of flesh and blood. The system panel displayed, Resentful Wraith Lord level, 18 HP, 6000 attack, 800 defense, 200 skills, Blooming of the Dead Demoness's Wrath Corpse Explosion Art. Lin Yuan raised his arm to block the flying debris. "Is this the 5th floor?" The resentful wraith laughed maniacally, rushing toward him like a blur. "I will tear you apart." Lin Yuan quickly raised his sword to block her attack. Vines shot out from behind the resentful wraith. The system warned, "Boss has activated skill, Blooming of the Dead." All the vines targeted Lin Yuan. He launched himself into the air to dodge, then landed in a safe position. Sharp thorns pierced into the ground, turning the area into a pool of poison. The resentful wraith continued to control the vines to attack. Lin Yuan thought to himself, "This poison is also corrosive." Debris from surrounding objects flew everywhere, with this intensity of attacks. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his eyes full of determination. Lin Yuan swung his sword, slicing through all the incoming vines. Useless. He continuously severed the resentful wraith's relentless vines. Pitch-black resentment aura thickly coated his sword blade. Cracks began to appear on her body. She panicked, raising her hands to cover her face. The resentful wraith clenched her fists, veins popping on her forehead, her eyes bloodshot, growling through her teeth. She let out a piercing scream, rings of resentment aura radiating from her body. System warning, "Boss has activated skill, Demoness's Scream." Lin Yuan was almost blown away. Is this an AoE skill? No, this is a form of summoning. The screams of the resentful wraith echoed throughout the space. Pale purple resentment aura spread out, seeping through every crack in the door. He frowned, his gaze turning icy. A bony hand reached out from behind the wooden door. Lin Yuan gripped his sword hilt even tighter. Could this be? He stared in shock at the mob of dry bones smashing through the door. The NPCs of Harka Town buried here. Seeing the life force rising from the shattered objects on the ground, Lin Yuan silently realized, not just the town's residents, but also those who failed Guishi's quest. He scowled in annoyance, lowering his center of gravity into a combat stance. Damn it, she plans to resurrect all of them. The dry bones crawled out of dark alcoves, screaming incessantly. Lin Yuan's face was partially hidden by his hair, yet his anger was clearly visible. The number behind that door isn't just one. Unbelievable, this boss can resurrect a whole pile of bones. He summoned his army of houndhead zombies, ordering, "Everyone come out here." Lin Yuan pointed his sword, giving a cold command, "Block the door for me." Immediately, a houndhead zombie dashed over, using its scythe to block the entrance. He calculated, first, use the zombie army as a shield to stall them. In another direction, the elite scorpion also received the order to help block the door. Lin Yuan pointed and commanded, "Add the bloodlust buff." The houndhead zombie leader used its bare hands to stretch the vines. Together with the elite scorpion, their eyes burning with fire, they attacked fiercely without any fear. Entering the bloodlust state, the zombie leader gripped its weapon tightly, growling constantly. Lin Yuan's face darkened, calling out in an icy voice, "Elite houndhead leader Thunder Scorpion." He gave the order to attack. As soon as he spoke, the undead rushed forward valiantly. They simultaneously charged at the resentful wraith, unleashing the lightning pincer strike and heavy blow skills. She was violently whipped by the elite scorpion's giant tail. The resentful wraith was knocked away, slamming hard into the wall and shattering the surrounding bricks. She furrowed her brow, looking up in astonishment. Large boulders from the ceiling crashed down towards the resentful wraith's position. However, she still used vines to escape the rubble, flashing a smug smile. Lin Yuan was amazed by the terrifying power of the resentful wraith. Seeing her triumphant look, he recalled the information he knew. Wraiths are spectre-type monsters, able to phase through objects and immune to half of all physical damage. Lin Yuan had grasped her weakness. He channeled power into his sword, but at the same time, they take double magic damage. Lin Yuan moved rapidly while swinging his sword. But she still dodged easily. Then, I must use the soul-cleansing seal to deal damage. The resentful wraith showed no fear, gracefully evading his strikes. He looked at her bewildered. Why did her speed suddenly surge so much? He also glanced at his zombie army, struggling to hold back the skeletal horde. Sweat beaded on Lin Yuan's forehead. The NPCs in the tomb could break through the defense line at any moment. I need to end this fast. He took a ring out of his storage space. First, I must find a way to restrict her movement. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the ring as tiny sparks of lightning continuously flashed from it. The system screen displayed the info: equipped paralysis ring. Paralysis ring silver, type, accessory, effects, HP plus 100, mana plus 100, agility plus 15, spirit plus 15, additional skill, paralyzing toxin 5% chance to paralyze the enemy for 3 seconds upon attacking. Equipment done, Lin Yuan charged at the resentful wraith with his sword. Once he had closed in on the target, Lin Yuan immediately activated the ring's skill. Catching her off guard, the resentful wraith took the full brunt of Lin Yuan's paralyzing toxin. Right then the system notified, target hit, paralyzing toxin activated. He leaped into the air again, swinging his sword relentlessly. It's not over yet. She couldn't cast magic in time, only able to raise her hands to defend passively. The resentful wraith was smashed into the cracked wall, and her vines were chopped into pieces. Seizing the momentum, Lin Yuan landed, using force to kick the debris under his feet toward her. The resentful wraith quickly jumped down, luckily dodging the attack. He offered a word of praise, not bad luck. Lin Yuan concluded, as expected, after being hit by the soul-cleansing seal, her speed has significantly decreased. He summoned the undead death direwolf, pointing at the sky and commanding, "Direwolf howl." The undead death direwolf raised its head, letting out an ear-piercing howl, activating the skill. The resentful wraith was hit, the system notified, target stunned. Lin Yuan began to focus energy onto his sword. Even though the stun duration is only 5 seconds, that's more than enough. Quick as lightning, he swung his sword in a dance of death, continuously delivering lethal strikes. How many of my moves can you take? She defended helplessly as the system screen continuously displayed damage numbers, -280. The resentful wraith was furious, veins bulging on her face. The system kept notifying, -280. Even a cornered beast fights back. She braced herself, deciding to unleash her final attack. The system sensed the danger and immediately warned Lin Yuan, boss activating skill, corpse explosion art. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying explosion occurred, purple lightning engulfing the entire space. The entire undead army he had summoned was blown to pieces by the thunderous blast, dust and smoke blinding the entire chamber. A moment later, when the resentful wraith's magic had dissipated, Lin Yuan remained standing firm among his most elite houndhead zombies, completely unharmed. He stabbed his blade into the rubble to steady himself, his mind shaken. Corpse explosion art. She didn't hesitate to detonate the NPC zombies to level this entire tomb. Beside Lin Yuan now, only the elite scorpion, the houndhead leader, and the death direwolf remained. He looked at her, his heart aching as he calculated the losses. My zombie legion only has 3 left. The casualties are too heavy. The resentful wraith collapsed to her knees, while Lin Yuan remained standing tall. His gaze turned icy cold, his voice deadly serious. It's time to end this. Lin Yuan summoned countless dry skeletal skulls, charging forward with his sword. Disappear. The skeletal skulls flew over, crashing straight into the resentful wraith's abdomen. She widened her eyes at the violent magic energy, then let out an agonizing scream. No. The system continuously flashed warnings. Boss has entered the dying state, HP value 300. Boss has entered the dying state, HP value 200. Boss has entered the dying state, HP value 100. Boss has entered the dying state, HP value 30. Congratulations, you have killed the resentful wraith, received 800 EXP. Lin Yuan landed softly on the ground. He stood alone amidst the ruins, his voice carrying a hint of skepticism. Is it over? Tiny specks of light began to gather in one place, catching Lin Yuan's attention. The soul of Guishi's wife appeared, speaking sincerely. Thank you, brave human. Then her soul gradually faded away. Before leaving, she even smiled peacefully. Lin Yuan reached out his hand, gathering that light source into his palm. A gold ring with a purple gemstone appeared. The system panel displayed the information. Ring of Love, quest item, cannot be dropped, cannot be sold. Note: the engagement ring Guishi gave his wife, a symbol of their love. His face darkened as he looked at the ring, feeling a bit disappointed in his heart. Is this the only reward for defeating the boss? Suddenly, a red book with a demon symbol on the cover materialized, radiating a chilling killing intent along with faint clinking sounds. Lin Yuan stared intently at the book, full of suspicion. This is... Holding the book in his hand, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be amazed. I didn't expect the corpse explosion art. The resentful wraith just used to be an exclusive skill of necromancers. The system immediately notified. Corpse explosion art gold, learning condition, restricted to necromancer. Looking at the book, he pondered a bit. Is it because the one sealed away was a confidant of the Lord of Darkness? Right after, beams of light radiated from the book, enveloping Lin Yuan. The system chimed. Skill book automatically integrating into the player's memory. The book in Lin Yuan's hand vanished, turning into a pillar of light that merged into his body. The system voice rang out again. Corpse explosion art gold, level 1, effect. Detonates a zombie, dealing fire damage equal to 60% of its HP to surrounding enemies. Cost: 100 mana, cooldown 10 seconds, proficiency 0-100. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Yuan unconsciously broke into a faint smile. Although this skill consumes a zombie, its power and attack range are very impressive. Consider this a pleasant surprise. The familiar streets of Black Sand Town appeared before his eyes once again. Lin Yuan quietly opened his hand, revealing the ring in front of Guishi. The old man was stunned, his eyes glued to that tiny object. Good heavens! Isn't this the token I gave her back then? As the trembling, aged hands received the keepsake, memories of his beloved instantly flooded back like a torrent. Imprisoned souls usually sink into unconsciousness. Only when their shackles are broken can they find themselves and what they cherished most in life again. Guishi's voice cracked with emotion. Young man, tell me when she departed. She was at peace, wasn't she? Lin Yuan maintained his posture, his voice steady. Yes. The ring in the old man's hand shook violently. The figure of his gentle wife vividly reappeared in his mind. Hot, uncontrollable tears cascaded down as he sobbed. That's wonderful, that's truly wonderful. The old man bowed his head slightly, expressing his deepest gratitude. To think that the one to free me from my ultimate torment is an undead hunter, the kind I despise the most. Regardless, I will never forget this favor. As soon as the words were spoken, an ancient wooden box materialized in Guishi's palm. The moment the lid opened, a crown billowing with dark aura was revealed. It is time for me to fulfill our pact. A cold stream of system information instantly ran down his spine. Crown of Darkness Special Equipment Helmet. Effect 1. Conceals sin value, rendering it unreadable. Effect 2. Masks dark aura, turning it invisible to all detection methods. Note: exclusive equipment of the undead hunter, untradeable, indestructible. Holding the pitch-black crown in his hands, Lin Yuan evaluated it silently. Although it lacked combat-enhancing attributes, the ability to conceal his sin value and dark aura was exactly what he needed most right now. Thinking of the horde of monsters he had slaughtered, this item would save him from countless troubles with the Night Order and the Demon Hunters Association. From now on, he wouldn't have to be so wary when moving around major cities. At that moment, a system confirmation window popped up. Does the player wish to equip the Crown of Darkness? Lin Yuan did not hesitate. Equip. In that very instant, swirling streams of mystical blue-black energy enveloped his entire body. The crown automatically integrated into its slot, and Lin Yuan felt a distinct shift. It seemed the path to the truth had just gotten a little shorter. He stepped out of the alley, blending into the town's bustling crowds. Everywhere he looked, guilds were actively recruiting members. In Feng Chui Sha, the number of guilds was countless, but the truly influential factions could be counted on one hand. He glanced at the list provided by the system. No 1, Firmament Guild. No 2, Mirror Flower Water Moon. No 3, Boundless Stardust. No 4, Holy Anthem. No 5, Eternity. And no 10, Black Tree. He narrowed his eyes. Was that name hiding among these top 10 factions? Lin Yuan calculated silently. As a rookie fresh off the boat in Feng Chui Sha, infiltrating these major guilds would be no small challenge. Strolling down the street, he constantly observed his surroundings, determined to find the right opportunity. Suddenly, the feeling of being watched crept up on him. Lin Yuan immediately changed his route, turning into a deserted alleyway. By the time his stalker stepped into the alley, Lin Yuan's figure had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a freezing gust of air pressed against the back of the stalker's neck, followed by the razor-sharp sensation of a blade. A voice as cold as ice and as sharp as a dagger echoed right behind the man. "Who are you?" The man stammered, his voice trembling pitifully. It turned out to be Su Ming. Thrilled as if he had struck gold, he opened his arms, trying to lunge forward and hug Lin Yuan. "Oh my God, my idol, it really is you." Instinctively, Lin Yuan stepped slightly aside, causing Su Ming to lose his balance and fall flat on his face. Lin Yuan felt a slight headache coming on. "It's you." Su Ming sat on the ground, rubbing his bruised backside with a pitiful expression. "God Yuan, you actually remember me." Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened, immediately on guard. "You know my name." Su Ming scrambled to his feet, puffing out his chest proudly. "Of course. Back when I stumbled upon that livestream from the Blood Demon Guild, I recognized your majestic aura right away." He recalled himself frantically scrolling through his screen. "I had to dig through tens of thousands of comments just to find a tiny clue about you, God Yuan. It was exhausting." Su Ming rubbed his nose, his tone clearly boastful. "After that, I just casually dropped another 2 million on my Han Corporation's state-of-the-art facial recognition system, and boom, found you instantly. Aren't I amazing? Go ahead, praise me." Lin Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 2 million, just to find me. He scratched his head, looking clueless. "Is that a lot? Normally, my family spends a few million just testing the system like it's nothing." Lin Yuan furrowed his brows, his brain rapidly analyzing the situation. Han Corporation, the $100 billion tech giant manipulating the global market. This guy actually had such a background. What else did he know? Should he just silence him right here? Su Ming's eyes suddenly lit up like headlights, throwing his hands in the air with excitement. "God Yuan, oh God Yuan, team up with me. I heard there's an S-rank hunt at the Bloodscale Cave tomorrow." While eagerly charging forward, his foot caught on a rock. "Rumor has it someone found the nest of the scaled armor beast. We just need to." Su Ming lost his balance and faceplanted in the most ungraceful way possible. Lin Yuan's eyes remained completely unfazed. He decisively turned around. "Get lost, stop following me." Getting tangled up with an idiot like this was nothing but a waste of time. After a moment of bewilderment, Su Ming sat cross-legged on the ground and burst out laughing. "Makes sense. A top-tier pro like you wiped out the elites of the Blood Demon Guild as easily as eating candy. Why would you need to team up with anyone?" Seeing Lin Yuan's indifference, Su Ming scratched his head and sighed. "Sigh, I heard 3 squads from the Black Tree Guild are coming to this hunt to test the rookies. If I perform well, maybe there's a chance." Lin Yuan remained silent, quietly opening his system panel to check the list again. "No 7, number 20 Guild. No 8, number 20 Guild. No 9, number 20 Guild. No 10, Black Tree Guild." Su Ming stood up, his face displaying a look of utter agony. "Looks like I'll have to go solo and try my luck." While Su Ming was still acting his heart out, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Time." Hearing this, his face instantly bloomed like a flower, and he spun around in sheer joy. Lin Yuan, losing patience, repeated coldly, "I asked for the specific departure time of the hunt." Su Ming went wild with joy, dropping to his knees and trying to hug Lin Yuan's legs. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. God Yuan, did you agree?" Finding him annoying, he swiftly covered Su Ming's mouth. "Just call me Lin Yuan." He glanced over and saw the guy's face turning red from the lack of air. "But before we go, I need to prepare a few things." Su Ming's eyes widened, astonishment clearly written across his face. Elsewhere, a skull floated in midair, silently observing everything. The skull, mounted on a dead branch amidst the dense fog, spoke. "This is the Vulture Bandit camp." Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion echoed, shaking the entire area. On the ground, the corpses of the vultures lay scattered, Amidst them stood Lin Yuan, his cold gaze fixed straight ahead. The bandit lord must be right up there. He bowed his head, letting out a heavy breath. The system rapidly scanned and displayed the information. Vulture Bandit Zombie level 12 HP, 1600 ATK, 250 def, 70 skills, curved throwing knife undead body. They slowly surrounded Lin Yuan while he remained motionless, his hands ready for battle. Come at me all at once. As Lin Yuan's words fell, the vultures remained eerily still. A second later, they all raised their heads simultaneously, letting out a horrifying howl that echoed everywhere. Instantly their eyes turned bloodshot, emitting deadly, raspy screeches. He dramatically swept his cloak and pointed forward, commanding, "Go." Immediately, his undead army clashed with the flock of vultures, sparking a frenzied, chaotic battle. One vulture soared high into the air, and from its talons, a curved throwing knife plummeted straight down. Skill activated, curved throwing knife. Lin Yuan looked up coldly, tracking the blade's trajectory. The throwing knife embedded itself into the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying. The vulture stared in shock, looking around wildly, but Lin Yuan was nowhere to be seen. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan appeared right behind it, delivering a lethal slash. In the blink of an eye, he was like a tornado, mercilessly slaughtering the vultures one by one. "I'll take your lives. You have successfully slain the target Vulture Bandit X3. You have successfully slain the target Vulture Bandit X6. You have successfully slain the target Vulture Bandit X10. The corpse of the last vulture collapsed right behind Lin Yuan. He looked ahead, a flash of doubt crossing his eyes. On the highest commander's chair, the figure of the bandit leader had vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a dark shadow emerged from behind, launching an attack at Lin Yuan. Vulture Bandit Lord Tier, level 19 HP, 6200 ATK, 820 def, 220 skills, curved throwing knife, stealth, backstab. Skill activated, backstab. He stood still, his hands moving slightly. Skill activated, corpse explosion. The vulture corpses scattered across the ground simultaneously lunged forward, surrounding the bandit lord. Die. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flared with a brilliant, eerie green light. From the center of the encirclement, a terrifying explosion erupted, its shockwaves rippling outward. When the dust settled, the lord was still standing, sustaining only minor, insignificant scratches. Lin Yuan pushed off the ground, his body launching into the air at blinding speed. He hurled himself toward the lord, dark energy surging furiously around his hands. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, exuding a chilling aura of death. Shadow fist style, time to put it to use. He threw a punch clad in his silver gauntlet. The punch struck the creature with devastating force. The vulture's eyes rolled back in agony, sending you to hell. The attack sent it flying to the ground, carving a long trench through the thick dust. Upon landing, Lin Yuan maintained his offensive stance. You have slain Vulture Bandit Lord. It's over. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 13. With a swift motion, he opened the system panel. Dark Curse Gold Tier level 3 effect. Deals 20% max HP damage to the target or restores 20% HP to a zombie. Cost: 60 mana, cooldown 6 seconds, proficiency 2300. Corpse Explosion Gold Tier level 2 effect. Detonates a zombie, dealing fire damage equal to 80% of its max HP to surrounding enemies. Cost: 100 mana, cooldown 10 seconds, proficiency 100. A system prompt appeared. Confirm using skill scroll to upgrade the skill. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate. Confirm. Once finished, he stood in deep thought. The results were truly excellent. The last time he used a skill scroll, he upgraded Dark Curse by 1 tier. This time, it jumped straight to level 3, simultaneously boosting Corpse Explosion as well. His expression turned contemplative. As for his zombie legion, it was sufficient for now, having gained another 130 vulture zombies. The system continued to notify him. Vulture Bandit Elite Zombie level 15, HP, 3500 ATK, 500 def, 100 skills, curve throwing knife, stealth, undead body. Vulture Bandit Lord Zombie level 19, HP, 6200 ATK, 820 def, 220 skills, curved throwing knife, stealth, backstab, Hand of Deadly Poison. Hand of Deadly Poison. Attacks inflict 20 points of poison damage per second. Repetition of skills, processed collectively. A glint of interest flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. After being reanimated as a zombie, The vulture bandit lord actually gained a new skill. He suddenly remembered his previous battle with the giant wolf. After being resurrected, it also obtained new skills: Wrath of the Undead, Fierce Wolf Howl, Behemoth Body, Claws of Death. Lin Yuan continued his analysis. Could it be that when reviving a Lord-tier monster, aside from their innate skills, they randomly acquire a special skill? How fascinating. Amidst his thoughts, a system reminder rang out. The hunting operation you registered for will officially begin in 2 hours. Hearing that, he merely smirked. Lin Yuan swished his tattered cloak, a surge of excitement for the upcoming journey rising within him. The scenery shifted, transferring him to a dense forest where the entrance to the Bloodscale Cave was located. Annoyed, he raised a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light ahead. Are you? In front of him, Su Ming was striking poses in a gaudy golden armor, shining like a walking gold ingot. Lin Yuan couldn't help but wonder if this guy was trying to cosplay a defective gold-plated knight statue. He continued to spin around confidently. God Yuan, I spent a whole 50 gold coins hiring the highest-ranked blacksmith to forge this transcendent armor. Rest assured, I won't be a burden to you today. The moment he finished speaking, Su Ming's belt made a loud snap and broke off completely. He kept running his mouth, completely oblivious that his pants had dropped to his ankles. Suddenly, Su Ming froze, sensing that something was horribly wrong. Lin Yuan pointed down, fighting back a laugh. This is the first time I've seen such a unique split-body armor design. While awkwardly pulling his pants up to cover his shame, he muttered, The blacksmith said this was the latest trend. Mid-sentence, the heavy helmet on Su Ming's head suddenly slammed shut, blocking his vision. He fumbled around trying to take it off but failed. Wait, I can't see a thing. God Yuan, save me. Su Ming staggered, tripped over someone's foot, and let out a panicked yelp. His head smashed into something incredibly hard. The collision accidentally popped the latch on his helmet open. Once his vision was restored, he looked up in bewilderment. He found himself staring at a burly man twice his size, sporting a face as ferocious as a demon, glaring down at him. Zhao Qi tried to force a smile, but it only made him look more terrifying. You all right there, little bro? System. Zhao Qi, captain of Squad 3 Black Tree Guild class, warrior level 15. Su Ming froze, cold sweat pouring down his back. Strange, the guy was clearly smiling, so why did it feel like he was being eyed by a venomous snake? Was it an illusion? Suddenly, a hand grabbed him by the collar from behind. Losing his patience, Lin Yuan sternly warned, Aren't you going to take that pile of scrap metal off your body? Su Ming scratched his head with a goofy grin. Ah, right. Zhao Qi shot a glance at Lin Yuan, his ferocious expression unchanging as he coldly snorted internally. Lin Yuan remained perfectly calm, showing no trace of fear as he met Zhao Qi's gaze dead-on. This attitude made Zhao Qi grind his teeth, his anger rising. This little brat dared to look me in the eye, truly an eyesore. Out of nowhere, a booming voice echoed from behind. Hey, you two. Huang Yu approached with a group of lackeys, shouting loudly, Which one of you is Su Ming? Holding a registration paper, his critical gaze swept over Lin Yuan and Su Ming. Huang Yu glued his eyes to the paper, muttering something. A second later, he pointed straight at Su Ming. It's you, isn't it? The guy in the flashy getup. With that said, Huang Yu's group erupted into mocking laughter. What kind of weird fashion taste is that? Look at his shiny gold suit. Is he cosplaying a walking treasure chest? Su Ming stepped forward calmly, forcing an awkward smile. That's me, the weirdly dressed guy. You three must be the big shots of the Black Tree Guild, right? Ah, this is my friend. Before he could finish, the tip of a sword was pressed against his throat. Huang Yu sneered in disdain. All right, we have no interest in knowing a rookie's name. Remember this well. We're bringing you along not because of the double registration fee, but because our captain is exceptionally generous. Lin Yuan lowered his eyes slightly, maintaining total silence. Zhao Qi stepped forward, saying, What are you doing? We should be a bit friendlier to our new companions. Huang Yu smirked, withdrawing his sword. I was just joking around, Captain. Huang Yu leisurely sheathed his sword. He jutted his chin out in warning. Don't act arrogant just because our captain is easygoing. Learn your place and cherish this opportunity, got it? Su Ming nodded vigorously. Yes, we'll definitely do our best. Yan Cheng stood in the back and clapped his hands, shouting, Everyone fall in. Roll call officially begins. Su Ming stood awkwardly at the back, his heart racing. He never thought he'd actually get to participate in an operation alongside members of a major guild. Lin Yuan remained silent. Are these the players joining the S-rank hunt? Huang Yu frowned at the front. Is their gear even up to par? Make sure it doesn't break down halfway through. At this thought, Lin Yuan closed his eyes. It seemed that everyone present was just a rookie who had recently stepped foot into the main city area. Zhao Qi walked to the front and stepped into the cave entrance. All right, everyone is here. Let's not waste any more time. Prepare to move out. Stopping at the entrance, Zhao Qi turned around, his cold eyes scanning the crowd. Rest assured, with the Black Tree Guild here, even the Grim Reaper would have to yield. Everything will be absolutely safe. Hearing this, everyone shouted in unison, understood. As he led the way, Su Ming just tagged along behind him holding a red rookie flag, smiling foolishly. Su Ming turned back and called out, God Yuan, hurry up. I heard there are glowing springs inside this cave. Huang Yu heard this and was left speechless. Good Lord, did this guy come here for a picnic? He walked over calmly, not uttering a word in response. As he neared the cave entrance, Lin Yuan couldn't hide his intrigue. I can already smell it, the scent of excitement. In the blink of an eye, the group had ventured deep into the blood-scale cave. A while later, they had to halt as a three-way fork appeared ahead. How are there already divergent paths? Strange, we've walked this whole way without seeing a single iron-eating lizard. These creatures are nocturnal. Perhaps they are currently resting deep inside. Someone in the group raised their hand and asked, Captain Zhao, which path should we take? He didn't seem the least bit flustered, an inscrutable smile curling his lips. I think it's best if we split up. The moment those words were spoken, the group broke into an uproar of objection. Split up? Wouldn't that be too risky? Yeah, what if we run into level 16 elite monsters? Huang Yu stepped into the middle, reassuring them gently. Quiet down, everyone. Truth is, to ensure our safety, the captain already led us to scout ahead. When we met up with you all, we had just finished our reconnaissance and were resting up. An older player furrowed his brow, unable to believe it. What? Captain Zhao already scouted ahead. Standing before the three tunnels, Zhao Qi nodded decisively, his gaze sharp and cold. That's right. According to this morning's reconnaissance, out of these three paths, the middle one has the strongest stench of iron-eating lizard pheromones, meaning the risk of an ambush is extremely high. The other two paths are almost entirely safe. Zhao Qi spoke without pausing. The more dangerous the place, the higher the chance of finding valuable loot. To ensure efficiency while keeping everyone safe, I've decided that our Black Tree Guild will take the middle path. The rest of you will divide yourselves between the left and right paths. A sly glint flashed in his eyes, a fleeting smile full of hidden motives appearing on his face. What do you all think? The other players believed him completely and began chatting excitedly, as expected of a major guild acting with such caution. He's the captain of Black Tree, the highest-ranking senior here. Of course we should listen to him. On the contrary, Lin Yuan jutted his chin toward the opposite direction. We will take the left path. At his declaration, Zhao Qi smirked with a mocking smile. Of course, that's not a problem at all. So does anyone wish to accompany them? The crowd glanced at Su Ming and Lin Yuan with hesitation. Those two, Wu Hui hesitated. One looked sketchy and completely unreliable, and the other guy. He eyed Lin Yuan up and down, offering his assessment. Looks exactly like an eccentric, stone-faced loner. Look, he's hiding his level and class, probably because they're too low and he's embarrassed to show them. He does look pretty badass though, but if you want to follow him, be my guest. Hearing the whispers, Zhao Qi couldn't hold back a scoff. It seems you two aren't very popular. I may be leading this operation, but I can't force our brothers to do anything. Lin Yuan completely ignored the buzzing noise around him and simply signaled Su Ming with his eyes. Let's go. He stared intently at the backs of the two as they faded into the dark tunnel. A contemptuous smile blossomed on Zhao Qi's lips as he silently cursed the two fools who didn't know their own limits. Inside the cave, the stone ceiling was densely packed with razor-sharp stalactites, and water trickled down relentlessly from the cracks. Drop by drop, the water fell silently, pooling into a freezing puddle on the damp ground. The two men carefully felt out their steps, venturing deeper into the pitch-black cavern. Walking behind, Su Ming gripped his sword and shield tightly, his eyes showing clear unease. God Yuan, the temperature is dropping so fast, this feeling is incredibly creepy and also. Fear drained the color from his face. I keep feeling like we're being watched, and it's getting stronger. Lin Yuan's ice-cold voice rang out, emphasizing every word. So you finally realized it. There is indeed something in here. Hearing this, a wave of panic surged in Su Ming's heart. What? But didn't Captain Zhao scout ahead and say this path was extremely safe? Lin Yuan smirked, his smile dripping with irony. Did you actually buy his nonsense? Bringing a bunch of rookies to an S-rank hunt, it's obvious he wanted to use living humans to sweep for traps. Su Ming looked at him with profound doubt. God Yuan, then why didn't you? Earlier. Lin Yuan's gaze drifted up the cave wall, staring intently at the slightly quivering water sacs. Expose him right then and there. His hand clenched slightly, crushing a water sac. He suddenly tore the thing off the rock wall and hurled it forcefully forward, because I was also curious to see just how many fish this net would catch. From the deep, abyssal darkness at the end of the cave, a terrifying sound echoed back. Countless pairs of eyes, glowing red like hot coals, flashed in the dark. Oh, a tasty prey has arrived. From the profound darkness, swarms of iron-eating lizards crawled out. Iron-eating lizard elite, level 16, HP, 3300 ATK, 440 def, 100. Skills, iron tail sweep, armor break, corrosion immunity. Suddenly, a pillar of light slammed down from above. In a split second, a ferocious fire tornado erupted, sweeping away everything in its path. The savage flames roared, lashing directly at the monster horde and incinerating all that stood in their way. In another tunnel, Huang Yu lunged forward as fast as lightning, unleashing an attack on his prey. Giving the lizard no chance to retaliate, he swung his sword in a decisive slash. A bunch of brainless meatheads, witness my power. Finishing off the prey, Huang Yu turned around, flashing a triumphant smile at Zhao Qi. Captain, those cannon fodders are really great at drawing aggro. Thanks to them splitting the heat, it's way easier over here. I can't believe they bought that fake reconnaissance story hook, line, and sinker. He heavily swung his mace, charging straight into the lizard pack. Just wait until they're about to drop dead. The iron-eating lizard hordes in both caves will be out of blood by then too. A swing of his mace sent the monster flying into the cave wall. Then all we have to do is step in and clean up the mess. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. From behind, another horde of monsters surged forward, their target solely Zhao Qi. Without flinching, he clenched his fists, a confident smirk blooming on his lips. Oh my, what are these small fries squealing about? Come at me, all of you. In just the blink of an eye, Zhao Qi unleashed his power, knocking down 3 monsters at once. He stood still, obvious boredom showing on his face. Useless trash, you're only fit to be prey at the bottom of the food chain. On the other side of the cave, Su Ming stammered incoherently, God Yuan you. The monster spun around, ready to whip its steel tail. Skill activated, iron tail sweep. The metallic tail whipped horizontally, dealing 60% damage to targets hit. Lin Yuan ordered the vulture zombies to advance. Skill activated, curved throwing knife. The curved projectiles shot toward the target, max range 10 meters, retrievable, dealing 60% damage. Skill activated, stealth. The body enters a semi-invisible state, reducing the chance of detection. Skill activated, backstab. Attacks from behind, dealing 80% damage to the target. The two sides clashed in a fierce melee, neither willing to back down. Since when did he tame so many zombies? He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the sight before him. This army was even grander than the battle at the desert graveyard, totally badass. Lin Yuan glanced over, his voice indifferent. I told you earlier today that I needed to conveniently prepare a few things. Hearing that, Su Ming couldn't help but be amazed. What the heck, in less than a day, God Yuan had tamed such a powerful army of monsters. Just then, a system notification popped up. You have successfully slain 55 elite iron-eating lizards. He stepped forward, done, not bad efficiency. Witnessing everything, Su Ming stood at the back, his eyes sparkling with admiration. If only I could be as powerful as God Yuan. Suddenly, a slight tremor rippled through the cave, causing Su Ming to stagger. An earthquake. He was just about to turn and inform Lin Yuan when he froze. God Yuan. He saw Lin Yuan raising his hand to absorb the life force of the dead lizards. Oh, God Yuan is busy. I should go confirm the situation myself. I can't bother him with everything. I need to prove my worth too. Su Ming raised his shield and turned the opposite way. Looks like the tremors are coming from this direction. He clearly felt the vibrations beneath his feet drawing closer by the second. Su Ming opened his eyes wide and looked at the ground. The tremors seemed to have disappeared. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a massive tongue shot out from under the earth. He tumbled backward onto the ground, all the color draining from his face. As he struggled to his feet, Su Ming just managed to see the tongue slowly retracting, signaling imminent danger. His eyes widened, flashing with a mix of sheer horror and confusion. What the hell is this? Unexpectedly, the tongue lunged straight at Su Ming, carrying an aura of terrifying murderous intent. Struck by it, he was thrown flat on his back, letting out a cry of pain. In the blink of an eye, the tongue shot up into the air. Instantly, it wrapped tightly around Su Ming, crushing him in its vice-like grip. Help! With immense force, it dragged Su Ming violently toward the ground. Su Ming's eyes shone with absolute terror and deep despair. It's really over. A streak of light tore through space, arriving at horrifying speed. In a single moment, the tongue was cleanly sliced off. A mere bug that only knows how to hide underground and chew dirt actually dares to pull tricks in front of me. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, dyeing a patch of ground red. He walked over and grabbed the collar of the shivering Su Ming. Lin Yuan dragged Su Ming away like a whirlwind, completely ignoring the fact that the boy's soul had seemingly left his body. Reaching a hidden corner, Su Ming leaned against the rock wall, coughing violently, his face deathly pale. God Yuan, that thing. It's definitely a giant monster. While it hasn't completely crawled out yet, let's hurry up and... Before he could finish his sentence, the ground suddenly cracked open, shaking violently. Utterly terrified, Su Ming screamed, his trembling voice echoing throughout the cavern. We're doomed. It's too late. From beneath the earth, a colossal monster emerged, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Iron-eating lizard Lord Tier, level 20, HP, 6300 ATK, 850 def, 280 skills, iron tail sweep, inedible bulwark, electromagnetic burrow, toxic spew. Reading this line of information, his face instantly turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. The quest info only said the Bloodscale Cave was the territory of elite-tier iron-eating lizards, but this thing is clearly a Lord Tier. Even though he was scared out of his wits, Su Ming gritted his teeth and stood defensively in front of Lin Yuan. God Yuan, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have run into this horrible monster. I'll hold it back. You retreat quickly. Lin Yuan didn't flinch in the slightest, merely smirking. A horrible monster. In an instant, his eyes flashed with a cold, sharp glint. It seems qualified enough to become my prey. Su Ming was dumbfounded. What? It moved on all fours, its growls echoing throughout the cave as it slowly closed in. Without a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan drew his sword and charged straight at the iron-eating lizard. Then let's see how it goes, take it down. Su Ming anxiously called out after him, God Yuan. His voice deepened, issuing a command to his zombie horde. Vulture Lord, throw your knives. The moment the words fell, the undead army immediately hurled their weapons, launching a synchronized attack. But the monster swiftly used its tail to block them all. Boss skill activated, Iron Tail Sweep. The vulture's weapons clashed against the steel tail, producing ear-piercing clanking sounds. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity, vaulting right over the iron-eating lizard's head. Now is the time. In the blink of an eye, he concentrated all his spiritual energy. Skill activated, soul-devouring cursed seal. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Lin Yuan landed gently on the ground, assessing the situation. But as the smoke cleared, the monster stood there entirely unharmed. The iron-eating lizard's steel-hard skin had merely suffered a light scratch. He frowned, filled with skepticism. With such destructive power, it only left a tiny scorch mark. Furious, it opened its maw full of jagged teeth, roaring loudly enough to shake the entire cave. From the iron-eating lizard's mouth, a stream of venom sprayed out. Boss skill activated, Toxic Spew. Spews high-pressure venom, dealing continuous poison damage, losing 310% HP per second, lasts for 5 seconds. The poison spewed from the beast's mouth expanded into thick, ghastly green smoke that choked the air. Su Ming stood not far away, shouting anxiously, Yuan Shen, watch out. A venomous attack slammed directly into the ground. The iron-rending lizard glared at Lin Yuan as he backed away. Looking closely, the ground where the attack hit was severely corroded. It was an extremely highly corrosive attack. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, reassessing the situation. It seemed a bit tougher than he had thought. The iron-rending lizard's tail suddenly whipped forward, intending to strike Lin Yuan while he was off guard. But he quickly leaped up, dodging the vicious attack. Even so, it only made things more thrilling. Lin Yuan's expression darkened and he immediately summoned another undead. "Come out, you foolish lord." An undead vulture rogue instantly appeared. As soon as it materialized, it plunged the dagger in its hand into the iron-rending lizard's tail. Su Ming stood to the side with a stunned expression. Was the undead monster Yuan Shen just summoned also his new subordinate? His eyes sparkled with admiration. It was incredibly cool. The undead vulture rogue quickly closed in behind the iron-rending lizard. It raised its dual daggers high. Immediately after, the system panel announced, "Skill activated, backstab." It stabbed straight down into the iron-rending lizard's tail. Boss activated skill, indestructible bulwark. Increases defense by 150%, lasting for 10 seconds. Almost instantly, the iron-rending lizard's tail lashed out. Seeing the critical situation, Lin Yuan hurriedly warned his undead, "Watch out." But it reacted too slowly and was sent flying by the iron-rending lizard's tail, smashing hard against the cliff face. Su Ming exclaimed in horror, "Such terrifying reaction speed. Does this monster have eyes on its back too?" Hearing his words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but ponder, eyes on its back. He then reviewed the iron-rending lizard's actions and reactions up to this point. Lizards have a relatively simple eye structure. They rely primarily on changes in light to perceive their environment. Once an enemy stands still, it becomes very difficult for them to detect. Then Lin Yuan thought of the traits of lizards. However, their dynamic vision is extremely acute, and their hearing and tympanic sensors can catch the tiniest movements of their enemies. Some species even have infrared sensory organs. They use it to detect the enemy's body heat. Therefore, a lizard's sensitivity to an enemy's movement trajectory far exceeds that of a human. As if having figured it out, Lin Yuan chuckled softly. "It seems that to deal with this guy, we have to let it walk right into a trap." Thinking this, he began continuously hurling fireballs at the iron-rending lizard. Not only that, Lin Yuan loudly provoked it. "Come here, let's see if your scales are harder or my fireballs are hotter." Without hesitation, the monster rushed madly toward Lin Yuan. He retreated while continuing to throw fireballs at it. Then Lin Yuan focused on luring the iron-rending lizard toward the back. Good, keep it in an excited state, making it focus all its attention on himself. Su Ming, standing far away, hurriedly tried to stop him. "Yuan Shen, it's too dangerous." He hastily explained, "The defense of a Lord-tier iron-rending lizard is too thick. These fireballs are completely useless. You're taking too much of a risk." Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Wait, Yuan Shen is running towards. Looking closely, Lin Yuan was clearly running toward the pack of iron-eating lizards from earlier. That pile of iron-eating lizards. Very quickly, Lin Yuan approached the pack of iron-eating lizards. Seeing that the time was ripe, he immediately turned around. Now is the time. Then Lin Yuan dodged to the side, leaving the iron-rending lizard bewildered. Losing its momentum, it crashed straight into the middle of the iron-eating lizards and was quickly torn at by its own kind. Witnessing the plan unfold perfectly, Lin Yuan couldn't help but mock it. Big head but a tiny brain, doesn't even know how to hit the brakes. It roared continuously in pain and anger. Turning around, Lin Yuan prepared to use a skill. Enjoy this grand feast. The system panel rang out again. Skill activated, corpse explosion. Instantly, the iron-eating lizards exploded, dealing a series of lethal damages to the iron-rending lizard. Seeing that it had lost a significant amount of health, Lin Yuan sneered. Armor break successful. Seeing him standing in front of it, it roared in anger and lunged forward. Lin Yuan quickly retreated and ordered the vulture rogue, "Chief, to the left." The two subordinates landed on both sides, causing the iron-rending lizard to become confused. Lizards have another weakness. Their eyes cannot lock onto targets on both sides simultaneously. The vulture rogue immediately pulled out a crossbow, aiming straight at the iron-rending lizard. It then opened its mouth wide, taking a deep breath to unleash a decisive blow. Lin Yuan leaped high into the air, then attacked downward from the sky. "This strike will send you to hell." Struck in its weak point, it let out a howl of agonizing pain. The iron-rending lizard was defeated. System notifications rang out continuously. Weak point strike. Leveled up. Leveled up. Congratulations, you have reached level 14. He stood silently and imposingly on the corpse of the iron-rending lizard, amidst the thick clouds of dust. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan had turned all the corpses into his subordinates, while the system notification chimed. HP recovered by 85%. Another notification popped up. Dark Curse Dark Gold, Level 3. Effect: deals 20% of the target's HP as damage or heals 20% of own HP. Consumes 60 mana, cooldown, 6 seconds, proficiency, 200-300. Seeing this notification, Lin Yuan was a bit thoughtful. It seemed that if he used the skill scroll once more, he could directly upgrade the Dark Curse to level 4. Looking at the corpse of the iron-rending lizard before him, he thought to himself, although the corpse explosion consumed quite a few iron-eating lizards, harvesting this big guy was worth it. The system displayed its information. Iron-rending lizard lord, race, undead, level 20, HP, 6300, attack, 850, defense, 280, skills, iron tail sweep, indestructible bulwark, stealthy lightning pulse, venom spit. Looking at it, Lin Yuan made a decision. From now on, you will be my meat shield. Just then, Su Ming's breathless voice rang out, Yuan, Yuan Shen. He hugged a chest full of equipment, running toward him with sparkling eyes. This is the first time I've seen so much loot. Shall we take inventory now? Lin Yuan glanced back at the battlefield that was still in shambles. What's the rush? There are still a few rats that haven't been cleaned up yet. Among the charred corpses of the iron-eating lizards, Zhao Qi, weapon in hand, revealed a sinister smile. These noobs are completely not worth worrying about. The warrior next to him immediately flattered. It's all thanks to the captain's brilliant command. With you here, even a lord-tier boss would have to kneel and beg for mercy. Wu Hui stood nearby and reminded, Captain, judging from the noise just now, the battle over there is probably coming to an end. Going over now would be just in time to loot the corpses. He kicked away the corpse at his feet. Then Zhao Qi led his 2 lackeys forward. Let's go, let's head over and pick up the scraps. Suddenly, a surprise attack struck, catching them completely off guard. The group hastily split up, dodging the boulders falling like rain. Zhao Qi roared in anger. Which bastard dares to sneak attack the Black Tree Guild? As the dust gradually cleared, a figure slowly appeared before their eyes. Lin Yuan tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes as cold as ice. Didn't you want to loot the corpses? Let me personally help you with that. Wu Hui's eyes widened in shock, stammering as he pointed straight at his face. I am. Impossible, you two were supposed to be torn to pieces by the iron-eating lizards. Su Ming furiously shouted back at him without any restraint. You still have the nerve to say that. I used to think the Black Tree Guild was an honorable and upright faction. I never expected you to be so despicable as to use other players as bait to clear the stage. Huang Yu didn't think twice, immediately stepping forward to block in front of Zhao Qi. So what? Being a stepping stone for our Black Tree Guild is an honor for small fry like you. In contrast, Zhao Qi's face turned pale, his lips pressed tightly together, looking extremely grim. What the hell, these 2 bastards actually survived and came out? Could it be that when they entered the cave, there weren't many iron-eating lizards inside, and all the monsters were concentrated on the unlucky bastards? Su Ming was so angry he stomped his feet, furiously cursing. You guys are a bunch of shameless scumbags. In his heart, Zhao Qi couldn't help but sneer, a hint of mockery in his eyes. The more he looked at that brat, the more irritating he found him. He might as well get rid of him conveniently. He slowly stepped forward, his deep voice sounding. I don't know what kind of dumb luck you stepped in to survive and come out, but now. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Qi suddenly struck, his movements so fast that no one could react. Your lucky time is over. His mace swung down powerfully right where the 2 of them were standing. They immediately leaned back to dodge the blow, fall back. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan gripped his sword hilt tightly and charged straight forward. Just you alone. He gripped the iron chain of his mace tightly, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. The ear-piercing sound of clashing metal rang out, creating a shockwave that spread out to the surroundings. He quickly backed away, supporting himself with one hand on the ground to keep his balance. The corners of Zhao Qi's mouth curled up, his smile carrying a look of contempt. So what? Is this a game a brat like you wants to play? When Lin Yuan swung his sword, pitch-black skulls emerged from the void one by one. He charged forward, using his mace to smash them to pieces one after another. Amidst the thick smoke, Zhao Qi kept his gaze fixed straight ahead. His moment of freezing betrayed his startle. Oh, did I scare you? Don't worry, you can't run, you bastard. The sword tore through the wind and arrived, but Zhao Qi reacted instantly, his shield raised just in time to block the stormy attack. "Did you think I wasn't on guard, you brainless fool?" He sneered, staring deep into Lin Yuan's eyes. "Reality will show who survived purely on luck." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Qi's figure suddenly blurred, fading into the air. "So you'd better sleep with one eye open." He didn't reply, just stood there silently, his eyes sweeping around warily. Without any warning sound, his weapon suddenly struck from behind. "After all, I'm just dealing with a piece of trash." Lin Yuan only slightly tilted his head, his sharp gaze piercing the darkness like cold steel. Without hesitation, he activated his magic, a surging wave of energy pouring out, sweeping everything away. "Your cheap life, I can take it whenever I want." A trembling explosion echoed, sending dirt and rocks flying from the ground. Su Ming stood not far away, his face drained of blood, filled with both fear and worry. Yuan Shen. Wu Hui and Huang Yu stood blocking his way, their eyes filled with disdain. "Leave this noob to me." "Hey, you've warmed up enough, it's my turn." On the other side, Zhao Qi looked at him pinned under a boulder, clothes tattered and motionless. "I don't have time to play cat and mouse with you." He laughed savagely, raising his fist to finish off Lin Yuan. "Obediently go to hell." But Zhao Qi's fist suddenly stopped midair, his eyes wide with astonishment. What the hell is this?" His punch had been blocked by his hand. Captain of the 3rd Squad of the Black Hand Guild, right? At this moment, a terrifying chill finally ran down Zhao Qi's spine. This guy, how is it possible? Lin Yuan kept his head lowered, but the corners of his mouth had curved into a freezing smile. His eyes turned a fiery red, and magic began to converge around him. "I think I just realized what level the top 10 guilds in the main city area like yours are actually at." Lin Yuan tightly gripped his wrist, a terrifying force making Zhao Qi tremble violently. He tried to force himself free, but the grip was like steel handcuffs, locking down all movement. His eyes were bloodshot, muscles bulging as he channeled all his strength. Before he could regain his senses, Lin Yuan grabbed him and ruthlessly slammed him into the ground like tossing a sack. Zhao Qi was thrown away, plowing a long trench on the ground. He staggered to a halt, gritting his teeth and coughing violently. "I really underestimated a bastard like you." Enraged, Zhao Qi hoisted his mace and continued to charge. "What are you standing there for? Attack him together." Wu Hui and Huang Yu heard the order and answered in unison. "Understood." All three rushed toward Lin Yuan simultaneously. "Die." He showed no sign of fear, merely standing there, observing calmly, the corners of his mouth lifting in a sneer. A motley crew is still a motley crew, not worth the effort. Just as their attacks were about to hit, Lin Yuan's figure vanished as if he had never existed. In midair, 2 skeletal vultures suddenly appeared, spreading their wings of death and swooping down to attack. Ambushed out of nowhere, the group was completely flustered, unable to react. "What is this?" His eyes rolled back, etched with extreme anger and unconcealed panic. Right in front of Zhao Qi, a series of hideous skulls rushed forward, as if wanting to tear him into pieces. The attack made Zhao Qi howl in agony. He was thrown back, rolling on the ground right in front of his 2 teammates. Just as Zhao Qi managed to lift his head, a pair of shoes appeared right before his eyes. He was in extreme panic, his voice trembling. Wait a minute, stop. Damn it, if you dare to kill me, the Black Hand Guild won't let you off. Think carefully." Lin Yuan just looked down silently, his gaze exerting heavy pressure on Zhao Qi. Then he glanced down next to his leg. It was Su Ming hugging his leg tightly, his eyes sparkling with heart shapes. "Yuan Shen, I knew you would never lose. You scared me to death just now." He showed blatant disgust, kicking his leg to shake him off to the side. "Get out of the way." Lin Yuan changed his expression, lifting the tip of his sword, his voice as cold as ice. "Rumor has it that your Black Tree Guild is cruel to outsiders, but 10 times more ruthless to your own. Dying, losing levels, dropping equipment. Do you think the higher-ups will let you off? Have you prepared an explanation for them?" He was sweating cold bullets in fear, hastily trying to negotiate. "I admit defeat this time. Tell me, what will it take for you to spare my life?" Lin Yuan lowered his sword, thought for a moment, and spoke. "List the names of the senior management in your guild. Specify their classes, levels, and identifying features." At that moment, bolts of lightning suddenly flashed around him. In his past life, the skills of the First Believer were never recorded. No one knew what they were or how to counter them. That guy definitely possessed an extremely rare hidden class, a secret buried to the very end. That guy definitely possessed an extremely rare hidden class, a secret buried to the very end. He asked back, List, what do you need that for? Lin Yuan didn't bother to answer, directly driving his sword through Zhao Qiu's hand. Looking at the fresh blood spurting out, he sat down coldly. Will you write it or not? Zhao Qiu's face was deathly pale. I'll write it right now. A moment later, the list was neatly in Lin Yuan's hands. It seems all the top experts of the Black Tree Guild are here. A few quite special classes, but none match the traits of the first believer. He stood behind, clutching his bloodied hand, and asked tremblingly, Boss, can you let me go now? He turned around, his voice slightly ambiguous. I can let you guys go. Before finishing the sentence, Zhao Qiu was already profusely rejoicing. Thank you, boss, thank you. Not giving them a chance to collect themselves, Lin Yuan unleashed a blast of magic, piercing through the bodies of all three. But you've harmed so many innocent players, it's time to give them justice. The treasures of the three men dropped one after another. Blessing Moon Magic Mace Silver Type Weapon. Effects: Attack Power plus 45, Critical Hit plus 30, Physical Attack plus 30. Attached Skill Charged Burst. When attacking for the first time, increases attack speed by 20%. Slash Frenzy Dance Longsword Bronze Type Weapon. Effects: Attack Power plus 30, Accuracy plus 20. Slash Blue Light Magic Treasure Bronze Type Weapon. Effects: Magic Damage plus 20, Spirit plus 20. Lin Yuan glanced to the side, somewhat suspicious. He saw Su Ming stealthily hugging a chest. Yuan Shen, look, they also picked up a treasure chest but hadn't had time to inventory it. He gleefully brought the chest over to Lin Yuan. All right, I'll pick first, the rest is all yours. Seeing him about to open it, Su Ming hurriedly waved his hands. No. Seeing Lin Yuan sigh and pull his hand back, he smiled flatteringly. I want to buy it. I can't take advantage of Yuan Shen like this. He didn't want to argue much with Su Ming. Suit yourself. Lin Yuan skimmed through the items in the chest and shook his head. There's nothing suitable for me. You can take it all. He nodded happily. Okay, Yuan Shen, I'll transfer the money right away. Received 54 gold coins. Finally, the two left the cave. During the day, outside the Blood Scale Cave, only a few silver equipments would actually drop. At this time, trying to find gold gear was as hard as ascending to heaven. Su Ming raised his hand, hesitating for a long time before daring to speak. Yuan Shen, there's something. I don't know if I should say it. He looked puzzled. What is it? As he spoke, his body trembled uncontrollably. I heard that the people from the Black Tree Guild are petty and vindictive. If they can't beat you online, they'll come find you in real life. How about, I let my bodyguards follow you? Hearing this, Lin Yuan showed no emotion, just waved his hand and walked away. Thanks for the reminder. They're just a bunch of bugs. I have my own ways to deal with them. Returning to reality, he had just taken off his gaming helmet when a voice called from outside. Yuan, come out and get ready to eat. Lin Yuan stood up from his chair, replying, I'm coming. He walked to the door, his hand just touching the doorknob to open it. As the door cracked open, a large figure, wearing a device exactly like his on his head, stood towering right there. Lin Fu held up the helmet, tilting his head to ask, Yuan, take a look and see if this is a gaming helmet. It seems broken. He looked over a bit surprised. It can still power on, it's probably not broken. But Dad, why did you suddenly buy a gaming helmet? He hurriedly waved his hand, looking slightly embarrassed. I didn't. Why would I buy this? Your mother found this while cleaning Xiao Dan's room. At that moment, a strange feeling suddenly welled up in his heart, a vague memory flashing by. In his previous life, around this time, Lin Dan had awakened a hidden class. Lin Mu walked out of the kitchen, smiling. All right, you two stop standing at the door, come in and eat. She glanced at her husband, sighing softly. Your father, he doesn't understand any of this technology, he just wants to find a common topic to talk about with you. Fiddled with it all afternoon and still couldn't even start the machine. Lin Fu smiled awkwardly. That's not true. Yuan, don't listen to your mother's nonsense. I was just afraid she would break Xiao Dan's stuff while cleaning, so I checked it a bit. He slightly lowered his head, his gaze deepening. If he let his parents experience the immortal world, he could use in-game resources to provide for them. When the mutation arrived, they would also have the ability to defend themselves. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, his eyes full of determination. This isn't difficult at all. Tomorrow I'll buy 2 more gaming helmets. Mom, you should try it too. Lin Mu frowned, her voice a bit stern. Don't spend money recklessly, he smiled slightly. It's fine, Mom, don't worry. Oh right, Xiao Dan still isn't back. She looked at the clock and replied gently. Today is Friday, she probably went out with friends. I'll call her later, you eat first. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. Let me call her. He took out his phone, dialing a familiar number. The screen showed his sister's name connecting, then the automated voice rang out. The subscriber you have dialed cannot be reached at the moment. Lin Yuan looked at the screen, his gaze gradually darkening. Even if Xiao Dan didn't want to answer, she would have sent a text back just to get it over with, not ignore it completely like this. Lin Mu looked at him, saying softly, Eat your food, Yuan Yuan. Xiao Dan probably ate outside, we don't need to wait. He shook his head slightly, his voice calm. Dad, Mom, you guys go ahead and eat. I'm going downstairs to buy some things. If I go too late, the shops will all be closed. She immediately grumbled. Then your food and soup will get cold. Seeing this, Lin Fu said, Just let Yuan Yuan go. As soon as he left, Lin Fu's voice sounded softly. Do you remember how close Yuan Yuan and Xiao Dan used to be? I don't know since when they became so distant. Just let them talk to each other more, we'll worry less. Lin Mu smiled. That's true. Our Yuan Yuan just isn't good at expressing himself, but he's still the older brother after all. He walked down the stairs heavily, the darkness seeming to swallow his entire body. In his mind, fragmented memories suddenly rushed back. In his past life, Lin Dan had opened the door, clutching her aching shoulder, right as he was about to eat noodles. Seeing that, he was startled and asked anxiously, Xiao Dan, you? She ignored him, tiredly clutching her shoulder and walking straight to her room. Upon reaching the door, Lin Dan suddenly stopped, her voice laced with pain. It has nothing to do with you. Don't call the police and don't tell Mom and Dad, got it? He stood frozen, his eyes filled with unspeakable emotions. Returning to reality, his train of thought continued. In his past life, after Lin Dan started playing Immortal World, she quickly awakened a hidden class, but also had to shoulder too many things that didn't belong to her. It all started when that mysterious organization appeared. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered. The Order Organization. It was a mysterious group founded by 9 chosen ones, and only the chosen ones were qualified to join. Lin Yuan continued to think. Among them was a prophet, someone who could sense the presence of other chosen ones in the real world and dispatch members to invite them to join. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Order's power in the game had become unstoppable. Not only that, their influence on the real world grew larger by the day. Although their whereabouts were always mysterious and unpredictable, they also did some good deeds, contributing to maintaining social stability, which made their true motives even harder to guess. Thinking of this, he felt bitter. After being invited to join, Xiao Dan frequently had to carry out perilous missions, but she never breathed a word of it to her family. The image of Lin Dan covered in injuries, struggling to drag her feet, reappeared in his memory. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. I hope it's not them. Just as he stepped out the door, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He thought, but even if it is them, this time I won't let Xiao Dan blindly plunge into it again. He strode through the night, then suddenly came to a halt upon seeing a familiar figure. He quickly slipped into a hidden corner. His eyes tracked the figures talking in a cafe not far away, his breathing slowing down, sensing every minute movement. Lin Yuan thought to himself, just as I guessed, Xiao Dan has already met them. But the distance is too far, I can't hear anything. Now is not the time to alert the snake by beating the grass. He slightly clenched his fists, taking a deep breath. Haven't used it in a while, it's a bit unfamiliar. I need to focus my mind. Stealth skill, activate. A faint glow enveloped his body, the surrounding air rippling slightly. His breath and aura completely vanished. He told himself, my current stealth is level 3, it can last for 5 minutes. Lin Yuan moved cautiously, entering the cafe and stopping at a position just close enough to eavesdrop on the conversation. He murmured to himself, this distance should be fine. On the other side, Xiao Fan and He Sen were sitting with Lin Dan. He Sen's deep and clear voice rang out. Little sister, I've said all that needs to be said. Whether you believe it or not is up to you to decide. Joining us isn't just for the organization, but also because of the catastrophe that will strike in 3 years. He paused, his gaze calm but full of pressure. When that time comes, you will be like us, bravely stepping forward to protect this world. Xiao Fan smirked, his tone light and slightly teasing. Look at you, you've scared the little girl. Reign in that terrifying aura of yours. He Sen frowned slightly, his tone turning serious again. I'm talking about important matters and it's for her own good. Given the situation, coaxing her would only implicate. Speaking up to hear, he suddenly jolted. His sharp gaze shooting straight toward where Lin Yuan was stealthed, making his heart skip a beat. He Sen's eyes suddenly filled with anger. He lightly touched the ring on his hand, activating a skill, Sultan. A powerful, invisible wave of energy spread outwards. System stealth effect has been dispelled. Countdown 3 seconds. He Sen frowned, looking toward where Lin Yuan had been standing, speechless. To avoid drawing attention, he had to turn toward the bar counter and speak loudly. Boss, why didn't you say you had lemon tea earlier? Get me a cup to go. The boss's voice echoed from the counter. Coming right up, wait a moment. Not long after, the boss walked out holding 2 drinks. Here you go. From afar, Lin Yuan stood frozen, his eyes narrowing slightly. He used a dispel skill from his equipment. That ring. Good thing the dispel effect has a 3-second delay. Right at this moment, the system's voice rang out. Stealth effect has been removed. He Sen picked up the drink and took a sip. He turned to look at Lin Dan, his voice deep and decisive. Lin Dan, I hope you will think carefully about joining us. A person with a sense of justice won't stand idly by in the face of disaster. When you've thought it through, call this number. Saying so, he placed a business card on the table. Lin Dan picked up the business card, lowering her head slightly, her voice small but resolute. Okay. After speaking, the 2 men stood up to leave. Xiao Fan suddenly turned back, his teasing tone full of hidden meaning. Little beauty, I'll be waiting for you. You definitely have to come. From afar, Lin Yuan activated his stealth skill again, continuing to follow them. Seeing that the 2 had left, he immediately got up and tailed them. But as soon as he reached the door, there was no sign of them. He was startled, disappeared. Suddenly, a glass of water flew out of nowhere, thrown straight at him, leaving him stunned for a few seconds. From a distance, He Sen's voice echoed back. As expected, there was someone tailing us. Right then, the system's icy voice rang in his head. Stealth effect is about to end. 3-2. The space fell into silence, leaving only the sound of his heart pounding in his chest. An ominous premonition crept in. Everything seemed to have only just begun. He Sen slowly walked over to the shattered glass, his gaze lingering on a faint glow still remaining on the ground, the remnants of the stealth skill that had just been dispelled. He frowned slightly, his deep voice sounding. Maybe I'm just a bit too sensitive lately. It's nothing. Xiao Fan stood next to him, hands in his pockets, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Boss, your nerves are taut as a bowstring, relax a bit. He said that and glanced around again. By the way, do you think that girl will join us? He Sen stood up straight, remained silent for a moment, then slowly replied. According to the prophet's words, sooner or later she will come. Xiao Fan shrugged, a glint of amusement in his eyes. True, his lordship's prophecies have never been wrong, but I'm more curious about which girl I'll be paired up with. He Sen glanced at him, frowning slightly. Let's see if you can even keep your miserable life in the impending great tribulation first. Xiao Fan sneered. Still plenty of time. He Sen's voice was deep and cold, carrying a terrifying certainty that made the smile on his lips fade away. Not far away, Lin Yuan was standing on a high floor, quietly observing the fading silhouettes of the 2 men. Fortunately, he had managed to activate a movement skill right before his camouflage was destroyed, escaping by a hair's breadth. He closed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself. These guys are tougher to deal with than I thought. If I interact with them too much, I'm afraid my forbidden class will be exposed. The pale blue glow around his body gradually dissipated. He looked up at the starry sky, telling himself, I already have no place in this immortal world. I must be even more cautious. Perhaps it's time to move out. Lin Dan had just returned to the apartment complex, her hand still fiddling with He Sen's business card, her mind in a tangled mess. When she looked up, a familiar figure entered her line of sight, and her voice carried a hint of surprise. Brother, why are you here? Lin Yuan stood there holding a bag of food, his hair slightly tousled by the wind. He replied, I bought some things on my way down. You haven't eaten anything yet, right? Lin Dan shook her head. I'm fine. He held up the food bag and said softly, It's late. Don't let Mom cook anymore. I bought some food. See if there's anything you want to eat when we get back. She looked at him, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. This guy clearly couldn't even take care of himself, so why now? He turned and walked toward the house. Let's go. As he walked, he looked back at Lin Dan and said in a low voice, Let's go home. The door opened and the siblings' voices rang out together. "We're home." Lin Mu hurried out, her voice full of worry as she asked Lin Dan, "You child, you always lose track of time when you're out having fun. Have you eaten? Should I heat something up for you?" She shook her head thoughtfully. "No need, Mom, I'll go to my room first." She watched her daughter walk away, then turned to her son. "You haven't eaten either, right, Yuan? Let Mom make something for you too." He shook his head slightly, his voice gentle. "No need, Mom, get some rest early." Meanwhile in her room, Lin Dan let out an exhausted sigh. Her mood suddenly plummeted for no apparent reason. What exactly has been wrong with me lately? She slumped tiredly onto her bed. Ever since I started playing that game, bizarre things have been happening one after another. The scene in her memory darkened. It was when Lin Dan was fighting a ferocious monster, the purple-haired girl. The female mage in her party suddenly screamed, tearing through the air. "Xiao Dan, run! You're faster than me, I'll hold the monster off." Blades flashed and dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Standing before them was a colossal monster with razor-sharp blade-like arms. The cold system panel popped up, long-bladed mantis, normal, level 5, HP 300, attack 50, defense 8, skill, flurry of blades, rapidly swings its dual blades dealing double damage. The monsters had closed the distance significantly. Their twin sickles swung fiercely, sweeping across and knocking the female mage and her party to the ground. Lin Dan gritted her teeth and roared, "You guys go first, I'll stay here and block them." Her eyes gleamed with determination, her stance ready for battle. "I'm the main tank. Have you ever seen a shield abandon its teammates and run away? I'll handle everything here." However, it wasn't just one monster. A whole swarm of dozens more rushed forward from a distance. The sound of hundreds of blades slicing through the wind merged into an ear-piercing screech, spreading a sense of impending doom, as if the whole world was about to be torn apart. Lin Dan bit her lip tightly, her knuckles turning white as she gripped her sword hilt, spiritual energy surging within her body. She shot forward like an arrow, unleashing a horizontal slash. A brilliant blue arc of light sliced through the air, striking directly into a monster's body. Following a deafening explosion, she immediately spun around to block the second monster's attack. However, their strength was terrifying. Every clash left her arms numb. Lin Dan fell to one knee. Her breathing ragged, but her hands still gripped the sword tightly. Suddenly, another monster appeared right behind her, its sharp blade descending. At that exact moment, a massive pillar of light blasted away the dust cloud, and Lin Dan's body abruptly burst into brilliant light. Her hair fluttered wildly in the torrent of energy, and a silver halo enveloped her entire body. The mechanical voice of the system rang out, cold and clear amidst her pounding heartbeat. "Congratulations, player. You have successfully triggered a hidden class." Awakening in progress. At this moment, Lin Dan had to use her sword as a prop to force herself to stand, every breath agonizingly heavy. Suddenly, she straightened her back, her hand still tightly gripping the sword, her eyes now as sharp as a newly honed blade. Her subsequent slashes were so fast that the naked eye couldn't track them. The entire swarm of long-bladed mantises shrieked miserably, their bodies exploding under the blinding sword glare. As the dust settled, Lin Dan leaned heavily on her sword for support. She panted heavily, her lips trembling, her body almost completely drained of strength. The majestic voice of the system echoed in her mind once again, "Sword of the Dawn." At that very moment, a radiant golden pillar of light erupted, sweeping away all darkness. Amidst the blinding light, Lin Dan's eyes shone with a deep emerald hue. Dazzling golden rays intertwined like a myriad of stars, swirling around her body and converging into a colossal surge of energy. In the midst of the smoke-filled battlefield, Lin Dan paused, her hand still tightly gripping her sword, the system's voice still echoing in her head. Returning to reality, she tiredly brought a hand to her forehead, thinking to herself, that sensation was too real. Even now, I can clearly feel the distinct changes in my body. Lin Dan took a deep breath, feeling as if every blood vessel was being illuminated by a new stream of energy. She asked herself, if the disaster he mentioned is real, will I have enough strength to protect everyone? She raised her hand into the air, and a mystical blue light enveloped it, as if she were commanding an invisible power. Can I really do this? Lin Dan clenched her hand into a fist, her doubts quickly crushed by her resolute willpower. If even this power cannot stand against the disaster, how will anyone else have a chance to survive? She sprang up, turned toward the shelf, picked up a picture frame and told herself, whether I join them or not, I must quickly become stronger to protect my family. At the same time, in another room, Lin Yuan was also holding a picture frame, sharing the exact same thought. He silently decided, moving houses cannot be delayed any longer. I need to focus all my energy on the game. I can't keep worrying and being on guard like this. It's also time for everyone to have a peaceful life. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight shone down on the paved road, signaling the start of a new day. A polite female voice called out, "Hello, sir." A female real estate agent in a neat professional suit stood next to Lin Yuan and asked gently, "Are you here to look at houses today, sir?" He swept his gaze around, his look carrying a hint of unfamiliarity but unable to hide his confidence, then turned to the woman and asked directly, "Are there any fully furnished villas available? The security must be at the highest level." The young woman evaluated him inwardly. He looks so young, does he even have enough money? She looked at him with a probing gaze. "Sir, have you looked into the price range in this area? After all, this place." Lin Yuan pulled out a sleek black card, cutting her off. "I haven't, but I think this should be enough." The agent froze as she took the card, her voice stuttering, This is a VIP card exclusively for clients with a minimum deposit balance of tens of millions of yuan. My God, the god of wealth has descended." The woman's voice suddenly pitched up, almost shouting, causing everyone around to turn their heads in astonishment. "A warm welcome home to our master. Employee number 2345 is wholeheartedly at your service." A few days later, he brought Lin Fu and Lin Mu to the newly purchased villa. The two parents stared blankly at the contract, looking dumbfounded. Lin Mu stammered, "Yuan, I didn't mishear, did I? Did you just say?" "This is our new home." Her voice was full of disbelief, unable to accept the reality. When their son led them inside for a tour, Lin Mu was left speechless. "There's even a private pool. Goodness gracious, this is exactly like the scenes on TV, it's too luxurious." Meanwhile, Lin Fu inspected every room. Everything laid out before his eyes overwhelmed him, making him tremble to the point of breaking into a cold sweat. This bed is also ridiculously huge. Stepping into the living room, the golden sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, reflecting off every piece of expensive furniture. The spacious room featured a plush leather sofa and a coffee table adorned with a pure white vase of flowers. Witnessing this scene, his parents stood as still as statues. Lin Mu looked at her son in a daze. Yuan, tell mom, how many years of installments do you have to pay for this house? Or should we just move back to our old house, son?" His father also chimed in hastily. "Your mother is right. We don't want you to shoulder too much pressure." Lin Yuan smiled reassuringly. "There are no loans. I used the prize money from my previous tournaments combined with my in-game income to pay it off in full. You two can live here with peace of mind. I'll be in the house right next door, so it's convenient for me to focus on playing the game." His words were brief but held immense weight, leaving his parents both surprised and extremely proud. Lin Fu grasped his wife's hand tightly, his voice choked with emotion. "I never expected to live in a villa in this lifetime. This is truly a blessing from our son." Lin Mu smiled happily. "In just the blink of an eye, our son has grown up and can shoulder everything himself." The look in their eyes at that moment was one of pure pride, completely devoid of any demands. Lin Yuan's smile wasn't one of arrogance showing off, but a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Finally, all his efforts had become truly meaningful. That afternoon, he was taking a leisurely stroll under the setting sun. As he turned into an alley next to a convenience store, Lin Yuan calculated inwardly. The security of the villa area is beyond question. Next, I need to guide my parents to get familiar with the game to guard against the people from the Order Syndicate. Just as the thought ended, he sensed something unusual and stopped in his tracks, a look of bewilderment flashing in his eyes. A messy group of people was approaching him, looking extremely ferocious. The dim streetlights barely outlined the bulky silhouettes, hands tightly gripping crude weapons like clubs and steel pipes. One of the thugs spoke up, "Finally caught you." The man and his cronies looked at him with sheer arrogance. "Finding you wasn't easy, kid." Lin Yuan instantly recognized the familiar hostile gaze of the leader. He thought to himself, the captain of the Black Tree Guild, the guy I completely knocked out. Without waiting for an order, the lackeys around him aggressively charged forward. Their shadows cast long on the ground, looking incredibly menacing. The captain roared, "Weren't you acting all tough in the game? Why aren't you acting cocky in real life? Get him, smash his dog's skull for me." One of the underlings, thinking he was paralyzed by fear, burst into malicious laughter. "Ha ha, he's so scared he pissed his pants." The guy quickly closed in on Lin Yuan, swinging a steel pipe at him and shouting, "You dare disrespect Brother Kui. You must be tired of living." But the thug had no idea that it was a fatal mistake. Lin Yuan stood still, his eyes piercingly cold. He activated his stealth skill, watched the incoming attacker and smirked. Too slow. Lin Yuan vanished right before the guy's eyes. The steel pipe merely smashed onto the concrete pavement, sending debris flying. A jarring clang echoed through the alley. The crowd only had time to jolt in shock as a flash of blue light illuminated the area. In an instant, Lin Yuan materialized right in front of the captain, his entire body radiating with coiling arcs of lightning, his gaze frighteningly focused. He clenched his fist and delivered a heaven-shattering punch. A loud boom rang out, creating a swirling gust of wind. The punch slammed squarely into the captain's stomach, making his eyes roll back, fresh blood spurting from his mouth as his body folded like a shrimp. The blue streaks of light erupted fiercely from Lin Yuan's body, spreading out like a shockwave, blasting all the underlings away and sending them crashing to the ground. Thick dust engulfed the area. The captain's body was smashed violently into the pavement, causing the ground to crack. He thought in terror, is this guy a human or a monster? Just as his panicked thoughts raced, an ear-piercing metallic screech rang out. Lin Yuan smashed the steel pipe hard into the concrete right next to the guy's ear, making him flinch violently, cold sweat breaking out on the back of his neck. He stood towering over him, a dense murderous aura blending with the darkness that shrouded the space. His eyes gleamed with a chilling red light, his deep voice enunciating every word. "It seems you don't value your life very much, do you?" Before the captain could recover from his shock, Lin Yuan stomped heavily on him. A painful groan was choked back in his throat. He lowered his eyes, muttering softly in annoyance, starving leeches, so persistent. The man lay trembling on the ground, his voice cracking in despair. Wait, I was wrong. Please spare my life, boss, don't kill me. I'm still useful, I know a hidden quest." His glowing red eyes locked onto the man, his voice full of intimidation. "Speak." The captain panted heavily, hurriedly blurting out. "In the main city of West Desert, there's a blacksmith named Huo Jian. He specifically assigns ore collection quests. As long as your affinity is high enough, he will forge a piece of gold-tier equipment for you." Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. In his previous life, someone indeed possessed gold-tier equipment very early on, and rumor had it that it involved an NPC. He thought, perhaps this guy isn't lying. He asked back, "Is that so? But..." He crushed the steel pipe in his hand, twisting it out of shape. Lin Yuan's gaze grew razor-sharp. He stared straight at the captain, his voice carrying an unshakable threat. "I hope you don't do anything stupid, because I have plenty of ways to deal with you, both in the game and in real life. If you dare touch my family." Saying this, he squeezed hard, shattering the steel pipe into pieces. He growled, "Then this will be your fate." The thug curled up in a ball, stammering in despair, I understand." The scene shifted to a tavern in the main city of West Desert. Under the bright moonlight, the space was filled with a strong scent of alcohol and loud chatter. The evening here was bustling, yet it still carried the lingering fatigue of people after a long day. The sound of beer mugs clinking together rang out loudly, seemingly igniting the atmosphere. On the tables were piping hot dishes, plates of freshly steamed white buns, soft tofu drenched in a spicy sauce, and plates of golden stir-fried vegetables. The aroma of food mingled with the scent of alcohol, creating a scene that was both cozy and lively. Huo Jian slammed his beer mug onto the table, his eyes wide as he looked at him, his voice full of astonishment. "Are you saying you can provide me with 100 units of ore? You're not joking, are you?" he continued. "Looking as clean as you do, I can tell right away you're not suited for mining. If you can actually do it, I'll forge a weapon for you for free." Lin Yuan simply stood silently by the table, his gaze as calm as usual, and gave a slight nod. In his heart, he thought, it seems the captain of the Black Tree Guild wasn't lying. The next step is to go mine some ore. Just as he turned to leave, a drunkard staggered to his feet, slurring, "Hey, where are you going, little sister? Let big brother buy you a drink." He smirked sleazily, stumbling toward a girl who was just walking past. The girl stepped back in shock, her voice annoyed. "Stay away from me, I don't know you." The beautiful girl with an alluring figure was walking somewhat unsteadily, her voice carrying a hint of intoxication. "Don't touch me." As she dodged, the man chuckled shamelessly. All right, just follow me, I promise I won't touch you." The reeking stench of alcohol wafting over made Lin Yuan, who was standing nearby, instinctively frown. Before he could react, the drunkard glared at him and shouted, "What the hell are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out." The moment he finished speaking, Lin Yuan simply flicked his hand, and the drunkard was sent flying far away. He sneered, "What an ignorant fool." The atmosphere in the tavern suddenly fell dead silent. The beautiful girl turned to him, her voice cheerful. "Handsome little brother, thank you. Can I buy you a drink?" Lin Yuan only cast a sideways glance and replied coldly, "No need," before turning and walking away, leaving behind the girl's calling voice, "Hey, don't walk so fast." Hurried footsteps rang out, mixed with the clatter of high heels on the wooden floor. A soft thud was heard as her heel caught on a wooden protrusion. The girl's body swayed forward, her long brown hair tossing wildly with the momentum. In that split second, a red glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. With an almost instinctual reflex, he reached out to catch her. Lin Yuan's sturdy arm wrapped firmly around the girl's waist as her body leaned into him. Nestled in his arms, she looked up, her cheeks flushed with alcohol, her eyes dreamy yet holding a hint of mischief. "So you like dancing, little brother? I also." Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly fell fast asleep. Lin Yuan frowned, his face showing clear helplessness. What a nuisance. He opened the door to an inn room, the hinges creaking amidst the silent void. Moonlight filtered through the window frame, casting a cold streak of light onto the stone floor. Lin Yuan gently placed the girl on the bed. Her long brown hair spread out on the pillow, her lips slightly parted, breathing evenly. Once done, he immediately turned and left, closing the door in silence, returning the room to the tranquility beneath the west desert moonlight. The scene shifted to the poisonous snake mine. The dampness from the cliff walls seeped into the air, while the light from the torches flickered dimly. In the cramped space, the sound of pickaxes striking rocks from the dog-headed miners echoed rhythmically. Lin Yuan stood in the middle of the cave, holding a rock, his sharp gaze sweeping around as he mentally calculated. The 12 dog-headed zombies in my gates of the underworld are just enough. I can collect a substantial amount of ore in a short time. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed from deep within the darkness. A dog-headed miner was sent flying, and even he was startled, unable to react in time. From the shadows, hundreds of rats half the size of an adult human swarmed out, their fur a dull gray, claws razor-sharp and eyes glowing crimson. The system suddenly announced, "Frenzied Rat Normal Level 10. HP, 1200, Attack 70, Defense 15. Skill, Frenzied Bite continuously attacks the target, damage plus 10%. Lin Yuan summoned the fiend Scorpion and ordered, "Go, wipe them out, don't leave a single one alive." It let out a roar, the sound of tearing claws echoing throughout the tunnel. Each frenzied rat was shredded to pieces in the blink of an eye, blood splattering everywhere, leaving a thick, metallic stench in the air. The fiend Scorpion quickly wiped out the entire swarm of rats, not leaving a single one behind. A green magic array appeared, its glowing runic lines spinning. Lin Yuan muttered softly, "Collecting more varieties of monsters will help diversify my tactics." Demonic energy spread from the array, enveloping the corpses of the rats, turning them into ethereal soul streams before sucking them straight into the center of the array. Out of nowhere, a violent explosion went off behind him. Fire and dust blasted outward, the tremor so intense that even the cliff walls shook violently. Lin Yuan instantly jumped back, his cloak fluttering wildly in the blast of hot air. He raised a hand to shield his face, squinting his eyes and blurted out in surprise, "What?" A massive red silhouette lunged out from the darkness, its fur bristling, eyes blood-red and sharp teeth gnashing together. Through the dust, he caught a glimpse of a figure in a gray cloak holding a long spear, standing behind the monster. The system announced, "Frenzied Rat Spirit Lord, Level 16. HP, 3800, Attack 300, Defense 150, Skills, Frenzied Pursuit, Agile Salvation." Suddenly, the figure swung his spear and the monster roared even more fiercely, charging toward Lin Yuan like a hurricane. He raised his sword into a defensive stance, the blue gleam on the blade surging in waves. His voice dropped, turning icy. "The boss of this mine. Someone is deliberately kiting the monster here." A radiant golden light emanated from the cloaked person. It seemed their weapon was taking effect. Ju Niantai, Yang raised his hand high, casting a skill forward, accompanied by the continuous growls of the boss. Facing the unexpected attack, Lin Yuan retreated a few steps, trying to stand his ground. However, its strength far exceeded his expectations, sending him flying backward. A thought instantly popped into Lin Yuan's mind, a target-locking skill. No, that's not right. At that moment, the system panel popped up. Jiu Nian Tai Yang has cast Holy Armor on you. Holy Armor increases the target's defense by 20 points, lasts for 60 seconds. Lin Yuan immediately recognized this as a priest's buffing skill. Not far away, an information broker was secretly observing, muttering to himself. What's going on today? Where did all the iron ore go? Isn't that the priest from the Super God Iron Triangle Guild? Why is he alone? A malicious glint flashed in the man's eyes. He ordered, let's take this chance to snatch some loot. Then he released a demonic fly. On the other side, Jiu Nian Tai Yang continuously shouted at Lin Yuan. I didn't mean to kite the boss here. Hurry up and run. I caused this, let me bear it alone. The system panel updated constantly. The number of live viewers had reached 15, and the comments began to heat up. Is he faking a boss solo? The priest from the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild is so badass. So agile like an assassin, a battle priest is here. Lin Yuan glanced at the engagement metrics, a thought popping into his head. Even at this point, he still shows loyalty. It just so happens I recently bought a villa and spent quite a bit. A boss delivering itself to my doorstep, I won't be polite and accept it. The atmosphere grew hotter, the viewer count surging from 15 to 70, then 130. The comments also became increasingly curious. Why does this guy look so familiar? It's that great god who soloed the world boss. Grab a chair, there's definitely a good show today. The great god hasn't made a move yet. Hurry up. The frenzied rat let out an ear-piercing shriek, relentlessly chasing after Jiu Nian Tai Yang. Its massive foot slammed down, aiming to crush him flat, but fortunately, Lin Yuan blocked the blow just in time. Jiu Nian Tai Yang looked absolutely dumbfounded, sweating profusely as he stammered, "You are." The camera angle shifted to another side, where Zhao Gui had his eyes glued to a single spot. He gritted his teeth and spat out, "Damn it, falling to a monster like this, it's nothing to be ashamed of." Nu Yan walked past, grumbling resentfully about the chatter online. Some blasted great god was being praised to the heavens. Reading it just made his eyes itch. The lackey walking beside him hastily chimed in, "That's right, sir. If we're strictly talking about individual skills, I'm certain no one is a match for our guild leader." A cunning glint flashed in Zhao Gui's eyes. He spoke with a deeply suggestive tone. "You're Nu Yan of the Wrathbow Guild, right? I just finished watching that livestream too. To be frank, Quang Shen only has the upper hand because he's backed by a guild and a good class. If we compare individual skills, no one has ever been able to hold a candle to the great god." Hearing the flattery, Nu Yan's eyes lit up. He tilted his chin up smugly. "Well said, repeat that for me to hear one more time." Zhao Gui feigned surprise, then continued, "Are you really Nu Yan of the Wrathbow Guild? Look, it's not just me who thinks so. Scroll through the live stream, people are chanting his name everywhere. Some even boldly claim that Quang Shen, as the leader of the #1 guild, Windward Chariot, should step down and yield his throne to someone more capable." Nu Yan's fury erupted. His sharp blade pressed against Zhao Gui's neck in the blink of an eye. Nu Yan growled through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "What the hell are you?" The other man hurriedly defended himself. "What does taking your anger out on me solve? The whole world is saying the same thing. But you know very well, it's only because your Quang Shen is too humble. In chaotic times without true heroes, these little brats get a chance to become famous." Nu Yan began to take an interest in the situation. "So that little brat is still live streaming?" Zhao Gui nodded firmly. "That's right, right at the ore mine." Nu Yan roared furiously, issuing a command. "Notify the entire guild. Everyone who is online, gather up and follow me." Inside the mine, Long Yuan was still charging left and right amidst the swarm of dog-headed miners. Every slash of his sword radiated a deadly glow. In the midst of this perilous situation, he turned and said to Tai Yang, "You can leave now. Its target is me." Exactly as predicted, the dog-headed miner boss let out a growl and aggressively charged straight at him, ready to tear Lin Yuan apart. Every heavy step it took slammed into the ground, sending crushed rocks flying everywhere. The tremors from the earth caused him to sway slightly, forcing him to brace his body to maintain his center of gravity. But that was merely a feint, paving the way for a true lightning-fast attack. Lin Yuan roared, "Go!" The careless dog-headed miner took the full brunt of a vicious strike that he unleashed in an instant. The system panel exploded once again with dancing numbers. "Viewers, 1,297. We have to slow this down frame by frame. Everyone, we need to study every single frame. The great god's mechanics are unreal, flawless kiting. So fast he's creating afterimages, dear Lord. Truly a great god, such a tactical playstyle, freaking strong. The claws of the dog-headed miner scraped weakly against the stone floor, desperately trying to cling to its last sliver of life. It was still using all its remaining strength to chase after Lin Yuan's silhouette right in front of it. But an unexpected turn of events occurred. A horde of dog-headed miner zombies suddenly rose up from nowhere. They frantically threw themselves at the dog-headed miner boss, biting and tearing into it without mercy. Lin Yuan stood a short distance away, throwing out a mocking remark. If you only focus on charging forward and forget the enemies ambushing you from behind, you'll eventually taste a bitter defeat. However, a creature like you doesn't need to comprehend such logic anyway. Because I will finish you off with an unstoppable strike. The dog-headed miner howled in agony, its body pierced painfully by the countless teeth of the zombies. A zombie leaped high into the air, its weapon raised, ready for a finishing blow. Just seconds later, the weapon plunged deeply into the dog-headed miner's head. On the opposite side, Lin Yuan was also in a ready stance, his shadow fists already equipped. He dashed forward, his voice as cold as ice. Time to lower the curtain. A punch pierced straight through the opponent's body, terminating its existence in this world. The audience was still discussing heatedly which one is the actual boss. It's so hard to tell, fratricide. I'm officially conquered by the great god. The system quickly sent a notification to Lin Yuan. Congratulations, you have slain the frenzied mole lord. Level increased to 15. Obtained equipment, pursuit dagger and agility boots. The item details appeared clearly. Pursuit dagger silver type. Weapon, effects, attack power plus 20, attack speed plus 5, agility plus 25. Attached skill blade of pursuit. Every 6 attacks the next strike is enhanced, increasing attack speed by 10%. Agility boots silver type equipment, effects, agility plus 30, movement speed plus 5. Attached skill sprint. When out of combat, movement speed plus 10. Zhu Liantai Yang ran over with eyes wide in astonishment, stammering, "This skill? You're the great god who soloed the giant wolf of death, right? Great god, let's add each other as friends. I'll buff you from now on, together we'll be an invincible duo, unmatched in this world." He turned and walked away, dropping a nonchalant remark, "You've got the wrong person." The response left the boy stunned, muttering to himself, "Impossible, I've watched your video over and over again so many times. I'd recognize you even if you turned to ashes." Just as the two were about to leave the mine, a fireball launched a surprise attack from behind. Lin Yuan reacted with extreme speed. The blade in his hand swung backward, creating a blinding blue arc that shattered the fireball. Annoyance flashed in his eye as the sneak attack by these small fries was thwarted. A repulsive laugh echoed from the cave entrance, forcing both Lin Yuan and Tai Yang to turn around cautiously. Nu Yan appeared, his tone obnoxiously arrogant. "Then let's turn him to ashes. Let's see if you can still recognize him then." The lackeys under Nu Yan began to whisper, "Isn't this formation a bit overkill for a piece of trash? Watch your mouth, he's a great god. Turn on the live stream, let the whole world see the consequence of messing with the Wrathbow Guild. We have to engrave it into their bones. Our guild leader, Quang Shen, is the strongest player in this western region." Lin Yuan swept his gaze to assess the situation, his brain rapidly analyzing. "People from the Wrathbow Guild, trying to step on me to flex their power. It seems equipment is delivering itself right to my mouth. It would be a waste not to accept it." At the same time, the system announced, "Malicious group attack behavior analyzed and confirmed. Valid counterattack time, 15 minutes. During this period, slaying attackers will not incur any crime points." While he was busy calculating, a golden weapon suddenly descended from nowhere. Zhu Liantai Yang boldly declared war. "I've finally waited for this day, the feeling of fighting side by side with a comrade. I will be the brightest light in this desolate hell. In the name of camaraderie, I will protect my core brother." Lin Yuan thought to himself, "Since when did I become your core brother? If you just step far away, that would be helping me enough." Nu Yan pointed straight at his face, growling, "Listen well, you piece of trash, Quang Shen is the real." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yuan struck first, delivering a heaven-shattering slap accompanied by a highly provocative question. "What did you say, buddy? I couldn't hear you clearly." Before the impact of the slap even faded, he twisted his wrist, rewarding Nu Yan with another one on the other cheek. The burly man stumbled around like a roly-poly toy before face-planting straight into the dirt. The livestream metrics skyrocketed, viewers, 5,630. Comments jumped continuously, Getting slapped twice before even throwing a punch, Nu Yan is quite something. Using his face to block the great god's attacks, truly a rare self-destruct livestream. Holy crap, the great god just soloed a boss and now he's taking on an entire guild by himself. Nu Yan, beaten dizzy, didn't forget to roar out. A stray dog that no guild wants dares to raise his hand against me. Do you really think you're a great god? Get him, all of you. He turned to his subordinates and firmly ordered, kill him for me. A captain charged forward, shouting loudly, listen to my command. All warriors charge. Mages and clerics provide cover from the back. Archers move freely. I don't believe he can take on this entire formation by himself. Lin Yuan quickly analyzed the situation in his head. This group coordinated quite well. In that case, he had to cut off their backline first. He immediately activated the skill Stealth. Nu Yan's subordinate yelled in frustration. That brat turned invisible. Mages quickly used detection skills. A female mage in the back nodded in compliance. Understood. However, Lin Yuan appeared faster than expected. He dropped a cold warning, too late. The sudden situation made the whole group scream in panic. What? He's right behind us. Nu Yan, standing on the outside, continued to command arrogantly. He's just an arrow at the end of its flight. He just finished killing the boss, so he definitely doesn't have much HP and mana left. Just charge. We outnumber him, crush him to death. A barrage of comments flooded the livestream. Absolutely insane. First time seeing a whole group bullying one person while sounding so righteous. Hard to say. After all, the Gong Nu Guild is #1 in the Western Desert. If they actually get counterkilled by the great god, they won't have any face left to show. Nu Yan stood at the back, using money to incentivize his subordinates. Kill him. As long as you take him down, come to me for a reward based on the damage you dealt. No limits. Kill him. The mob charged forward frantically, continuous fireballs flying towards Lin Yuan. However, he effortlessly neutralized these childish attacks with just a few swift sword strikes. Lin Yuan assessed the situation, his brain quickly devising a strategy. The terrain in the mine was quite narrow, making it impossible to fully utilize the numerical advantage of his undead zombies, but wiping out this group in one go wouldn't be difficult either. Facing the massive fireballs hurtling towards him, he stood his ground, seemingly having calculated everything. The crowd simultaneously watched Lin Yuan's every move, and even the online viewers were on the edge of their seats. The great god is still human after all. Who could withstand being besieged like this? What a pity, such a shame. They caught his weakness. Everyone must remember there's only one great god, but the opponent is an entire guild. Go for it, great god. Lin Yuan's feet glided gracefully, dodging the fireballs by a hair's breadth. The group looked at his fading figure and yelled, "Look, that piece of trash is trying to run. Block him, defeat him now." Nu Yan maintained a smug expression and ordered, "Chase him. Absolutely do not let him escape." He was still muttering to himself, oblivious to Lin Yuan slowly ambushing him from behind. "Today, I will play the game of trapping the turtle in the jar." Just as Nu Yan finished his sentence, he looked up only to see Lin Yuan plunging straight down from above. With a devastating stomp, he pinned Nu Yan to the ground without holding back. The guy's fresh blood splattered everywhere, a fittingly tragic end for an arrogant fool. Even so, as he struggled to get up, Nu Yan still stubbornly argued, "Despicable. What's so great about sneak attacks?" Right after saying that, he was forced to shut up as Lin Yuan's blade pressed tightly against his neck. "Call your men over here. He's right here," he whispered into Nu Yan's ear. "They won't be able to come back. But I want to know, leading a whole bunch of your brothers to throw their lives away like this, will your Quang Shen tear you to pieces?" The guy still didn't understand what was going on and asked in confusion, What do you mean by that?" Sure enough, at the other end of the cave, a horde of undead dog-headed miners was simultaneously surrounding the members of the Gong Nu Guild. Lin Yuan decided to finish it, activating the Skill Corpse explosion. His hands gripped Nu Yan's head tightly, ignoring his screams. "What the hell are you trying to do?" Lin Yuan coldly replied, "Go ask them yourself." A second later, his blade slashed across Nu Yan's throat. The online viewers were shocked. Viewers, 1 million plus. Oh my god, I knew it. How could the great god make such a stupid mistake? Nu Yan looked like a clown, single-handedly destroying his own formation. Is this even easier than farming monsters? Total respect. This play is a 10 out of 10. As soon as Nu Yan was defeated, a pile of loot dropped. Lin Yuan quickly muttered, "An unexpected harvest." Gotta quickly clean up all the equipment and get out of here. This place is about to be packed with people. The weapon he picked up this time was Corpse Blood Twin Blades Gold. Type: Weapon. Effect: Physical attack plus 50, attack speed plus 20, critical hit plus 30. Attached skill Life Drain. 10% of damage dealt is converted into the user's HP. The scene shifted to another location, enveloped in an unusual silence. Suddenly, Huo Qian's voice rang out. I take back what I said before. You are indeed a capable young man. If possible, I hope you'll visit often. I still need a lot more ore. The system immediately updated. Blacksmith Huo Qian's affection plus 100. Current status, friendly. Hearing this, Lin Yuan pondered deeply. The blacksmith only accepts a maximum of 100 iron ingots per day, so it seems this is a long-term quest. But this batch of ore is enough for a whole month. The Gong New Guild dropped too much equipment. Selling it all to Han Cheng would cause trouble for him. Retailing it to other players might take some effort, but it's faster than I thought. But searching for the first apostle through guilds is too passive. I should start with the available clues. I remember that the subordinate of the first apostle in my previous life had the ability to control snakes. This is probably related to the clue about the Snakeman civilization hidden under the sewers. The breakthrough point might be exactly there. His feet began to move forward, his steps hurried and full of purpose. The interior scene was revealed, much darker and gloomier than the outside. After moving for a while, Lin Yuan encountered a rat spirit, his mind immediately calculating. The quest objective from the Sand Dune Sheriff is to kill 30 rat spirits. This task is quite simple, but there is also a hidden dungeon inside these sewers. Sha Wei's Lair, a hidden dungeon that can drop flesh and blood seed, a rare item that permanently increases attributes. However, this dungeon has a weekly entry limit. If exposed, it will definitely be fiercely contested. Therefore, I must use the undead to secure the entrance first. I just need to find the room with a snake symbol. That's the entrance. This is also the only dungeon I know of that is related to the sewers and snakes. Lin Yuan walked a bit further and finally pinpointed his target. This is the place. A violent collision was happening right before his eyes. The sound of movement was extremely heavy. Lin Yuan thought to himself in shock. Wait, are the snakes in the snake demon's lair really this massive? This was the Ming Wangxi, level 60. Its HP, attack, defense, skills, all were massive question marks. Lin Yuan panicked for a moment, his feet continuously running as his mind calculated in fear. Is this a product of the Snakeman civilization? Why is the level so high? Level 60, I absolutely cannot let it touch me. In this emergency, he decided to activate his stealth skill. Because if he didn't use stealth, the cost of dying would be losing a level and dropping equipment, which was too great a loss. Moreover, the stealth skill was practically useless in this dangerous situation. Just running away like this wasn't the solution. Lin Yuan began to consider using the terrain to test his luck. Acting on his thought, he dashed straight into a narrow, triangular crevice, preventing the Ming Wangxi from reaching him immediately. However, before he could take 3 steps, Lin Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot as he realized a terrifying truth. The Ming Wangxi was so gigantic that it shattered the entire structural terrain to force its way in, its gaping maw ready to swallow Lin Yuan ahead. Large rocks continuously collapsed, and blinding dust obscured everything inside. The Ming Wangxi used its massive body to flatten all obstacles. Above, he ran anxiously, thinking, this is bad, I can't stop it. Lin Yuan ran for a while, and finally reached the location of the Shu Tai Lai Zai. He immediately came up with a strategy. Use the Thunder Scorpion to buy time, fight magic with magic. I don't believe it still can't handle you. The Shu Tai Lai Zai quickly moved, facing the Ming Wangxi head-on. A tense clash began. The Ming Wangxi remained extremely ferocious, its jaws wide open at all times. Even Lin Yuan had to look back anxiously. Fortunately, he had utilized the triangular gap to temporarily escape the immediate danger. Outside, the Ming Wangxi was still frantically destroying the surface, sending rocks flying everywhere. The violent tremors also caused Lin Yuan to lose his balance and fall to his knees. However, that was just a minor detail in his plan. His eyes were filled with absolute confidence. The Ming Wangxi's eyes tried to peer down, but try as it might, it couldn't squeeze in. Everything was within his calculations. Lin Yuan's demeanor was incredibly composed as he confidently said, even for a monster like this, it can't make waves here. After all, this place is the Imperial Palace of Zai Mo, where the state preceptor is stationed. Any demon that dares to come near will be easily wiped out, no exceptions. The Ming Wangxi looked around, still maintaining a vigilant posture. Lin Yuan sat down to analyze the situation. The Snakeman civilization and the Zimo kingdom have a deep-seated blood feud. Zimo's power is completely overwhelming, forcing a faction of the Snakemen underground to wait for the day of revenge. When any demonic beast approaches the imperial palace, the state preceptor will destroy them without a second thought. Although this snake is very strong, it is no match for the state preceptor. Perhaps the snake demon's lair is located near that monster. Tracking this trail might yield some harvest. But to prevent a similar situation from happening, I should go to the market to test my luck and see if they sell snake lure potion. This potion only attracts low-level snake monsters, so I shouldn't bump into a behemoth like the one just now. The scene became clearer in the Zimo kingdom, where everything looked incredibly magnificent and grand. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Thank you for visiting, please come again." The item Lin Yuan had just bought was the snake lure potion, which releases a special scent to attract low-level snake demons. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "I turned this entire Feng Chui Sha upside down just to find you." "Zhai Gu, long time no see." Hearing the voice, Lin Yuan immediately recognized it as the guy who had been chased around by the mine boss. Zhu Nian Tai Yang approached and suggested, "Let's add each other as friends first, Zhai Gu. Finding you in this massive map is harder than finding a needle in a haystack, but I can feel our souls calling out to each other." Ignoring the other party's enthusiasm, he coldly asked, "What do you want with me?" At the same time, a notification popped up. "Zhu Nian Tai Yang has sent you a friend request." Tai Yang loudly affirmed, "Of course I have business. Hey, wanna run the Hui Jin Zhai Gu dungeon together? If we fight side by side, won't it be much faster?" Lin Yuan walked away coldly. "No, I'm busy." Tai Yang still didn't give up. He continued to persuade, "Wait, Zhai Gu, don't you think the Super God Iron Triangle is really cool? Join us. You could join Leng Yue and Xing Yin, and we would become the Super God Quadrilateral, being each other's wings, awakening this slumbering world together." Leng Yue, hearing this name, he abruptly stopped, his brain starting to analyze. Leng Yue is the guild leader of Jinghua Shui Yue, the number 2 guild in Feng Chui Sha. At the same time, she is a core member of the Order organization. Rumor has it she is also one of the 9 chosen ones who founded it. This is an opportunity, whether it's to find clues about the Order organization or the First Apostle. But tomorrow, the hidden dungeon will refresh. If I miss it, I'll lose this week's rewards. I'd better secure the rewards first before making contact with Leng Yue. Because of that clue, Lin Yuan immediately accepted Zhu Nian Tai Yang's friend request. Before leaving, he told Tai Yang, "Let's run a dungeon together next time. I really have things to do right now, I'm leaving." The guy happily replied, "All right, I'll be waiting for your invite anytime, Zhai Gu." Lin Yuan wandered around the cave, his mind working at full capacity. Memories from his past life told him that the entrance to this hidden dungeon must be guarded by a python. In that case, just following the trail of that giant monster in this area will lead me to it. A long crack in the ground caught his thoughtful gaze, and then Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed as he noticed an anomaly. Swarms of baby snakes were swiftly flicking their long tongues to probe the environment. He briefly realized that these tiny snakes were the mobs from the snake demon's lair, but caution was still paramount. A series of devastating strikes rained down, causing the rocks to shatter and scatter. Lin Yuan appeared alongside the corpse of the dog-headed beast, excitedly exclaiming, "Finally found you." The scene inside was as hazy as a dream, a lit torch illuminating the space. The system announced a new location. "You have entered the hidden dungeon snake demon's lair. Preliminary information shows this is a level 10 hidden snake demon, normal type. HP 1000, flesh and blood seed plus 500. Attack 100. Defense 10. Skills, flesh and blood condensation, flesh and blood seedling condensation. The snake demon condenses flesh and blood seeds within its body, HP plus 500. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes to signal, shouting loudly at the same time, "Attack." As soon as the order was given, his Shu Tai Lai Zai subordinates instantly materialized, ready to engage the swarming baby snakes below. Once the Lai Zai were in position, he ordered in a deep voice, "Wipe them out for me." A barrage of skills was activated almost simultaneously. The Xing Sha Lai Zai unleashed crystal thunder burst, creating 2 flashes of blue-purple light that violently clashed together. The system continuously sent notifications. Do you want to use the Flesh and Blood Seed, a special potion? This item will randomly increase one of the player's main attributes by 1 to 5 points. When consumed by a player of the human race, it increases endurance capacity, up to a maximum of 100 points. Lin Yuan was curious about this seed. He guessed it was a drop from the Flesh and Blood Seed hidden dungeon. Without any hesitation, he used it immediately. Used Flesh and Blood Seed. Spirit +1, endurance capacity increased 100. Just after using it, Lin Yuan nodded in praise. Although each person can only consume a maximum of 100 seeds, the effect it brings is no joke. Plus, having the label of a rare item that permanently increases stats with limited production, tossing it on the market would fetch at least 4 or 5 gold coins apiece. As for me, just sweeping through the hidden dungeon once a week yields thousands of them. Like this, even without joining any guild, I'll never have to worry about money. Thinking this, he decided to use a whole batch of them. System sounds rang out consecutively. You have used Flesh and Blood Seed. Constitution +1, endurance capacity increased to 100. You have used Flesh and Blood Seed. Strength +1, endurance capacity increased 300. You have used Flesh and Blood Seed. Spirit +1, endurance capacity increased 400. Lin Yuan's eyes burned with resolve, determination surging within him. Showing no signs of stopping, he continued to use them until the final notification appeared. Used Flesh and Blood Seed. Spirit +1, endurance capacity reached 100. His status panel right now, player. Lin Yuan level, 15 class Taboo Undead Hunter talent Dark Summoning Art Gates of the Underworld, 89 150 Strength, 77 Constitution 101 Agility, 119 Spirit 318 Experience, 2040 16739. With this impressive stat panel, Lin Yuan felt it was enough. I'll temporarily stash the remaining 900 Flesh and Blood Seeds, then slowly sell them off once I rent a shop. From now on, sweeping this place once a week will be perfect. He prepared to leave, but his eyes still glanced back calculatively. Leaving behind 3 undead zombies is enough to scare off new players. In the short term, no one will dare to come near here. The snakes here are completely different from the ones that guy controlled. It's highly likely he possesses some sort of monster mutation ability. A level 60 monster is absolutely not something that should exist at this stage. The system suddenly notified him of an incoming call from the real world. His sister was calling. Lin Yuan felt it was a bit strange. With Xiao Dan's personality taking the initiative to call him, could something have happened? He picked up. Xiao Dan, is something wrong? On the other end, Lin Dan mumbled softly. No, I just randomly wanted to ask if you've eaten yet. Lin Yuan was a bit flustered. Yeah, I ate. Suddenly, the voices of Lin Dan's friends echoed from the other end. Oh brother, our class monitor is just too shy to speak up, but actually she wants to ask if you have time to carry her through a dungeon. He answered without hesitation. Of course. But internally, he couldn't help but be surprised. Xiao Dan is asking me to carry her through a dungeon. Suddenly, a highly judgmental voice cut into the conversation. See, I told you. Lin Dan is a chronic liar and her brother is just a braggart. Listen to how arrogant he sounds. Didn't even bother to ask which dungeon. Lin Dan, has your brother fried his brain playing games? Or are you two siblings just experts at teaming up to scam people? A girl next to him chimed in with mockery. I agree, Yan Ji. How about we pick the Valley of Ashes on heroic difficulty? To this day, no guild has been able to clear it. Lin Dan quickly leaned close to the phone and whispered a reminder to Lin Yuan. Valley of Ashes, heroic difficulty. Did you hear that? Wang Yan raised his voice in a mocking tone, still pretending about the Valley of Ashes. Stop acting, Lin Dan. You are a liar, and your brother is a boastful prick. I really don't understand what kind of people your parents are to raise 2 pieces of trash like you. Insulted to the point involving her parents, Lin Dan couldn't suppress her anger and shouted, You! But her brother interrupted her. All right, Xiao Dan, don't waste your breath on him. I'll head to the Valley of Ashes right now. Lin Dan suddenly felt panicked. Her brother indeed played this game often and made a decent amount of money. But the Valley of Ashes on heroic difficulty is second only to death difficulty. Did I just cause more trouble for him? Just then a familiar voice rang out, Xiao Dan. She turned around in surprise. Kian, why are you? Immediately the system announced, Kian Changji has joined the party. Kian explained, I heard everything. This morning you bragged to your friends about moving into a new villa, and unfortunately that idiot Wang Yan eavesdropped. This Wang Yan guy is completely out of line. I came here to be a witness. Later we'll make him apologize to you in front of the whole class. Lin Dan was touched. Thank you, Kayan. It's good to have a witness. Let's see what they dare to say after the results are out. Somewhere nearby, Wang Yan's sarcastic voice sounded again. I've seen plenty of vain girls like you. Did your parents become maids in someone else's villa? Does that count as living in a villa too? To introduce him briefly, this guy is Yan Xiao. At the same time, the system notified again. Peerless Demon Blade, hired player, has joined the party. Crazy Wife Seeker, hired player, has joined the party. Lin Dan angrily retorted, Wang Yan, you just got a better reincarnation ticket than others. What gives you the right to mock everyone? Seeing her friend get angry, Kayan quickly intervened. Xiao Dan, don't lower yourself to his level, it's not worth it. Wang Yan roared as if he couldn't take it anymore. I've had enough. You two go teach that little bitch a lesson for me. I'll pay double. The two hired thugs looked visibly excited. I've been wanting to pinch this pretty girl's face for a long time. With Yan Xiao paying, watch me tear your clothes off. However, things didn't go at all as they imagined. Razor-sharp sword strikes suddenly flashed. The two subordinates only had time to let out a few tragic screams before collapsing. Lin Yuan had arrived. His very presence immediately caused his enemies to bleed. He asked gently, Are you all right, Xiao Dan? The girl mumbled softly, I'm fine. Standing behind her, Kayan's eyes sparkled, unable to hide her admiration. So fast, so freaking cool. Wang Yan was so furious he spoke nonsensically. You dare to sneak attack my people. Do you know how much money I spent to hire them? Can you afford to compensate? Without them, are we supposed to clear this dungeon with hopes and dreams? Right after saying that, Lin Yuan teleported directly in front of him, his voice ice cold. You bullied my sister and even dared to talk trash about my parents. Wang Yan started to tremble in fear, stuttering, do you know who I am, daring to talk to me like that? In the blink of an eye, a devastating punch deformed Wang Yan's face, fresh blood splattering everywhere. He even leaned into the guy's ear to warn him. I don't care what kind of dog you are. If you like to bark and bite randomly, you deserve to be butchered. Wang Yan lay flat on the ground but still tried to salvage the situation. Are you crazy? The dungeon requires a minimum of 6 people. You took down 2 of my men, so how are we going to get in? Lin Yuan stated coldly, if we're short on people, I'll handle it. You just need to shut your mouth and watch. He already had a plan in mind. The Valley of Ashes dungeon happened to drop combat skills. Sooner or later, I will need them. I can call Zhu Nai and Tai Yang over, taking this chance to get one step closer to Leng Yue. He immediately sent a party invite to Zhu Nai and Tai Yang. Kayan's eyes widened and she whispered into Lin Dan's ear. Xiao Dan, your brother is way more amazing than I thought and so badass too. Lin Dan's face flushed slightly as she replied, Really? It's just normal. Wang Yan was still bitter and yelled, What kind of decent person could pour trash like you invite? It's probably just another loser who can't even beat the lowest level mobs at the gate. The girl next to him suddenly stuttered, Yan Xiao, look. Isn't that the big boss from the Super God Iron Triangle? Zhu Nai and Tai Yang had just appeared and dramatically raised his voice. When the bells of destiny ring, you and I are destined to drown in an inescapable sea of love. Right after that, the system announced, Zhu Nai and Tai Yang has joined the party, teleportation successful. Wang Yan's eyes widened in shock. It's Big Boss Zhu Nai, the main cleric of Jinghua Shui Yue, the top 2 guild in Zaimo. Brother Zhu Nai, are you going to carry us through the dungeon? Thank you so much. Kayan was also astonished. Zhu Nai and Tai Yang, why is he here? A big boss of this caliber never joins random parties. Lin Dan looked bewildered. I don't know either. However, Tai Yang's image as a big boss completely collapsed when he saw Lin Yuan. He rushed over, loudly proclaiming, Zhai Gu, you finally remembered me. I knew it, you would definitely bring me to a dungeon. The moment I saw your invite, I ran over here as fast as my legs could carry me. If we form a super party, nothing could be better. Lin Yuan quickly covered Tai Yang's mouth, his face filled with disgust. Wang Yan's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. What? Big Boss Zhu Nai is begging that guy to take him to a dungeon. How? How is that possible? Isn't that little girl's brother just a nobody player? The girl beside him also had her eyes wide open. Brother Yan, could the big boss have joined the wrong party? Let me go talk to him. Ju Nian Tai Yang turned to explain to the group. A nobody player. I came here precisely for Zhai Gu. He is the boss of all bosses, simply known as the Great God. Have you guys seriously never heard? Lin Yuan quickly cut him off. All right, let's enter the dungeon quickly. Wang Yan pointed at Lin Yuan, stubbornly arguing. I get it now. Lin Dan, your brother, also hired someone, but the Valley of Ashes on heroic difficulty is a dungeon where even top guilds fail. What can a cleric from a top 2 guild do? Lin Yuan turned around furiously, his voice menacing. Shut your foul mouth and keep your eyes open to see how I clear this. The system announced. The party is entering the Valley of Ashes, difficulty, heroic. A beam of light enveloped Lin Yuan's body. The teleportation state was ready. Inside, a monster was already waiting. Hui Jin Jia normal, level, 18 HP, 4700 attack, 580 defense, 75. Skill. Blazing spray spews flames causing damage and a burning effect that lasts for 10 seconds. The attributes of the monsters here were terrifyingly strong. Lin Dan grew even more worried. Will he be okay? If only my level were a bit higher. Wang Yan hovered in the back, constantly mocking. He found a cleric. He's probably planning to stall for time and fight slowly. I won't let him get his way. Go, lure all the monsters around here to us. The girl next to him eagerly nodded. Yes, I'll listen to you, Yan Xiao. Let's see how he handles this. A pack of Hui Jin Jai Yi was lurking in the shadows. Dust and smoke filled the air as a low growl echoed. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, looking toward the source of the sound. All around them, a horde of Hui Jin Jai Yi began to appear, making Kayan exclaim in horror. Oh my god, how are there so many monsters all of a sudden? Lin Dan was also panicked. The tutorial video I watched didn't show this scene. The monsters didn't hesitate to charge straight at them. Wang Yan leaned back, smirking. Looks like your luck isn't very good, huh? Tai Yang, on the contrary, appeared extremely excited. This situation is what I call thrilling. Zhai Gu, your fighting spirit must be boiling by now, right? This battle will be the stage for both of us to shine. Lin Yuan simply summoned calmly, Thunder Scorpion. As soon as the Xing Sha Lei Zai appeared, it instantly unleashed its crystal thunder burst, wiping out a large swathe of Hui Jin Jia Yi. Before anyone could regain their senses, Lin Yuan dashed off like the wind. Everyone, protect yourselves well. He swung his sword in a few lightning-fast strikes, causing several monsters to drop dead on the spot. Lin Yuan's sharp eyes vigilantly observed every movement. On this side, Lin Dan had also drawn her sword ready to fight. She told Kayan, hide behind me, I'll handle this. Kayan quickly reminded her, be careful. But before she needed to act, Lin Yuan rushed over and struck down the Hui Jin Jia Yi, aiming for her, growling. Don't even think about it. Lin Dan stood dazed, silently admiring. So in the game, he's actually this incredible, truly powerful. He slowly turned around and gently reached out to pat her head. Lin Yuan reassured her seriously. Don't worry, with me here, I absolutely won't let you be in danger. The girl bashfully lowered her head, pursing her lips tightly. Even without a verbal response, Lin Yuan still smiled happily. While Lin Dan was blushing and brushing his hand away, Kayan next to them had stars in her eyes, muttering, this sense of security, having a brother is so great. Wang Yan, who was pushed to the sidelines, suddenly spoke up arrogantly. I finally see it, the Valley of Ashes isn't that hard after all. One person can suppress them. Could it be that my full set of silver equipment is inferior to theirs? Mo Ling beside him immediately flattered. Exactly. How could they ever afford Yan Xiao's equipment? Wang Yan turned, acting high and mighty. You country bumpkins, watch closely. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight at a Hui Jin Jia Yi. This is the true power of Yan Xiao. But before Wang Yan could show off, it smacked him right in the face. He fell flat on the ground, wailing in complaint. Damn it, why is this monster so strong? It hurts to death. Lin Yuan glanced over and coldly dropped a sentence. If you want to die, wait until I clear the dungeon first. Saying that, he slowly activated his ability. I originally planned to get a gold item for Xiao Dan, but for now, we'll have to make do with silver. Lin Yuan took out several pieces of equipment, but instead of using them, he handed them straight to Lin Dan. These items suit you, take them and use them. It was the Fearless Battle Armor Silver. Effect: Constitution plus 50, critical damage plus 15%. Attached skill: Fearless Soul. Upon dealing critical damage, 8% of defense power is converted into a shield of equivalent value. As soon as Mo Ling saw those items, her eyes lit up. Oh my god, so cool. One piece of silver equipment could buy so many designer goods, it must be worth millions. Yet he gave it away without batting an eye. Meanwhile, Wang Yan was still groaning. Enough already, do you have to be so useless? However, Lin Dan refused. You keep them for self-defense. I'll take care of my own equipment. Seeing this, Lin Yuan could only twitch his lips in a helpless smile. This stubbornness of hers was still exactly the same as before. He didn't say anything more and turned to cooperate with Tai Yang, clearing out the mob of ashen lizards with perfect synergy. Lin Dan and Kayan also rushed into the battle. On the other side, Wang Yan and Mo Ling didn't want to be outdone either. An ashen lizard whipped its tail fiercely against Lin Dan's sword. She frowned, telling herself, I can do this. Seeing this, the monster roared with excitement. Right after that, a barrage of attacks crashed down upon the ashen lizard. The system panel popped up, HP 244700. Lin Dan glanced at Lin Yuan in astonishment. It must be him. Thinking this, she gathered her spirits and continued fighting. Lin Dan secretly resolved. Just like the old days, he always treats me like a child. I don't want him interfering in my business. Noticing his younger sister's attitude, he just sighed softly. Even wanting to gift her some items was this difficult. The siblings thus engaged in a silent competition, wiping out the massive swarm of ashen lizards. Standing on the side, Kayan couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. One was silently supporting and gifting loot. The other knew it perfectly well but remained stubborn. The dynamic between these siblings was truly amusing. Watching them chase each other was even more fun than killing monsters. Meanwhile, in the distance, Wang Yan and Mo Ling were running for their lives, being chased by the mobs. After a grueling battle, the group finally earned a brief moment to rest. Tai Yang stopped, leaning on his staff and panting. We've finally arrived. The boss is right in there. He turned to discuss with Lin Yuan. Best buddy, how about we head back first? There's no penalty for exiting the dungeon now. But if we fight the boss and get wiped out, we'll lose levels and drop gear. The risk is too great. Lin Yuan frowned. You have a point. Suddenly, the weak and cowardly Wang Yan yelled out. Huh, what? You were so fierce farming small mobs, but the moment you see the boss, you wet your pants. Kayan ignored him and turned to comfort Lin Dan. Xiao Dan, honestly, the fact that your brother led us this far is already incredible. Hearing this, Lin Dan couldn't help but ponder. I've caused trouble for him again. If only I were a little stronger, we wouldn't be in this situation, right? Lin Yuan quickly regained his decisive demeanor, taking the lead. Tai Yang is right, the death penalty is too severe. As he spoke, he activated his ability. Therefore, none of you need to make a move. Lin Yuan curled his lips into a smile and opened a summoning portal. I alone am enough. Wang Yan was absolutely terrified seeing this scene. So many summoned beasts. What the hell is this guy? Tai Yang smirked in disdain. You guys partied up with my best buddy and still don't know his true strength. Whether it's soloing a world boss or single-handedly wiping out the Blood Wolf Guild, out of all the players I've ever known, he is the absolute strongest. Deep within the dark lair, the Ashen Lizard King was resting with half-closed eyes. Suddenly, an energy sphere tore through the air, aiming straight for it. The Ashen Lizard King's senses screamed in alarm, and its eyes snapped open. However, the sphere's speed was beyond expectation, mercilessly embedding itself into the creature's body. Ignited by fury, the gigantic monster let out a frenzied roar and charged out of its resting place. The system panel instantly popped up. Ashen Lizard King Tier LV 21. HP 10,000 ATK 1,200 Def 300 Skills Flame Breath Flame Chaos Shield Bite. In stark contrast to everyone else's panic, Lin Yuan was unusually calm, leisurely walking toward the fierce beast. From behind, Kayan's group couldn't help but shudder at the sight. Good heavens, 1,200 attack damage. If we take one hit, we'll be instantly deleted, right? Her stubborn nature acting up, Lin Dan silently resolved to charge forward and provide backup. This was all her fault. She couldn't let him face the danger alone. She shouted, "Brother, let me buy you some time." However, before she could even budge, a magic ring tightly bound Lin Dan. Jiu Nian Tai Yang had just cast the skill Holy Light Imprisonment. He nonchalantly stepped forward, offering a blunt reminder, "Stay here and watch the good show. If you rush in, you'll only be dead weight to him." Those harsh words made Lin Dan freeze. What did you just say? Tai Yang casually replied, Just admire my best buddy's artistic performance." Lin Yuan remained composed as he faced the monster's massive jaws, which were gathering energy. The Ashen Lizard King was preparing to fire. The exact moment the blazing flames spewed out, he leaped into the air. A gasp of astonishment echoed from behind. He had calculated the boss's skill range flawlessly. Seizing the opportunity, the horde of summoned beasts charged in unison. By the time the Ashen Lizard King regained its bearings, they were already clinging all over its body. Without hesitation, each of the beasts took a deep bite into the giant monster's flesh. The scene instantly plunged into extreme chaos. A voice filled with admiration rang out. He even calculated the boss's cooldowns without missing a single second. Tai Yang excitedly poured out praises. It's as if he has the monster completely in the palm of his hand. This battle is truly a work of art. Bound in place, Lin Dan could only watch helplessly. Is this his true strength? Standing nearby, Mo Ling widened her eyes in admiration. Lin Dan's brother is so freaking cool. Go handsome, tear that fire lizard apart. This cheering made Wang Yan, who was standing close by, darken his face. Shut your mouth. He gritted his teeth, his fingers gripping the sword hilt until his knuckles turned white, his mind spinning with malicious schemes. At this rate, they'll clear the dungeon with ease, and I'll lose all my face in front of the class. That's it. Just a backstab to throw off his momentum, and a single strike from the monster will be enough to send him back to town to respawn. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was still giving his all, clashing fiercely with the vicious beast. System notification. Ashen Lizard King activates skill, Bite. HP, 315-10000. He immediately recognized the golden opportunity. The Bite skill has an 8-second cooldown. Now is the time. Wang Yan suddenly lunged from behind to ambush him, trying to solo the boss. You're still too green, honey. He had closed in right behind him, but his presence could not escape Lin Yuan's notice. He merely glanced over, his lips curling into a brief blunt word, idiot. With that, Lin Yuan executed an unbelievably smooth spin to dodge the attack. Looks like you're tired of living, huh? That move left Wang Yan stunned, his mouth hanging wide open. What? It's impossible to dodge that. Lin Yuan lifted his leg, putting force into a kick. Then go keep it company. His kick slammed squarely into Wang Yan's ribs, leaving him absolutely no chance to react. Wang Yan was kicked to the ground, and right above him, the Ashen Lizard King was opening its jagged, tooth-filled maw wide. Without a single wasted word, Lin Yuan activated his skill, Corpse Explosion. A terrifying explosion swallowed both Wang Yan and the Ashen Lizard King. The system broadcast flashed across the entire server. Congratulations to players hidden anonymous, Ju Nian Tai Yang, Qian Changji, Dan Chasing Yan Xiao, for successfully securing the first clear of the dungeon, Valley of Ashes, on heroic difficulty. Qian was beaming with joy. We really won. Xiao Dan, your brother is incredibly overpowered. Can we ask him to carry us through dungeons in the future? Lin Dan was still dazed as she mumbled in response. He's very busy. We'll see if there's a chance later. Tai Yang also couldn't hide his excitement as he yelled. That's my best buddy. You hard-carried the team a bit too much this time. Next time, let me show you what a peak cleric looks like. In the back, Mo Ling struck a coquettish pose. Big bro expert, can you add me as a friend? Hearing that, Tai Yang glared at her. Shut up, I recognize you. He roared while twirling his magic staff. You and that bastard who tried to backstab my best buddy are from the same group, right? Go to hell, all of you. The system chimed in again. Player searching for Yan Xiao has been slain. Do you wish to use dark summoning on the corpse of the Ashen Lizard King? Without hesitation, he replied, yes. Lin Yuan glanced around and decided to clear the battlefield. He spoke up. The pests have been cleaned up. Let's divide the loot. Hearing that, Qian guiltily waved her hands. No way, you carried the entire run by yourself. How could we dare to take any equipment? Just clearing the dungeon is lucky enough for us. Lin Yuan gently explained, I'll only take the skill book and the parchment. You guys can split the rest of the items. 3 items appeared in his hand, a book, a parchment scroll, and 1 other item. The remaining equipment included Ashen Legards, Silver Tier Leg Armor, Vitality plus 30, Movement Speed plus 20, Spirit plus 10. Attached skill, Flame Walk, increases fire resistance by 10%. Burning Bracers, Bronze Tier Arm Armor, Vitality plus 10, Strength plus 15, Critical Damage plus 5%. Quenched Fire Longsword, Bronze Tier Weapon, Attack power plus 15, strength plus 5, vitality plus 5. Agility boots, bronze tier shoes. Movement speed plus 10, vitality plus 10, spirit plus 5. Tai Yang quickly snatched up the ashen legguards. Awesome, our guild leader actually needs this. This really hits the spot. He suddenly had an idea. How about this? I'll buy all of this equipment and then divide the money among everyone based on their contribution. Deal. Lin Yuan politely replied. You decide, I don't need money. Lin Dan had no objections either, while Kian smiled sweetly. We're rich. After everything was settled, he decided to leave. With this, Wang Yan won't bother you anymore. If you face any difficulties in the future, just tell me directly. I'm going to run some quests now. Seeing him turn his back, she hastily called out, Brother, wait. Lin Yuan turned his head, slightly confused. What is it? Do you need gear? Doubts had been piling up in Lin Dan's heart for a long time. Ever since entering the dungeon, he had displayed an unimaginable level of skill. She had never seen anyone who could continuously summon beasts like that. Could it be? He is also a chosen one and is hiding his class. Thinking of this, she carefully probed. Since you started playing the game, have you noticed any changes in your body? Lin Yuan frowned slightly, remaining silent. Has she noticed? But Xiao Dan has already come into contact with people from the Order faction. I absolutely cannot expose the secret of my necromancer class. It's all just to protect her. He turned away, lying without batting an eye. Of course not. Why do you ask? Or have you experienced some changes? His counter-question made Lin Dan flustered and she stiffly turned away. No, it's nothing. Oh right, I still have a quest to turn in. I'll be going now. Lin Yuan's lips curled slightly, his eyes following Lin Dan with a sense of helplessness. She's all grown up, but her acting is still as terrible as ever. But this time she was willing to open up to me, which means she has finally acknowledged this older brother of hers. Right at that moment, Tai Yang called out loudly from afar. Best buddy. He dragged a whole team over, waving frantically. Thank goodness you haven't left yet. Xiao Yue just decided to run the Valley of Ashes dungeon on death difficulty. I told them we absolutely have to invite my best buddy to guarantee a win. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, contemplating. He didn't expect the opportunity to interact with Leng Yue to come so soon. He could use this chance to investigate whether the first believer was hiding in the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild. With that in mind, he slowly spoke up. All right, I was also planning to try my hand at death difficulty. Tai Yang affectionately threw an arm around Lin Yuan's shoulders. Straightforward. That's my best buddy. Come, let me introduce you. These are all core members of our guild. He pointed to a girl, the captain of the Super Divine Iron Triangle, and also the guild leader of Mirror Flower Water Moon, the Icy Beauty, Lady Leng Yue. The girl merely nodded slightly. Hello, I've heard a lot about you. Welcome to our core team. Seeing that the other person had no intention of introducing himself, Tai Yang had to speak up. This is Xing Yin, the Iron Triangle's expert wind mage, an extremely rare class. However, the guy showed no respect at all. All right, Tai Yang, I haven't acknowledged him as a teammate yet. Casually dragging a stranger into the team is not a wise decision. Xing Yin openly displayed his annoyance. Death difficulty doesn't allow for mistakes. A random passing player like him, who lacks synergy with us, will only get in our way. I don't want to take any risks, understand? Hearing that, Tai Yang angrily defended Lin Yuan. Xing Yin, what the hell are you saying? Just now, my best buddy carried the whole team by himself. The guy not only refused to listen but also smirked mockingly. I've seen plenty of big talkers and braggarts. So outsiders won't say we're using our numbers to bully the weak. I'll give you a chance. Xing Yin proposed a deal. As long as you can single-handedly drop the boss's HP by half, this set of gold-tier equipment I'm wearing will be yours. But if you get in the way and cause the team to wipe, you have to compensate for all the losses. Speaking up to here, he tilted his chin and ordered, Did you hear me clearly? If you scramble off now, there's still time. Those words provoked Lin Yuan. He nonchalantly retorted, Free gold-tier gear, why wouldn't I take it? Let everyone here be a witness, lest someone goes back on their word at the end. The atmosphere between the two instantly became as taut as a bowstring. Finally, Leng Yue had to step in to mediate. Enough, Xing Yin. Letting Tai Yang's friend join was a unanimous decision. If you had objections, you should have raised them then. Now, stick to the plan and let's cooperate to clear the dungeon. Being reprimanded by the guild leader, the guy flushed with anger. Leng Yue, you're defending an outsider. The death penalty in this dungeon is incredibly severe. Leng Yue paid no mind, decisively turning away. My decision is final, no need to repeat myself. Enter the dungeon. Xing Yin didn't dare to argue back, only silently clenching his fists. Leng Yue, I'll show you that a stray dog off the street can never be trusted. I am the indispensable teammate you need. His eyes gleamed with increasing hatred. Only me. The scene shifted inside the dungeon. The system displayed Ashen Lizard Normal LV 18. HP 4700 ATK 580 Def 75 Skills Flame Breath. Suddenly, a pillar of light descended from the sky to the ground. An ashen lizard immediately grew alert, fixing its gaze in that direction. Leng Yue and Lin Yuan's group had barely set foot inside when they fell into a tight encirclement of monsters. Tai Yang was horrified, his mouth complaining non-stop. The mob density on death difficulty is absolutely insane. We're getting ganged up on the moment we enter. Leng Yue quickly composed herself and ordered melee classes to the front. There are too many mobs. We must find a way to break through. The whole team immediately took up battle positions. Hold the formation. Let me pull aggro. Everyone look for a chance to break out. Got it, Xiao Yue. Standing in the back, Xing Yin had long been annoyed. This damn guy, why is he clinging on like a starving leech? I really just want to throw these lightning orbs straight into his face and be done with it. An ashen lizard unexpectedly slipped past the front line, charging straight at them. Tai Yang was startled and panicked. What the hell is this? He only then realized, crap, I neglected the rear. Leng Yue and another teammate were forced to rush forward to intercept it. She didn't forget to shout, Xing Yin, what are you thinking about? Focus. On the other side, another person also yelled, we're doomed. There are still mobs behind us. We don't have enough people to tank. The formation instantly fell into chaos. This is bad. My brown bear cub won't hold out. It's going to be torn apart by the mob. This is a battle pet I traded an entire silver tier set for. Right at that moment, Lin Yuan leisurely spoke up, leave this side to me. As soon as the words left his mouth, he summoned countless undead beasts that charged into the fray. Lin Yuan's beast army, with its overwhelming strength, forced the swarm of ashen lizards to fall back. They charged madly, launching relentless attacks from all directions. Naturally, he didn't just stand and watch. He immediately rushed forward, fighting shoulder to shoulder with his army. This clutch move saved Leng Yue's team from near disaster. We blocked them. Great, my battle pet is saved. Xing Yin, lingering in the back and having his spotlight stolen, could only grind his teeth. Damn it, letting him score points in front of Leng Yue again. You country bumpkin, don't even dream of making it out of this dungeon alive. Just as he was about to open his mouth to mock, Leng Yue dashed in front of him. Everyone hold the line, don't get distracted. The system announced the appearance of a new wave of monsters. The group immediately braced their fighting spirits. Tai Yang closed his eyes, trying his best to focus and channel his abilities. Lin Yuan continuously launched attacks, sweeping through the ashen lizards. Xing Yin was swept up in the team's pacing and forced to quickly catch up. Leng Yue silently observed Lin Yuan's combat style. His ability to analyze and neutralize danger in the blink of an eye, these reflexes, and personal skills were all extremely rare traits. Once this dungeon is cleared, I must invite him to join the guild. Meanwhile, Xing Yin could only stand frozen like a statue. He silently resolved to play dirty. His impression in Leng Yue's eyes had definitely worsened. This won't do. I must find a way to humiliate that bastard. Thinking so, Xing Yin used the excuse of providing cover to close in on Lin Yuan. Let me support you. Careful not to get hit by friendly fire. Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown, silently cursing. What a moron. But this was also a good opportunity to pull closer to Leng Yue, make her lower her guard, and then extract information. Lin Yuan constantly had to duck, dodging Xing Yin's accidental attacks. But because of the swarm of ashen lizards in front of him, he gradually fell into a passive position. Damn it. Unexpectedly, a hand reached out and grabbed Lin Yuan's wrist. Leng Yue pulled him out of the perilous situation and suggested, I'll handle the right side, you take care of the left. Got it. Lin Yuan quickly replied, got it. Right after, she let go of his hand, spun around and charged forward. As soon as Lin Yuan landed, he coordinated with Leng Yue to take down two ashen lizards. She and he, taking different directions, slashed and struck their way through the monster mob. Both accelerated in unison, tearing apart the encirclement together. The teammates behind watched the scene with their eyes shining brightly. What a blood-pumping combo. Our guild leader and that handsome guy have such perfect synergy, so badass. After the cleanup was done, Lin Yuan curled his lips slightly and struck up a conversation. It's my first time seeing a skill like that. Is it a skill learned after your class advancement? Leng Yue modestly replied, It's nothing special, I was just lucky enough to learn it from a skill book. He seized the opportunity. A second-tier guild is indeed filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Are there any other experts with special skills in your place? I'd like to spar and learn a bit. Leng Yue was also straightforward. Then you can join Mirror Flower Water Moon and find out for yourself. To her surprise, Lin Yuan decisively refused. Never mind, I'm more used to grinding solo. His smile and face made her freeze. That familiar smiling expression. Is it an illusion? But it truly looks exactly the same. Sidelined in the back, Xing Yin ground his teeth in rage. What the hell did that bastard say to Leng Yue? Why does she have that kind of expression? Suddenly, Tai Yang ran over in a hurry. I've picked up all the drops, we'll split them after we're done. Xiao Yue, are we still fighting the boss according to the old plan next? She simply gave a cold yeah. But Xing Yin used that as an excuse, stepping forward with a proposal. Hold on, I want to apologize to our friend here. Everyone saw it just now. His strength far exceeds our imagination. With that kind of capability, he can definitely perform even better. Xing Yin's eyes turned malicious. I propose we let him single-handedly draw the next boss's aggro. Lin Yuan analyzed it immediately. If I go act as bait, I won't have the chance to attack the boss, let alone drop half of its HP. Is he planning to renege on the deal, unwilling to part with his gold-tier equipment? Xing Yin replied, Do you think you can withstand a few hits from the boss? Dream on. You're overthinking it, buddy. As long as you fulfill the task of drawing aggro, I will still give you the gold-tier gear. Leng Yue immediately interjected, I disagree. Changing tactics mid-battle carries too much risk. Xing Yin cut her off. Don't say that, Leng Yue. I can see you value him highly too, so why don't we let him decide for himself? Lin Yuan silently calculated. To get closer to the number 2 guild in Leng Yue, this thorn, Xing Yin, is an obstacle. For now, I'll just shut him up and I'll deal with him later. He agreed to their proposal. All right, I accept. The group moved to the center of the Valley of Ashes. Tai Yang was excited. Best buddy, this time let me broaden my horizons and witness your full strength. Xing Yin sneered inwardly. This idiot definitely doesn't know that the boss's AoE skill is the ultimate counter to summoned beasts. There's a good show to watch now. Lin Yuan condensed power in his hands, thinking to himself. The boss in the death difficulty dungeon is indeed no pushover, but with my experience from my past life, I know all its mechanics like the back of my hand. A lightning orb was launched straight toward the target. The giant vicious beast took an unexpected hit. The system displayed information. Ashen Lizard King Tier LV 25. HP 15,000 ATK 1,500 Def 500 Skills Flame Breath Crucible of All Things Tail Sweep Flame Shield. The other members were astonished. The boss on death difficulty is already level 25. The highest level for players right now is only 15. The gap is too huge. Everyone, don't just stand there. Only Xing Yin gloated inwardly. Hurry up and make a move. That kid will definitely regret it until his face turns green. Lin Yuan, without a shred of hesitation, charged straight at the boss. He directed, same as before, start by attacking the ground. Its skill set hasn't changed. The group immediately took action. Before them was the colossal figure of the fierce beast. Quick, seize the opportunity. Not only did Xing Yin not help, but he also stood in a corner chuckling to himself. This scene is truly amusing, no different from a pack of baby mice trying to wrestle an elephant. The silhouettes of the entire team looked incredibly tiny before the mighty opponent. Leng Yue urged, Xing Yin, quickly use your crowd control skill. He cursed under his breath, damn it, it's too late. The boss's firepower swept across, sending the team flying in all directions. One person couldn't hold back and swore right in Xing Yin's face. What the hell is a bastard like you doing? She questioned, why didn't you use lightning magic to paralyze its tail? Wasn't this assigned beforehand? Do you know what a great opportunity you just wasted? He stammered. Leng Yue, I'm sorry. The remaining 2 members despaired. We're all disabled and healing takes time. How can best buddy fight the boss all by himself? This run is busted. On death difficulty, even if we forfeit midway, the losses will be severe. We're caught between a rock and a hard place. Leng Yue spoke in a serious tone. Since things have come to this, I expect everyone to view this as an expensive lesson. The newcomer didn't make a single mistake. Ironically, it's our veteran team that's dragging him down. She was decisive. I will inform him about retreating from the dungeon. The guild will bear responsibility for all losses. A team member exclaimed, "Wait, guild leader. Look, he seems completely unharmed, still soloing the mob." Lin Yuan assessed the situation. The entire team had temporarily lost their combat capabilities, so it seemed he could only fight a solo battle. He knew the Ashen Lizard King's fatal weak point was right on its back. A single lightning strike to paralyze its tail would open up a chance for an all-out assault. Facing the boss's lunge, Lin Yuan merely uttered a disdainful remark as he swung his sword. Too slow. The Starfiend Lightning Beast was summoned, and instantly received the command to charge up and block it. System notification. Starfiend Lightning Beast unleashes the ultimate skill, Paralyzing Lightning Strike. A powerful surge of electrical energy spread throughout the boss's body, the paralyzing effect taking hold instantly. Lin Yuan continued his command, "Excellent. Its rear is safe now, let's go." His summoned beast pack growled and lunged toward their prey. Leng Yue was astonished. He even possesses a lightning attribute summoned beast, and he completely grasps how to counter this boss. Xing Yin's face burned with shame as he inwardly cursed, "Damn it, how did he know? Isn't this just admitting I'm worse than a pet?" Tai Yang quickly revived his spirits. "Awesome. Best Buddy really has the power to solo the boss. Guys, heal up quickly, we're going to back him up." However, he quickly realized a harsh truth. Wait a minute, it looks like he's just trying to act tough. Lin Yuan's summoned beast couldn't hold on for long. A single shockwave attack from the boss was enough to crush them. The summoned beast's HP bar plummeted drastically, and its body began to stagger. Lin Yuan activated the skill Dark Curse. The summoned beast's HP bar was instantly filled back to max, and its strength exploded back to its original state. Xing Yin was dumbfounded. Number impossible. He can even heal his summoned beasts. At this rate, isn't he more than capable of slaughtering the boss all by himself? Leng Yue shouted with authority, "Everyone prepare yourselves. The boss is almost out of HP, launch a full-scale attack." System notification. Ashen Lizard King activates the skill Crucible of all things. From the rear, Leng Yue shouted a warning. "Careful, this is the boss's strongest AoE skill right before it dies." Upon realizing that Lin Yuan's strength was extraordinary, Xing Yin gritted his teeth in bitter resentment, thinking, "No way, I can't let you win. You want the gear, you want Leng Yue. You and this monster should just both disappear." Blood rushing to his head, he made the decision to sabotage his teammate. "Everyone get out of the way, let me interrupt the boss. Activate resistance skill, Lightning Ring." A ring of lightning radiated from Xing Yin's body. Leng Yue turned her head, slightly startled to see the lightning ring right behind her. She tried to step back but was too late, getting blasted backward by the lightning ring. What? Lin Yuan was no stranger to such underhanded tactics. He lightly jumped to evade it, having already predicted that this idiot would stab him in the back. However, Leng Yue wasn't so lucky. She panicked as her body flew backward. As Lin Yuan landed, seeing that no one could react in time to catch Leng Yue, he knew he would have to save her, silently complaining, "How troublesome." Lin Yuan's agile legs leaped toward Leng Yue. He easily caught her midair, one arm tightly wrapping around her shoulders and the other supporting her legs, carrying her in a princess hold before they both landed. Completing a classic hero saving the beauty maneuver. "Don't be afraid, hold on tight to me." Following that, Lin Yuan vaulted into the air, distancing himself from the boss while simultaneously activating the corpse explosion skill. A deafening blast echoed in everyone's ears. The system instantly sent a server-wide broadcast. "Congratulations to players hidden anonymous, Jiu Nian Tai Yang, Leng Yue, Xing Yin, Bladesman A, and Barbarian Bear Controller for securing the first clear of the Valley of Ashes dungeon on death difficulty." Leng Yue breathed a sigh of relief, blushing as she clung to Lin Yuan's shoulders. "I truly didn't expect someone as young as you to have such abundant experience without panicking in the slightest." He chuckled. "Is that so? Perhaps it's just luck." Leng Yue said shyly, "Even if you won't join the guild, I still want to befriend someone like you, so we can tackle higher difficulty dungeons together in the future." Lin Yuan didn't reject a companion like her. "All right." And so, the two added each other through the friend system. Leng Yue sent a friend request, accepted Leng Yue's friend request. Jiu Nian Tai Yang, holding the gold tier chest that just dropped from the boss, teased Leng Yue. "It's my first time seeing Xiao Yue act so bashful." Seeing everyone walking over, she embarrassedly coughed a few times. "You can put me down now." Xing Yin was green with regret. He gripped his magic staff tightly, screaming in his heart. Why is it like this? I haven't even touched a single strand of her hair." Lin Yuan let go, setting Leng Yue down on the ground. At the same time, the system sent a summary notification to the party channel. Player, hidden anonymous, achieved 87% contribution in Valley of Ashes, death difficulty. Receiving the information, he turned to Xing Yin to collect his debt right then and there out of spite. "My contribution is 87%. According to our bet, that gold tier gear should belong to me, right?" Xing Yin was furious but could do nothing. He stammered, "The gold tier gear. The boss has already been killed. Let's look at the drops first. We should divide them up initially." Lin Yuan didn't yield an inch, insisting on collecting his debt. "No need, just hand the gold tier gear to me first." Put in a weak position, Xing Yin pleaded, "I'll give it to you, don't rush. Wait until I find replacement gear and I'll give it to you immediately." He snorted in contempt. "Looks like you want a Welsh on the bet." Seeing the tense situation, Leng Yue stepped in to mediate. "Honestly, Xing Yin's gear might not even be suitable for you. How about this? You get first pick of the loot this time, and at the same time, I will personally pay to buy a piece of equipment that suits you. What do you say?" Out of respect for her, Lin Yuan nodded. "All right, let's do as you say, but honestly, compared to equipment, I'd rather spar and exchange techniques with experts who have special skills." Leng Yue smiled. "Experts? Sure. We really were lucky to have you this time. I'll head back and ask the others in the guild if they're willing." With the deal struck, he ignored Xing Yin and walked over to the boss's corpse. He had almost forgotten there were others present. Using dark summoning, he reanimated the corpse of the Ash Lizard King into his own undead minion. But at that exact moment, the system notified him that the 3 kobold miner zombies in the sewer had been destroyed. The sudden news made Lin Yuan exclaim in disbelief. What? He couldn't fathom who else could have destroyed his undead. There were no players leveling up near the hidden dungeon, and the 3 zombie minions would have been enough to scare them off anyway. Could this mean the Kang Shiji had appeared? Lin Yuan frowned in calculation. He had to seize this opportunity. The clue to finding the first believer lay with him. Immediately after, he opened a portal and dashed through. Ju Niantai Yang called out hastily from behind, "Bro, you haven't picked up your equipment yet." The scene shifted to the sewer. It was dark, damp, and dotted with stagnant puddles. A few torches still flickered on the walls. Lin Yuan cast invisibility. Though the entrance seemed normal, it was safer to take the secret passage. He quickly reached the spot where the 3 kobolds had fallen and crouched down to inspect the undead remains. After a brief inspection, he concluded that there were no signs of a struggle. The undead seemed to have been taken out by a single, fatal blow. It appeared the opponent was an expert in assassination. However, Lin Yuan suddenly noticed 2 dark puncture wounds on the undead's neck. It was a snake bite. He quickly analyzed the situation. Snake bites in this hidden dungeon shouldn't be this large, and given the power of the Ming Wangxi, it wouldn't have left behind an intact corpse. Lin Yuan finally deduced the truth. This was definitely the work of the Kang Shiji. At that moment, sensing danger from behind, he immediately turned around. His invisibility timer ran out and the system notified him that the effect was dispelled. Right behind Lin Yuan was a purple snake. The system identified it as a level 15 elite bone-eating demon snake. HP, 4500 attack, 300 defense, 130. Skills, bone-eating tremor, suffocating constriction, flesh and bone fusion. It unhinged its jaws and lunged at him, but Lin Yuan leapt out of the way. With a loud crash, the snake slammed into the spot where he had just been standing. Luckily, he had created some distance between them. Lin Yuan vigilantly summoned Heavenly Demon Fire and launched a ranged attack with a fireball. The level of these snakes wasn't low, and their skill effects were still unknown. Caution was paramount. The fireball forced the snake in front of him to retreat. Just then, another bone-eating demon snake suddenly appeared behind him. Seeing its blood-red eyes, Lin Yuan was taken aback. There's more. The snake snapped its jaws down, aiming for his head. Fortunately, he managed to spin around and block with his sword just in time, forcing the beast to bite down on the blade. Lin Yuan braced himself to hold it off while commanding, "Death Direwolf, hold them off." Lin Yuan carefully assessed the battlefield. "This won't do. The one pulling the strings is hiding in the shadows. I need to drag him out into the light." Suddenly, his eyes darted in another direction, as if he had just noticed something. Lin Yuan tracked a snake that was slithering away. Found you. He pushed his speed to the limit, his body shooting forward like an arrow. Lin Yuan raised his fist, his voice brimming with confidence. Nowhere left to hide, buddy. His shadow gauntlets were equipped. Lin Yuan's punch, wreathed in ghostly blue flames, smashed straight toward the target. However, when his fist struck the iron bars, they remained completely unyielding. He paused for a second. Something's not right. Lin Yuan analyzed as he observed. This gate has the marks I left earlier. This is the Ming Wangshi's location. He set a trap to make me walk right into it. The death direwolf behind him suddenly issued a warning growl. At the same time, Lin Yuan sensed the swarm of snake monsters closing in from behind. Let's see who loses their patience first. He acted instantly. He activated his invisibility skill. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan vanished, leaving the snake swarm bewildered and disoriented. The enemy that was right in front of them had seemingly melted into thin air. A voice echoed from the darkness, "So you didn't take the bait after all." The man suddenly materialized among the snakes. "I won't let a second person know the secrets hidden in this sewer. This is my domain." His eyes swept the area before locking onto the ripples forming on the water's surface. He seemed to have noticed the anomaly. Without a hint of hesitation, he struck immediately. "You exposed your flaw, become food for my snakes." He raised his snake-headed staff. A massive blast of dark magic erupted, devastating everything in its path. Just then, Lin Yuan suddenly appeared behind him. "Where are you aiming, buddy?" The man jolted and whipped around in panic. "What?" Lin Yuan gave him no chance, swinging his sword in a razor-sharp arc, but the man managed to dodge just in time. He ground his teeth in fury. "You dare play tricks on me?" He slammed his staff into the ground, and the infuriated snake swarm surged forward to attack. "You're courting death." Lin Yuan silently evaluated his opponent. "It seems this guy isn't good at close combat. He's been keeping his distance this whole time. If I just use my undead to hold off the snakes, victory will be in my grasp." Acting on the thought, he charged straight forward. "You're not the only one who knows how to summon. Let our minions play with each other." The man was left speechless, refusing to believe his eyes. More undead zombies. How could it be such a coincidence? Impossible. Lin Yuan taunted him as he attacked. "What's wrong? Other than controlling these snakes, do you have any other tricks?" The man roared in a frenzy. "A dying man doesn't need to know." Lin Yuan was just as sharp, clapping back instantly. "Save the big talk, tough guy. Without that snake swarm, could you even take one punch from me? You're a disgrace to the first believer." The man's face froze in utter shock. "You, how do you know about that great one?" Suddenly, more snakes burst forth from the ground. He laughed maniacally. "Surprised? I have plenty more snakes. Let me capture you first, then I'll interrogate you slowly." Lin Yuan remained entirely unfazed, calmly analyzing the situation. This ambush felt fishy from the start. His snakes even know how to utilize the terrain. As expected, he's already a lackey of the first believer at this point in time. I need to find a way to capture him alive. In a split second, Lin Yuan cleaved the newly emerged snakes in half. Losing all his patience, the man decided to deliver the finishing blow. "It ends here, you trash." Lin Yuan kept his cool, skillfully using this opportunity to lure the man closer. However, the surge of dark magic was so powerful that it sent him flying backwards. Lin Yuan was genuinely surprised to find himself tightly bound by the snakes. His magic damage comes with crowd control effects. My movements have clearly slowed down. The man swaggered over, boasting. "When I saw the zombies, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. I didn't expect you to actually be a necromancer hunter. It's just a pity. Your skill set seems a bit incomplete, doesn't it?" Despite being constricted by two snakes, Lin Yuan maintained a calm facade. "Necromancer hunter, what the hell are you talking about, buddy?" Though tough on the outside, a sense of unease rose within him. How does he know about this class? He's even familiar with the skills of a necromancer hunter. The man didn't bother to answer, merely bursting into laughter as if victory was already his. "Tell me, where did you hear about the boss? Don't worry, we have all day to chat." Lin Yuan smirked mockingly. "I should be saying that to you. Pretty soon, I'll make you spill everything you know." Behind the man, a terrifying three-headed snake materialized. "You dare turn my snakes into the undead? Since when?" He stood still, ignoring the tight bindings on his body. "My undead are infinite, while your snakes are dying off one by one. You might as well give up now." The man couldn't accept the truth and fought back like a madman. "Keep dreaming." I will never let a mongrel like you capture me. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate. He instantly broke free from the restraint and summoned his power, corpse explosion. The man had only run a few steps before the Ming Wang, she caught up to him. In the next second, it used its massive body to tightly coil around him. Lin Yuan shouted, "Catch him, use constrict." Only then did he stroll over leisurely. "You run pretty fast, but at least I've confirmed this Kang Shiji's area of operations. Furthermore, at this point in time, his strength isn't as formidable as when the evil god descends. If I can learn a CC cleansing skill, these snakes will be nothing more than free necromancy materials served on a silver platter." Amidst the rubble, an object suddenly glowed, catching his eye. Lin Yuan picked it up and inspected it closely. This is a pocket watch. No attribute interface. It's not equipment. Could it be some sort of token? If he's hiding within the Jing Hua Shui Yue Guild, now is the perfect time to find Leng Yue and verify it. He definitely hasn't had time to teleport anywhere yet. A system message notification chimed. The sender was Leng Yue. "Can I meet you for a moment? I want to discuss some matters regarding the Valley of Ashes." That night at a tavern, as the entire kingdom lit up, Leng Yue approached the empty seat. "Sorry, I'm a bit late." She waved her hand, and a small ring appeared on the table. "Here is the promised gold-tier equipment. See if it's to your liking." It was the mind-focusing ring, an incredibly rare gold-tier item. Lin Yuan looked at the ring, calculating inwardly, mana regeneration effect. "Ever since I got corpse explosion, my mana consumption has been quite high. Leng Yue is truly thoughtful." Leng Yue waved her hand again. A series of other items appeared, and these are the drops from the Valley of Ashes. As agreed, you get first pick. Lin Yuan calmly picked up each item to inspect them. "This suits me perfectly. It even exceeds my expectations. As for the drops, this skill scroll is enough for me." Lin Yuan propped his chin on his hand, his tone slightly teasing. "I thought you were the extremely unapproachable type. I didn't expect you to frequent places like taverns." Lin Yuan quickly returned to a serious demeanor, looking straight at the person across from him. "Today, while leveling in the sewer, I ran into an expert. The guild emblem on him looked very much like Jing Hua Shui Yue's. I'd like to have a little chat with him. Would that be convenient?" Leng Yue replied seriously as well. "The sewer. Let me ask around in the guild." He presented the watch he had picked up earlier. This is something he carelessly dropped. Does it look familiar? Does anyone in the guild use this kind of pocket watch? She took the watch, trying to search her memory. A pocket watch? Let me see. It doesn't look like equipment, does it? To be honest, this is the first time I've seen this kind of accessory. Lin Yuan didn't show any disappointment. "I understand. Then please help me look into the matter in the sewer. This is extremely important to me." Leng Yue gladly agreed. "All right, I'll keep an eye out within the guild." He asked further, "But then again, you just handing over gold-tier equipment like this, won't the people in your guild have any objections?" She tilted her head slightly, her gaze drifting elsewhere. "Xing Yin is furious, but this time it was his fault to begin with, and besides, you look a lot like my younger brother. There are times when I can barely tell the difference. If he were still alive, he'd probably be around your age by now." It finally dawned on Lin Yuan. No wonder her reactions were so strange the past few times. He could only offer words of comfort. "My condolences." Leng Yue pushed the watch back to him. "It's all in the past now. By the way, if you trust me, stock up on some lightning resistance potions. You'll need them very soon." He thought to himself, "It seems the Order's internal faction has already gotten wind of the upcoming special lightning attribute dungeon. It's just a pity that the formula for the strongest lightning resistance potion is in my hands." At the same time, the system sounded an alert. Submitted 100 stalks of demonic spleen grass. The quest, Imor's Entrustment, has been completed. Both of them stood up, ready to leave. "I'll look into it. I'll be taking my leave then." Leng Yue stepped forward and suggested, "Let's walk together." The two left the tavern together, completely unaware that everything had been seen by Xing Yin from a hidden corner. His body trembled with rage. "That bastard dares to date Leng Yue. I have to cripple him." Unexpectedly, Leng Yue and Lin Yuan were already standing behind him. "Xing Yin, what a coincidence. You came to the tavern too." Xing Yin hastily made an excuse. I was just passing by." Then he raised his voice in warning. "Leng Yue, what is there to talk about with a guy like this? It's best if you stay away from him." Lin Yuan interjected in annoyance. "I invited her to discuss some guild matters. You don't need to let your imagination run wild. Xing Yin glared at Lin Yuan with fiery eyes. Almighty expert, didn't you declare that you wouldn't join any guild? Why are you seeking out our guildmaster to discuss guild business? Or do you have some ulterior motive? Lin Yuan stared at him, thinking to himself, what a lingering nuisance. With that in mind, he tactfully replied, of course. Guildmaster Leng Yue's swordsmanship is exceptionally superb. I wanted to ask her for a few pointers. Is that not allowed? Xing Yin argued stubbornly. I think it's more like you have hidden intentions. Leng Yue, you must be careful with this kind of person, lest you invite trouble. At this moment, Leng Yue finally spoke up coldly. Thank you for your concern. But who I drink with doesn't seem to require your permission, does it? Xing Yin started to panic. No, Leng Yue, that's not what I meant. She brushed past him coldly. Enough. I specifically came here to reserve equipment for you. You have truly disappointed me. Xing Yin tried to explain. Leng Yue, you misunderstand. Watching the receding figures of Leng Yue and Lin Yuan, the resentment in his heart surged. It's all because of that bastard. As long as I eliminate him, Leng Yue will only look at me again, just like before. Xing Yin's mind was now completely clouded and misguided by hatred. I have to eliminate him. The scene shifted to a room with an eerily quiet atmosphere. Xing Yin walked in slowly, carrying a gloomy aura. As soon as he arrived, Xing Yin got straight to the point. You are indeed here. Go take care of someone for me. The masked man answered unhurriedly. What's the rush? Let me finish this drink first. But Xing Yin was frantic. Once it's done, I'll pay you double. He sent the photo of the target to the man. You must kill him, the more miserable the better. Finally, the other man agreed. Quite a big spender, aren't you? Fine, I'll take the job. Before leaving, Xing Yin didn't forget to instruct. Remember, you must choose a crowded place. He broke into a savage smile. Torture him slowly in front of everyone. Afterwards, the masked man began reviewing Lin Yuan's information. He stared intently at the photo. This guy seems a bit familiar. Meanwhile, at a town on the edge of the desert, De Wei was holding the watch, examining it meticulously. I have never seen a watch like this. It just looks like an ordinary piece of jewelry. But you can go to the Scorpion Tail Knights and try your luck, provided you can get inside. Lin Yuan thought to himself, to think that an erudite NPC like De Wei doesn't know anything about it. All right, thank you. De Wei expressed a hint of regret. You're welcome. It's a pity I've already retired from the army. Without a valid reason, it will be very difficult for you to meet the Legion commander. Just then, a girl walked in. Uncle De, how have you been lately? I brought you some delicious food. Seeing the girl, De Wei greeted her joyfully. Edith, I'm doing much better. Thank you for coming to visit this old man again. The girl's appearance made Lin Yuan curious. Edith. By the way, De Wei suggested, if you really want to go to the Scorpion Tail Knights to ask around, you can seek Edith's help. She is Commander Sid's daughter. The girl hurriedly denied it. No, I haven't been his daughter for a long time. I'm just an independent tailor now. Lin Yuan finally spoke up. It sounds like there's a bit of a misunderstanding between you two. Perhaps I can be of some help. De Wei began to advise her. Edith, the commander is definitely regretting it now. There's no need for you father and daughter to be so tense with each other. Listen to me just this once. Edith seemed to soften as well. All right, young friend, please follow me. I thought I would never have the chance to give this gift to him. Lin Yuan seemed to understand. It looks like you just needed an excuse. Edith admitted as she opened the gift box, perhaps. Handing the box to Lin Yuan, Edith instructed, This is a ceremonial suit that took me a year to tailor. I hope you can deliver it to my father personally. Afterward, let me know what his answer is. Lin Yuan accepted the gift, stating firmly, Rest assured, I will deliver it as quickly as possible. You have received the hidden quest, Dusty Kinship. Quest name Dusty Kinship. Activation conditions. Heal De Wei and gain his favor, Scorpion Tail Knight's reputation. Objectives. Deliver the ceremonial suit tailored by Edith to her father. Rank, Gold. Time limit, 12 hours. The scene transitioned to the Scorpion Tail Knight's encampment. Outside, guards stood watch with solemn expressions. They immediately stopped Lin Yuan. Halt, who goes there? He explained calmly, Please don't be tense. I have been entrusted by Miss Edith to deliver an item to the commander. One guard responded, Miss Edith, wait here, I will go report. Lin Yuan looked at them, calculating inwardly. The Scorpion Tail Knights are considered the strongest force in the ancient kingdom of the Western Desert, second only to the state preceptor. Building a good relationship with them will be very beneficial. A moment later, the guard returned. "Sorry to keep you waiting, please follow me." At the same time, another soldier walked by leading a bizarre creature. It had a lion's head, a horse's body, and wings. Lin Yuan thought to himself, to obtain the signature mount of the Scorpion Tail Knights, the Manticore, I still need to increase my reputation before I can buy one. After walking a short distance, they stopped in front of a large tent. The soldier instructed, "The commander is in the tent ahead, go in yourself." Lin Yuan thanked him sincerely. "All right, thank you." Upon entering, he continued to calculate. Commander Sid's strength is absolutely terrifying, equivalent to a level 60 Lord-tier monster. I absolutely cannot expose my identity as a necromancer hunter. Inside, a man was already waiting. Lin Yuan spoke cautiously. "Commander Sid, pardon the intrusion." Sid turned around and cut straight to the chase. "Tell me, how is Edith now? Is she doing well?" Lin Yuan placed the box on the table. "Miss Edith misses you very much. She asked me to bring this to you. This is a ceremonial suit she spent an entire year making for you. She hopes you can understand her feelings." Sid accepted it. "A year? That child must have poured her heart and soul into this. Why won't she come to see me herself? After all these years, she's still just as passionate about tailoring. Look at these meticulous stitches. It's truly a work of art." However, he recalled that year when he stubbornly believed his daughter couldn't pursue a lowly profession like a tailor, even going so far as to force her away. It had been 10 years since they last met. Sid carefully stroked the garment. Lin Yuan thought to himself, "Sid, a man who commands the wind and rain, yet he has such gentle moments. I need to find an opportunity to ask about the watch." Then he spoke up, "Lord Sid, Miss Edith doesn't blame you at all. She asked me to tell you that you don't need to worry about so-called glory anymore. All she needs is for you to want her back by your side." He agreed, "Yes, but I have a matter I'd like to trouble you with. Do you know the origins of this watch?" Sid stated firmly, "This watch? I can confidently say I have never seen this design before." With the matter settled, he urged, "Go quickly and deliver the news to my Edith." Lin Yuan replied, "Yes, I'll go right away." Suddenly he called him back, "Wait. What is your identity?" Lin Yuan was startled. Could he have discovered something? Sid sighed, "I was too abrupt. Since you are someone my daughter has acknowledged, I shouldn't suspect you. Thank you for everything you've done for Edith. If anyone ever bullies her in the future, you can invoke the name of the Scorpion Tail Knights to deal with them at any time." Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Understood. I will definitely ensure Miss Edith's safety." The system displayed a notification. Received Sid's acknowledgement. Scorpion Tail Knight's reputation plus 1,000. Scorpion Tail Knight's reputation has reached friendly. Acquired the status of honorary member of the Scorpion Tail Knights. He was inwardly astonished. I didn't expect him to directly grant me the Knight Legion's emblem. Other than Sid personally bestowing it, this item cannot be obtained through any other means. With this in hand, I can roam freely in the Western Desert. Current Scorpion Tail Knight's reputation is 1,500. The reputation shop has opened. I can't miss this opportunity. There are things only sold here. The shopkeeper called out cheerfully, "Welcome, young knight. Are you looking for anything in particular?" Long Yuan got straight to the point. "A venomous manticore." He calculated mentally. He already had the combat skills. With just one mount, he would transform into a veritable mobile fortress. The shopkeeper immediately enthusiastically promoted it. The venomous manticore is a rare commodity. You can count them on one hand in all of Feng Chui Sha. The price is 300 gold coins. Without waiting for the shopkeeper to finish, Lin Yuan decided on the spot, "Not a problem." The system confirmed the transaction. 300 gold coins had been paid. The poison blood manticore mount was officially unlocked. Edith looked up with bright eyes, a clear look of smugness on her face. "My father said exactly that. Wow, I was certain he had completely forgotten about his daughter and just buried himself in his beloved Knight Legion." Long Yuan replied gently, "Miss Edith, please don't think that. The commander truly wishes for your return." The girl shook her head softly. "Just knowing he has that sentiment is enough to satisfy me." System notification. The hidden quest Dusty Kinship has been completed. Edith handed him a small box. "This is a token of my gratitude. Please accept it. And please pass a message to my father. Crafting gorgeous clothes for people with my own hands makes me very happy. I want to continue this work here." The system panel displayed the details of the skill he just received. Long Yuan analyzed it. This gold-tier equipment grants immunity to magic and crowd control effects. With this in hand, that Kang Shiji would be almost completely countered by him. He nodded, "Thank you, I'll be going now." From inside the tent, Hughes's contemplative voice echoed out, "It seems Edith truly loves her current life. Hearing that puts my mind at ease." Long Yuan pondered. The clue about the watch was still a dead end. He might as well take a risk and ask directly about snakes. He spoke up, "Commander, do you have any information regarding snakes?" He replied, "Snakes. After the Serpentine civilization was banished, all the snakes in Feng Chui Sha were wiped out by us a long time ago." But does a snake appearing in a dream count? His expression suddenly darkened. Lin Yuan was curious. Is there something unusual about that snake? Hughes explained, "Rumor has it that it's a giant python, but things in dreams are inherently illusory. There is nothing we can do. You are now an honorary member of the Scorpion Tail Knights. If you're interested in that snake, then this mission will be yours." Long Yuan replied decisively, "All right, I'll go at once." He thought to himself, could it be the Ming Wangxi? Why would it invade someone else's dream? Or is this connected to the Kang Shiji? System notification, new quest accepted. Long Yuan stopped in front of a magnificent, imposing villa. The main doors burst open, and a man strode out, violently dragging a woman along. He threw the girl to the ground and roared, "A lowly commoner like you dares to defy the Count." Baido pointed a finger arrogantly, "Do Liu Ling teach her a lesson." Hearing the order, the lackeys immediately charged in. Typical scum, only learns through a beating. Catching the Count's eye is a blessing of 7 lifetimes for your family, you wretched wench. Long Yuan intervened, stopping the brutish act with a single hand. "Oh, so this is the Count's mansion. What an eye-opening spectacle." A thug pointed directly at his face and snarled, "Where did you come from, brat? You dare stick your nose into the Count's business?" Baido smirked. "Tusk trying to play the hero saving the beauty, are we? Fine, then stay and join the fun. Get him." The girl whispered weakly, "Run away. Getting involved with the Count won't end well." Long Yuan merely waved his hand lightly, and the entire group of thugs was sent flying by an invisible wave of force. "The person I'm looking for is here. Where is the Count?" Baido stammered, "Do you know who you're messing with? This is Count Carlo's territory." Carlo stepped out, his voice full of authority. "Which commoner dares to touch my people? Quickly, notify the Scorpion Tail Knights and throw him into the dungeon." Long Yuan held up his emblem. "I am from the Scorpion Tail Knights, sent here regarding your nightmare." The group was stunned. You are a knight." Carlo changed his tune faster than flipping a page. "String up all these useless fools and starve them for 3 days. Baido bowed low. "Understood." The Count continued to mutter, "A bunch of blind idiots can't even tell a knight from a peasant." "You're finally here. If you solve my problem, I'll have Sid record a merit for you." Long Yuan replied curtly, "I hope so." Inside the mansion, massive bookshelves reached all the way to the ceiling. Servants bustled back and forth like weaving shuttles, everyone busy with their own tasks. Seated on the master's chair, Carlo began to recount, "In my dreams, I am constantly pursued and roared at by a giant snake. Even the most experienced priests couldn't find the cause. It's ridiculous that a count like myself has to endure such torment. I need someone to eradicate that damned snake. Tell me, do you have a way?" Long Yuan was inwardly certain. It was indeed the Ming Wangxi. He replied, "Count, I need a little time." The Count nodded approvingly. "I hope you are confident in your success. This benefits both of us." Suddenly, a maid unfortunately tripped on the edge of the floor rug. All the water in her pitcher splashed right onto Carlo. He roared in anger, "Ah, you wretched bitch. Do you want to die? I'll deal with you." A resounding slap echoed through the room. The maid sobbed in terror, "I beg you, please don't." His fury flared. "You can't even handle such a trivial task." Truly born of lowly stock, he raised his foot, preparing to deliver a kick. Quick as lightning, Long Yuan scooped the girl up and backed away. The Count was dumbfounded. "You." He skillfully changed the subject. "Count, we are still in the middle of discussing the mission. Such actions on your part might not be very appropriate right now." Carlo burst into laughter. "Haha, I've lost my composure, but I'm only doing this for their own good. If they can't even get trivial tasks right, how will they survive out in the world later? When these vermin were homeless, it was I in my boundless kindness who took them in. They are very grateful to me. Tell me, Anna, isn't that right?" The maid murmured meekly, "Why yes, That's right. I am very grateful that the Count took me in. Carlo looked visibly satisfied. Step down. Unlike those of us born into nobility, that destitute rabble in the slums isn't even worth a crust of black bread. But even the lowly have their value. Being able to please me is the very meaning of their existence. Don't you think so, knight? Long Yuan didn't answer, only thinking to himself that the man was criticizing him for being a busybody. Carlo ordered the butler, prepare the banquet, arrange a separate seat for this untitled knight. Then he muttered smugly to himself, if he wasn't working for me, I doubt he'd ever get to taste the delicacies of a count's estate in his entire life, ha ha ha. Baiado bowed and reported, My lord, per your orders, we have painstakingly prepared the venison gifted by Count Grandin. Please enjoy. The Count nodded, very well. This knight is probably not accustomed to such exquisite dishes. Bring him a bowl of fish soup, that will suffice. Long Yuan suppressed his anger, the mission came first. He would deal with this Count once it was done. He replied calmly, whatever suits you. Anna brought the bowl of soup. Please enjoy your meal, sir knight. Carlo took a sip of wine. Hey knight, have you figured out a way yet? Don't waste my time. Long Yuan took a spoonful of soup. Tonight, I hope to be able to observe the inside of your room. The Count slammed his wine glass down onto the table, producing a sharp clack. He shouted, Are you joking? Is the room of Carlo a place you can just casually enter? Go figure out a way yourself. I only want results. He scoffed inwardly. What a fool, thinking he was the center of the universe. In a state of stealth, Long Yuan slowly approached the door to Carlo's room. He pondered. Given the man's attitude during the day, this room definitely hid some secret. To complete the quest, he would have to use some special methods. The system displayed. Invisibility skill has been activated. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out from inside. Ah! Long Yuan was startled. Something was wrong. A frail girl was struck hard across the face by a large hand. Carlo spoke up, so ungrateful. Is serving Count Carlo such a grievance to you? Baiado chimed in. That's right, so many people wish to serve his lordship but don't even have the chance. The girl trembled, full of grievance. Please spare me. Carlo leaned his face close to the girl, sneering. Do you really think a lowly knight can protect you? Doesn't that fool just do whatever I tell him to? Baiado mocked. What's a knight anyway? As long as the Lord Count gives the word, he's nothing more than a servant. Long Yuan clenched his fists. It turned out these girls were all forced into slavery by him. Carlo angrily shoved the girl, sending her sprawling. I, Count Carlo, do not just hold power in the Western Desert Kingdom. Even in other countries, I still hold the title of Count. You will never escape my grasp for the rest of your life. Baiado bowed flatteringly. A wise man like the Count would naturally never put all his eggs in one basket. The Count laughed triumphantly. Of course. A thought flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. That's not right. The title of Count was bestowed by the king of the Western Desert. How could it be recognized in other countries? Unless. System notification, hidden condition activated. The quest Count Carlo's nightmare has been updated to arrest the traitor. Quest tier, gold. Objective, arrest the traitor Carlo and find evidence. Time limit, 48 hours. Long Yuan silently confirmed. Just as I guessed, Carlo is a traitor. I need to contact the Hitway Knight Order immediately. System notification. Communication item used. The arrest request has been sent to the Hitway Knight Order. Carlo narrowed his eyes at this moment, seemingly calculating something. Suddenly, a flash of fury ignited in his eyes. Carlo's voice hardened. That damn snake makes me lose sleep every night. Don't even think about having a moment of peace either. The room's door was suddenly pushed violently open. Long Yuan spoke up. Lord Count, I think I just heard a scream. He told himself he had to stall for time until the Knight Order arrived. Carlo was stunned. You damn knight disrespecting me time and time again. How audacious. Baiado interjected. Do you know that trespassing into the Count's residence is a capital offense? Lin Yuan looked down at the girl lying on the floor. Leave. I have some private matters to discuss with the Count. Carlo's face darkened. You ruined my mood and still want to talk privately. Who do you think you are, a lowly knight? That badge can't cover up the stench of poverty on you. Baiado chimed in. My lord, should we teach him a lesson? Carlo angrily pointed his finger. Hang him up. I want to show him the fate of those with inferior bloodlines. Baiado smiled sinisterly, slowly approaching. Rest assured, my lord. The guards startled and turned around. Where did he go? Is someone assassinating the Count? They immediately drew their weapons and rushed inside. The girl looked up, Run quickly, don't lose your life because of me. Lin Yuan replied calmly, these small fries aren't skilled enough to take my life. The guards swarmed forward, charge, there's an assassin, kill him. Weapons were already firmly grasped in Lin Yuan's hands. He told the girl, you go first. The girl quickly grabbed his hand, okay. The guard stepped back as a blue flash of light appeared. What is that? The castle doors still stood tall and intact in the dark night. In the blink of an eye, a massive explosion suddenly went off. The girl slumped to the ground, panting heavily next to Lin Yuan. The guards were still in close pursuit. He's over there. Hurry, don't let him escape. Lin Yuan's eyes grew cold. There were too many maids and servants around. It wasn't convenient to use necromancy and corpse explosion. A maid watching from afar whispered, it's him. Does he really want to assassinate the count? Another maid sternly interrupted, SHH, don't speak nonsense. The other maids were also holding their breath, witnessing the scene before them. Long Yuan moved nimbly, neatly taking down the guards one by one. Help me. The unconscious guards lay scattered at Lin Yuan's feet. He calculated internally. Next, he just needed to keep an eye on the count and the butler, and wait for the night order to arrive. Suddenly, a glowing magical chain tightened around his ankle. Lin Yuan smirked. A crowd control skill, perfect timing to test the effect of the Shadow Dao spirit. System notification, magic immunity skill activated. The crowd control effect has been dispelled. In Baido's hand was a magic staff. You knights are nothing but brawn, your heads are completely empty. Lin Yuan's ankle is still firmly bound. How could Count Carlo not have experts by his side? Torture him for me. It's over, he's fallen into the butler's hands. Who doesn't know that the butler is a tier 5 expert from the Royal Mage Guild? Baido lunged forward like an arrow. This dagger will channel lightning straight into your blood. That feeling probably isn't very pleasant. Keep it and use it on yourself. Quick as lightning, Long Yuan tightly gripped Baido's wrist. His body stiffened, stammering, How are you not controlled? Baido collapsed in agony, fresh blood oozing from his chest. Carlo was horrified, his eyes widening in shock as he looked at Lin Yuan. He pointed a trembling finger. I summoned you here to complete a quest. Are you trying to rebel? He replied coldly, compared to the quest, I think your crime of treason is far more severe. Carlo stammered, what? How did you know? Baido struggled to stand up. If we've been discovered, then die. Long Yuan effortlessly dodged the attack. Too bad I can't kill you right away. The quest requires taking you alive. Baido was astonished. What? A knight who can use magic? Lin Yuan's eyes turned pitch black, and his figure glided right in front of him. He threw a punch, generating a blinding halo of light. Baido's body was sent flying backwards by the powerful beam of light. The strike threw him violently to the ground, unable to get back up. Carlo frantically ran up the stairs. You bastard! I'll definitely find Sid to convict you and have you executed. He froze when he saw Lin Yuan already blocking his path. How are you here? His face was as cold as ice. What's wrong? Weren't you just demanding my execution? Carlo hastily waved his hands. Nothing of the sort. I was planning to tell Sid to credit you. No, I wanted to ask the king to award you a medal. An eerie blue flame ignited in Lin Yuan's palm. Once I capture you, the king will grant me a medal anyway. Carlo screamed in terror. Stop. The blue flame blasted Carlo away. When you were harming innocent people, did you ever think to stop? He tried to speak through the pain. I was wrong, okay? I'll let all those lowly peasants go. Long Yuan replied coldly. It's too late. He angrily grabbed Carlo by the collar, lifting him into the air. Lin Yuan's face darkened. You better start preparing your confession. Carlo stammered. Don't. I'll give you anything you want. I'll give you everything. Just spare me. Long Yuan clenched his fist and delivered a blow to his chest. Say goodbye to your noble status. Carlo's body flew through the air, amidst a dense cloud of smoke. Hughes suddenly appeared. I hope I'm not too late. Is Count Carlo all right? Where is the culprit you mentioned? Long Yuan replied. Unfortunately, Commander, the criminal we need to arrest is Count Carlo himself. He is a traitor. Hughes quickly dismounted and approached Lin Yuan. He continued, treason. Good heavens, you must be absolutely certain. Attacking a count without evidence is a crime punishable by death. Carlo roared, so you know it's a capital offense. You sent a madman here. This is a blatant framing of a count. Hughes looked over at Lin Yuan. We can't arrest a count based solely on your one-sided claim. Anna suddenly appeared. Wait, I know where the evidence is. I once accidentally overheard the Count and his subordinates secretly discussing the Snakeman civilization. They even conducted worship in a hidden chamber. The hidden chamber is right around here. The evidence is definitely inside. Carlo's eyes turned bloodshot. Lies. When did I ever associate with Snakemen? He charged forward in a rage. You lowly wench, I'll tear your mouth apart. Long Yuan thought to himself. The quest had been updated, so this Count was definitely the traitor. Commander, please escort the Count to the dungeon first. I will bring the evidence right away. The truth will be made clear soon. I will bear all the consequences alone. Hughes sighed. All right. Whether it brings merit or punishment, it all depends on what you find. 2 knights stay behind to assist in the search. The rest of you take the Count back to the barracks. The knights replied in unison. Understood. Long Yuan turned to Anna. Lead the way for us, don't worry. The girl replied timidly. Yes, you're not like the others, I believe you. The Count's secret passage led straight here. Long Yuan followed behind, thinking to himself, an underground sewer. It looks like the kind of place Snakemen frequent. However, why was she here, and how did she coincidentally overhear their plot? Anna pointed toward a stone door. This is the hidden chamber where they met secretly. Lin Yuan nodded. All right, leave the rest to me. He observed carefully. There were no special markings on the door. Everyone stay alert. I'm going to open the door. Inside, it was eerily quiet, seemingly devoid of anyone. Suddenly, giant snakes lunged out from the darkness. Get back! What the hell is this? Long Yuan casually swung his hand, a blade of sword aura cleaving a snake in half. Don't be afraid, they're just a few insignificant snakes. The 2 accompanying knights breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing you're here. To think there are snakes here, there is definitely something wrong. Long Yuan turned to look at Anna, sensing that she didn't seem surprised at all. He deduced, if they were all silenced here, the evidence of the Count's crimes would be lost. Could she be a snakeman disguised as a human, secretly colluding with the Count? And upon seeing his impending exposure, she chose to sever ties to escape. Snake attractant can cause snakemen to feel uncomfortable. True or false, a test will tell. He took out a bag of powder. This is snake repellent. It can drive the snakes around here away. That way, we won't have to worry about being attacked. The smoke from the powder billowed out, enveloping Anna. She coughed violently. I'm sorry, I didn't know these things were in here. But the evidence is definitely inside. Long Yuan didn't say anything, silently observing Anna. The blue flame in his palm slowly extinguished. Perhaps he was overthinking it. He said, It's fine, it's not your fault. They started moving deeper inside, found the evidence. A knight exclaimed in astonishment, My God, these are snakemen totems. The king ordered everything related to them to be destroyed long ago. Yet the Count hid so many of them. This is his crest. He really colluded with the snakemen. This is a capital offense. Suddenly, the face of Anna, who was standing behind them, darkened. She smirked. Please, Sir Knights, make him pay a heavy price. Carlo shouted furiously in his cell. It's been a whole night. Where is your evidence? Daring to frame a Count. Just wait until I get out. I will definitely deal with you trash. Hughes abruptly opened the cell door. The evidence has been found. Interrogate him. A knight complied. Understood. Carlo panicked. What? Impossible. I have absolutely no ties with the snakemen. The knight bellowed. Shut up. Confess all your crimes immediately, you despicable traitor. Hughes spoke in a deep tone. It's truly unbelievable. Who would have thought Carlo was a traitor? But you've achieved a great merit. I have reported to the king, and your reward will be bestowed soon. Long Yuan smiled. Thank you, Commander. It was my duty. Screams echoed from inside the interrogation room. Stop. I am Count Carlo, the Count. No, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just a butler. Hughes said with a grave expression. The Snakeman civilization has certainly gathered a lot of intelligence on the Western Desert Kingdom. Next, I will lead men to thoroughly investigate the maids in the Count's mansion. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to handle the rest. Long Yuan thought to himself. Perfect. There is still one thing in the Count's mansion that I cannot overlook. He replied, All right, I'll make proper arrangements for them. A knight solemnly reported, Commander, they want to confess. Hughes glanced over. Oh, really? Prepare to take notes. Baido burst into laughter. Let me speak first. The Lord Count has secretly colluded with. Rage flaring, Carlo used all his strength to shove the man away. Shut your mouth. This isn't a stage for your comedy act. I admit it. It's true that I had a little involvement with outside forces, just a tiny bit. but since I'm confessing voluntarily, you must put in a good word for me with the king." Hughes's face darkened like a thundercloud. "We've shed blood for this kingdom for years, and you go and harbor our enemies. You truly are a despicable bastard who deserves to die." A system notification flashed. Quest, arrest the traitor, completed. Reputation with the Hitway Knight Order increased by 1,000 points. A series of questions flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. The quest is done. Then where did the giant snake disappear to? I definitely missed a crucial link somewhere. He has paid the price. Now it's time for me to take care of those girls. Hughes nodded, his voice turning stern. "You may go. Now I will pry Callan's mouth open and extract every secret he's burying." He continued, watching his back until the door slammed shut. Without a word, he plunged a dagger into the desk, the blade trembling violently. He roared, "Confess. Who are the insiders for the Snake Men?" Callan trembled like a leaf. The one who contacted me is a spy from the Southern Turtle Empire." Meanwhile, at Count Carlo's mansion, Lin Yuan was ransacking every corner. He vaguely remembered that in his past life, a forum post revealed a royal shield bestowed upon Count Carlo. It possessed astonishing stats along with a unique skill. It had to be stashed somewhere around here. Suddenly his gaze froze, locked onto a spot below. The box inside was completely empty. Had it been snatched? Could someone else know about this piece of equipment? A knight approached to report to Lin Yuan. "Sir, we have found all the maids, but there is one whose whereabouts are unknown." His voice grew sharp. "Who?" the knight replied. "It's a girl named Anna." Lin Yuan recalled the past events. Could she have been silenced by the Snake Men out of revenge? Or was my initial hypothesis right on track all along? Regardless, he had to find her. A living person couldn't just vanish into thin air. The most suspicious place was the secret passage connecting this mansion straight to the underground sewer system below. Lin Yuan didn't waste a single second, immediately heading to the room with the secret entrance hidden beneath the floorboards. He cautiously stepped inside. From the very beginning, he had felt something was off. Come to think of it, if the Countess really joined hands with the Snakemen, why would she bring up the dream about snakes herself? Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped and whipped around. "You really put on quite an act." Anna's voice rang out full of sarcasm. "What's the rush? The one who had to scurry around like a rat in this mansion was me, not you, so of course you can take your time." The strange man sneered. "So, has that old Count Callan gone to meet his maker yet?" The system interface popped up with the text invisibility skill activated. Lin Yuan was stunned. "It's Kang Shiji. Why is Anna meeting him in private? Isn't Anna just a normal NPC?" The man continued, his voice full of admiration. "As expected of Anna, an acting genius. That idiotic Count probably wouldn't have guessed even in his grave that you were the one who prepared this secret chamber for him." She smirked smugly. Of course they could never figure it out, however. There was a very unusual night. I don't know how he dug it up, but he started suspecting my connection to the Snake Men. He even used snake attractant to test me. For matters that require getting our hands dirty, I'll have to trouble you to step in. The man widened his eyes. "Oh, aren't those fools always dancing to your tune? What does he look like?" Anna pulled out a piece of paper with a sketch of Lin Yuan's face. "He looks like this. I still have to continue the mission assigned by the Snakemen, weakening the nobility of the Western Desert Kingdom. Oh right, how is your snake swarm recovering?" Kang Shiji took the paper, his eyes observing it thoughtfully. He ground his teeth, anger flaring up. "It's this bastard. If it wasn't for him, my precious snakes wouldn't have left me. He's the one who stole my hidden dungeon." Lin Yuan pondered. It turned out Anna was a Snakeman spy, planted to frame and purge the Western Desert nobility. But if the Count was framed, why did the system notify me that the quest was complete? Whatever, I'll just find the right moment to deal with these two first. Anna continued, her voice laced with disdain. "What, you've crossed paths with him too? Isn't he just a lowly knight who knows a few trashy spells? You can't even handle a small fry like him." The man angrily waved his hand. "What the hell do you know? His strength goes far beyond what you've seen. He can summon the undead. If those undead hadn't blocked the entrance to the hidden dungeon, I wouldn't have such a headache right now." Anna looked puzzled. "Undead? Could it be that his class is?" He cut her off. "Exactly. That's why I need you to lend me the underworld serpent." His pupils suddenly flashed with a blood-red light. "I want him to die a gruesome death." Anna suddenly reacted fiercely. "Absolutely not. The underworld serpent has another mission. Once it's exposed within the sensing range of the Western Desert State Preceptor, he might take action to destroy it. That would be an irreplaceable loss for our snakeman civilization. The man smiled sinisterly, but I can't wait another second to send him to his grave. You must hand it over to me. Anna's eyes flared, her voice dropping into a threatening tone. I won't let you act recklessly. Lin Yuan analyzed internally. Normally, NPCs wouldn't have such deep interactions with players. Could Kang Shiji be using Anna to grind reputation for the Snakeman faction? He couldn't let him achieve his goal. He took a defensive stance, ready to charge in at any moment. He couldn't let his plan succeed. All of a sudden, a massive explosion occurred right in front. Lin Yuan froze, his eyes widening in astonishment as he looked ahead. A colossal python emerged imposingly from behind Anna. The underworld serpent slowly slithered closer to Kang Shiji's position. Anna smirked. The underworld serpent can sense my emotions. If you really intend to attack, I can't guarantee I'll be able to stop it. Kang Shiji started to show hesitation. You two really are a perfectly attuned master and servant pair. Anna's hand gently stroked the skin of the underworld serpent. Everything is for the greater good. He turned around and spoke loudly. All right, I'll figure out a way to deal with him myself. As for you, just continue your work. Don't forget, the boss ordered you to cooperate with me completely. Anna replied, I know. Let me get some rest first. Serving those old fools is truly nauseating. Breaking my back to serve them, this trip only snagged me a mediocre shield, and I had to endure those fat pigs to the point of throwing up. Truly a loss-making gig. Kang Shiji finally had no choice but to leave. Suit yourself. A small snake quietly slipped out from Lin Yuan's palm. My invisibility has been nullified by the underworld serpent. I can't act recklessly. I can only let the little snake tail Kang Shiji and wait until he's far enough away before settling the score. The small snake started to silently slither after the man. Anna and the giant underworld serpent went through the hole in the floor. Take it easy, it's almost time. Very soon, you will see the sunlight again. Lin Yuan stood watching from above. As for the Count's matter, I'll ask the Night Order later when I get out. The issue regarding the first disciple is more important. I need to catch Kang Shiji first. Shaking off his thoughts, Lin Yuan decisively jumped down. He continued calculating. With the Shadow Dao Spirit skill, I can definitely launch a solid ambush on him this time. The system suddenly notified, paralysis sensation activated. Kang Shiji was infusing power into Lin Yuan's small snake. This aura, is it him again? His gaze fixed straight ahead. I'm being tailed. Luckily, I prepared this in advance this time. Sooner or later, I'll have to deal with this thorn in my side. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan appeared right in front of the controlled small snake. A blue light flashed beneath his feet. A teleportation scroll. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be amazed. He threw out such a luxurious, single-use item without the slightest hesitation. It seems Senya's first disciple is much richer than I imagined. I need to quickly accumulate wealth too. It's time to hoard greater lightning resistance potion recipes. Just waiting for the lightning attribute dungeon to be released, this batch will definitely become a hot commodity. I still have to continue grinding the hidden dungeon, Snake Demon's Lair. At the same time, at Carlo's castle, these homeless girls have suffered too much already, just let them stay here. The maid sobbed incessantly. I can teach you sewing, anyway it's better than going back to a life of servitude. This is exactly why we came here. Thank you, Miss Edith. Lin Yuan turned around, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Then we'll take our leave. Oh right, has Carlo's confession been drafted yet? A knight spoke up. It has already been handed over to the commander. Unbelievable that he secretly colluded with the Southern Turtle Empire. What a disgrace. Southern Turtle is our archenemy. Lin Yuan thought to himself. So it's the Southern Turtle Empire. In the lore of the immortal world, Southern Turtle and Western Desert are always at odds. Hopefully, he'll get the ending he deserves. Suddenly, a mysterious person dressed in black, with a crow perched on his shoulder, was hiding behind a bush, observing them from a distance. Sir, the target has left the Night Order. We can strike at any time. The crow quickly flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Yeah, I know. As dusk fell, Lin Yuan was strolling around the town. He walked and pondered. The greater lightning resistance potion recipe in his hands was exclusive. To craft it, an advanced alchemist was needed, but most of them were on the payroll of major guilds. This is a single-use recipe. If they memorize it and then turn their backs on me, it would be very troublesome. Finding an independent alchemist to sign a contract with is the safest option. But such a high-level talent isn't easy to find. Let's just try posting a bounty quest to see if anyone fits. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped, his eyes glued to the notice board. He stared intently at the paper bearing the name Luo Qingyan. In his past life's memories, she was one of the top 10 alchemists in the Western Desert, as well as a ranger capable of long-range attacks. More importantly, she had never joined any guild. System display, bounty quest accepted, automatically adding the poster to your friend list. A message popped up on the system panel. Someone actually dared to accept my quest. Didn't you see those guys from the Kuang Yan Guild intentionally pasting over my quest? First time I'm hearing of it. When do we start? At this time, Mei Jiao was busy at the alchemy table. Seems like you're an eager one, huh? All right, I'll send you the coordinates. See you later. The system displayed the location. There aren't many high-level independent alchemists. Hopefully, she can be a long-term partner. Lin Yuan finally arrived at a rather desolate area. Mei Jiao waved her hand. Yo, you're the one who accepted my quest, right? Is it just you? The granite golems are elite monsters. Can you handle them all by yourself? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. It's the drunk girl from the tavern the other day. Is she really Luo Qingyan? Mei Jiao approached. All right then, I didn't expect you to be such a handsome guy, little bro. So I'll be relying entirely on you for this quest. You have to be careful. I'll cover you from behind with my bow and arrows later, he replied coldly. No need. This person didn't look reliable in the slightest. If there were no better candidates, he'd just have to make do with her for now. Mei Jiao called out from behind. Those granite golems are always hiding in these rock piles. They're experts at sneak attacks. The two continued cautiously moving forward. Abruptly, Lin Yuan stopped and glanced back. Mei Jiao was still talking non-stop. But don't worry, if the quest fails, I won't blame you. System display, Granite Golem Elite Level 15. HP, 3600 ATK, 300 Def, 410. Skills, Sturdy Body, Mighty Defense. The bodies of Lin Yuan and Mei Jiao simultaneously leaped into the air. Mei Jiao drew her bow. Watch me. I told you I'd protect you. Sure enough, compared to brewing potions, this combat stuff is way beyond her capabilities. Suddenly, a whole horde of other granite golems appeared, rushing forward in droves. Lin Yuan appeared in front of her like lightning. Hide well, I'll take care of them. A blue light gathered in his palm. Granite, their characteristic is. The defense of the granite golems is very high. In that case, I'll just use that very trait of theirs to fight fire with fire. Mei Jiao's eyes widened in amazement. Why do I find him so familiar? This handsome, cold face acting so decisively. I remember now. Isn't he the one who helped me deal with those thugs at the tavern? Is he really planning to solo all these monsters by himself? I'm definitely going to get scolded by him this time. Don't be afraid, little bro. I've brought healing potions for you. At this exact moment, Lin Yuan dove down from above, preparing to launch an attack. Suddenly, kobold leaders leaped out of nowhere. They lost control, frantically attacking the granite golems. Sparkling golden stones lay quietly on the ground. Lin Yuan's hand slowly picked up one of the stones. His face remained expressionless. This is the granite golem core you need, right? System notification. Luo Qingyan's bounty quest completed. Mei Jiao exclaimed in astonishment. It's done already. Or am I just hallucinating from brewing potions all night? Lin Yuan's voice was still casual. They're just some lowly elite monsters. Mei Jiao continued. Come to think of it, you were also the one who brought me back to my inn room last time, right? I owe you another huge favor. But since you're so strong, why take my quest? With your power, you're more than capable of doing quests with much higher rewards. Lin Yuan cut straight to the chase. I want to find an advanced alchemist to sign a potion crafting contract, but I don't trust guild members. Only you fit my criteria. This is a big business deal. Are you interested? Mei Jiao smiled brightly. Sure, I already verified your character that night. So, wanna go grab a drink and discuss your plan now? Lin Yuan replied, we'll discuss the specific plan later. Sign the contract first. A system panel appeared in front of Mei Jiao. Although I'm not very fond of these bindings, if it's you, it's not a problem. She agreed to sign. Lin Yuan's eyes looked serious. Better safe than sorry. I can consider it as gaining a reliable teammate as well. A notification panel popped up. Contract successfully signed. Player Luo Qingyan has agreed to establish an employment relationship with player Lin Yuan, ID hidden. She smiled and said, "I'm your employee now. What do you need my help with?" He reached behind his cloak. "I have a recipe." Suddenly Lin Yuan paused. "Wait, this feeling. It's like I've seen this scene somewhere in my past life. The spawn locations of the granite golems follow a certain pattern." A giant monster appeared right behind Lin Yuan. Death Scorpion. Mei Jiao stood below, looking up at him riding on the monster. "Ah, he's gone." Lin Yuan's face was contemplative. "No wonder. It turns out the angle of the photo on the forum in my past life was taken from this position." His eyes looked down at the rocks arranged in a bizarre order. "This is the entrance to a hidden dungeon." Lin Yuan and Mei Jiao proceeded together into a dark cave. Mei Jiao spoke up, her voice a bit anxious. "To think there's actually a hidden dungeon in this stone forest. But it's just the two of us, will it be okay?" Lin Yuan calculated silently. His past life memories showed that there was only a single picture of the entrance to this place on the forum, with absolutely no other information. Hidden dungeons always came with fatal risks, but the rewards were insanely worth it. Even though he was completely in the dark regarding information, he still had to enter this time. "If I remember correctly, you were the one who insisted on following." Mei Jiao smiled awkwardly, just a little curious. "Don't worry, I won't fight you over the dropped loot. I just want to tag along and broaden my horizons." He replied coldly, "Since you're here, you must follow my orders. Let's go, the entrance is right ahead." His footsteps finally came to a halt. Lin Yuan looked down solemnly at the vast space below. This is an underground ruin of the Aztec civilization, an ancient tomb. In the lore of the immortal world, the Aztec civilization worshipped death. They pursued the transcendence of the soul, a state of immortality, and possessed formidable corpse crafting techniques. However, this civilization had perished hundreds of years ago. Mei Jiao's voice trembled slightly. "I have a really bad feeling about this." They both looked up and saw a kobold miner opening a coffin lid. Suddenly Lin Yuan spun around, the sound of rushing wind. "Wait a minute." Abruptly, a blue streak of light shot towards them. Lin Yuan's body reflexively dodged the attack. The speed was too fast. Right after, the blue light changed its trajectory, aiming straight for Mei Jiao. With terrifying speed, it slammed directly into her. Storm Wraith Normal. Level 17 HP, 4500 ATK, 530 Def 45. Skills, Resentful Entanglement, Endless Pursuit. Countless phantoms materialized, surrounding the three of them. Mei Jiao was heavily injured. Her body could no longer move. Lin Yuan immediately shielded her and ordered, "Kobold, get her out of the dungeon." The kobold leader didn't hesitate for a second, immediately scooping Mei Jiao up and dashing away. She quickly pulled out a few potions. Mei Jiao threw them toward Lin Yuan. "These potions can temporarily boost your stats." Lin Yuan immediately charged forward. System notification. Agility Enhancement Potion applied to teammate Lin Yuan, ID hidden. Agility increased by 10%. Attack Enhancement Potion applied to teammate Lin Yuan, ID hidden. Damage increased by 10%. Defense Enhancement Potion applied to teammate Lin Yuan, ID hidden. Defense increased by 10%. Lin Yuan instantly attacked a group of Dark Storm Wraiths. That specific monster was extremely good at ambushing. He needed to clear out these minions first before focusing on it. With just a few clean movements, he wiped out a large number of enemies. Lin Yuan continued to dash forward at a terrifying speed. With his keen senses, he caught a glimpse of something closing in from his flank. Quick as lightning, Lin Yuan spun and swung his sword, blocking a surprise attack. "This thing is smarter than I thought. It even knows how to seize an opportunity." A giant scarab was knocked back by the collision. Lin Yuan was surprised. It was just a bug with zero defense, yet he couldn't deal any damage. It must have some special defense mechanism. The system notified him once again. Aztec Divine Scarab is Special Monster. Level, HP, 100% ATK, 1000 Def, 0. Skills, Execution, Immortal. Lin Yuan immediately chased after the scarab. Terrifying speed, extreme single-target damage. It could perfectly compensate for his weaknesses. "I absolutely cannot let you escape." Lin Yuan shouted, "Thunder Scorpion." Instantly, he summoned a giant scorpion to block the divine scarab's path. With extraordinary agility, it easily slipped past the magical beast Lin Yuan had just summoned. Lin Yuan didn't give up. "Don't even think about running." He summoned another magical beast and continued to attack the divine scarab. The moment its speed showed signs of slowing down, Lin Yuan leaped high into the air and thrust his sword straight down into its abdomen. The tip of the sword finally reached the only soft spot on the bug's body. No matter how cunning. In the end, it's still just a bug. Lin Yuan grunted, putting all his strength into the thrust, creating a long crack right at the point of impact. Lin Yuan channeled all his power, causing the surrounding rocks and dirt to shatter and fly in all directions, generating a massive shockwave. Die. Lin Yuan panted. Although he could only chip away a little bit of health each time, it had nowhere left to run. Its death was only a matter of time. Before him lay the ruined aftermath of the battle. System display, HP, 0%. Lin Yuan reached out his hand. Very well, fight for me. From the corpse of the divine scarab, a blue light emerged. Its sentience appeared. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be surprised. The divine scarab possessed sentience. This was an unexpected windfall. Where do you want to lead me? The sentience of the divine scarab darted toward the coffin. Lin Yuan hurriedly followed. That coffin, could it be? You can open it. The divine scarab landed on the coffin lid. From inside, a fierce light erupted. Facing this sudden surge of power, Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. No wonder there was no information about this hidden dungeon on the forums in his past life. It turned out the final step required the active cooperation of the divine scarab. System notification. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Book of Curses. You may pay a price to choose a skill to learn. A bizarre book containing immense power floated up from the coffin. The system listed them one by one. Damage amplification, level 1, curse a group of enemies, increasing the damage they take by 50%. Cost, max HP minus 200 points. Vision reduction, level 1, curse a group of enemies, reducing their field of vision. Cost, vision points. Weaken, level 1, curse an enemy, reducing the damage they deal. Cost, attack minus 100 points. Damage reflection, level 1, curse a group of enemies, causing the damage they deal to reflect back on themselves. Cost, strength points. Terror, level 1, curse an enemy, causing them to flee in fear. Cost, spirit minus 5 points. Lin Yuan skimmed through the system panel. True to a civilization fanatical about death, the skill list was full of nasty negative effects. Once afflicted, it was almost incurable. Lin Yuan's eyes stopped at the damage amplification skill. He deemed this the most practical choice and decided to lock it in without hesitation. Even at the cost of 200 maximum health points, the price wasn't too steep. The divine scarab would patch up his flaws in assassination and finishing blows, while the curse would act as a trump card in crowd combat. Combined with the crowd control removal skill from the gloomy Dao spirit, securing crucial targets amidst a heavy siege would become much easier. The system displayed detailed stats. A level 1 curse cast upon a group of opponents causes them to take 50% increased damage, consuming 40 mana points. The cooldown is 8 seconds, and it cannot be upgraded through grinding. One must find the next Book of Curses to unlock its potential. Lin Yuan glanced at the dark treasure spirits he had just destroyed. These monsters belonged to the undead class and thus lacked the ability to respawn, but their very existence wasn't worth worrying about anyway. As he walked, he envisioned a scenario where the paralyzing effect from the swarm of divine scarabs synergized with his ultra-fast stealth abilities. If he encountered Kang Shiji again, there definitely wouldn't be an easy escape for him like before. System, Aztec Empire Divine Scarab. Special monster level, HP, 100. ATK, 1000. Def, 0. Skills, Execution, Immortal Undead Body. Skill details. Immortal. All damage taken by the Divine Scarab will be converted into an execution strike, dealing damage equal to 200% of its attack power to the enemy, accompanied by a 50% chance to inflict paralysis for 60 seconds. Undead Body. Immune to fear, severe poison, blindness, pain, and bleeding effects. Lin Yuan calmly walked out. It was time to head back and prepare the shop. The process of stockpiling alchemical potions needed to begin right away. Suddenly, Mei Jiao's piercing scream tore through the silence. Her heavily wounded body was hurled straight toward Lin Yuan like a discarded rag. He looked up, his sharp gaze sweeping into the distance, where a group of people stood on a cliff, looking down haughtily at him and Mei Jiao. The man who appeared to be the leader smirked. "Oh, another fame-seeking brat taking up that bitch's offer. Did no one tell you that chick is on the blacklist of our Kuang Yan Guild? Or do you just have too much guts today and want to donate some organs?" Mei Jiao struggled to sit up and whispered to Lin Yuan, "In a bit, find a way to slip away. Their target is me. These noobs got greedy and took my quest but ended up getting completely wiped by the monsters. Now they have the audacity to come here and throw a tantrum." The leader growled, "You bitch, shut your mouth. If it weren't for you relying on those damn stone golems, would my brothers have dropped levels so miserably? You must pay for this. Cough up 30 gold coins right now, or neither of you will live to see tomorrow." As he was ranting, he suddenly stopped, his face contorting as a gloomy black mist enveloped his body. He looked around in panic, realizing his comrades were also entangled in the mysterious black mist. What the hell is going on? A female healer in the group cried out in horror, "Damn it, it's a curse. Curse descend." Lin Yuan cracked his neck loudly. "Don't dream of leaving here alive. HMPH, he thought to himself. Using these small fries to test out his new combo with a swarm of divine scarabs wouldn't be a bad idea. Standing behind him, cold sweat broke out on Mei Jiao's forehead from the tension. System, skill damage amplification, activated. The female healer on the other side was still struggling to dispel the curse. The leader roared furiously, "Useless trash, you can't even cleanse a crappy curse." The female healer replied, trying her best, "It's not that, boss. This type of curse, I've never seen it before." At the same time, the system notification rang out coldly, "Dispel check failed, cannot be cleansed." Despite the futile efforts to cleanse the curse, the leader still refused to back down. "Mei Jiao, don't think you're so great just because you use sneak attacks." He continued to boast, "It's just a measly curse. We have 4 people here, dealing with you will be a piece of cake." Suddenly, an invisible and terrifying force struck, sending the group's mage flying. Everyone was stunned. When did that guy make a move? The female healer was slammed hard into the cliff face, knocking her unconscious. A wave of Lin Yuan's hand released a surge of dark energy. The curse clung stubbornly to the enemies, amplifying all the damage they were about to receive. The leader of the Kuang Yan Guild still didn't dare act recklessly. He shouted, "Hurry, it must be on cooldown, kill him right now." He summoned a tornado. It seemed this guy was a summoner class specializing in ranged attacks. "Charge!" The other 2 obeyed, roaring, "Understood," as they lunged forward. Lin Yuan merely curled his lips into a cold smile. A sword materialized out of thin air into his hand. This action horrified the people from the Kuang Yan Guild. What? He even pulled out a sword. Lin Yuan swung his sword effortlessly. "What a pity, you guessed completely wrong." A simple slash was enough to send the 2 of them flying backward. The swarm of divine scarabs was unleashed, continuously attacking the targets. What the hell are these monsters? How should I know? Hitting them only takes off 1 HP. Ah. The leader took a devastating blow and howled in agony. Lin Yuan walked over leisurely, looking down at the writhing leader with a contemptuous gaze. "Impossible. How could you so easily defeat my entire team? You, just what level are you?" The man began to adopt a cowardly tone. "To think that bitch found an assistant of your caliber. How about? You join my Kuang Yan Guild. Whatever that chick is paying you, I'll pay double. No, 5 times as much." Lin Yuan suddenly sensed something unusual. Are there still people hiding? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan ordered the swarm of scarabs to rush forward. "You talk too much, go die." The leader didn't even have time to react. System, Skill Corpse explosion activated. A heartrending scream rang out and then died away. A moment later, deep within the forest, the canopy of leaves rustled abnormally. 3 heavily cloaked figures were fleeing in haste. One of them abruptly skidded to a halt. He panted heavily. "Is it just a coincidence, or were we discovered a long time ago?" Lin Yuan unexpectedly appeared right in front of them. "Just as I thought, 3 little mice hiding here." One of them shouted, "Watch out. Scatter now." Lin Yuan slammed a powerful strike into the ground, the violent tremor leaving all 3 dazed. He observed them carefully. Something's not right. The skill level between these guys and the Kuang Yan Guild is worlds apart. Could it be a different group? The 3 backed away in panic. Suddenly they decided to counterattack. The crossbowman ordered, "We're exposed, let's risk it all. Use that move." The other 2 immediately coordinated. "Understood." Lin Yuan moved as lightly as a falling leaf, effortlessly dodging the whistling arrows. A whip suddenly lashed out at his legs. He frowned, planting one hand on the ground. His body sprang back into the air like a coil, perfectly evading their coordinated assault. Lin Yuan threw out a provocation. "If you have any other neat tricks, show them all at once." The swordsman rushed furiously at Lin Yuan. "You arrogant prick, die." He merely swung his sword casually to parry the strike. The very moment Huang Fei long prepared to launch his next attack, Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to counter. A powerful slash, accompanied by the swarm of divine scarabs, struck him, knocking him far away. Huang Fei long pressed his hands onto a magic circle that just appeared on the ground. It's my turn to perform. System, activated damage amplification. From the ground, countless sharp spikes of black mist erupted. Those mists acted like tentacles, tightly wrapping around Huang Fei long. He ordered, quickly dispel this for me. Just then an earth-shattering boom echoed out. The figure of a giant zombie puppet suddenly appeared. Its massive, pillar-like arms slammed down heavily, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere. Yun Yan, standing in the back, hastily commanded, "Don't stop, continue the mission, kill him at all costs." The man quickly replied, "Understood." On this side, Lin Yuan pondered as he launched an attack. Mission, it seems someone hired them to come here. Right at that moment, a chain whip pierced through the puppet, shooting straight toward him like a poisoned arrow. However, Lin Yuan grabbed the chain in his hand just in time. Then he gave it a forceful pull, making the man at the other end of the chain jump in shock. "What?" Realizing the critical situation, the guy yelled, "Captain, run away quickly." This shocked Yun Yan to the core, her eyes widening. Just who is he? Number 2 and Number 3 were taken down in the blink of an eye. She raised her bow. 6 arrows, 3 large and 3 small, were already knocked. Die. But immediately after, Yun Yan's entire body was swarmed and attacked by the divine scarabs, causing her to fall violently backward. Before Yun Yan could even regain her senses, Lin Yuan's voice rang out right beside her. "Who sent you? Speak, and I might spare your life." She struggled to sit up, gritting her teeth. "Tell you, keep dreaming, just do it." His eyes grew pensive. It seemed he wouldn't be able to extract any information. The power behind these 3 must be a highly disciplined organization, which was why they would rather die than speak. Just who exactly is targeting me? Lin Yuan sneered. "All right, have it your way." In an instant, a terrifying power like a tornado swept all of Yun Yan's subordinates into the air, leaving her with nothing to do but scream in despair. Right at that moment, Mei Jiao happily ran over from behind, her arms full of loot, cheering. "You're amazing, little bro. Watching you easily clean up those small fries was so satisfying. I picked up all their dropped items for you right here." He held out a gleaming silver bracer. "This bracer has a skill that increases crossbow firing speed. Take it and use it. I'll sell the rest of the silver items." Her eyes lit up. "Okay, little boss, then I won't hold back. I'll consider this in advance on my salary." Item information: Pursuit Gloves Silver. Type: Equipment. Attached skill: Rapid Fire. When using a bow or crossbow weapon, attack speed is increased by 15%. Mei Jiao asked, "So can we go grab a drink now?" Lin Yuan shook his head. "Not yet, we need to handle the shop first." The 2 of them casually walked away, completely unaware that a figure hidden in the bushes had observed the entire sequence of events. A person with a concealed face appeared. The man beside him respectfully reported, "Boss, that 3-man team had a 100% mission completion rate. To think they were wiped out so cleanly." He both smiled sinisterly. "This kid is more interesting than I thought." The other man asked hesitantly, "Then should we deploy a stronger team, sir?" He waved his hand. "No need, I've changed my mind. Such an outstanding talent is still a free agent. We should be trying to recruit him to our side." Hebo now looked incredibly intrigued. He crossed his arms and ordered, "Leave the client to me. Temporarily halt all operations targeting him." Elsewhere, Mei Jiao and Lin Yuan were still on the road. He reminisced and silently calculated. The highly effective lightning resistance potion formula, a rare and hard-to-find item, had been in his hands for a long time. Lin Yuan calculated. The contract with a trustworthy high-level alchemist had also been signed. Now, he just needed to settle the shop issue, and then gather enough materials to mass-produce the potion. Once the lightning attribute dungeon officially opens, I'll take the opportunity to make a huge fortune. God Yuan. A sudden call interrupted his train of thought. It was Han Cheng, who was running over with a look of overwhelming joy, holding up a bag of some sort. "God Yuan, you finally remembered me. Remember the last time we ran a dungeon together? That was truly thrilling." System: 400 gold coins have been paid. The equipment gifted by your friend Lin Yuan has been sent to your mailbox. Mei Jiao was a bit surprised and teased. "You're crazy fan," he nodded. "Ah, I have to go buy a shop. Can we leave the dungeon run for later?" She turned and waved goodbye. "Then I'll head back to the workshop first to clean up my alchemy gear." Han Cheng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Buying a shop? God Yuan, let me go with you. I'm a shopping master." The scene shifted to the city hall office. The man sitting behind the desk shook his head. "This is not a matter of money." Gang Wei raised his hand and said sternly, "The king has explicitly decreed that the shops in Rocker Square are not to be sold to outsiders." Han Cheng leaned on the desk with both hands bent down slightly and whispered, "Sir, think about it. We're buying the shop to do business, which will also help boost the economy of the entire area. This is a complete win-win situation, right?" He turned his face away. "Young man, don't waste your breath. There is no room for negotiation on this matter." He turned back to look at Lin Yuan, his face dejected. "God Yuan, it seems I messed up. How about I just gift you a real-life shop instead?" He calmly replied. "No need, let me talk to him." Gang Wei waved his hand, gesturing for them to leave. "This commercial district has already been arranged for, please leave." Lin Yuan cut him off. "Then what if I have this?" His eyes widened instantly, revealing extreme astonishment. In Lin Yuan's hand was a badge that left Gang Wei so stunned he stuttered. Is this the honorary badge of the Scorpion Knight Order, something that only the Grandmaster has the right to bestow?" He stood up in shock. You are an honorary knight of the Order." Gang Wei immediately unrolled a map, smiling warmly. "By the king's decree, this commercial district is not sold to commoners, but if you are a member of the Knight Order, then you are naturally an exception. Here is the layout of the shops. Please choose a location." Lin Yuan didn't say anything more. He just quietly looked at the map, calculating inwardly. The location of the shop would directly affect future income, so he had to choose carefully. Han Cheng, standing beside him, was wildly excited. As expected of God Yuan, even NPCs have to give him face. He pointed to a prime location on the map. "Here. System, shop number 32 has been purchased by Player Anonymous." The passers-by were all buzzing. "Aren't the shops here not for sale? Who managed to buy this shop? And anonymously too, so mysterious." Mei Jiao's jaw dropped. "Huh, you actually bought it. Didn't they say these shops weren't for sale?" Lin Yuan, carrying a box and walking ahead, replied curtly, "I just used a little special trick." He handed a piece of paper to her. "Take a look at this potion formula, see if we're missing any materials." System, shared potent lightning resistance potion formula with contract teammate Mei Jiao. She took the paper and examined it. "We have enough of all the other materials, we're just missing the lightning lizard. This item is almost never sold on the market." Lin Yuan rested his chin on his hand in thought. "Good thing my accumulated experience is almost enough to level up. I'll take the chance to farm some materials while I'm at it." Han Cheng laughed loudly. "Going to farm monsters later. God Yuan, let me tag along. I can help pick up the loot." Mei Jiao sighed and waved her hand. "Then you two go ahead. I still prefer researching alchemy." He announced, "I've transferred the management rights of the shop to you. This will be your workplace from now on." She was stunned upon hearing this. "Huh." Lin Yuan turned and walked away. "Let's go, it'll be faster if we fly there." Han Cheng marveled when he saw the mount. What a cool mount. System, summon Mount Scorpion King. Right then, a lizard spat out a powerful orb of lightning. System, lightning lizard normal. Skills, discharge, summon allies. From above, countless lightning orbs rained down like grenades. They plummeted straight toward Lin Yuan and Han Cheng's position. Han Cheng was startled as countless other lizards burrowed up from the ground. So many monsters. He explained, "The trait of lightning lizards is that when one dies it will call all its surrounding kin. This is perfectly normal." Han Cheng got into a combat-ready stance. "God Yuan, let me be the tank for you." However, Lin Yuan had already summoned his magical beasts and ordered him. "You just need to go collect the materials." He shouted, "Scorpion King, full power attack." System, "Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 16. Lin Yuan thought to himself that his level was now among the top tier. Han Cheng was so amazed his eyes went round. Are these the bosses from the Ashen Valley? They're also acting as God Yuan's minions. Holy crap, this scene is so damn cool. He pondered. Kang Shiji's leveling speed definitely couldn't compare to his. Now with the swarm of divine scarabs and the damage amplification skill, he had to catch him next time. As for those three ambushers, they gave off the vibe of professional assassins. He would have to find an opportunity to investigate them. System, Player Anonymous. Level, 16. Class, Taboo Undead Hunter. Talent, Dark Summoning Art. Underworld Gate, 121-160. At this time, Han Cheng ran over carrying a large sack. God Yuan, all the dropped materials are right here. Lin Yuan chuckled. Thanks for your hard work, let's go. The scene shifted to the preparation room, where Mei Jiao was still busy tinkering with test tubes. She held the finished potion vial in her hand, evaluating it inwardly. The efficacy of this lightning resistance potion is truly extraordinary, but current dungeons don't require such potent medication, do they? Will it even sell if I craft it? Just then, the door to the room slowly creaked open. Lin Yuan and Han Cheng walked in. He spoke up. This amount of material should be enough to last a while. How is your proficiency with the formula coming along? Mei Jiao turned around, surprised. That fast? She explained. This is a high-level formula. Even master alchemists have a certain failure rate. I need some time to practice my proficiency. Lin Yuan set down some ripe red tomatoes. Then let's just sell these for now. Mei Jiao was a bit dumbfounded. Fruit? Little bro, this shop is in a prime location and you're going to sell this. Isn't that too much of a waste? I still have some potions in stock. How about we sell those for now? He turned to invite them. Just taste one and you'll understand. Han Cheng, you try one too. She reluctantly picked one up. All right, but isn't this just a normal tomato? Han Cheng also raised one to his mouth. God Yuan definitely has his reasons. No need to overthink it. Suddenly she jumped in surprise. My stats, they increased. To think there's such a miraculous fruit. He also nodded along. I told you the stuff God Yuan brings out is definitely not ordinary. Lin Yuan placed a large bag on the table. Each person can only consume a maximum of 100 of these fruits. From now on, I will supply the shop every week. List them at 5 gold coins each. We're officially opening for business today. System, server-wide announcement. Shop number 32 in Rocker Square is officially open for business. All players are welcome to visit. Elsewhere, 2 men were chatting as they walked. Yesterday, Leng Yue was still complaining about not being able to buy a shop. How come someone's already opening one today? A girl looked up and called her friend. Zio Dan, look, that's the very first shop on the whole server. Everyone was full of doubts. What the hell is going on? Damn it. Shop number 32 has the best location. I've had my eye on it for a long time. Let's go, hurry to Rocker Square and check it out. At that moment, in a hidden corner, a person observing from afar voiced his disbelief. What? He managed to open a shop. Xing Yin whipped his head around toward He Bo and raised his voice. Didn't we agree to take care of him? How long are you guys planning to wait before making a move? Right then, a hand reached out, holding a tightly bound pouch of coins in its palm. He Bo growled. HMPH, he's much stronger than the intelligence reports suggested. An entire elite squad of mine died by his hands. Here's your deposit back. We're no longer taking this commission. Xing Yin tightly grabbed He Bo's arm. It's just a matter of money, isn't it? Tell me, how much do you want? With his spear pointing straight forward, he raised his voice. Just deal with him. It won't be too late to calculate the money later. Xing Yin's gaze suddenly froze. The sight of Leng Yue entering his field of vision left him dumbfounded. Could it be that she's looking for that bastard again? Inside, Han Cheng was warmly welcoming customers with a professional smile. The 3 of them couldn't hide their astonishment the moment they stepped inside. They started glancing around the shelves and whispering to each other. This place only sells one single item, fruit. A shop with such a prime storefront is selling this stuff. Ta-da, the miracle drug that permanently increases your stats is right here. Quan Yan held up a tomato, grinning from ear to ear. Cheap price, only 5 gold coins each. The young man's jaw nearly dropped. Are you kidding me? 5 gold coins. My entire net worth on me right now doesn't even reach the 10 gold mark. He bent over, gluing his eyes to the tomato. Wait, did you say it really increases stats permanently? His companion also looked skeptical. That's surreal, I've never heard of this kind of fruit. Despite being full of doubt, the man couldn't hold back his curiosity. Then, let me try one and see. The guy immediately shoved the tomato into his mouth and chewed ravenously. Instantly, a system notification popped up. Constitution +4. The man was overcome with extreme excitement. Oh my God, it's real. My constitution just jumped up by 4 points. Standing in the back, another man raised an eyebrow as he watched everything unfold. All of a sudden, the crowd behind raised their coin pouches and rushed forward simultaneously, throwing the whole shop into chaos. Quick, give me 3 more. If we funnel these to the major guilds, we'll rake in a fortune. Hai Chuan turned on his heel. not bothering to linger in this deafeningly chaotic atmosphere. Leng Yue finally spoke up. If the system hadn't just pinged, "You have entered the shop of your friend Lin Yuan. Personal information is hidden," then. She walked closer to Lin Yuan. "I wouldn't have guessed that the owner of the very first shop would be you. By the way, how did you manage that? I submitted an application yesterday and it was rejected." He smirked, "Probably just because I'm handsome." Leng Yue lowered her voice. By the way, regarding the incident in the sewers you mentioned last time, I looked into it. None of the guild members went down there that day." Lin Yuan turned to her. "Thanks, then I guess my eyes were playing tricks on me." He pondered. It seemed he could cross the Jinghua Shui Yue Guild off the suspect list. Lin Yuan turned around. "Feel free to browse. If you like anything, I'll give you a special discount." She hurriedly called out, "Wait a minute." Leng Yue suddenly froze. A system notification popped up. "Close friend Xing Yin is in the vicinity. Would you like to send a party invite?" She was momentarily confused. Xing Yin is around here too. Outside, Xing Yin was firmly grasping He Bo's arm. "I'll pay triple. No, 5 times. It's just taking out one guy, don't push your luck." The other man growled. "It's not about the money. From now on, we won't accept any contracts related to him." Just then Leng Yue walked out. "Xing Yin, what do you mean by more money? Who are you trying to serve on a platter?" He flinched violently, his eyes wide open. "Leng Yue, you, why are you here? You heard wrong. I was just haggling over equipment with this guy." Her voice turned stern. "Did you forget about the linking feature of our trio? As long as a friend is nearby, the system will automatically notify us. Who is the person standing next to you? I thought I vaguely heard the word assassinate." Xing Yin hurriedly let go, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, I forgot to block Leng Yue." He Bo was quick to slip away. "Well, you sort out your own mess, I'm out of here." Leng Yue's eyes suddenly locked onto the pocket watch hanging from He Bo's waist. She furrowed her brows. "That watch." Leng Yue shouted. "Halt!" She shot him a piercing glare. "I have a few questions to ask." He growled, trying to block my way. With that, He Bo leaped high into the air, muttering, "If I want to leave, who can stop me?" Suddenly, a giant divine scarab dashed out from nowhere, terrifying him. "What the hell is this?" Its iron hook violently smashed into the wall above. He Bo reacted with lightning speed, dodging the lethal strike. He had barely breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. When Lin Yuan's silhouette closed in on him before he even finished his sentence. He Bo immediately sensed the danger and quickly turned to face him. Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He delivered a devastating slash, still trying to run. After the strike, Lin Yuan landed lightly on the ground. Leng Yue was stunned. "Why are you here?" He looked up and replied calmly, "I just heard some commotion around here." Lin Yuan pointed his sword straight at He Bo. "Did you say earlier that this guy has a pocket watch?" "Are you sure?" she said resolutely. "Yes, even though it was just a fleeting glance, I'm absolutely sure I wasn't mistaken." He leaped into the air, delivering a powerful, energy-infused slash and growled, "Excellent. I was just worrying about where to find you, but to think you'd deliver yourself right to my doorstep." The assassin was startled. Could he have figured out that I sent that group of assassins? It seems this guy doesn't just have terrifying strength, but his intelligence network is nothing to scoff at either. He Bo quickly dodged the slash and yelled, "I know your blood is boiling, but can we talk this out properly? I can explain." The blade struck the ground, sending sparks flying. Lin Yuan sneered, "Explain. Once I capture you, I'll take my time asking whatever I want to know." Standing to the side, Xing Yin broke into a cold sweat witnessing the confrontation. He thought to himself, "The rule is never to betray the client, but this situation is too intense. I need to strike first." By now, He Bo had yielded. "All right, I give up. I'm not targeting you anymore, so why fight to the bitter end?" he provoked. "Is running away your only trick?" The man stepped back to dodge, his voice resolute. "I only take money to do a job. Client information is strictly confidential. I can't break the rules of the trade." Lin Yuan retorted, "Taking money to do a job, huh?" Suddenly, a burst of purple aura crashed down from above. It swirled like a tornado, acting as a barrier between the two. Xing Yin roared, "You're too noisy, go to hell." In his mind, he was screaming, "Is that bastard assassin planning to sell me out? Absolutely not. If Leng Yue finds out, I'm dead meat." He Bo slid across the ground and cursed loudly, "You idiot, are you trying to silence me?" He waved his hand, "Since you don't care about honor among thieves, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Yes, I dispatched those 3 assassins, but I'm just a hired hand. Xing Yin is the real mastermind who wants you dead." With that, a parchment scroll was unfurled before everyone. He roared, "See for yourselves." On it was a transcript of their conversation. "Once it's done, I'll pay double. You must take care of him, the more miserable the better." "Well, that's a lot of money. I'll take this job." Leng Yue pointed in horror. Is this true, Xing Yin? You hired an assassin to kill someone." The other guy also roared, "You bastard, how dare you sell me out?" Lin Yuan pointed the tip of his sword downward, his voice icy. "I don't care about this assassination nonsense. The watch on you, where did you get it? Speak." The man held up the pocket watch. "All this fuss just for this thing. You'll get one sooner or later anyway." He was momentarily confused. "I'll get one too. What does that mean?" The system suddenly announced skill activated. Vanish. Just like that, he dashed off and dissolved into thin air. Leng Yue spun around, her eyes shooting daggers at Xing Yin. "I believe you owe me an explanation." Xing Yin's face turned pale, darkening terrifyingly. He lowered his head and muttered, "Leng Yue, do you still not understand? As long as he disappears, we can go back to how things were." She snapped, "Enough. The Xing Yin I knew was a polite, elegant friend, not a despicable coward who hires assassins to harm his teammates. You better go apologize to him right now." System notification. "You have terminated your close friend relationship with Xing Yin." Hearing the notification, Xing Yin's expression twisted into a pathetic mess. You're cutting ties with me over an outsider, and demanding I apologize to him. Where exactly do I fall short compared to him?" His brows knotted in resentment. "It's all your fault. You destroyed our trio and turned me into a clown for the world to mock." Xing Yin gritted out every word. "You are the one who deserves to die the most, you wretched jinx." He lunged at Lin Yuan. "Today, I will definitely kill you no matter the cost." Lin Yuan's eyes burned with killing intent as he rushed to counterattack. "Good. Let me end everything right here." Xing Yin was utterly bewildered by the sight before him. What? Before he could gather his wits, he was knocked backward by Lin Yuan. Xing Yin's body crashed heavily to the ground, cracking the earth beneath him. Trembling, he tried to push himself up to his knees through the agonizing pain. "Bastard! You think that's enough to take me down? It's not over yet." Suddenly, Xing Yin saw a strange object flying toward him, plunging him into panic. Thunder armor. What? Instantly, a shock of electricity left Xing Yin paralyzed. The system displayed. Target is now in a paralyzed state. Leng Yue approached him as he kneeled in pain on the ground and asked, "Xing Yin, things have come to this, and you still refuse to admit your mistake." Xing Yin stammered, I'm not wrong." In his mind, he frantically thought, Tai Yang, only Tai Yang can save me now. Notification displayed. Assistance request sent to close friend, Jiu Nian Tai Yang. Jiu Nian Tai Yang rushed over. "Xing Yin, what happened? Why did Xiao Yue break her bond with you?" Notification displayed. Close friends Leng Yue and Xing Yin are nearby. Do you want to send a party invite? Xing Yin shouted in panic. Tai Yang, hurry. Help me dispel this paralysis effect. I've been played dirty. But Leng Yue had already drawn her sword, blocking anyone from approaching. Her eyes issued a cold warning. This is the consequence he brought upon himself for hiring an assassin. No one is allowed to interfere. This statement left everyone astounded. Hired an assassin to kill someone. Tai Yang turned to Dai He, who was still standing there, and pressed, "Buddy, you're here too, with your sword drawn. Could it be that the person Xing Yin wanted to kill is you?" Dai He nodded in confirmation. "Yeah." Hearing this, Tai Yang's face showed clear disappointment. "I understand. I won't intervene. Even Xiao Yue is pointing her sword at me. Xing Yin, just what kind of heinous crime have you committed?" These words pushed Xing Yin further into despair. "Tai Yang, are even you refusing to help me? Would you guys rather believe a stranger than our years of friendship?" Dai He didn't let him ramble on, delivering a swift kick. "Spill it, what do you know?" Xing Yin remained stubborn. "In your dreams. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way." Suddenly, the divine scarab flew straight toward him. It discharged a bolt of electricity, causing Xing Yin to scream in agony. "Stop it right now." Dai He stomped his foot heavily onto his body. The sword followed, stabbing into the ground right next to Xing Yin's face. The young man growled with murderous intent, ready to talk now. "Who exactly is the guy that was with you?" This time Xing Yin was much more compliant. "I'll talk, I'll confess everything. Just don't let that bug shock me again." He began to confess. "That guy. He belongs to the Zai-Tu Guild. Dai He lifted his foot off him. The pocket watch you guys mentioned is the token of the Zai-Tu Guild. Hearing this, he thought to himself, the Zai-Tu Guild. I didn't have much information about them in my past life. He only vaguely remembered it was a professional assassin organization with extremely secretive movements, so very few people knew their detailed information. Taking advantage of the moment, Xing Yin tried to slip away quietly but was spotted by Dai He. Did I give you permission to leave? He flinched and turned his head. Dai He unleashed his aura, suppressing Xing Yin. Didn't you just say you were going to kill me today? He screamed miserably, begging for help. Leng Yue Tai Yang, save me. I don't want to drop a level. Leng Yue merely declared calmly. Xing Yin hired an assassin to commit assault, a severe violation of the Jing Hua Shui Yue Guild's regulations. I hereby dismiss him from all his positions. In consideration of his past contributions, he will temporarily retain his membership. He desperately tried to cling on. Leng Yue, I'm sorry, I'll apologize to him right now. You can't treat me like this, I'm the one who deserves to stand by your side. These words only disgusted her further. Xing Yin, you truly disappoint me. From now on, address me as Guildmaster. The system displayed HP reached 0, and Xing Yin let out a blood-curdling scream in agony. Tai Yang and the others could only stand by and watch in silence. They started whispering among themselves. No wonder he kept making mistakes in the Ash Valley. Let's go. Dai He was busy with the dropped loot, so the pocket watch isn't an exclusive item for the First Apostle's subordinates, but a token of the Zai-Tu Guild. At least it's clear now that Kang Shiji is hiding within that organization. He felt secretly grateful. It's a good thing she helped this time to find the clue. I didn't expect her to defend me so much. Leng Yue, thank you. I have some permanent stat-boosting items in my shop. Go pick one out. A while later at the shop, Kuan Yan sighed. Everything is completely sold out. She happily wiped her sweat. So my work is pretty decent, isn't it? Leng Yue felt a bit regretful. Looks like I was too slow. I'll have to wait for another time. Wait. Dai He suddenly remembered something. Coincidentally, I still have a few saved up here. Take them. I hope your mood wasn't ruined by that guy. She quickly declined. These are too precious. It's better if I pay for them. Kuan Yan was burning with sheer jealousy inwardly. What? Handing out a bunch of freebies just like that. And here I've been slaving away all day while he treats me like thin air. She started to complain, working my fingers to the bone without a single word of praise. Kuan Yan turned to walk away, looking depressed. Whatever, I'm getting off work early to grab a few drinks and drown my sorrows. Leng Yue realized in confusion. Your employee doesn't seem very happy. He replied innocently. She's probably just tired and going home early to rest. Kuan Yan opened the door and stepped out, the evening sunset already falling. The scene shifted to a densely populated residential area. She kicked a pebble in frustration, muttering, "What the hell is he doing? Acting all generous and not even taking money. Who exactly is his employee anyway? Let her mind the shop for him then." Suddenly, the flying pebble was stopped by a foot stepping on it. A man appeared with a few lackeys. "Owner of shop number 32, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Our Black Tree Guild is very interested in how you managed to buy this shop, so I hope you know what's good for you." Kuan Yan immediately went on high alert. The Black Tree Guild, arrogant just as the rumors say. She fired back sarcastically. "What's this? Trying to bully me because I'm a girl, planning a daylight robbery?" Hai Xuan flashed a sinister smile. "Of course not. You can join the Black Tree Guild, and I guarantee you'll be treated as an esteemed guest." Suddenly, the system notified her of a message. Friend Lin Yuan, hidden ID, has sent a parcel containing Flesh and Blood Seed X45. The items have been transferred to your inventory. Kuan Yan turned her face away in embarrassment, thinking to herself, so he still knew to save some just for me. I'll consider that he still has some conscience left to remember his big sister. The next second, another message arrived. Lin Yuan, there are 45 seeds in the inventory. Remember to put them up for sale tomorrow. She flew into a rage. I knew it, you heartless jerk. The guy threw out a threat. Don't think you can keep this shop. In the real world, we are backed by a massive corporation. Countless people crack their heads trying to get in, so don't be ungrateful. Suddenly, Kuan Yan brushed past Hai Xuan. Such a big matter, I need time to think. With your guild's immense power, surely you can wait for just a little while. He narrowed his eyes at her warningly. Fine, but don't you dare try to play any tricks in front of me. Hai Xuan growled. Remember, I can send you on your way at any time." With that said, Kuan Yan had already disappeared from view. He revealed a cunning smile. "Once I acquire this shop and prove my capabilities to the board of directors, this entire Black Tree Guild will be right in the palm of my hand." Back at the shop, Kuan Yan walked back, cursing angrily under her breath. "What a straight-laced idiot, being threatened right to my face, and I'm still trying to help you keep your secret. Where else are you going to find a good woman like me?" Kuan Yan clenched her fists. "Stupid brat, sooner or later, this sister is going to collect this debt from you with interest." The streets then returned to their usual bustling state. The scene shifted to the inside of the sewer. Dai He was scouting around. Flesh and blood seeds are definitely hot items. Once this batch is harvested and sold, the price will surely skyrocket even more. Might as well check if there are any traces of Kang Shiji. System notification, skill activated, stealth. He calculated inwardly. The undead are still here, and the scarabs haven't detected anything unusual. It seems he's been quite docile lately. The gate slowly opened as Dai He entered. At the same time, he ordered, "Lei Zai, make it quick and clean." System displayed. Entered the hidden dungeon, Snake Demon Cave. The scene transitioned to the interior of the evil god temple, where a silhouette was standing. Kang Shiji ground his teeth. That damned bastard. He choked with resentment. These past few days he's been constantly clinging to my hidden dungeon to steal precious fruits. Moreover, Kang Shiji was bitter. That woman Arna absolutely refuses to lend me the underworld serpent, and my little snakes haven't recovered yet. Out of options, he had come here. In this situation, I have to beg the master to intervene personally. Master. As soon as he spoke, an imposing figure appeared and interrogated him. Kang Shiji, shouldn't you be executing the plan with the others right now? He bowed his head in apology. Master, there is a player who keeps disrupting our plans, and he even captured a few of my precious snakes. The figure feigned surprise. You can't even handle a lowly player. Tell me, how should I punish you properly? Kang Shiji quickly justified himself. He is no ordinary person, master. I suspect he is also an undead hunter just like you. Hearing this, the other person was slightly surprised. An undead hunter. Suddenly, Yao Jai appeared, her voice full of sarcasm. Snake Charmer, it seems you've been living quite miserably in the Western Desert, haven't you? To the point of making up such a ridiculous excuse. She covered her mouth and chuckled. In this world, apart from the master, there can absolutely be no second undead hunter. Kang Shiji hurriedly opened the system interface. Master, what I speak is the absolute truth. Oh right, I have proof here. System displayed. Loading combat video from Book of Memories. The video showed his encounter with Dai He. Kang Shiji's voice roared. You dare turn my snakes into the undead? Dai He's voice retorted challengingly. Since when? My undead army is infinite while your snakes are just courting death. Stop wasting your energy struggling. The book slowly closed out the video. Both the master and Yao Jai showed clear signs of shock. She sneered, is that all? If he truly were an undead hunter, would you even have your life to return here? Hey Snake Charmer, next time you lie, pick a more believable excuse instead of making up stories about undead hunters. However, the master seemed intrigued. Fascinating. So there are indeed other undead hunters still in existence. But looking at the form of this skill, it seems his inheritance is incomplete. There's nothing to worry about. He took out a potion. For this half-baked amateur, there is no need for me to take action yet. Kang Shiji seemed to understand. You mean? He waved his hand, and a virtual interface lit up in midair. Take note, deep within the wasteland of the Western Desert Empire exists a species of winged python with wind-tearing speed. They possess a unique skill that can mentally debilitate an opponent in an instant, acting as the natural nemesis to players like us. System interface confirmed sharing coordinates. 458, 274, 96. Immediately after, he handed Kang Shiji a vial of potion. And this magic potion will temporarily amplify your snake-controlling abilities. Your next mission, force that guy to reveal his full strength. The other nodded, accepting the order. Understood. I guarantee I will make him cry out in despair and play all his trump cards just to survive. However, the master rejected that idea with a single curt word. No. He added his demand. If there is a suitable opportunity, find a way to recruit him into our ranks. His voice was slightly tinged with curiosity. I'm genuinely intrigued. An undead hunter should have gone extinct long ago. From what obscure corner did he crawl out of? Inside a magnificent palace carrying a hint of Indian architecture, lush green plants coiled and wove their way along the corridors. Kang Shiji stood outside the threshold, his cold gaze piercing toward the man inside, his mind in turmoil. The master wants to recruit that bastard. Then what about my revenge? He furrowed his brows, his expression utterly frustrated. Following the master's orders, I have to lure him into the guild. In that case, I just need to use intel from the Zai 2 guild to check if he has joined any factions yet. With that thought, Kang Shiji leisurely turned on his heel and walked away from the place. Just then, a waiter carrying a tray of drinks suddenly blocked his path, speaking politely. "Sir, this area is not for guests enjoying drinks. Please proceed to the main hall." Kang Shiji immediately cut in. "I'm not here to drink, I'm delivering hops." As soon as he spoke, he looked down at his empty palm, a self-deprecating smile tugging at his lips. Having to change the password and pull out the watch as a token every time is annoying to death. Let's see, where is that damn watch? However, Kang Shiji's expression, especially his eyes, quickly changed, revealing sheer terror. He couldn't stop himself from crying out in panic, his hands frantically rummaging through his coat. "Where's the watch? When did it vanish into thin air?" Then Kang Shiji turned to the waiter who had closed in on him at some unknown point and stammered, "Damn it, hold on. Where did it go?" The other party, conversely, maintained his composure and asked in a low voice, "Hops, sir. I'm afraid our tavern has no need for them." Suddenly, the waiter's eyes flashed with a strange light, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. "Perhaps you should try your luck at the tavern next door." The sentence made Kang Shiji jump, instinctively taking a few steps back. "You." Right at that moment, Hebo materialized out of nowhere like a ghost, wedging himself between them. "Hold on." He stood blocking Kang Shiji, his voice as cold as ice. "He's an acquaintance of mine, let him in." The waiter immediately changed his attitude, not daring to make things difficult, and bowed in compliance. "Yes, branch master." The scene shifted to a gloomy secret chamber, faintly illuminated by a few torches along the corridor. The walls were rigged with countless secret mechanisms, ready to launch a barrage of darts to stop any intruder. Inside a room, Kang Shiji sat on the opposite side, sliding his hands into his cloak, his voice dropping low. "Thanks, boss. It was all due to my carelessness losing the watch, bringing trouble to you again." Hebo, however, leaned back in his chair with an air of absolute authority. "Get to the point, what is it?" Without any hesitation, Kang Shiji pulled out a file of documents. "I came here today because I just received a request. I need to investigate information on this person." As he spoke, a dark thought instantly flashed through his mind. This bunch of assassins probably won't realize that this is the very person who commissioned them, but just eliminating him won't be enough to quell my anger. Kang Shiji slightly lowered his head, sinking into calculation. If I can use this information to make him misunderstand that we are plotting against him, then even if I extend an invitation, he will never accept. That way, I get my revenge and can give a satisfactory report to the master. Meanwhile, Hebo flipped through the document while resting his chin on his hand, his tone devoid of emotion. "Is that so?" He then nonchalantly tossed the papers into a box on the desk. Then Hebo unexpectedly waved his hand, his voice bone-chillingly cold. "What a bizarre coincidence. My side also just received a commission, and the target is exactly this person." Hearing this, Kang Shiji immediately showed extreme horror, his eyes panic-stricken. "Yes, is that so? It seems this guy has quite a lot of enemies." Hebo rested his chin again, his expression serious. "I already have a pretty good grasp of the information on this target. Since it's the same subject, just let me handle it neatly." Kang Shiji, still trembling and sweating profusely, hurriedly replied, "About that, boss, the truth is I greatly admire your strength. For this mission, could you let me tag along? I don't even need a cut of the reward." This proposal annoyed Hebo slightly, and he gave a cold harumph. "Forget it, I only team up with my own people. Besides, why do you care so much about him? Don't tell me you have some other ulterior motives." The words landed like a heavy blow, making Kang Shiji's face turn even paler with fear, and he forced a smile. "Of course not. All right then, boss, I'll go take on another mission." At the same time, another plan was brewing in his mind. Even if Yan Wang manages to assassinate that guy, it's useless. In the immortal world, he will just revive anyway. It seems I have to think of another way. I must completely sever any possibility of him catching the master's attention. A moment later, only Hebo was left in the room, sitting quietly and staring at the file in his hand. He lowered his head, his eyes deep in thought. To think that Xing Yin's cancelled commission would actually come in handy. He spoke while recalling the previous scene. No wonder that sour-faced guy attacked me like a madman the moment he saw the watch, so the crux of the problem lies with this kid. Then He Bo couldn't suppress his curiosity, muttering in a low voice, "But why does everyone want to get rid of him? Things are getting more and more interesting." Suddenly, a mask hanging on the wall sparked, and a hoarse voice rang out. "Are you saying he is the one who wiped out an elite squad of ours?" Immediately, the system displayed a notification. The leader is using the surveillance ring to make a remote call. He Bo replied calmly, unflinching. "That's right, leader. It's just a pity that when I ran into him, the situation was too chaotic." He then gripped his right fist with his left hand, making a blood-boiling decision. "Otherwise, I'd really love to go all out against him in a proper fight." Hearing this, the leader issued a decisive order. "Since that's the case, go and test him out once more. While you're at it, see if he has any interest in joining us." He Bo immediately agreed. "Understood." The door slowly creaked open, and warm rays of sunlight gently slipped into the room. Lin Yuan looked at the person in front of him holding a broom and sweeping the floor, unable to hide his surprise. "Are you?" Su Ming immediately cheered, his excitement unconcealable. "Yuan God, I'm here to lend you a hand." Standing nearby, Kuan Yan holding a small box, suddenly chimed in. "Hey kiddo, he claims to be an acquaintance of yours. He's been waiting for quite a while now." Hearing this, Lin Yuan's brows furrowed involuntarily, his gaze turning sharp. "It's him." Right at that moment, He Bo, who was checking a small mirror in his hand, also spoke up. "Let's go, let's talk outside." But Lin Yuan remained still, intently operating on the control panel. "This is this week's batch of goods. 1,000 flesh and blood seeds have been transferred to the lessee, Kuan Yan." Once done, he turned around and walked away coldly, dropping one last sentence for Kuan Yan. "As for the price, feel free to adjust it slightly higher as you see fit." Amidst the arid desert, countless gigantic rocks towered into the sky. Lin Yuan darted like lightning, dashing across the rocky outcrops to chase the person ahead. "Did you go through all the trouble to find me just to play this game of cat and mouse?" In response, He Bo sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Kid, if you want to ask me anything, you'll have to beat me in a fair one-on-one duel first, and no using those freaky summoned beasts of yours." The words made Lin Yuan, who was pursuing him with a drawn sword, grow suspicious. What the hell is this guy plotting? Could someone have hired him to kill me? He did not back down at all, but instead furrowed his brows in challenge. "Fine, bring it on." As soon as the words left his mouth, He Bo suddenly spun around, swinging his massive iron chain toward Lin Yuan. "Exhilarating. Let me see just how capable you really are." Instantly, he also bravely swung his sword up to parry that stormy attack. At the same time, the giant iron hook clamped down fiercely on Lin Yuan's sword. At that exact moment, Lin Yuan seemed to realize something was wrong. "There's a mechanism too." He Bo fought nimbly with both hands, his tone a mix of mockery and admiration. "Not bad." On the opposite side, Lin Yuan channeled all his energy into his left hand, causing it to emit a blinding azure light. Seeing this, He Bo once again hurled the chain towards him, his voice full of sarcasm. "Too bad, you're way too slow." Right after, a terrifying explosion echoed from the collision of their two powers. A split second later, He Bo didn't stop. He kept throwing the chain while urging him on. "Come here." The iron hook had grabbed and brutally yanked the sharp, long sword from Lin Yuan's grasp. From behind He Bo, he had somehow teleported in, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Lin Yuan threw a devastating punch at He Bo, retorting his earlier mockery. "The slow one here is you." Instantly, thick dust swirled up. The aftershock of the explosion created a miniature sandstorm in the desert. Amidst the veil of dust, Lin Yuan's hand was still tightly gripping his sword. He slowly stepped out, his voice ringing cold. "Why not use an assassin stealth skill? Is this how you Zai 2 guild members handle your missions?" Opposite him, He Bo had been knocked down to his knees, gasping for breath as he replied. "Who told you I came looking for you because I accepted a commission?" Hearing that, Lin Yuan unhesitatingly pointed the tip of his sword right at his face, his tone full of threat. "Since that's the case, I'll just beat you to a pulp first and talk later." Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "Friend Han Cheng is requesting an emergency call. Connect immediately." Without a second of hesitation, he agreed. "Yes." Han Cheng's message immediately appeared. "Yuan God, this is bad. The shop manager was taken away by a gang that stormed in. I couldn't stop them on my own. You need to come back immediately. After reading the message, Lin Yuan's mood plunged into the abyss, his eyes widening in sheer fury. It seems I overestimated you people, to think you'd resort to such a despicable kidnapping trick. Meanwhile, Hebo hastily chimed in, looking incredulous. Bullshit. Extortion and kidnapping are acts of petty scoundrels that I, Yan Wang, disdain to do. Laying hands on women is entirely missing from my dictionary. Then he tapped on his control interface, his voice resolute. You wait, I'll show you the truth. Intelligence Division. A woman was kidnapped at the newly opened shop number 32. Pinpoint her location for me immediately. An order was issued without the slightest delay. Emergency order dispatched. All division members have received it. A short while later, the patrol squad had the info. The intelligence division has sent the coordinates. Seeing this, Hebo didn't hide anything anymore and said straight out, the location isn't far. You can go take care of it with peace of mind. Since I came all the way here, I won't run away. The coordinates were instantly sent to Lin Yuan. Coordinates 8893, 475, 38 shared with player hidden ID. Despite his burning anxiety, Lin Yuan still didn't forget to turn back and deliver a stern warning. You'd better not run. The scene shifted to a place where the girl was lying motionless on the ground. Han Cheng's face was twisted in agony. Clearly, she had been tortured miserably, her health bar nearly drained. You have been killed 3 times, level reduced from 14 to 11. However, as soon as the system announced her revival, she sprang up as if nothing had happened. She furrowed her brows, sweat beading on her forehead, her gaze as sharp as daggers. Han Cheng didn't say a word, only glaring furiously at the 2 men in front of her. The 2 men had cornered her against the wall. One of them drew his bow, growling, You stubborn bitch, you've been killed so many times and you still won't utter a single word. The other guy chimed in. Xuan Shao has already investigated thoroughly through the city officials. The one who bought the shop is a man. If you don't spit out his identity right now, we'll send you straight back to the beginner's village today. Han Cheng gritted her teeth in frustration. These 2 bastards are camping right at the respawn point, leaving me no way to escape. Even if I force quit the game, my character will still be stuck here. But even pushed into a corner, she refused to yield. Bring it on if you dare. I'm not afraid of you. The archer lowered his weapon, stepping aside for his accomplice. Looks like we need to teach you another lesson. Brother, I'll keep watch outside the shop. You stay here and keep chatting with her. I refuse to believe that guy won't take the bait. The other man replied confidently, Don't worry, I'll definitely make her submit. Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice rang out from behind, making him jump. Who exactly are you trying to make submit? Lin Yuan had appeared out of nowhere. Without giving the man a chance to react, with just a single swing of his sword, Lin Yuan cleaved him in half. Die! Su Ming appeared at the same time, lunging forward to block the archer's attack. Han Cheng stood there, completely stunned by how fast everything happened. Lin Yuan thought to himself, his voice thick with dark intent. I didn't expect the coordinates that guy provided to be this accurate. The archer, the only one left alive, was not only unafraid but arrogantly used his guild to threaten them. You dare touch the people of the High Shu Guild. You little brat, your days are numbered. If you know what's good for you, get on your knees. But before he could finish his threat, a blade pierced right through him. And if I don't? Murderous intent radiated from Lin Yuan. High Shu Guild, I'll settle the score with them later. The 3 of them stood watching the 2 corpses slowly vanish from the game. He glanced at the items dropped by the 2 men they just killed. Just as I thought, all of her equipment had been on those 2. Han Cheng stepped forward, calling out, Little brother. Lin Yuan looked at her. Seeing the teary, red, and grateful eyes of his older sister, his rage flared up once again. To dare torture her to this extent, even though it's just a game, the realistic simulation system still inflicts a level of pain that cannot be ignored. Lin Yuan approached, comforting her while handing back the equipment he had picked up. It's all right now. Tell me what exactly happened here. She took her gear back, hurriedly wiped away her tears, and began to explain. They wanted to interrogate me to find out who the shop owner was. When I refused to tell them, they trashed the shop and then camped my respawn point to repeatedly kill me. Seeing Han Cheng hesitate, Lin Yuan added, Just tell me everything straight. But even so, she tried to act strong. I'm the older sister, so of course I have to protect my little brothers. Honestly, they weren't even that tough. I wasn't scared of them at all. Su Ming brought over a recovery potion and handed it to Han Cheng, his voice filled with indignation. This is too much. They must have been spawn killing you for a long time for all your gear to drop. Here, quickly drink this stamina recovery potion. As she took the potion, Lin Yuan called her name again, Han Cheng. Both of them turned to look at him. Lin Yuan still wore a murderous expression. Give me all the information you have on the High Shu Guild. Hearing this, both of them panicked and tried to dissuade him. Little brother, absolutely do not act on impulse. God Yuan, the High Shu Guild is not to be trifled with. Su Ming fearfully shared what he knew. Unlike regular gaming guilds, they have serious financial backing, the High Shu Corporation in the real world. They are highly organized with a strict hierarchy, far surpassing other guilds in every aspect. He tried to persuade him. God Yuan, I know you're incredibly strong, but taking on a guild of hundreds or thousands of members all by yourself is simply impossible. He paid absolutely no mind to their warnings, turning his back to leave with his manticore. High Shu Corporation, I know they have deep pockets, but so what? This is the immortal world. Right at that moment, he noticed something. The two men from earlier had revived. Respawn. The archer, having just revived, immediately opened his mouth to curse. Damn it. With just a single word from Lin Yuan, the Starkiller Scorpion and the Divine Scarab lunged forward like arrows. Didn't you want my shop? Make your move. The archer roared furiously again. You bastard, you only won just now because you sneak attacked us. Die. The moment the words left his mouth, both of them were cleanly dispatched by the Starkiller Scorpion and the Divine Scarab, sending them into a panic as they called for backup. What the hell is flying at us? Quick, summon all nearby guild members immediately. A system notification popped up. Emergency backup request sent to nearby High Shu Guild members. HP dropped to 0. The system notification chimed again alongside the clatter of dropped equipment. You have been killed once. Level decreased from 14 to 13. No matter how many times they revived, the system notifications remained relentless. You have been killed twice. Level decreased from 13 to 12. Once, twice, 3 times, then the nth time. The system notifications chimed rhythmically, while the two men's levels plummeted drastically, their gear scattering with every death. You have been killed 3 times. Level decreased from 12 to 11. Once farmed all the way back to level 1, one of them finally begged. Please stop killing us. I'm back to level 1, this account is basically trashed. Han Cheng, having retrieved all her gear, thanked him happily. My equipment, thank you, little brother. I thought I was never getting it back. Zhao Qi and a group of his subordinates appeared out of nowhere, mocking the two men. You two pieces of trash. You can't even interrogate one person without calling for backup. Let me see who has the guts to ruin Xuan Shao's good deeds. Su Ming and Han Cheng turned around, thoroughly surprised to recognize the newcomer. Only Lin Yuan remained completely unbothered. Oh, I remember you. Aren't you that small fry from the Blood Grace Cave? Zhao Qi continued his arrogant tirade. Looks like you took care of Xuan Shao's lackeys, huh? Wait until I finish you off and thoroughly interrogate this bitch. Xuan Shao will definitely reward me handsomely. He immediately ordered, let the fun begin. Lin Yuan assessed the situation and drew a conclusion. It seems the one called Xuan Shao is the mastermind. Only then did Zhao Qi recognize him, stammering in sheer terror. It's you. He was sweating profusely out of fear, but one of his clueless lackeys kept barking aggressively. You dare snatch someone from the High Shu Guild. Looks like you have a death wish. Our captain here is a top 10 expert in the guild. If you get on your knees and beg for mercy now, maybe the captain will let you die a few less times. Quick as a flash, Lin Yuan closed the distance to Zhao Qi, making him scream in terror. Are you trying to kill me? Seeing this, Zhao Qi hastily spun around and delivered a vicious slap to his lackey, leaving the rest of the subordinates stunned. You idiot, shut your mouth. Then he turned back to Lin Yuan with a sycophantic expression. Great God! If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have dared to get involved in this even if you offered me gold. He anxiously tried to find a way to slip away. I'll tell them to get lost right now. But Lin Yuan was already standing behind him, his voice as cold as ice. No need. He swung his sword, cleanly taking out 2 of the accompanying subordinates with a single slash, scaring the living daylights out of Zhao Qi. A thick murderous aura oozed from his every step and word. They've already gotten lost. Take me to find this Xuan Shao now. Zhao Qi trembled in fear, hastily turning his head to answer. Yes, sir. Immediately after, Zhao Qi led Lin Yuan to find the man. As they walked, his mind raced. Leading an outsider into the headquarters is an act of treason. The penalty from the High Shu Corporation alone would bankrupt me. Not to mention the one I'm bringing back is this monster. No, I have to find another way out. Zhao Qi skimmed through the guild's chat channel. He glanced at the map, his brain calculating at lightning speed. Oh, found some scapegoats. I'm going to survive this, he thought smugly. A system notification popped up. You have entered the ambush area of Squad 7, High Shu Guild. The sudden notification made Zhao Qi freeze, his face going blank for a second. But his bewildered look was quickly replaced by a sinister smirk. We're here. Zhao Qi whipped around, pointing his finger right in Lin Yuan's face and roared. You brainless prick, you think you own the world. Looks like today I have to drill the word manners into that thick skull of yours. Brothers, teach him how to be a human. Just as he finished speaking, a dark shadow plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud right in front of his boots. Zhao Qi froze, his pupils dilating in disbelief at the sight before him. What the hell? Why hasn't Squad 7 made their move? He darted his eyes around frantically, desperately searching for an explanation. Then a horrifying truth dawned upon Zhao Qi. Impossible. Has Squad 7 been wiped out? Lin Yuan glanced at the throwing dart embedded in the corpse, recognizing it as the weapon of an acquaintance. Is he helping me? He thought briefly. But his train of thought was quickly cut short as he turned his sharp gaze back to Zhao Qi. Didn't you want to teach me some manners? Go ahead, make your move. Zhao Qi's face turned completely pale with terror, completely unaware that the Grim Reaper was right behind him. The ferocious beast launched a synchronized attack, aiming straight for Zhao Qi. He only had time to shriek out broken pleas. Spare me, stop, no, I know I was wrong. Lin Yuan spoke in an icy tone, delivering his verdict. Let me guess. Getting so many High Shu members killed because of you, the penalty fine isn't going to be a small amount, is it? He swung his blade, stabbing it deeply into an iron bar right next to Zhao Qi's temple. Lin Yuan kindly suggested a way out. You're backed into a corner. Why not give me Hai Xuan's coordinates? Who knows, maybe after I wipe the High Shu Guild off the map, your debt will vanish with them. Zhao Qi was frightened out of his wits and hurriedly hugged Lin Yuan's legs. I'll tell you everything. Meanwhile, at the High Shu Corporation headquarters, a high-level executive meeting was taking place. The High Shu Guild, a branch of the corporation, recorded a 30% profit increase last quarter. The new storefront project is also underway, promising to hit our targets next quarter. A board member interrupted. Excuse me, Yi Zong, but as far as I know, you still haven't secured that first storefront, have you? Yi Zong took a drag from his cigarette, appearing completely unbothered by the question. After a brief pause, he exhaled the smoke and spoke methodically. Coincidentally, we just found the person who bought the shop. Naturally, the High Shu Corporation will never pass up a chance to make a fortune. That first storefront. Sooner or later, it will be ours. No one can take it from us. Just as he finished speaking, an employee burst through the door, his face completely drained of color. Yi Zong, this is bad. Someone is launching a direct assault on the guild's headquarters. Yi Zong stood up abruptly, his voice filled with fury. What the hell is going on? The scene shifted to a vast plaza, engulfed in frantic screams of panic. Lin Yuan swung his sword, clearing away the small fry blocking his path. Blocking his way forward were a commander and two mages, lined up in a row. The commander brandished his weapon, snarling. You bastard, you dare throw your weight around in High Shu's territory. Without wasting a word, Lin Yuan waved his hand, sending a powerful surge of spiritual energy straight at them. Don't get in my way. One of Lin Yuan's subordinates watched from afar and called out after him, My lord, are you really planning to storm in there alone? He just replied coldly, If your coordinates are wrong, I'll come back and settle the score with you. Inside the great hall, luxury and grandeur emanated from every detail of the interior. Hai Xuan sat casually on a chair with Su Ling, watching a live stream and bragging. A good show is about to start. Once this young master takes over the shop, I'll definitely squeeze a few million out of the old man. I'll throw some pocket change your way when that happens. She replied coquettishly, Xuan Xiao, you're so naughty, always liking to snatch things from others. Suddenly the commotion outside made Hai Xuan frown. Who's making a racket out there? How are you guys doing your jobs? Can't you see I'm live streaming? Go out and check immediately. A guard hastily obeyed. As the two guards opened the door, they muttered, What blind fool dares to cause trouble here? Suddenly, the door was kicked open with an overwhelming force, causing both of them to exclaim in terror. "What?" Lin Yuan, sword in hand, strode in boldly. He demanded, "Are you Hai Xuan?" His gaze, sharp as a knife, locked onto his target. Hearing his name, Hai Xuan lazily looked over. He set his wine glass down, flashing a smug smile. "Just another little brat looking for clout. Let's see how I play with you." Right at that moment, his livestream chat exploded with a barrage of excited comments. Hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway. A squad of guards had surrounded Lin Yuan. Hai Xuan shouted condescendingly, "Wanna join Hai Shu? Too bad not just anyone has the qualifications to be my dog." He brazenly laid out his conditions. "How about this? If you get on your knees and lick my shoes clean right now, I'll consider letting you queue up for a spot." Su Ling chimed in from the side. "Xuan Xiao is giving you an opportunity. You'd be a fool not to take it." Lin Yuan didn't reply, with a single slash of his blade. A razor-sharp wave of spiritual energy tore through the air, shooting straight toward where Hai Xuan was sitting. Faced with the sudden attack, Hai Xuan could only gape, his eyes wide as he stared at the approaching beam of light. In that life-or-death moment, he revealed his true cowardly nature, grabbing Su Ling and pulling her in front of him as a meat shield. She only had time to let out an agonizing scream. On the livestream screen, the chat box erupted with heated discussions. Lin Yuan's voice was ice cold. "Shop number 32 belongs to me. If you dare to lay your filthy paws on it again, I don't mind erasing this entire Hai Shu guild from existence." Hai Xuan shoved Su Ling's limp body aside, growling, "You think a nobody like you can destroy the Hai Shu guild?" With that, he burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. Hai Xuan tilted his head back, his tone dripping with contempt. "I thought you were just crazy, but who knew you were actually mentally retarded?" He clapped his hands loudly, commanding, "Guards, why aren't you rolling out here for this young master?" From the door, a female mage yelled, "You dare barge into Hai Shu's headquarters? Do you have a death wish?" Lin Yuan stood amid the encirclement of guards brandishing their weapons, his expression completely unchanged. Hai Xuan arrogantly declared, "It's a blessing of 8 lifetimes that this young master even laid eyes on your shop. Do you know how many people want to offer me gifts but don't even have the chance?" He pulled out a single gold coin, his voice hostile. "Here's the deal. 1 gold coin to transfer the shop's ownership. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and this young master will pardon your previous insolence." With that said, Hai Xuan flicked the coin toward Lin Yuan. Without a wasted word, Lin Yuan swung his sword. The coin shattered in midair. He tossed out a mechanical beetle, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson. "I don't have the time to entertain brain-dead trash like you. Die." The beetle tore through the wind, bypassing layers of guards, dashing straight toward Hai Xuan. He screamed in terror, "What the hell is that?" The beetle closed in on Hai Xuan in the blink of an eye. From its body, a terrifying surge of lightning erupted, completely engulfing him. His shrill, agonizing screams echoed throughout the great hall. A system notification popped up, HP 0. Seeing Hai Xuan fall, a guard panicked and shouted, "Xuan Xiao has been killed." Another guard roared furiously, "Charge!" The entire group of guards brandished their weapons, rushing Lin Yuan like a tidal wave. "Take him down." Someone hastily picked up a communication device to report. "Notify the guild leader immediately. We have an intruder, and he's wiping out the headquarters." The scene cut back to the meeting room. Yi Zhang stated decisively, "It's definitely a competitor playing dirty. The Hai Shu Guild has prepared protocols for situations just like this. Hurry, turn on the projector and open Hai Xuan's live stream." He pointed toward the massive screen, speaking loudly, "Please, everyone, behold the true power of the Hai Shu Guild." Suddenly, Yi Zhang let out a surprised "huh." On the screen, Lin Yuan stood alone with his sword, beating the Hai Shu guards until they littered the floor. Witnessing the scene, the entire meeting room fell into a dead silence. Yi Zhang couldn't believe his eyes, muttering to himself, "Impossible." Meanwhile, the livestream viewership was skyrocketing, the comments scrolling furiously. He ground his teeth, thinking to himself, "This won't do. If this keeps up, the corporation's stock is going to nosedive. Even my seat as the general manager won't be safe. I absolutely cannot let this happen." Despite this, Yi Zhang still forced a stiff smile on the surface, trying to reassure the room. There must be some sort of misunderstanding. Or perhaps the guild's elite guard unit is all on leave today. I'll contact the person in charge immediately. Saying that, he barked into his phone. You rebellious bastard. I don't care what methods you use, make that guy stop right this instant. On the other side, Hai Chuan, who had just been revived by the system, muttered furiously, "Damn it, making me lose a level." Hai Chuan leaped down from above. He pointed a finger straight at Lin Yuan's face, roaring, "Stop! Sooner or later I'm going to take over all your shops, and not only that, I will slaughter your people all the way back to level 1. Lin Yuan, currently stepping on a guard's chest, looked up and asked with a harsh tone, "Are you threatening me?" Hai Chuan yelled in outrage, "That's right. This young master does what he says. If you don't believe me, just try it and see." Lin Yuan summoned a spirit beast, his voice as cold as ice. "If that is your answer, then there is no need for the Hai Shu Guild to exist anymore." In a split second, countless spirit beasts materialized in the area. The system announced, "Skill activated, corpse explosion art." Immediately after, a series of earth-shattering explosions echoed out continuously. In the meeting room, Yi Zhang could only clutch his head, screaming in sheer helplessness, "My guild." An investor stood up, questioning him. "Yi Zhang, is this the project you want us to pour capital into? What a massive disappointment. I'm starting to doubt your management capabilities." Even so, he desperately tried to salvage the situation. "Everyone, please calm down. The guild's elite guard unit has arrived." Yi Zhang asked deeply into his phone, "Has the main squad received their orders and logged in?" His employee replied, "Boss, everyone is in position." Inside the screen, the main squad members appeared one by one, gripping their weapons tightly. The elite soldiers charged out aggressively, the commander shouting, "Brothers, grab that little punk." Yi Zhang promised a reward of 100,000 yuan for everyone. "Understood," the group roared in unison. "Understood." In the livestream chat, the netizens were having a field day discussing the chaos. Hai Chuan stood behind the squad, barking orders loudly. "Quick, block his bugs. This young master has already dropped 5 levels." But it was futile. He was hit by a surprise attack from Lin Yuan, only having time to scream, "Fuck," again. His health bar plummeted to 0, yet again. Amidst the rubble and smoke, Lin Yuan stood tall and unyielding. Hai Chuan lay sprawled on the ground, waiting for the system's light to take him away. Lin Yuan turned to the main squad, his voice chilling. "Didn't you want to kill me back to level 1? Why are you hiding in the back now, too scared to show your faces?" On the other side, someone rallied the group. "Brothers, same old tactic, let's rush him together." The commander roared, "You little brat." He swung his sword, lunging forward. "We are your real opponents." Just a single strike, Lin Yuan knocked the commander's weapon away. He was sent flying backward, gasping in shock. From a distance, the mage launched fireballs, growling, "Even if you're as skilled as a god, you can't take on 7 of us alone." Another sneered, "Have a taste of my paralyzing arrow." Lin Yuan pushed the commander away, speaking with contempt, "Your tactics are far too immature." Instantly, deafening explosions rang out, the entire space violently shaking. Immediately, a notification popped up. The commander was knocked unconscious, his health bar completely depleted. Amidst the chaotic battle, Lin Yuan swiftly activated his stealth skill. The remaining soldiers looked around in bewilderment. Where did that little punk go? Did he run away? The system displayed a comment from a viewer. "A fierce tiger cannot fight a pack of wolves. Even if the great god loses, it's still an honorable defeat. They're just using human wave tactics. There's no way they could win in a solo fight." Just as he revived, Hai Chuan looked up and cursed at the sky. "Damn it, making such a huge scene only to let him escape. Where are we supposed to hide the Hai Shu Guild's face now?" He commanded fiercely, "Find him at all costs." Right at that moment, a strange drop of liquid unexpectedly fell onto Hai Chuan's head. When he looked up, he saw a swarm of giant lizards looming overhead. He screamed in horror, "What is this?" Without a moment's hesitation, they began gathering energy in their mouths. Then, devastating beams of destructive energy were blasted straight down into the squad below. After wiping out the enemies, Lin Yuan slowly materialized. Stealth skill cancelled. He provocatively declared with arrogance, "Whoever's left, call them all out. There's still plenty of room at the respawn point." Outside, the livestream viewers gasped in awe. "Holy shit, we get to see the great god in action again. If he doesn't strike, nothing happens, but once he does, it's earth-shattering." They commented gleefully, "The Hai Shu Guild really kicked a hornet's nest this time." At the same time, Kayan exclaimed, utterly mesmerized, "Oh my god, how is he so cool?" Back on the battlefield, Hai Chuan was scared out of his wits, cowering in a corner, crying his eyes out. He hastily called his father. "Dad, save me." Hai Yi on the other end of the line roared furiously. "Why did I give birth to a piece of trash like you? You little troublemaker, you've doomed me, do you know that?" Hearing this, Hai Chuan argued back aggrievedly. "I clearly followed your orders to buy the shop. Your information was flawed, why are you blaming me?" The older man was seething with rage, grinding his teeth as he cursed. You rebellious bastard. I don't care, you have to find a way to stall him no matter what." Hai Yi added sinisterly. "The experts I spent a fortune to hire are arriving soon." Outside the castle, Hebo stood on a high tree branch, observing with amusement. Not bad, kid, daring to cause such a huge mess. He stared intently at the quest board where the reward was clearly listed. Emergency commission from the Hai Shu Guild. Eliminate target Lin Yuan, ID hidden. Reward, 500 gold. An emergency commission, so they want me to take care of him. After a few seconds of consideration, Hebo smirked. Fine, might as well go watch a good show. He hit the reject button. Hai Shu Guild's commission message blocked. Meanwhile, Leng Yue was silently assessing the situation. Not only the Furious Guild, but even people from the Wisteria Guild are here. It seems Hai Shu is really going all out this time. He noticed a few familiar faces. They're all acquaintances. This is getting interesting. Nu Yan stated his stance bluntly. I just want to end this quickly and deal with that arrogant fool who doesn't know his place. Immediately, Hebo trailed behind, calculating in his head. No need to bother probing him, I'll just record a video and send it straight to the boss. Inside the castle, Hai Chuan was still screaming in panic. Even my dad has never beaten me like this. I'll remember your face. Sensing multiple gazes locked onto him, Lin Yuan turned around in surprise. Seeing that face, Leng Yue gasped in shock. The target is him. Nu Yan was so stunned his eyes bulged. It's that madman, Hebo called out in a sickeningly sweet voice. Young master, your reinforcements are here. Seeing he had backup, Hai Chuan immediately regained his arrogant posture. He laughed maniacally. You felt pretty good beating up this young master just now, didn't you? Everyone, attack. Today, I'm going to beat you until you're on your knees begging for mercy. Lin Yuan didn't pay him any mind, simply observing the newcomers in silence. He frowned, scanning and evaluating them one by one. An accompanying guard stepped forward, provoking him arrogantly. Did you think no one could handle you? With the first and second-ranked guilds joining forces, you're dead meat this time, kid. Before he could even finish his cocky speech, he was shoved aside by Nu Yan. Realizing who the enemy was, Nu Yan did an immediate U-turn. You think I'm going to throw my life away for a few lousy coins? Idiots. The system announced, Hai Shu Guild's commission has been cancelled. Hai Chuan was baffled, unable to understand what was going on. Where are you running? Pissing your pants before the fight even starts. Without a word, Lin Yuan pointed his sword straight at him. A flurry of electric shocks erupted, and Hai Chuan's health bar plummeted to 0 once again. Then he looked up, his gaze brimming with threat. Do you all also want to help the Hai Shu Guild? The system announced again, Hai Shu Guild's commission has been cancelled. Leng Yue offered sincerely, I believe you must have your reasons for doing this. Do you need me to lend a hand? He casually declined. No need, just stand back and enjoy the show. The moment Hai Chuan revived, he screamed helplessly. Damn it, I paid you people to work, not to come here and watch a show. Hebo chuckled, joining in. He's right, did you really spend money just to have us watch the young master make a fool of himself? He quickly moved behind Hebo, putting on airs as he urged. At least you know what's good for you. Attack, you must kill that bastard. It was then that Lin Yuan curiously asked Hebo, the people in the forest, you took care of them, didn't you? I recognized you're throwing darts. He just grinned widely. Just a minor thing. Hearing this, Hai Chuan froze, stumbling back a few steps. What, you're a mole too? Hebo laughed out loud, explaining, don't make it sound so ugly. I never accepted your commission in the first place, I just dropped by to watch the fun. With that, he turned on his recording mode. Panicked Hai Chuan could only spit out meaningless threats. Bastards, I won't let any of you off, remember this. In an instant, a colossal monster materialized, blotting out the sky. The azure scale beast mercilessly stomped them flat without hesitation. The entire group's HP bars hit 0 simultaneously. A moment later, Hai Chuan revived again, looking utterly disheveled and pathetic. He calmly stepped closer, gesturing, keep going, I'm guessing your guild leader is getting restless. Elsewhere, the investors were furious, interrogating him. The corporation's stock has plummeted miserably. Hai Yi, you caused this massive disaster. You have to take full responsibility. The assistant called out timidly, Yi Zhang. He gritted his teeth and ordered, say no more, bring me my gaming helmet. Hai Yi thought to himself anxiously, if I don't step in to clean up this mess, the investors are going to pull all their capital. I have to win back their trust immediately. The scene cut back to the game, at the Hai Shu Guild headquarters. A second later, the system announced, Hai Shu Guild leader Hai Yi has logged in. Seeing the leader appear, Lin Yuan cast a sidelong glance and asked, you're the guild leader of the Hai Shu Guild. He was on high alert, calculating internally, the live stream is still running. I have to finish off this guy quickly. I absolutely cannot let the board of directors see any weakness. He then raised his voice in warning, kid, you messed with the wrong people. Hai Yi made a direct offer. Considering your skills aren't bad, I can consider letting you join the Hai Shu Guild as the captain of the main squad. Standing behind him, Hai Xuan lost all his patience and vehemently objected. Old man, stop wasting your breath on him. He killed so many of our people and you want to just let it slide. Call the men and slaughter him right now. Hearing his son's insolence, Hai Yi furiously concentrated his power into his staff. Brat. Hai Yi did not hesitate to unleash his most powerful skill. Don't you dare underestimate the strength of the Hai Shu Guild. However, a vulture thief flew out and intercepted the attack. Lin Yuan mocked, is this the extent of the skill of a top 10 guild's leader? Witnessing this, he was stunned. He used a summon to block my skill. Lin Yuan ordered the vulture to attack Hai Yi. What are you going to do now? He barely managed to dodge the attack in the nick of time. He proceeded to summon a flock of vulture thieves. It's over. Immediately after, Lin Yuan activated the skill, Corpse Explosion Art. Seeing the horde of monsters surrounding him, Hai Yi was paralyzed with fear. Damn it. A second later, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, leveling the entire room. He and his accomplices were wiped out, only to instantly revive with looks of complete bewilderment. Hai Yi's face turned ash-white. He couldn't believe it. How is this possible? I could only block a single strike. This guy is as strong as a monster. No, I have to submit to him first. He hurriedly threw his hands up, his voice full of remorse. Wait, we were wrong. Hai Yi pleaded desperately. We were wrong, please stop. We will apologize publicly and compensate you fully. I beg you. However, Lin Yuan silently summoned a death wolf, exposing their true colors. You don't realize you were wrong. Lin Yuan saw right through them, stating firmly, you just realized you're about to be wiped out of existence. Seeing the giant wolf swipe its claws and send the entire group flying, Hai Xuan screamed helplessly. This bastard. He urged fearfully. Old man, think of something. He roared furiously in response. Shut your mouth. I've already used every idea I had. You disastrous rebellious son, what kind of monster did you provoke? At that very moment, a flash of insight crossed Hai Yi's mind. Wait a minute. If even the top player of the server couldn't stand in that guy's way. He believed that the NPCs were the only key to solving this problem. Immediately, Hai Yi began to analyze the situation. The Dark Tree Guild's headquarters was located on the outskirts of Fengshuisha, which was still within the city's safe zone. The rules strictly prohibited any aggressive behavior here. Just one call to the security forces, and that guy's fate would be sealed. Thrilled, he held up a special badge. Good heavens, how could I be so scatterbrained? I'll call Sister in right now. No matter how much that punk shows off, he's just small fry in front of the game's police lady. Activated emergency summoning item, wanted poster. Hai Xuan cheered with excitement. I get it, Dad. Sister and will quell any brawl in the city. Anyone who disobeys will be thrown in jail and instantly suspended. In the blink of an eye, a security officer materialized, her voice echoing with authority. Who dares to cause trouble in the main city? Do you have a death wish? Summoning successful. He sternly ordered, quick, arrest this guy for me. Seeing that the situation was now in the palm of his hand, Hai Yi smirked triumphantly. The Dark Tree headquarters is in a safe zone, kid. Dare to touch me again and prepare to count ants in a cell. Hai Xuan also chimed in, aggressively provoking. Aren't you supposed to be tough? Try touching me again, see what happens. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure was sent flying, leaving the father stunned. What? Hai Yi's fury erupted violently. He roared like a madman, you little brat, your time is up. Activated skill, Mana Shield. He unleashed a claw sweep, his heart full of disdain. daring to attack in front of Sister N. What a bunch of absolute brainless fools. Hearing the commotion, the security officer waved her hand. How dare you strike in front of this officer? Utterly arrogant. Arrest him. I'll put him behind bars for 3 months. The guards obeyed in unison. Understood. At the same time, the viewers on the live stream expressed their disappointment. The rules are crystal clear. This match is over. There's nothing left to fight for. Just then, Hai arrogantly pointed his finger. Once a player harms a security NPC, they will be hunted down by the entire Zymo Kingdom. No matter how strong you are, can you really kill a system official? Without wasting a word, Lin Yuan replied with a razor-sharp sword strike, slashing directly at the security officer. Fool. The audience instantly exploded. The big god is so badass. Looks like he has no intention of making peace. Just a moment ago she was scaring people pale, who knew she'd be slaughtered just the same. Immediately after, Hai coughed up blood, accompanied by a system notification. Your HP has dropped to 0. Witnessing this blatant disregard for authority, the security officer screamed in anger. You are defying the laws of the Zymo Kingdom. I will punish you and punish you severely. He nonchalantly tossed out a badge, gleaming with golden light. Just as the guards were about to rush forward, the officer suddenly froze upon seeing the object on the ground. For a moment she exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the honorary badge of the Scorpion Tail Knights." The officer's expression instantly changed, her tone shifting to one of complete reverence. "Sir, are you an honorary knight?" She saw a confident smile on his face. The officer hastily stopped her subordinates. "Halt, everyone stop right now." Then she bowed respectfully and returned the badge. "Sir, here is your item." Lin Yuan calmly took the item back. He then coldly pointed at the other two. "You handle the rest." The security officer immediately displayed absolute loyalty. "It is my honor to serve you, sir." From a hidden corner, Hai still hadn't grasped what was happening. Why hasn't that security officer made a move yet? Hai Chuan, on the other hand, turned purple with rage witnessing the spectacular turn of events. That bastard is an honorary knight. Those security NPCs act like puppies seeing their master when they meet one of them. Having said that, the security officer rushed over with murderous intent. "You two bastards dare to oppose the Scorpion Tail Knights. I suspect you are spies from the Nangui Kingdom. Come with me to the Grand Prison for questioning." Hai panicked and pleaded, "Wait, boss, it's just a misunderstanding." Beside him, Hai Chuan stood stunned, blaming him. "Old man, what kind of stupid idea did you come up with? Now we've really brought disaster upon ourselves." After successfully apprehending them, the officer coldly ordered, "Behave yourselves, and do not disturb the Night Lord. Follow us, hurry up." Players Hai Yi and Hai Chuan have been arrested by the main city security officer. Before being dragged away, Hai Yi made a desperate last-ditch effort. "Wait, whatever you want, we can discuss it. I'll give you money, all right." He sighed, concluding, "It's too late for that now." Lin Yuan bluntly declared the outcome. The only fate for the Dark Tree Guild is disbandment. Hearing this, the online community burst into excitement. Absolutely peak, the big god's new achievement, soloing an entire guild, completely unprecedented. This battle will definitely go down in gaming history. The truth has proven it, the big god will always be the undefeated #1. In a luxurious office, the chairman's furious roar echoed. "Ridiculous. Is this the plan you proudly beat your chest over? You even confidently live-streamed it for the whole world to see. Do you have no shame? Had I known this, I would never have entrusted the guild project to a useless fool like you." Hai Yi, unwilling to accept defeat, hastily explained, "Enough. Who could have foreseen that he would have so many tricks up his sleeve? Even the NPCs sided with him. What was I supposed to do?" The chairman panicked and ordered, "At this rate, Dark Tree Group stock prices will plummet. Sell off the shares immediately. And as for these two idiots, call my lawyers right now. I will sue them into oblivion to vent my anger." A bodyguard standing outside muttered to himself, "I didn't expect that madman to actually wipe out the Dark Tree Guild. Well, at least now I have enough money to pay my fines." At the same time, Lin Yuan tiredly wrapped up his mission, his HP depleted. Magic Warrior, Black Orchid, Blade Extinguisher, Twin Guns of Death, Captain of the 4th Squad. Ba Tiansha simultaneously announced his departure from the Dark Tree Guild. After all players had been eliminated, the system automatically updated. The Dark Tree Guild has fewer than 30 remaining members, automatically disbanded. Witnessing this scene from afar, Hai Bo marveled in admiration. Hai Yi and Hai Chuan are in prison, and the Dark Tree members were slaughtered so badly they had to leave the guild in droves, completely erasing a guild. Kid, you actually pulled it off. Sending the battle video to the leader. Hearing the noise, Lin Yuan turned and glared. How much longer are you going to stand there watching the show? The man happily offered an invitation. Care for a drink? I'll wait at the tavern. Ask whatever you want to know and don't forget to clean up your loot. He excitedly gathered the items while calculating in his head. Since the Dark Tree Guild has completely collapsed, I might as well take this chance to investigate what this Death Disciples Guild is all about. Looted all equipment. The scene shifted to a secret location, where Anna saw Kang Shiji waiting for her. She stepped forward and asked loudly, "Got a new plan that needs my help. Let me be clear, don't even think about touching my underworld serpent." He calmly revealed, "The master has given new orders regarding that guy from last time. He wants me to investigate and then find a way to recruit him. Just thinking about it is a hassle." Then Kang Shiji presented the information and divided the tasks. The master provided some intel, ordering me to go deep into the desert to catch a species of flying snake. As for you, find a way to lure that guy here. Then we will complete his mission together. Anna shrugged disdainfully. This is your personal mission. Although my rank in the organization is lower than yours, my boss is much more useful than you. It's not your place to order me around. He frowned and reminded her, "You can refuse, but don't forget the incident with the Earl last time that almost got exposed. Think about it. What if that little secret accidentally slipped out?" Faced with the threat, she gritted her teeth and agreed. "Just this once. But remember this well, the plan on the Snakemen civilization side must not have any flaws. If things go south, I'm pulling out immediately." After that, Kang Shiji shared the location. "You just need to lure him to these coordinates, and the mission is complete." Shared coordinates, 7993, 47,548. Tapping the screen, Anna asked curiously, "So, which dungeon have you prepared to welcome him?" He didn't hesitate to reveal, "The Isle of the Dead Sea." The scene transitioned to the front of a tavern. As soon as they stepped inside, the tavern owner greeted them warmly. "What would the two of you like?" But the moment he saw the badge Haibo presented, he immediately understood. "I see." Shortly after, the tavern owner bowed and announced to all the patrons, "I apologize, valued guests, but something unexpected has come up and our tavern must close early today. As compensation, all expenses today will be covered by the house." Everyone looked bewildered upon hearing this. Free. They cheered excitedly. "What incredible luck! Free food and drinks out of nowhere. If I had known, I would have ordered a few more dishes earlier." After all the customers had left, the tavern quickly bolted all its doors shut. The man offered softly, "Have a seat." After taking a look around, Lin Yuan probed, "Is this the base of the Death Disciples Guild?" Haibo didn't answer directly, instead presenting an enticing offer. "Since you're so interested in the Death Disciples, why not experience it firsthand?" He formally extended the invitation. "On behalf of the Death Disciples, I sincerely invite you to join us." But Lin Yuan immediately exposed him. "Oh, so your way of recruiting new members is sending assassins after them." Hearing this, Haibo coughed to hide his embarrassment. "Well, how can you become friends without exchanging a few blows? A master-level solo player without a guild like you is incredibly rare. We couldn't be more eager to bring you in." He explained seriously, "To be honest, we've rejected all assassination commissions targeting you. Such a thing is unprecedented in the Death Disciples." The tavern owner quietly placed a glass of wine on the table. "Please enjoy." After laying it all out, Haibo asked impatiently, "So, have you thought it over carefully?" Lin Yuan took a sip of wine and sneered, "Trying to recruit talent while hiding your true colors like this." He stared into the empty air, emitting a cold, murderous aura. "I don't see any sincerity at all." Lin Yuan astutely scanned the area and detected a faint silhouette nearby, checking his mental attributes. Mental attributes are 1.5 times higher than the target. Check successful. Saw through high-level stealth state. A dark silhouette slowly materialized from the void, praising, "Well done, what sharp senses. You even managed to detect my high-level stealth." The mysterious man removed his disguise. High-level stealth state deactivated. Lin Yuan faced the strange man. He thought to himself, "This must be the guild master of the Death Disciples, Si Wang Chuangao. In his past life, he was famous for assassinating numerous top players, a freak who only found pleasure in the hunt." Lin Yuan confronted both of them and began to negotiate. Since you've looked into me, you must know that I never join guilds. However, I am currently in need of some information from you. Name your price." The man took out a pocket watch and placed it on the table. "Yan Wang said you were interested in this thing. Just join us, and you'll learn much more than that." He didn't even glance at the watch. He simply focused on the man and listened as he continued. "Furthermore, there seems to be a slight misunderstanding. The Death Disciples isn't a guild in the traditional sense." He explained further. "It is merely a nominal organization. You don't actually need to join the guild within the game system." Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged, but his mind was calculating. "So that's how it is. Then my hidden class won't be exposed. It seems joining them won't do any harm, especially since the Death Disciples possess an intelligence network that covers the entire immortal world." He replied calmly, "If that's the case, I can consider it. But first, I need to fully understand how you operate." The man didn't flinch. He chuckled softly. "I knew it. You and I are the same kind of people. Listen carefully. The Death Disciples is an unorthodox gaming guild." A scene of assassin members attacking monsters appeared as the man explained the structure. Member ranks are divided into Common, Proficient, Elite, Master, and Lethal, 5 ranks in total. Mission difficulties also correspond to 5 levels, D, C, B, A, S. He gripped the pocket watch in the palm of his hand. As for the pocket watch you noticed, it is a token reserved exclusively for those who have completed 3 S-rank missions and achieved the rank of Elite or higher. With it, you will receive supplies and support at our bases. At the same time, it serves as a pass to enter the true headquarters of the Death Disciples. The man slid the watch toward Lin Yuan, offering a persuasive condition. "However, rules are meant to be broken. If you agree to join, this will be yours immediately." He remained silent and reached out to take the watch. Suddenly, Hai Bo appeared behind Lin Yuan and patted his shoulder. "I told you, sooner or later you'd get your hands on it. I wasn't lying to you." The man clenched his fist and formally declared, "I am Si Wang Chuangao, and today I officially invite you to join the Death Disciples Guild." He stood up, resting both hands on the table. The guild is divided into 4 tiers: Guild Master, Division Head, Team Leader, and Member. If you join, the position of Division Head for the Zymo branch will immediately be yours. Hai Bo crossed his arms, thinking to himself, "This guy is probably the current Division Head." Lin Yuan tilted his head slightly toward him and gave a thumbs up. "So if I steal his seat now, is he going to be okay with that?" Hai Bo put his hands on his hips and puffed out his chest with absolute confidence. "I've been tired of this measly Division Head title for a long time. I just like to hunt." Then he leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Besides, your grandpa here is named Yan Wang, not this guy." Hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened like daggers. "In that case." He also stood up and bumped fists with Si Wang Chuangao, "Looking forward to our cooperation." The man didn't say a word, only looking at him with a gaze full of hidden meaning. Hai Bo said cheerfully to Si Wang Chuangao, "Boss, the newbie probably still has things to ask you. I'll go out and grab a drink first." The other man simply replied, "Go." A system panel appeared before Lin Yuan. He sent 2 photos while cutting straight to the chase. "I'm looking for someone. I hope the guild can assist with the investigation." On the opposite side, Si Wang Chuangao received the 2 pictures of Kang Shiji. He seemed to realize something. "So that's how it is, the pocket watch, so your goal was." He rested one hand on his chin in deep thought while the other manipulated the system panel. "But I'm sorry. Members of the Death Disciples are strictly forbidden from investigating each other. This is the minimum rule required to maintain the organization." Lin Yuan's face remained expressionless. It seems this division head position doesn't have much authority after all. He was slightly surprised by the man's response. "Not necessarily." The man's face darkened. "Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. As long as he wants to accept missions, everything must go through you, division head." He crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze thoughtful. "You can easily arrange for him to join a group mission with you. On the other hand, if he doesn't take on missions for a long time, the organization will automatically expel him. So he has no other choice." He replied without hesitation, "All right, that's enough." Si Wang Chuangao placed a hand on his shoulder. "A talent like you is naturally an honored guest. I will prioritize sharing the latest in-game intel with you. Even in other kingdoms, whenever you need it, our branches will immediately provide support." Lin Yuan glanced at him. "I'll be taking my leave then." Si Wang Chuangao called out to stop him. Wait a minute, at least tell me your ID. I still have to notify the brothers in Zymo about their new boss. The system displayed above Lin Yuan's head. Player has temporarily disabled incognito mode. He replied briefly, just call me Qing Ming. Si Wang Xuangao muttered to himself, Qing Ming, truly a secretive guy. If you didn't hide your identity, I'm afraid the title of the number 1 in Zymo wouldn't even belong to Quang Shen. In the afternoon, Lin Yuan strolled along a dirt road, his robe fluttering in the wind. He put a hand to his chin, deep in thought. It's been a while since I leveled up. Lin Yuan reassessed the situation. The dark tree incident had been smoothly resolved. He might as well find a nearby dungeon to grind some experience. He opened the system panel. Having neglected it for a while, the proficiency of his initial skills had significantly increased. Stealth, Black Iron, level 4. Effect. Enter a state of invisibility for 5 minutes, costs 80 MP, cooldown 1 minute. Proficiency, 8400. Soul Fire Magic Black Iron, level 7. Effect. Deals 300 magic damage to the target, costs 10 MP, cooldown 4 seconds. Proficiency, 10700. Lin Yuan began to navigate the system panel, thinking to himself. Regarding the newly learned skills, Corpse Explosion is decent, but Dark Curse isn't as effective as I thought. Restoring 20% HP to a single target. Compared to the number of undead zombies I have, that's a drop in the bucket. The system continued to display information, causing him to ponder for a long while. Corpse Explosion Gold, level 5. Effect. Detonates a zombie, dealing fire damage equal to 110% of its HP to surrounding enemies. Costs 140 MP, cooldown 5 seconds. Proficiency, 21500. Dark Curse Gold, level 3. Effect. Deals damage equal to 20% of the target's max HP or restores 20% HP to a zombie. Costs 60 MP, cooldown 6 seconds. Proficiency, 22300. This percentage-based damage is only effective against monsters weaker than me. Lin Yuan thought about using this skill on high-level monsters and chuckled helplessly. But when used against bosses or higher-level monsters, the percentage damage will be significantly reduced. He summoned 2 scrolls into his hands and continued his internal monologue. According to my experience from the previous life, all low-level skills can be upgraded through proficiency. Then he clenched his fists, looked up at the sky, and thought, only high-level skills require special upgrade permits. These 2 upgrade permits must be used for a critical purpose, preferably for a dark gold tier skill. Lin Yuan pondered as he looked at his personal stats panel. Besides, the gate of the underworld needs to be replenished with stronger zombies. As my level increases, the undead resurrected from my beginner days like the ghost wolf zombies are starting to show their weakness. Player, Lin Yuan. Level 16. Class, Soul Hunter Forbidden. Talent, Dark Summoning. As my level increases, the undead resurrected from my beginner days like the ghost wolf zombies are starting to show their weakness. Lin Yuan looked ahead and thought to himself, not to mention zombies can't level up on their own. The stat gap will only grow wider. I should limit resurrecting these small fries in the future. He stood before an ancient, massive architectural structure. The system panel displayed, arrived at the entrance of the Elite Dungeon Ruins Laboratory. Infiltration in progress. Lin Yuan walked in slowly, broken armor scattered across the ground. He stepped forward nonchalantly. Undead Knights, huh? Suddenly, gloomy green lights flashed from the armor lying on the ground. The armors gradually stood up, animated by dark powers. Lin Yuan assumed a battle stance, sword in hand, ready to face hundreds of undead knights. At the same time, the system displayed info. Undead Knight Elite. Level 18. Skills, Nether Rampage, Guard, Break, Thrust, Resurgent, Slash. Lin Yuan swung his sword, summoning a divine scarab to charge into the mob. He muttered, these ironclad guys are incredibly tough, but the amount of experience they yield is top tier among monsters of the same level. The scarab flew at terrifying speed, crashing into an undead knight's arm. The undead knight slammed its massive sword into the ground, creating a large fissure. Lin Yuan had already appeared behind the knight. He cast a spell and said, Kid, this type of monster resists crowd control effects and its defense is insanely high. Let me handle this. A magic circle appeared right behind the undead knight. The immense surge of power created a fierce blast of pressure, forcing the other undead knights to brace themselves. A damage amplification skill was cast. Lin Yuan touched the ground, his eyes still glued to the mob of undead knights raising their swords for another strike. As the sword tips plunged into the earth, He pressed the button to activate his stealth skill just in time. His magic summoned a swarm of python that coiled around the undead knights. The system toggled the corpse explosion skill. A python opened its jaws to reveal razor-sharp teeth. They lunged, sending the undead knights sprawling as their armor began to fall apart piece by piece. The system displayed text next to the dropped papers picked up: low-level damaging gas potion recipe, acquired mid-level mana potion recipe, acquired high-level solution recipe. Lin Yuan held one of the 3 papers, reading while thinking. I have to pick up the loot as soon as these iron guys die, otherwise the dropped items will disappear with their corpses. These recipes are just in time to enrich my shop's inventory. Deactivated stealth. Suddenly, Lin Yuan glanced toward a corner, feeling a sense of foreboding. Fragments of armor began to float in the air, lifted by a bizarre power. He reached his hand out, grumbling. If it weren't for my past life's experience, I would have almost missed out on these goodies. Lin Yuan waved his arm to the side, and a formidable giant wolf zombie appeared behind him, its fighting spirit peaking. He gave the command, and the giant wolf zombie let out a howl. The monster received the order and unleashed a terrifying blast of power from its mouth. System notification. Activated skill Wolf's Roar. Lin Yuan's face, full of confidence and sharp eyes, was clearly revealed as he said, "Crush them." A scene of chaos ensued. The undead knights were knocked down one by one, the interior structures collapsed. Defeated elite undead knights 7, EXP gained. Automatically defeated elite undead knights 5, EXP gained. Lin Yuan stood still, smiling. Sweet, leveled up. Automatically defeated elite undead knights 9, EXP gained. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 17. Player Lin Yuan, level 17, class. Forbidden undead hunter talent, dark summoning, gate of the underworld, 96-170. Lin Yuan patted the giant death wolf, thinking, these undead knights have insane defense. Even this giant wolf zombie couldn't pierce it. Even though it's called an undead boss, its level is still a bit low. But its roaring skill is so satisfying to use, I just want to keep spamming it and can't bear to let it go. The system displayed the giant death wolf lord's information. Skills: Dire Wolf's Roar, Behemoth's Heart, Death Claw, Undead Body, Immortal Rage. He calculated internally, if only there was a way to let these zombies level up, that would be perfect. Lin Yuan glanced around and assessed. These low-level undead zombies have outlived their usefulness. They're only good as consumable materials for spells now. Time to discard them. The system panel continuously reported. Dropped Weeping Zombie Corpse, normal, level 6, HP 400, ATK 110, Def 20 skills, Tearing Rend, Undead Body. Snake Demon Hatchling Zombie, normal, level 10, HP 500, ATK 100, Def 10 skill, Undead Body. Kobold Miner Zombie, level 5, HP 120, ATK 30, Def 6 skills, Dig Strike, Undead Body. Jingjing Thief Zombie, level 12, HP 1600, ATK 250, Def 70 skills, Throwing Knife Attack, Undead Body. Kobold Foreman Zombie, elite, level 6, HP 350, ATK 100, Def 10 skills, Dig Whip, Undead Body. He happily looked at the new monster materials in his hands. These cute little guys are truly unique goods. Money can't even buy them. He began to draw a magic array in his palm, muttering, "Come out and serve me." System notification. Target is already an undead creature, cannot be awakened. Seeing this, Lin Yuan sighed. It seems these monsters are just spirits haunting the armors. It turns out they can't be resurrected. He walked away in disappointment, thinking, I need to pay attention to controlling the ratio of low-level undead in the future, and also hunt down some stronger monsters to tame. Just then the system displayed a real-world call. Mom is calling you. He suddenly thought, ever since I said I was focusing on grinding the game, Mom rarely bothers me. Could it be? As soon as he picked up, Lin Mu asked anxiously, Yuan, has Xiao Dan come looking for you recently? Hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Is something wrong with Xiao Dan, Mom? She replied nervously, she hasn't been home for 2 days. He quickly reassured her, don't worry, Mom, I'll be right over. The scene shifted to Lin Yuan's house. He rushed in and asked, Mom, what exactly happened? Lin Mu sat on the sofa, her voice trembling. Yuan. She quickly explained. A few days ago, Xiao Dan said she was going to some summer training camp. Her messages were sporadic, and for the last 2 days we've completely lost contact. Lin Fu, sitting beside her, comforted, don't think the worst. Who knows, she might just be too caught up in having fun to check her phone. Understanding the situation, Lin Yuan tried to recall. At this time in my past life, Xiao Dan must have already made contact with the Order organization and is participating in a closed combat training session. Thinking this, he spoke up to reassure them. Xiao Dan actually told me about that camp before. They don't allow phones until it's over. Don't worry, everyone, Xiao Dan is fine. Lin Mu's face lit up with relief. Oh heavens, Yuan, that Xiao Dan, she may be busy, but she should have at least told the family. Lin Fu also breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful to hear. Even though he said that, Lin Yuan was still worried. Although I'm not completely at ease with the Order organization, I respect Xiao Dan's decision. However, in my previous life, the mental state of some members in that organization was definitely questionable. His face showed a serious expression. Wait until Xiao Dan gets back. I need to observe her closely to see if she's been negatively affected. The scene transitioned to a training room. Lin Dan was wrestling with several robots. She gathered momentum and leaped into the air. In a flash, she closed the distance and launched an attack on the robot. At this moment, another one was lurking behind her, preparing to strike. Lin Dan immediately dropped into a combat stance. She raised her sword high and let out a loud shout. Then she delivered a powerful blow that cracked the ground open. Once finished, Lin Dan panted heavily. He then walked over and asked, "So, training at our place is still better than fumbling around on your own, right?" Xiao Fan also chimed in, "You can leave whenever you want. We've already gotten permission from the boss. Consider this a trial training. We'll make allowances for your situation." Hearing this, Lin Dan replied coldly, "Thanks." He then gently reminded her, "Take a break. It's just in time the boss called for an assembly." The scene shifted to the outside of the building. Everyone gathered completely. Lin Dan observed her surroundings, thinking to herself, so this is the inner circle of the Order. None of them look like pushovers. If I want to get stronger, I have no other choice. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. You've all probably heard the news recently. A top 10 guild in Zymo was completely annihilated by a solo player. She spoke seriously. Even our organization couldn't take on an entire guild alone. The next second, a small beam of light appeared in her hand. This is a clip of his battle. Watch and learn. The screen projected Lin Yuan. Everyone murmured in astonishment. Isn't this the big god who's trending all over the internet? It's ridiculously up. The whole world is talking about it. And the big god actually took action because of a girl. Surprise, surprise. Seeing the image, Lin Dan's jaw dropped. Is it him? How is that possible? Lang Yue stepped forward. Miss, I'm very curious about the person in this video. She asked the question, is he a chosen one? The white-haired girl put her hand to her forehead. I've tried to sense it. His thread of destiny is flickering and unstable. I couldn't dig out anything more. But when I focus, I don't feel the aura of a chosen one. He absolutely is not. Her eyes were icy as she interrogated. Do you know him? If possible, try to recruit him. A powerhouse of this caliber absolutely cannot be made an enemy. Hearing this, Lang Yue immediately denied it. Sorry, I'm not that close to him. Her mind was in turmoil. Why did I unconsciously deny it? Seeing this, the white-haired girl walked away, instructing, all right, explain the maneuvers in the video to the newbies. His technique is unbelievably masterful. What exactly is his goal? Lin Dan stood below, sweating profusely. Did he really fight an entire guild over a woman? She worried, this is bad. My brother buries his head in games all day and knows nothing about the real world. What if he gets scammed by some girls out there? I need to find him and ask him straight. Xiao Fan threw out a compliment. The guy in the video is seriously impressive. Hey, want to spar for a few rounds later? Lin Dan felt guilty. I want to go home and rest for a bit first. He replied generously. Okay, the Order always welcomes you anytime. Let us give you a ride home later. The scene shifted back to Lin Yuan's house. He was holding his phone, reading Lin Dan's text from 2 months ago. Okay, when are you coming home? I'm almost there. Lin Yuan pondered deeply. Xiao Dan said she was coming home soon. I need to subtly probe her to see if she's injured or suffering any negative side effects. If her state is abnormal, it'll definitely show. He rested his chin on his hand, recalling his past life. The most prominent characteristic of an abnormal chosen one is that their deeper memories become blurry. Answering with something completely unrelated is the clearest sign. Right then she poked her head through the door. I'm home. Lin Yuan's face remained thoughtful for a long moment. Lin Dan felt guilty. Why aren't you buried in your game today? He replied calmly. Mom said you haven't been home for a few days, so I came over to check on you. Lin Yuan hesitated inwardly. How on earth should I bring this up? If only Kayan were here right now. He turned around and probed. Speaking of which, do you still remember the first time we went to the amusement park? The weather was just like today. She was a bit surprised. Which park? That was ages ago. Who could remember that? Why bring it up out of nowhere? Hearing this, Lin Yuan didn't press further. It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of it. He felt a chill down his spine. Does Xiao Dan really not remember? Could she have been affected? Even so, Lin Dan tried her best to recall. Don't tell me you're talking about the time. When we were little, the park had a blackout, and we played like crazy all night without going home. Waiting for the fireflies to come out, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. She's safe for now, but it seems she's suffered a lot. Her hands are all calloused. He used an excuse to change the subject. It's nothing. I mailed you an item in Immortal. Remember to log in and claim it. Her hands instinctively tightened. Lin Dan stubbornly refused. I don't care for your stuff. Lin Yuan got annoyed. If you refuse, I won't cover for you in front of Mom and Dad next time. This made her angry. What about you? Rumor has it online that you wiped out the Black Hand Guild for a woman. Of course, I don't care what you do, but don't make Mom and Dad worry. He was speechless. You actually believe the stuff online? The Black Hand Guild was targeting my shop, understand? Lin Dan wasn't convinced, waving her hands as she spoke. HMPH anyway, just be careful. I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going to rest. Suddenly Lin Yuan called out softly, Xiao Dan. He warned her seriously. I won't ask where you've been or what you've been doing these past few days, but stay safe. Some people aren't as simple as they seem. Lin Dan looked gloomy. Okay. Then the door slammed shut. Right then, his ringing phone caught his attention. System notification. S-Rank commission received. The Western Han branch president is requested to handle it immediately. Lin Yuan was in disbelief. An S-Rank commission, isn't that only available to branch presidents? Could this be the inauguration gift the guild master gave me? The scene shifted elsewhere and someone asked, how did that matter go? Anna stepped forward and exposed him. There's a problem with your information. She said, that guy has been in the guild from the start, and he seems to have reached a high rank. Do you know how much it costs to hire an assassin of his level? Then Anna flared up, 200 gold coins. It drained all my funds. Hearing this, the masked man was startled. So you've locked the location at Dead Sea Island, she scoffed. Obviously. I don't understand why the master took a liking to you guys. A mere player is actually giving you a hard time. She brought up the past. Remember when the master ordered us to capture high-level monsters? Anna chattered on rapidly, but at this stage, monsters are level-capped. Only the Snakemen civilization hides high-level snake-type monsters. She analyzed. The Snakemen civilization and Western Han are sworn enemies, so to gain the Snakemen's favor, I was sent to frame a noble of the ancient kingdom of Western Han. At that time, I planned to build a Snakemen altar to frame Count Carlo for colluding with them. I painstakingly set it up in the sewers, but before I could do anything in the mansion, Lin Yuan showed up and almost ruined the plan. Fortunately, that idiot Carlo actually colluded with the enemy, outsmarting himself and walking right into the trap. At that point, my plan changed, and I just stuck around the Snakemen civilization. Seeing that we're about to get a monster even stronger than the underworld chariot, and you still haven't dealt with him. Hearing this, the masked man exploded. You've been holed up in the Snakemen civilization. Don't you watch the outside news? That maniac just slaughtered the Black Hand Guild into disbanding. Even 3 top-tier experts had to turn tail and run. Is this my fault? Anna grasped the main point. Wait, you mean he's that top player? I thought he just looked a bit like him. Turns out they're the same person. He said seriously, exactly. The speed at which this guy grows stronger is terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that we need to recruit this darling, I wouldn't even dare face him. Anna sympathized. Then it really is tough for you. Let's go, he's already accepted the commission. System display. Anonymous early guild member, the executor has accepted the mission and is moving to the location. The scene shifted to an island on the sea. Lin Yuan walked slowly. Without a flying mount, I'll probably have to find a boat to get to this Dead Sea Island. He observed as he walked. The island is full of undead. I can't use dark summoning to revive them into zombies, and the EXP is low with nothing special about them. Would the commission target really come here to grind levels? Just then, a skeletal hand burst out from the ground. A horde of walking corpses rushed toward Lin Yuan, clinging like leeches. System notification. Skeleton Guard Normal, Level 14, HP, 2000 ATK, 150 Def, 30. Skills, Sensing, Summon Death Reduction, Dual Link. After fighting for a bit, he commented, "There are too many skeleton guards. Taking them out one by one is too inefficient." Finally, Long Yuan decided, "I'll just use Corpse Explosion to clear the whole nest quickly." System display, Corpse Explosion skill activated. Elite Skeleton Guard defeated, EXP gained. Then he assessed the situation. Finished patrolling. It seems there's no one on this island. Looks like it's a trap aimed at me again. Lin Yuan calculated inwardly. Might as well play along. Even if the mastermind doesn't show up, the boss here has a treasure chest that drops a random class-specific skill. Since I'm here, I'll just beat it while I'm at it. At the same time, a group of skeleton guards appeared behind him again. They charged fiercely. A second later, they were incinerated by the Thunder Lizard. Suddenly, a guard managed to get close to Lin Yuan. He drew his weapon, evaluating silently. When the boss's HP drops below 35%, it sacrifices small mobs to heal. I need to clear out these skeletons first. System display. Elite Skeleton Guard defeated, EXP gained. He swept through them continuously. A while later, the last one finally fell. Not a single one was left. Lin Yuan seriously formulated a new plan. Next, it's the boss's turn. He stood alone valiantly before the towering castle. System notification. Arrived at the entrance of the heroic dungeon. Dead Sea Royal City entering now. Lin Yuan gathered blue spiritual energy in his hands, ready for battle. He slowly walked closer and asked, "Not going to stand up and greet your guest?" The guy remained seated, motionless as a statue. System introduction. King of the Dead Sea Boss Level 24, HP, 13,500 ATK, 1250 Def, 550. Skills, Summoning Roar, Calamity Descent, Right of the King, Royal Greatsword Technique. The next second, his massive hand slammed heavily onto the throne. The King of the Dead Sea stood up majestically. Lin Yuan became more vigilant. The boss hoisted his weapon over his shoulder, radiating deadly killing intent. System display. King of the Dead Sea activates the skill, Calamity Descent. He raised his hand high, swinging his weapon back. Lin Yuan merely sneered, "Calamity Descent, huh?" The powerful strike crashed down. But he had already dodged to the side. Lin Yuan backed away, noticing, "His skills are different from my previous life. Why haven't I ever seen this Calamity Descent move before?" As he fought, he muttered, "If I remember correctly, this slot should have been Emperor's Coercion." At this time, the surrounding walls were corroded by acid. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. This move can even corrode the terrain. A second later, he provoked, "Come on, test out this terrain effect for me." The King of the Dead Sea stepped into the trap Lin Yuan had set up. He continuously lost HP. The system also displayed continuous HP loss. A moment later, his health bar hit 0. It was then that Lin Yuan realized, the terrain deals continuous damage. If I let him attack freely, I'll soon run out of places to stand. Right then, a glowing strike swept past him. Following that was a close-range attack, but Lin Yuan nimbly dodged in time. He calculated, "In my previous life, this boss's treasure chest was hidden inside the throne." Then he figured out the solution. Only his heavy sword can destroy that throne. System notification. Zombie Lord Ash Lizard activates the skill, Fire Breath. A second later, it breathed fire directly at the King of the Dead Sea. The flames were too intense, preventing him from getting close. Observing the situation, Lin Yuan came up with a plan. The poison gas on the ground won't dissipate anytime soon. If I summon the undead now, it'd be a waste. They'll die instantly. He decided, I have to kite the boss, focus attacks on one area, and then trick him into destroying the throne himself. Otherwise, I won't get the treasure chest. Seizing the opportunity, the King of the Dead Sea began to charge. The poison gas on his weapon had gradually dissipated. Lin Yuan grasped his weakness. As expected, such an overpowered ability can't be used continuously. It definitely has a cooldown. That makes it easy to handle. He charged forward while provoking, "Take a good look at your target." Lin Yuan's strike perfectly aimed at his right shoulder. The King of the Dead Sea smashed his weapon down, but Lin Yuan had already dodged, too slow. Following that, the boss continued to unleash his moves. The King of the Dead Sea unleashed his trump card, Calamity Descent. But that was exactly what Lin Yuan was waiting for. The 15-second cooldown is over, huh? He smirked. Now all your tricks are laid bare before my eyes. As soon as he spoke, a streak of azure lightning tore through the air, striking the King of the Dead Sea directly. The king's body convulsed violently within the lightning network. System notification: aggro transfer has been activated. In the nick of time, the elite scorpion executed an artistic backward spin. Its eyes were locked onto the figure of the King of the Dead Sea, who was charging forward gripping his greatsword. After calculating the perfect moment, Lin Yuan lowered his voice and commanded, "Now." Receiving the signal, the elite scorpion instantly leaped, activating the corpse explosion skill. Realizing his attack missed its target, the infuriated king let out a resounding roar. Immediately after, the King of the Dead Sea focused all his strength into his greatsword, preparing to execute his ultimate skill, Royal Greatsword Technique. At the same time, a brilliant purple aura enveloped him, then suddenly detonated with terrifying destructive power. From above, Lin Yuan cast down a disdainful look. Royal Greatsword Technique. I got sick of watching this cheap parlor trick in my past life. Hearing the voice coming from above, the King of the Dead Sea looked up in horror. Before he could determine the direction, his body was tightly bound by a flock of vulture bandits. For the next 15 seconds, you're nothing but my punching bag. Wasting no time, Lin Yuan summoned the Divine Scarab. Take the stage, baby. The King of the Dead Sea swung his sword frantically, knocking away the clinging vulture bandits. However, that was also when the Divine Scarab successfully closed in on its target. Observing the situation, he commented with satisfaction. With the indestructible skill, any damage the Divine Scarab takes is reduced to just 1 point. But even if I explained it, your empty head probably couldn't process it anyway, right? The King of the Dead Sea replied with a piercing roar instead of words. Disregarding his defense, he arrogantly charged straight at Lin Yuan. In a flash, Lin Yuan threw a vial of potion onto the ground. Now it's my turn to perform. Countless razor-sharp stone spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, piercing the boss's body. It was the spiked potion, which had the effect of condensing hard stone beneath the enemy's feet for 5 seconds. The King of the Dead Sea's lower body was completely pinned down by the stone spikes. He explained unhurriedly, I still have quite a bit of that potion Luo Qing Yan shoved into my hands last time. Might as well test her alchemy skills while I'm at it. The boss struggled frantically, trying to escape the restraint. The King of the Dead Sea activated the skill summoning roar, but no targets responded. The skill failed. Witnessing his opponent fall to his knees, Lin Yuan laughed in amusement. Trying to order a heal. Sorry, the restaurant just ran out of your food reserves. He summoned the Ash Lizard. As a consolation prize, I've prepared another special dish for you. Unwilling to accept defeat, the King of the Dead Sea reached out to grab it. He began gathering a coercive energy. The King of the Dead Sea activates the skill, Right of the King. But before he could finish, the Ash Lizard spewed out a jet of fire. The scorching blaze shot straight into the king's face. In immense pain, the King of the Dead Sea threw his head back and howled at the sky. Looking at the enemy writhing in a sea of fire, Lin Yuan mocked, What's wrong, spicy eyes, darling? Soon after, he staggered and lost his balance, having to plunge his sword into the ground to steady himself. The King of the Dead Sea channeled his last remaining bit of strength into the ground. He backed up a few steps as quick as lightning, trying to limit my movement space. Too bad. Lin Yuan declared boldly, the play is over. He ordered the group of vulture bandits to charge. The corpse explosion skill was activated. Afterward, Lin Yuan casually sat down on a chair, leisurely enjoying the dramatic scene. He crossed his legs and proudly announced, Welcome the arrival of the Emperor of the Origin. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a faint purple light appeared. At that exact moment, the King of the Dead Sea gritted his teeth and swung his sword at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly dodging the fatal attack. Right then, a treasure chest suddenly appeared behind the throne. Before the boss could launch his next attack, the vulture bandits and death wolves charged in unison, clinging to his body. The King of the Dead Sea struggled incessantly in discomfort. Looking at the treasure chest beside him, he declared excitedly, I'll be taking this treasure chest. With that said, Lin Yuan waved his hand. A terrifying explosion erupted. It was the effect of corpse explosion. At this point, the king looked truly pathetic, collapsing helplessly to the ground. His posture didn't have a single trace of life left in it. Seizing the moment, he pressed his sword against the boss's neck. Farewell. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Yuan swung his sword, decapitating the boss's core part. King of the Dead Sea defeated. Gained 11,000 EXP. Next, he walked toward the treasure chest, muttering a prayer. Let's hope my luck is a bit better this time. In my previous life, opening this chest only gave me a silver tier skill book. Lin Yuan placed his hand on the lid of the chest and slowly opened it. As the light radiated from the chest, a book appeared, making him so overjoyed he was left speechless. A dark gold tier item. In the world of immortal, item qualities were clearly divided, from white, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, to dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythic. In this early stage of the game, a dark gold tier item was practically extinct. Only special random quality treasure chests like this had the chance to spit out such a luxury item. This weapon, even if kept until the late game, would still be a formidable instrument of destruction. In a split second, the system updated the stats. Calamity Dark Gold Tier, Level 1. Effect. When cast on oneself, the weapon will be infused with the Breath of Calamity for 8 seconds. The next attack deals additional magic damage equal to 70% of physical damage. Subsequent effects require skill upgrades to unlock. Consumes 170 mana, cooldown 15 seconds. Proficiency. This skill can only be upgraded via skill scrolls. Staring at the book, Lin Yuan analyzed thoughtfully. Could this be the reason the boss mutated? The corrosive fog it released was Breath of Calamity. Learned skill, Calamity. Calamity leveled up to level 2. Unlocked new effect. Can be cast on allied units, increasing all basic stats by 20 points. If the target is an undead, it grants immunity to crowd control for 5 seconds. He skimmed over the item with an excited expression. Finally, those 2 skill scrolls I got from the Ash Tower can be put to use. This is no different from acquiring 3 new skills at once. The system screen continuously updated. Skill scroll consumed. Calamity leveled up to level 3. Unlocked new effect. Can release a Breath of Calamity, inflicting the Calamity status on enemy units within range, dealing magic damage equal to 15% of physical damage every second. The corrosion effect lasts for 12 seconds. Lin Yuan observed the energy radiating from his hand and nodded in satisfaction. As expected, this is the side effect of Calamity. Activated skill, Calamity. He squinted at the King of the Dead Sea standing tall before him. If he hadn't known the combat mechanics inside out, this boss would have been a tough nut to crack. So this was the intention of the mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan raised his hand to check its information. As he examined it, he couldn't help but be startled. Zombie King of the Dead Sea, level 24, HP, 13,500 ATK, 1,250 Def, 550, Skills, Summoning Roar, Rite of the King, Royal Greatsword Technique, Undead Body. The skill Calamity Descent has disappeared. Looks like it's because I swiped the skill book from under the throne. With that, Lin Yuan turned and signaled, "Hey, big guy, let's put on another show." He casually walked out to the outer area. Next, Lin Yuan waved his hand and unleashed his ultimate skill, activating Calamity Level 3. Releases a Breath of Calamity, inflicting the Calamity status on enemy units within range, dealing magic damage equal to 15% of physical damage as corrosion damage every second, lasting for 12 seconds. Instantly, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire island. At the same time, on the outer rim of Dead Sea Island, Anna was standing on a high branch to observe the situation. She concluded confidently, "This is the boss's finishing move. With such a wide area of effect, there's no way to dodge it. If nothing unexpected happens, that guy definitely took the hit." Anna quickly relayed the message. "The boss only has 1 bar of HP left and has entered an enraged state. You can make your move." Not far away, Kang Shiji at the other end praised, "Good job, Anna." He growled with glee. "I bet that little brat is dying a miserable death right now, huh? Even though the master ordered us to recruit him, I absolutely have to use this scepter to pierce his chest, making him grovel and cry out, begging me for his life." Inside the ruined castle, Lin Yuan pretended to be exhausted, sitting with his back leaning against a corner wall, while the King of the Dead Sea remained standing motionless. Kang Shiji cautiously proceeded inside. Noticing the situation seemed safe, he cheered inwardly. He fought the boss until he was almost dead, then got knocked unconscious by its enraged state. Finally, this bastard has fallen into my hands. Kang Shiji maintained a vigilant attitude, summoning a few small dragons. Just to be safe, you just lie there obediently. Immediately, the small dragons tightly coiled around Lin Yuan's body. Saying that, he charged aggressively toward the King of the Dead Sea. You dare steal my hidden dungeon, then the boss you failed to finish off belongs to me too. Right at this moment, the zombie boss suddenly moved. The King of the Dead Sea swung his sword, slicing the two dragons in half. In that split second, Kang Shiji was stunned dead in his tracks, speechless. While he was still dazed, an earth-shattering explosion echoed through the space. A moment later, thick smoke and dust billowed up, obscuring everything. Kang Shiji gnashed his teeth. How is this possible? This boss still has full health. This is bad. Beneath his feet, the monstrous beast kept growling and writhing continuously, emitting a cold, dark aura. Seeing this, Kang Shiji yelled, "Is this the devilish trick of that bastard again?" Behind him, the illusions of ferocious magical beasts gradually materialized. It was Lin Yuan, holding a magical beast in his hand, his eyes flashing with a crimson light. He spoke with full sarcasm. "You laid out a trap full of loopholes like this. System notification, activated talent, calamity level 3. Lin Yuan calmly stepped forward while saying, "So it was indeed a trap set by you, wasn't it?" Kang Shiji screamed furiously, "You think you can block my way relying on this garbage?" Lin Yuan threw out a bug, asking through gritted teeth, "Still want to be stubborn to the bitter end?" Seeing this, he glanced with eyes full of vigilance, his mouth growling incessantly. Kang Shiji agitated the magical beast on his scepter. Then he immediately shot up into the sky, shouting loudly, "You lowly creatures who only know how to crawl on the ground. No matter how many of you there are, you're all just a bunch of trash." Kang Shiji commanded, "Ash Lizard King, shoot him down for me." Hearing the command, the magical beast immediately spewed out a destructive stream of energy. That attack shook the entire space, shattering the earth and rocks. System display. Ash Lizard King activates the skill, Fire Breath. He laughed gleefully. "Is that all? You're still far from matching the speed of my precious baby." At this moment, Lin Yuan slashed out a wave of sword aura, shouting angrily, "You can't escape." Kang Shiji released even more lizards, declaring confidently, "To deal with your sword aura, I made preparations well in advance." As the purple energy wave approached, the lizards opened their mouths wide, waiting to swallow it whole. He said, surprised, "They are a mutated breed specialized in swallowing sword aura-type attacks." Lin Yuan replied calmly, "Did I say what I used was sword aura?" The moment the purple aura came into contact with the magical beasts, it immediately let out horrifying sizzling sounds. Seeing this, Kang Shiji frowned, thinking to himself, "Is it poison or burn?" Witnessing the beasts being incinerated in agony, he screamed in terror, "My babies, my precious mutated breeds." Lin Yuan summoned even more flying spirit beasts, saying, "You're not the only one who knows how to fly." Seeing the disadvantageous situation, Kang Shiji hastily sought a way to escape. As he fled, he broke out in a cold sweat, calculating inwardly, "This is bad, his lion's speed is faster. At this rate, I'll be caught sooner or later. My mutated breeds evaporated before they could last 5 seconds. I absolutely cannot let that dark aura touch me." When he commanded, "Shoot him down," the vulture immediately launched razor-sharp bone shields. System notification. Zombie Vulture Bandit Lord activates the skill, Bone Shield. The shield sliced the magical beast's body in half, causing Kang Shiji to scream in despair, "Flying snake, my precious baby." He roared angrily, "You think you've won for sure." Right at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly paused for a split second. Another lizard appeared out of nowhere. Kang Shiji laughed gleefully, howling, "Taste the flavor of my baby." It let out an ear-piercing shriek, shaking the entire space. System display, sound disruption. He thought to himself, there wasn't just one. The system notified again. Affected by the skill effect, spirit attribute is temporarily drastically reduced. The spirit beast carrying Lin Yuan also began to wobble. He realized inwardly, "My spiritual power is dropping rapidly." Lin Yuan muttered through gritted teeth, "So this is the true function of that snake." Then he threw out a bug, commanding, "Is that all you've got? Go handle it for me." The bug pierced straight through Kang Shiji's body, causing his whole body to flash with electrical light. He howled, "You damn bug." He bounded upwards, soaring high into the sky. Seeing this, Lin Yuan calculated inwardly, this altitude. I'll just use damage amplification to probe him first. He coldly raised his hand to summon another spirit beast, activating the skill damage amplification. Lin Yuan vanished, leaving behind only a faint cloud of dust. On the other side, Kang Shiji clutched his chest while cursing under his breath. Damn it, forcing me to use my life-saving skill. He activated the skill-shedding substitute. Suddenly, a thick purple mist appeared in front of Kang Shiji. The system chimed, hit by the skill damage amplification. He stood there sweating profusely. A curse spell. Right then, Lin Yuan launched bizarre skulls. I'll cripple you first, then I'll take my time interrogating you later. Kang Shiji commanded his beast to charge forward, laughing loudly. Let me show you how pathetically weak your current attacks are. Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck by Lin Yuan's attack. He let out a scream of pure agony. Falling to his knees, Kang Shiji clutched his chest, wondering, have I seen a ghost? His spiritual power has been reduced by at least half. How can his damage still be this terrifying? The system panel displayed in detail. Damage amplification cannot be upgraded via proficiency. Finding the next curse spellbook is required to unlock upgrades. Lin Yuan stated confidently, even if my stats are reduced, I have more than enough power to deal with you. With that said, he continued to launch the skulls forward. Kang Shiji also quickly counterattacked. He muttered, this maniac. This is bad, I absolutely cannot fight him in close combat anymore. Soon after, Kang Shiji cracked a sinister smile. Did you really think I'd say that? At this point, Lin Yuan realized that the Ash Lizard King had a scroll in its mouth. The system chimed, scroll, enhanced binding has taken effect. Immediately after, a massive magic array appeared beneath his feet. System notification, scroll, enhanced binding activated, agility attribute temporarily reduced. Lin Yuan's body was instantly restrained by a surge of energy. Kang Shiji said smugly, once you're hit by this move, it'll be like walking through a swamp, as slow as a turtle. He released his magical beast toward Lin Yuan, declaring boldly, take your time and enjoy the pain. Just then, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly glowed a terrifying, fiery red. At the same time, he activated his equipment skill, Magic Immunity. The crowd control effect was purged. The Ash Lizard King was instantly decapitated. Lin Yuan said in a low, menacing voice, is this the extent of your abilities? Kang Shiji cried out in panic, it's this damn bug again. The bug darted swiftly toward him. He whipped out a scroll shouting, stop right there. A surge of spiritual energy formed a shield, blocking the bug. Seeing this, Lin Yuan said coldly, it's useless. The bug shattered the shield, charging straight at Kang Shiji. System notification, activated skill, Calamity Level 2, can be cast on allied units, increasing all basic attributes by 20 points, granting immunity to all crowd control effects for undead allies for 5 seconds. Seeing the bug close in, he cried out in panic, what? Immediately after, it attacked Kang Shiji directly. Lin Yuan dashed forward swiftly, provoking, if you have any more snakes, let them all out at once. Seeing this, Kang Shiji said, don't think I'm afraid of close combat. He released even more magical beasts, shouting, I've made thorough preparations too, you bastard. And so, the two engaged in an uncompromising battle. Lin Yuan sliced off another snake's head, saying, it seems that even with my stats reduced, you're still no match for me. Kang Shiji didn't flinch at all, retorting loudly, because for today, I've prepared a lot of things. At this moment, another monster held a glowing staff in its mouth. Kang Shiji confidently declared, I won't repeat the same mistake twice. Die. The monsters lunged straight at Lin Yuan, but he stood perfectly still, showing no fear. Kang Shiji charged at Lin Yuan at breakneck speed. He remained standing calmly, his eyes as sharp and cold as knives. But then, he was crushed by the giant foot of the Ash Lizard King. He stood before him, saying, pity, you're still too green and inexperienced. Lin Yuan passed judgment. The respawn point is right outside the royal city's main hall. I'll send you back to level 1, then slowly extract every piece of information out of you. Kang Shiji was quickly bound tightly by an iron chain. Anna controlled the chain, throwing out a reproach, what a disgrace. She yelled, hey snake controller, how could you lose? Is he really that formidable? He replied angrily, shut up, don't just stand there making sarcastic remarks. Right then both of them froze, their eyes looking in one direction. At this moment, The Ash Lizard King was stepping toward them step by step. Lin Yuan's voice was cold. "You're that maid from before, right? Are you all NPCs under his command? Then stay here and play together." Ana was backed into a corner and hurriedly said, "Think of a way quickly. I'm not good at fighting." Kang Shiji replied, "I'm thinking." Then he released a burst of power and charged, "Come here." But the magical beast had already closed in on them in an enraged state. The Ash Lizard King's tail whipped hard, sending both of them flying. She scolded him relentlessly. "Everything is ruined at this rate. When you looked for me, you just said you were helping to probe. If we really have to risk our lives, how are you going to explain this to your superiors?" Listening to their conversation, Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Probe, what exactly is their purpose? The guy looked annoyed on the outside but still replied, "Consider yourself lucky, kid, to have the opportunity to join us, even being personally invited by the Master. Working for the Master and witnessing the descent of miracles, that's a blessing from 3 lifetimes of your ancestors." Lin Yuan commanded, "Keep talking." Kang Shiji answered, "If the Master hadn't spoken up, someone like you wouldn't even have the chance to come into contact with our organization, to tell you the truth." He panted heavily, continuing, "In 3 years the gods will descend, and our Master is precisely his divine envoy." Hearing this, Lin Yuan pondered. Divine power. According to him, the first believer already possesses the power of the evil god. This is a huge trouble this time. Kang Shiji began to entice. "As long as you agree to join, you will never lack resources." He shouted threateningly, "Even if you leave Zaimo, whether it's the Southern Turtle Empire, the Tidal Archipelago, or the Northern Ming Empire, our people are everywhere." Lin Yuan appeared indifferent. Interesting. But inwardly he was calculating how to join. The first believer definitely doesn't know the secret of my reincarnation, so he purely wants to recruit me, right? The guy seemed excited. "Seems you figured it out. Wanting to join is very simple. Later, when you log out and return to reality, I'll send you an address. The Master will personally baptize you. As long as you receive the divine grace, you'll become one of our members." Kang Shiji added with a voice full of hidden meaning. "But before that, you have to show some sincerity. Turn off your information concealment. Let me see what your true strength is." Lin Yuan's expression remained indifferent. What a pity. Kang Shiji was dumbfounded. What is there to pity? With that said, Lin Yuan swung his sword and attacked him. Kang Shiji could not dodge in time. A deep slash appeared across his abdomen, and fresh blood splattered. He roared in fury, "You dog, how dare you sneak attack!" Rage erupting, Kang Shiji lunged forward like a mad beast. "You idiot, hurry up and give me a hand." Lin Yuan simply glanced at the girl named Ana, and an information panel instantly appeared. NPC, Ana level, 15, class maid. He declared coldly, "Then I will clean you up first." Seeing that the situation was going south, Ana quickly turned and ran away as fast as her legs could carry her. "Oh my, the mission failed, so I'll be leaving first for my own good. I'm just a support, don't ask too much of me." Witnessing this, Kang Shiji was boiling with anger. "You coward." Suddenly, a loud noise from behind made him jump and turn around. He screamed frantically, "You again." Right after, a violent collision occurred, and thick dust obscured everything. Kang Shiji was thrown to the ground, his whole body trembling violently. Lin Yuan cast a gaze as sharp as a knife, speaking up, "I will slowly pry your mouth open." He thought indignantly to himself, even though this bastard refused, what if the Master still has lingering feelings for him? Kang Shiji gritted his teeth. Did he really have to share the Western Desert territory with him? He spoke in a disdainful tone, "Kid, did you think I only wanted the boss to kill you? Truly green and naive." Kang Shiji reached into his pocket, intending to pull out a secret weapon. But before he could do anything, Lin Yuan closed the distance in a flash and delivered a massive uppercut straight to his abdomen. The razor-sharp blade of Lin Yuan pierced through the hand of Kang Shiji, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. He fell backward, screaming in agonizing pain, "My hand." He scoffed, "Those petty escape tricks of yours are useless now." Kang Shiji stubbornly argued back, "Run. Why should I run? My goal has already been achieved, you fool." As soon as he finished speaking, a pitch-black demonic aura began to spread throughout the space. "Enjoy it. This is a secret that only I know." Blood-red lightning bolts began to cover every corner. Lin Yuan was surrounded by an eerie, ghostly scene. He scanned his surroundings at lightning speed and shouted, "Mantico." Opposite him, Kang Shiji staggered to his feet amidst the rubble. Lin Yuan frowned, a speculation popping into his mind. Is this the entrance to a dungeon? He laughed gleefully. Goodbye, trash. Instantly, the system panel displayed. Teleportation scroll is being activated. But right at that moment, Mantico swooped down from the sky, making him scream in terror. No. System error message. Teleportation failed. Kang Shiji cursed furiously. Damn it. The level of this dungeon is so high that even I haven't dared to set foot in it. His body suddenly staggered like a drunkard, as a massive surge of energy burst forth. Lin Yuan struggled to realize that this was a hidden dungeon he had never heard of in his previous life. A massive tsunami was unleashed, seeming as if it wanted to swallow everything. When the sea foam dissipated, the body of Lin Yuan was washed ashore. He fell into a coma after the sudden incident. A moment later, Lin Yuan jolted awake, his eyes wide with panic. He sprang up and looked around. Where the hell is this? System notification. Entered hidden dungeon, Doomsday. Lin Yuan silently marveled. It really is a hidden dungeon. A large-scale dungeon. The temporarily reduced stats have been restored. At the same time, another information panel appeared. He quickly skimmed through the stats and assessed. The monster level is quite high. It seems this is an extremely difficult exploration-type dungeon. On the horizon, the sun began to set behind the majestic mountain range. A pair of giant, glowing red eyes slowly appeared in the darkness. In front of Lin Yuan was now a swarm of giant crabs as huge as boulders. One of them leaped high and lunged towards him. The system immediately notified. Skill activated. Calamity level 3. As soon as he launched the attack, the combat log appeared. Slain Dead Sea Giant Crab Elite X4. Experience gained. Lin Yuan looked around and muttered. No quest items dropped. He just glanced back, and a horrifying sight struck his eyes. Countless giant crabs were emerging from the sea onto the shore. The pupils of Lin Yuan shrank at their sheer numbers. Following that, arriving at the same time was a swarm of tide sirens. He summoned the Lizard King and ordered, burn them all to ashes for me. System prompt, Ash Lizard King activated skill, Fire Breath. Lin Yuan summoned more undead and unleashed a combo attack, Corpse Explosion. Information panel, skill activated, Corpse Explosion. He silently analyzed the situation. After sunset, the monsters become more frenzied. It seems I have to act during the day. Lin Yuan decided to prioritize finding a safe place, Mantico. The mechanical screen continuously updated. Slain, Dead Sea Giant Crab Elite X6, experience gained. Slain, Tide Siren Elite X4, experience gained. Right after, Lin Yuan quickly climbed onto the back of Mantico. He glanced around, a sense of unease rising. This is a huge trouble. The giant crab swarm and the tide sirens. They, along with giant flying creatures, were gradually closing in from all directions. While riding Mantico high into the sky, Lin Yuan pondered, where could the exit of this dungeon be? He and the beast began to weave through the dense fog. Suddenly, an invisible barrier appeared, blocking their path. Lin Yuan instantly understood, an invisible wall. I cannot leave this area for now. The system sounded a warning. Cannot leave the dungeon before completion. Finally, he turned around, an idea already forming in his mind. It seems I have to find Kang Shiji to know how to escape from here. I will just fly around and search first. The night sky only had the faint glimmer of stars. Otherwise, it would have been immersed in endless darkness. Kang Shiji walked while shivering, his mouth constantly cursing under his breath. That bastard. At this moment, his gaze became extremely malicious. Kang Shiji shouted angrily, I will definitely make you taste this feeling. Suddenly, a dry skeleton wearing a sailor's outfit appeared in front of him. Kang Shiji was as thrilled as if he had struck gold. It really is here. It seems the dungeon information obtained from that NPC was true. He excitedly snatched the item from the skeleton. I got the siren cloak. Without it before clearing the stage, there is absolutely no way to escape the dungeon. Even if one dies, they will only resurrect at the dungeon's designated point. The information panel popped up. Siren Cloak Special Item. The only quest item of the dungeon. Able to conceal the wearer from the detection of the sirens. Helps to leave the dungeon on a full moon night. Kang Shiji laughed maniacally. As for clearing the stage, even I don't know what the conditions are. Let's just lock that dog here forever, then I won't have to worry about anything anymore. The dry skeleton behind him suddenly stood up, its eye sockets burning with the fire of resentment. Give me back my head. The sudden noise made him jump, his eyes instantly turning sharp and cold. Kang Shiji viciously summoned his mutant beast. A mere skeleton dares to play tricks on me. After being defeated, the skeleton still did not stop cursing. You bastard, you will get your retribution. Time passed. 30 minutes later, a figure stepped down the stairs lightly. Right then, the dry skeleton lunged towards Lin Yuan. Die. But he just gently leaned to dodge, causing it to lose its momentum and fall flat on the ground. Lin Yuan stepped forward, placed a foot on its chest, and pinned it down firmly. Then he slammed a magic attack straight down on the skeleton. It screamed in panic, "Stop! Stop right now! This is all just a misunderstanding." The blade of Lin Yuan stopped right in front of the eye socket of the trembling skeleton. He was slightly surprised. "You can talk. Could you be a quest NPC?" It hurriedly sat up and explained, "It's all a misunderstanding. I thought you were an accomplice of that Kang Shiji from earlier, the guy who stole my cloak, but he has been gone for a while now." He immediately probed, "What do you know about this place?" The skeleton began to tell, "Are you a newcomer? Then you are truly out of luck. Whenever night falls, all living creatures here will lose their sanity and start tearing each other apart." It pointed to the sky, and the key item to leave is the siren cloak, which was snatched away by that bastard. Lin Yuan said to himself, "So he wants to trap me here." He continued to inquire, "Do you have any other useful items?" The skeleton was surprised. Items. Right at that moment, the eye sockets of the skeleton flashed with a red light. "I only have the map of this place left. As long as you promise not to kill me, it will be yours." Lin Yuan took the map, his cold eyes hiding many calculations. The content inside read, Siren Lair, Wishing God Temple. Lin Yuan judged, Siren Lair, could it be related to the cloak? 3 days later, inside the Siren Lair, Lin Yuan observed the scene before him and made an assessment. Monsters during the day have a very low level of aggression. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by strange red streaks gradually appearing in the water. Tide sirens. As far as I remember, this species only appears in the tidal archipelago. Why are they here? Tentacles abruptly thrust out from the ceiling of the cave, right above the head of Lin Yuan. They only twitched slightly. He realized, are they afraid? What on earth is inside this cave? From the deep darkness, a scorpion with a glowing body was slowly crawling out. The footsteps of Lin Yuan gently came to a halt in front of the cave entrance. His gaze froze for a moment. This is. Suddenly, all the sirens prostrated themselves in unison with deep reverence. He thought to himself, are they kneeling down to me? Lin Yuan felt doubtful. He turned his head and realized he was mistaken. A mural of a giant eye was looking down from above. He observed the mural carefully. This mural, could it be the deity of the sirens? Then Lin Yuan turned back to look at the sirens prostrating on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. He came up with another hypothesis. Not exactly. This is absolutely not the deity of the sirens. It is. Finally, a name appeared in the mind of Lin Yuan. Starry Sky Evil God. Why is the Starry Sky Evil God carved here? According to the memories of his previous life, the Starry Sky Evil God descended from the universe, and that only happened after the immortal world merged with reality. He was still trying to search through his memories. Moreover, it was clearly summoned by the first believer. Suddenly, Lin Yuan seemed to remember something. There is one more possibility, preemptive occupation. After piecing together his memories, he recalled the words of Kang Shiji. The first believer had received divine power. Why didn't he summon the evil god? Lin Yuan suddenly thought of the worst-case scenario. Could it be that he has to wait until the immortal world descends into reality, just like in the previous life? He also tried to put forward another hypothesis. Or, in other words, the Starry Sky Evil God did not belong to this real world in the first place. Images of towering buildings, data chains, and advanced technology flashed through his mind. He began to calculate. I must clear this dungeon to gather more information. It seems that, for now, only that Wishing God Temple is the most suspicious. Night fell. At a cave entrance, darkness enveloped everything. A giant siren looking like their king roared furiously, blasphemer of the gods. Lin Yuan didn't even put it in his eyes, simply dropping a curt word, nuisance. Then he activated a skill, unleashing a powerful attack. Skill activated, Calamity Level 3. Next, he ordered his lizard kings, clean them all up. Earth-shattering explosions continuously echoed from deep within the cave. The sirens were quickly wiped out with ease. Lin Yuan stepped outside. From afar, a brilliant pillar of light shot straight into the sky. He looked at that pillar of light and said calmly, "There is indeed a problem." Inside the forest, countless pairs of eyes hidden in the darkness were watching. Then the entire swarm of sirens frantically lunged towards Lin Yuan. "Kill the blasphemer." But he didn't flinch at all, simply uttering a sentence, brought out the whole nest. A massive, majestic portal was summoned by Lin Yuan. Right after, all the undead he possessed were gathered into a disciplined army. Undead assembly. A gentle yet authoritative command was issued: crush them. The entire undead legion began to throw themselves into a death match with the siren swarm. The sirens did not show any signs of weakness either. Their tentacles could knock down several undead at the same time. But conversely, there were also high-level undead that could easily take down a siren with just a single strike. Lin Yuan observed the battlefield and drew a conclusion. The dungeon level is too high, low-level undead do not have much effect, types like the wailing scorpions, the desert ghost wolves, or the underworld snakes are all easily restrained by those tentacles. Seeing this, he immediately activated another skill activated corpse explosion. At the same time, a system notification chimed: slain, Tide Siren Elite X4, experience gained. After a bloody melee, the entire swarm of sirens had been eradicated. Lin Yuan calculated, "This battle consumed too many low-level undead, I need to replenish them immediately." The system's failure notification sounded when he intended to resurrect the fallen undead. Target does not meet the conditions. Talent activation failed. Even Lin Yuan did not expect this. Resurrection is invalid.